As soon as Chu Yue opened her eyes, she was bartered away by her gambling father to the Lu family in the mountains to become their bride. In a dilapidated abode, with 2 young brothers and a mother-in-law who was ailing, Chu Yue resolved that as long as the family united in purpose, none of this would pose a challenge. She possessed knowledge of medicine, harvested ginseng, gathered herbs, and plucked spiritual mushrooms. Ever since her arrival, the Lu family began to experience a streak of good fortune. The villagers of Banpo were left astounded, exclaiming, "Oh, ever since Chu Yue married Lu Xinghe, their lives have flourished." Chu Yue, who quietly amassed wealth, joyfully apprenticed under a culinary master, ultimately becoming a renowned physician celebrated throughout the Nanyuan kingdom. Meanwhile, a devoted and steadfast prime minister was preoccupied with thoughts of his cherished young wife back home. Chapter 1. Sent to the Lu family. Arya, you are aware of our family's predicament. Your father is the pillar of our household. If anything were to happen to him, we would be in dire straits. Listen to your mother and agree to the marriage, Zhao Chunhua implored. I have heard that the eldest son of the Lu family has received an education and is well-mannered. In 2 months, you will turn 14. Although you are still young, you could engage in meaningful conversation with him after your arrival. There would be no harm in waiting 2 years before consummating the marriage. Moreover, your mother-in-law is a widow with frail health. She is likely to depart this world soon. Once she is gone, you will no longer have in-laws to serve, and brighter days will lie ahead. Zhao Chunhua gazed at her daughter, lying on the bed, earnestly persuading her. Since Chu Yue awakened from her slumber, her mother had incessantly chattered, prompting her to resist the urge to slap her. However, considering that Zhao Chunhua was her biological mother, she held back. Most crucially, she knew she could not prevail in a confrontation. The last thing she wanted was to end up like the original host, who merely attempted to escape the engagement, only to be knocked down by her father before she could flee the courtyard. Yet, it was precisely this that granted her the opportunity to traverse into another world. The original host, sharing her name, was a diligent and gentle soul. The reason for her refusal of marriage was primarily due to Wu Yong from the neighboring Wu family. They had grown up together as childhood friends. Although their relationship had not reached the stage of a secret engagement, Wu Yong had indeed shown her considerable kindness. Unfortunately, her father, having lost money gambling, had stolen pigs from the Lu family to repay his debts. Subsequently, the eldest son of the Lu family traced the matter back to him and threatened to take him to court. In desperation, her father bartered Chu Yue as a bride to appease him. After sifting through the memories in her mind, Chu Yue turned her gaze towards the incessantly prattling Zhao Chunhua. Enough! I will marry. Upon hearing Chu Yue's willingness, Zhao Chunhua sighed in relief, her face blooming into a smile. She patted Chu Yue's hand, saying, That's the spirit. Rest a while. I will go gather your belongings. Chu Yue had not anticipated Zhao Chunhua would prepare much for her, yet she was taken aback by how outrageous Zhao Chunhua's actions were. Beyond her tattered daily garments, she even withheld the only worn winter coat Chu Yue possessed, which had been repurposed from Zhao Chunhua's old cotton clothing. Perhaps in their eyes, she was worth less than a pig. Zhao Chunhua handed the bundle to Chu Yue, feigning tears. Arya, I have heard that the journey from our Nyoto village to the Lu family involves crossing several mountain peaks and will take half a day. It may not be easy to return. At your in-laws, please be diligent and do not tarnish our family's reputation. Little Tao is still young and will need to marry in the future. We cannot hinder her. Chu Yue was the second child in her family, with an 18-year-old brother who was lazy and had only recently considered marriage due to their impoverished state. Below her was a 5-year-old sister, whom Chu Yue had practically raised and shared a close bond with. Tightening her grip on the bundle, Chu Yue replied, I understand. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chunhua added, Do not always think of returning home. A visit during the holidays will suffice for me to see you. Chu Yue neither agreed nor disagreed. Her gaze turned cold, reflecting her disdain for the fate that had befallen the original host. Having been obedient and self-sacrificing in the past, she had received nothing but her father's oppressive blows and her parents' exploitation, even resorting to using her beloved sister as leverage to compel her compliance. Zhao Chunhua, mistaking Chu Yue's silence for reluctance, paid it no mind. She quickly pulled Chu Yue's arm and led her out of the house. Eldest Deshan, you two should send Arya off to the mountains early. Otherwise, they will have to travel by night. With 2 strong men watching, the little girl would surely not escape. Coming, Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan responded, emerging from their respective rooms. From another direction, a small head peeked out from behind the door curtain, gazing sorrowfully at Chu Yue as tears streamed down. Sensing something, Chu Yue glanced towards Chu Xiaotao and sighed inwardly. Once she departed, Xiaotao's life would likely become more challenging. Yet, Given her own precarious situation, she had heard that the Lu family was impoverished. She could not fathom the depth of their misfortune. Let's go. Why are you still lingering? Reluctant to part, Chu Dashan picked at his teeth, displaying impatience. Chu Yue tightened her grip on the bundle and stepped outside. Throughout the journey, she did not attempt to evade the watchful eyes of the two men behind her. This year's harvest was poor. It had not rained for nearly 2 months, causing many farmers' fields to crack from the drought. If this weather persisted, in a time when survival depended on mere acres of land, a famine was bound to ensue. Once a famine struck, chaos would reign. A 13-year-old girl, traversing the world alone posed significant danger. It would be wiser to first observe the Lu family. If they were genuine, she would remain. If they mirrored her own family's cruelty, she would devise another plan as they walked. Chu Dashan glanced at Chu Yue. Should you find yourself in a comfortable position at your in-laws, remember to lend a hand to your brother. After all, you are coming from our family. You cannot be an ungrateful wolf. Chu Yuqian chimed in. Dashan is right. If you come across anything good, think of your maternal family. Should you face any mistreatment at your in-laws, you will need your family to support you. Chu Yue walked ahead, her expression increasingly frosty. Rely on you for support? Are you certain you won't just be giving me another beating? Chu Yuqian was momentarily taken aback, his temper flaring as he considered slapping her. However, with their imminent arrival at the Lu family, he hesitated, fearing the consequences of marring her face. He had no desire to end up in jail. With that thought in mind, he restrained his anger and lowered his hand, grumbling as he urged the two to quicken their pace. Although the Lu family resides in the mountains, they are not the sole inhabitants of this secluded village, which is ensconced within a ring of towering peaks. Venturing forth from this isolated locale is comparatively arduous, yet due to their humble circumstances, only a scant few families manage to escape its grasp. Esteemed in-laws, I have brought you your daughter, announced Chu Yuqian as he guided two individuals to the threshold of a modest abode at the foot of the mountain. Craning his neck to call into the courtyard, upon hearing his voice, Lu Xinghe, busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, emerged with her 2 sons in tow. It is the esteemed father-in-law. Though her complexion bore a hint of pallor, it could not conceal the delight radiating from her features. She quickly turned to her younger son beside her. Xingping, be swift and open the door. Lu Xingping nodded eagerly and scampered to the entrance, pulling open the courtyard gate. His bright eyes flitted over Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan before landing on the timid figure of Chu Yue, revealing a gleaming smile. Sister-in-law, do come in. Chapter 2. The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Xinghe. Chu Yue felt a twinge of shyness, yet she managed to smile at him, tightening the burden on her shoulder as she walked into the courtyard alongside Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan. Lu Xinghe hastily turned her gaze to her other son, Xing'an. Go fetch water for your father-in-law, your uncle, and your sister-in-law. The somewhat reserved boy responded with a soft before turning towards the kitchen. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an were twin brothers, both 8 years old, and what puzzled Chu Yue was how dissimilar they looked and how their temperaments were worlds apart. Lu Xinghe approached Chu Yue, who appeared somewhat slender yet possessed striking features. Her round, bright eyes hinted at her intelligence. The matriarch of the Yun family took the light burden from her shoulder, grasped her hand, and smiled warmly. You've traveled quite a distance. You must be weary. Before Chu Yue could speak, Chu Dashan interjected, we are but humble farmers. It's merely a short trek through the mountains. What is there to tire from? Lu Xinghe's smile faltered. No wonder when she inquired about the Chu family's daughter yesterday, others remarked that life was tough for her, with a gambling father, a selfish and biased mother, and a brother who treated his sister poorly. It would be remarkable if life were anything but difficult. Chu Yue, however, seemed indifferent to Chu Dashan's remarks, responding with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I am quite all right. Seeing the kind-hearted and harmless girl before her, Lu Xinghe felt an innate fondness. Silly yeah, from now on you are to be Xinghe's wife. You should call me mother. Chu Yue lowered her head, softly uttering the word mother. Lu Xinghe affectionately took her hand and led her towards one of the rooms. This is Xinghe's room. You will live here with him from now on. Yeah, please tidy up your belongings first, while mother goes to greet our guests. After saying this, she returned Chu Yue's bundle to her and stepped outside. Chu Yue surveyed the thatched cottage. Though old, it was clean and tidy. Inside, there was a kang and a table, with a few garments neatly folded at the foot of the bed. On the table by the window lay brushes and ink, alongside a stack of small booklets. Chu Yue approached, flipping through the booklets, which were adorned with bold, vigorous characters, beautifully crafted as if printed. However, the content appeared uniform. likely one of Lu Xinghe's means of earning a living. Previously, she had gleaned from her mother, Zhao Chunhua, the basic circumstances of the Lu family. Lu Xinghe's father was the only scholar in Banpo village who went to the city to take the imperial examination 9 years ago and subsequently vanished. Many speculated that he had offended a high-ranking official and met with misfortune. Shortly after he left, Yun Sue had discovered she was pregnant, and not long after, Lu Xinghe's examination results were announced. At the tender age of 9, he became the youngest scholar in the entirety of Nanping town. Yun Sueha was carrying twins at the time, and the childbirth was fraught with peril. It was said that after giving birth, she sustained injuries that required long-term medication, incurring substantial expenses. Supporting a family of 4 meant an additional 4 mouths to feed and considerable medical costs. Thus Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xinghen were separated from the family before they were even 6 months old. Fortunately, they were left with the thatched cottage they now called home. At the age of 11, Lu Xinghe naturally took on the heavy burden of the family as the eldest brother. This was also the reason he had not married by the age of 18. Not only was he impoverished, but taking a bride would mean additional mouths to feed, which made potential suitors hesitate, despite his commendable qualities. After all, people are inherently pragmatic. Due to the fact that the head of the Lu family was solely Yun Sueha, when Chu Yue entered the Lu family's courtyard, he appeared somewhat apprehensive. One could only imagine the hardships the Lu family had endured, with a woman raising 3 children alone. And Lu Xinghe? Chu Dashan inquired. Yun Sueha brought out 2 chairs and invited the 2 men to sit down. After all, the Chu father and son were outsiders. And without a male figure in the household, allowing them into the home would only invite gossip. Upon hearing Chu Dashan ask about her eldest son, a frown crossed Yun Sueha's face. Xinghe went to fetch water to irrigate the fields early this morning. It hasn't rained for nearly 2 months, the fields are dry, and the river is nearly at its end. I wonder if there will be any harvest this year. She glanced towards the entrance, calling out to Lu Xingfeng, Xingfeng. Your brother should be on his way home. You're quick on your feet. Go and fetch him back. All right. Lu Xingfeng's response was barely out before he was gone. Upon hearing that Lu Xinghe was nearing home, Chu Yue felt a pang of anxiety. The Lu family may be poor, but their eldest son was no easy task. Not only was he exceptionally clever, but he also possessed remarkable strength. What if he deemed Arya too young and refused to accept her? With that thought, he gulped down his tea in one go and hurriedly urged Chu Dashan to take their leave. Yun Sueha attempted to retain them, but seeing their resolve, she retreated to the kitchen to continue her work. After organizing her 2 meager garments, Chu Yue also went to the kitchen. Mother, let me help you. Yun Sueha waved her hand dismissively. No need, just a couple of pancakes. If you're idle, you can help set the table. Of course, Chu Yue readily agreed. Just then, Lu Xingfeng's excited voice rang out from afar. Mother, elder brother is back. As the words fell, 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared in the courtyard. Lu Xinghe had just set down his shoulder pole and water bucket when Yun Sueha, pulling Chu from the kitchen, emerged. Xinghe is back. Mother. Lu Xinghe raised his head and immediately spotted Chu standing beside Yun Sueha. The young girl appeared somewhat bashful, clad in tattered old clothes, her frame slight, with large, blinking eyes that gave her a sorrowful appearance. Are you Chu Yu's daughter? His voice was melodious, and his stature impressive, towering at least 2 heads above Chu Yue. Chu Yue nodded, responding softly, yes. Pausing for a moment, Lu Xinghe continued. The reason I agreed to your father's request to exchange you is not for any ulterior motive. I primarily wish to find someone to care for my mother, as her health is poor. From now on, you will accompany her. As he spoke, he crouched down to wash his hands. With someone to care for my mother at home, I can focus on my work outside with greater peace of mind. Yun Sueha, upon hearing this, raised her voice. Xinghe. What are you saying? The Chu family has made it abundantly clear that Yaya is to come to our home as a bride, not to take care of me. What you propose will complicate her future. Perhaps too agitated, Yun Sueha's complexion paled further, and she began to cough, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Watching her sway precariously, Lu Xinghe grew alarmed. Mother, are you all right? Chapter 3. Do you understand medicine? As she appeared on the verge of collapsing, the nearest Chu Yue hastily rushed to support Yun Sueha. Quickly, bring that chair over. Chu Yue glanced towards a chair not far away. Lu Xingfeng swiftly moved the chair over, while Lu Xinghe stepped forward to assist Chu Yue in helping Yun Sueha sit down. Chu Yue released her grasp. deftly untying Yun Sueha's belt to facilitate her breathing, and began to press on her Bai Wei and Sishin Kong acupoints. As she applied pressure, she offered soothing words. Mother, it truly matters not that I accompany you in your care. After all, I am still young. You may as well regard me as your daughter. I am capable of performing many tasks and shall endeavor to earn some money to contribute to the household. I would never wish to be a mere burden. In this world, for the time being, I can only rely on the Lu family for sustenance. Returning to the Chu family might lead to my father selling me once more. At least, from my interactions thus far. The Yun mother and son do not harbor ill intentions. After a moment, Yun's emotions gradually stabilized, and her breathing returned to a regular rhythm. She cast a glance at the Chu behind her and gently patted her hand. Good child, she said, sighing. Ah, girls are indeed more considerate. Far superior to the few rascals in our family. Lu Xinghe observed the series of actions Chu performed for Yun Sueha with a hint of surprise. Do you possess medical knowledge? He inquired. Chu raised an eyebrow. Although she struggled to recall much of her past life, including the circumstances of her demise, she did vaguely remember being a student on the brink of graduating from medical school. While her clinical experience was somewhat lacking and her major was not traditional Chinese medicine, she could still manage simple symptoms. However, in the presence of Lu Xinghe, she dared not disclose this lest he regard her as a curiosity. She shook her head. I have not intentionally studied it. The Uncle Wu who resides next door is a traveling doctor from the village. Observing him frequently has endowed me with a smattering of knowledge. Indeed, Wu Yang's father was the only traveling doctor in Yodo village. Though his medical skills were average, he could handle common ailments like headaches and fevers. However, his overly compassionate nature often led him to charge fees based on his mood, which frequently left his family struggling financially. In his childhood, Wu Yang had suffered from hunger so often that he believed being a doctor would yield little profit, thus adamantly refusing to learn medicine from his father. Eventually, he apprenticed with a carpenter and began making furniture instead. Hearing Chu Yue's response, Lu Xinghe seemed convinced. Very well. Then, Lu Xingfeng, filled with admiration, gave Chu Yue a thumbs up. Sister-in-law is amazing. Chu Yue smiled coyly, revealing 2 faint dimples. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Lu Xinghe emerged and, upon seeing Yun Sueha unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, let us eat first. Yun Sueha said, as she stood with the support of Chu Yue and Lu Xingfeng. We are all hungry. Let us eat first, and we shall discuss the rest afterward. Regardless, she was the only elder in the household, and her words commanded respect from Lu Xinghe. The meal was simple. Each person had a bowl of brown rice porridge and a flatbread, accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables on the table. Chu Yue, her stomach growling, savored her meal with gusto. After finishing, Yun Sueha turned to Chu Yue. Yeah, you should return to your room and rest. The sun is quite strong outside, so do not wander about. Chu Yue nodded obediently and left the kitchen. It was unclear what Yun discussed with Lu Xinghe, but soon he returned to the room, refraining from mentioning her earlier suggestion to care for his mother. Instead, sitting by the window and diligently copying from a stack of blank notebooks on the table. Chu Yue did not disturb him. After sitting in the room for a while, she heard noise outside and stepped out. Xingfeng, are you heading to the mountains? The 2 brothers nodded. We are going to dig for wild vegetables. Chu Yue, upon hearing this, hurried to the kitchen for a basket. I shall join you. Let us gather some wild vegetables. With a stroke of luck, we might even find some medicinal herbs. As the 3 opened the gate to the courtyard, Lu Xinghe emerged from the house. He looked up at the sky. The sun had descended somewhat, and the family had indeed gone too long without greens. It would be good to dig up some wild vegetables. The mountains are unsafe. I will accompany you, he declared, retrieving a shovel from the kitchen. Xing'an will stay home to care for mother, and Xingfeng can join us. After speaking, he led the way with the shovel, followed closely by Chu Yue and Lu Xingfeng. As Lu Xingfeng mentioned, the nearby area was devoid of wild vegetables. Even the grass had nearly been uprooted. Suddenly, he expressed relief. Brother, fortunately, our pig was stolen. Otherwise, we would have been troubled over its feed. Lu Xinghe glanced at him. What is there to be troubled about? If we can raise it, we will. If not, we shall sell it. That pig was bought with money mother saved for a long time, she said once it grew. She would sell it to help you marry a wife, Lu Xingfeng murmured, chuckling afterward. But now that is no longer necessary, for you already have a sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue felt her cheeks flush and quickened her pace ahead. The three made their way deep into the mountains. After walking another mile, Lu Xinghe suddenly halted. We cannot proceed any further, it is unsafe. Let us search here. Lu Xingfeng looked around, furrowing his brows. Brother, there are no wild vegetables here. She remained silent, her gaze sweeping over a cluster of wild grass before stepping forward. Lu Xingfeng curiously followed her. Sister-in-law, have you discovered something? Chu Yue knelt before the thicket, extending her hand to pluck the tender leaves. This is buplurum. The tender leaves can be blanched in boiling water and eaten in a salad, and the roots can be dug up, dried, and sold to herbal shops. Lu Xingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister-in-law is so impressive, you know so much, he exclaimed before quickly kneeling down to assist her. Chu Yue smiled lightly. However, I have heard that buplurum leaves have a slightly bitter taste and may not be very palatable. Lu Xingfeng scoffed, having something to eat is already quite good. Given that Chu Yue had informed him that her family lived next to the traveling doctor, Lu Xinghe did not find it strange that she possessed such knowledge. Xingfeng, stay close to your sister-in-law and do not wander off. I will check over there, Lu Xinghe instructed. Lu Xingfeng happily agreed, all right, brother. As Chu Yue gazed at Lu Xinghe's tall figure, she recalled his earlier slip of the tongue referring to her as sister-in-law, momentarily taken aback. Was this an acknowledgement of her identity? Not long after Lu Xinghe left, he returned, carrying a large bundle of dried firewood on his back, tied with a grass rope made from yellowing cattails. The two younger brothers were too small, and he seldom dared to let them venture deep into the mountains. Yun Sueha, appearing frail, could not handle heavy labor, leaving Lu Xinghe to shoulder the burden of chopping wood and fetching water alone. It was only by venturing deeper into the mountains that one could find dry wood. The trees outside had nearly been stripped bare of their bark. Lu Xingfeng sighed. Lu Xinghe set the firewood down on the ground. If this dry weather continues, come winter, you may not even find bark. Chapter 4. Digging for medicinal herbs and hunting wild boars. Lu Xingfeng opened his mouth but remained silent. Although he was young and did not fully grasp these matters, he trusted his older brother's words, knowing there was reason behind them. Thus, in the coming days, he would ensure to gather more firewood with Xing'an to stockpile. Listening to the brothers' conversation, Chu Yue contemplated that if conditions remained unchanged after autumn, the lives of the common folk would undoubtedly become arduous in the next couple of years. It might be wise to stockpile grain in advance. After all, should famine strike, it could become dire enough to threaten lives. Having plucked the last tender leaf into the basket, Chu Yue stood up. With the leaves gathered, it was time to dig up the roots. Lu Xinghe quickly took the shovel. Let me do it. With his strength, and given the loose soil where the buplurum grew, he swiftly loosened the earth around the roots. Chu Yue hurriedly crouched down, removing the stems of the buplurum near the roots, and neatly arranging them in one corner of the basket. Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xinghe were not idle either, diligently emulating Chu Yue's method of gathering. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xinghe concealed the firewood in a hollow within the mountains on their way home, and led the two onward. The trio progressed, stopping intermittently. Anything edible, be it leaves, roots, or fruits, was deftly unearthed by Chu Yue. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived beside a mountain spring at the base of a low cliff. Although the drought had nearly dried it up, a delicate stream still trickled down, the water crystal clear. Upon seeing the water, Lu Xingfeng was filled with joy, quickly setting down the basket to wash his face at the spring. Sister-in-law, today we owe it all to you, otherwise we would hardly have gathered such a bounty of wild vegetables. Chu Yue smiled, approaching the spring with her basket to rinse the wild vegetables she had just dug up. However, as she set the basket down, a faint splash caught her attention. Peering closer, she was astonished to find a fish wedged between the rocks. Almost instinctively, she exclaimed, "Husband, come quickly, there's a fish over there." Hearing Chu Yue's address, Lu Xinghe paused momentarily, yet swiftly moved forward to retrieve the fish trapped in the crevice, then grabbed a nearby bulrush to string its gills and mouth together. Lu Xingfeng clapped his hands excitedly upon seeing the small fish. Brother, does this mean we'll have fish for dinner tonight? Lu Xinghe glanced at Chu Yue, clearing his throat awkwardly, a rare smile gracing his face. Yes, we shall have fish tonight. After the three finished washing the wild vegetables by the spring, they slung their baskets and began the journey home. The sun was nearing the horizon, and they realized that delaying their return would render them vulnerable to the encroaching darkness. Observing Chu Yue, whose face still bore traces of excitement and a basket brimming with wild vegetables, Lu Xinghe stepped forward, extending his hand to take the basket from her. Let me carry that. Gazing at Lu Xinghe's flawless profile, Chu Yue softly replied, "But you still have firewood to carry. It's of no concern. Just keep close to me and don't stray," he asserted, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Lu Xinghe looked at the basket effortlessly held by Lu Xinghe, wearing a fawning expression. "Brother, why don't you show a little concern for me as well?" Lu Xinghe shot him a dismissive glance. "Your basket is small. You can carry it yourself." Lu Xinghe pouted. Brother has changed. They could now see the hollow where the firewood was hidden, but the rustling sounds emanating from the depths of the mountains caused all three to halt. Lu Xinghe, with a cautious demeanor, shielded Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe behind him. Fear gripped Lu Xingfeng's heart. He had heard tales of wild beasts in the mountains that could indeed be dangerous. "Brother, what should we do now?" Chu Yue also felt a pang of anxiety, her heart racing at the thought of hidden dangers lurking nearby. Lu Xinghe remained silent, placing the basket aside, gripping his spade tightly in one hand and the fish in the other. "You two, slowly back away. Retreat as far as you can." If he guessed correctly, the creature lurking in the shadows was drawn here by the scent of fish. With a grunt, a medium-sized wild boar burst forth, charging straight for the fish in Lu Xinghe's hand with remarkable speed. "Just as I suspected." Lu Xinghe's eyes lit up as he darted away, attempting to divert the boar's attention. The boar relentlessly pursued him, fixated on the fish. Leading the boar away, Lu Xinghe sprinted toward a sturdy tree, slowing his pace as he ran. As he neared the tree, the boar was close behind him. At that moment, Lu Xinghe suddenly accelerated. The boar, sensing urgency, matched his speed. He charged toward the tree ahead, and as he approached, he leaped onto the rugged trunk with remarkable agility. However, the boar could not climb trees and, due to its speed, could not halt, ultimately colliding with the tree and staggering dizzily. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xinghe quickly turned, aiming the spade at the boar's most vulnerable spot, just above the center of its forehead. With a powerful strike, a gaping wound appeared on the boar's head, and it staggered before collapsing to the ground. Lu Xinghe landed beside it, kicking it twice to ensure it was lifeless. Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe, watching from a distance, felt their hearts race, but upon seeing that Lu Xinghe had slain the boar, they both breathed sighs of relief. "Brother, are you all right?" Lu Xinghe turned to face them. "I'm fine." He extended the spade and fish toward them. "However, you might need to help me with these. I need to carry the boar." Chu Yue jogged forward to accept the spade and fish from Lu Xinghe. "I'll carry them. Let us hurry back. The smell of blood is too strong and may attract other predators." Lu Xinghe nodded, and with Chu Yue's assistance, he hoisted the boar onto his shoulder and led the two back down the mountain swiftly. As they emerged from the woods, they were spotted by Lu Xinghe, who had been standing in the courtyard awaiting their return. Upon seeing the enormous creature on Lu Xinghe's shoulder, she quickly called out to Lu Xinghe, who was busy in the kitchen. "Xinghe, come quickly and help your brother." After speaking, she clutched her chest and hurried towards the courtyard gate, opening it wide. "What a massive wild boar!" Lu Xinghe exclaimed with a grin. "Indeed, mother, this wild boar was personally taken down by brother." Once Lu Xinghe opened the gate, she immediately made way for them. "Quickly come in. Didn't you go out to gather wild vegetables? Why did you venture so deep into the mountains? What if something had happened?" Just as Lu Xinghe, who had been cooking rice, heard the commotion, he rushed outside, astonished to find Lu Xinghe carrying a large wild boar. He quickly stepped forward to help unload the boar. With his hands on his hips, Lu Xinghe let out a deep breath. "I will head to town early tomorrow morning. Is there anything we need at home? I'll bring it back." Chapter 5. Granny Li's Desire for Wild Boar Trotters. "We are running low on rice at home." Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment before adding, "If possible, brother, could you bring back some salt? While we can still gather wild vegetables, I do like to prepare some pickled vegetables to store for winter." Lu Xinghe nodded. "All right." Lu Xinghe then pulled Chu Yue before Lu Xinghe. "If you're going to the town tomorrow, take Yaya with you. Her clothes are in tatters. Choose a couple of nice fabrics for her. And I'll sew her a couple of changes." Due to her poor health, Lu Xinghe could not do heavy work and had been doing delicate embroidery at home, occasionally stitching a few handkerchiefs for Lu Xinghe to sell in town or making a few outfits for villagers, which could earn some silver to help with household expenses. Hearing Lu Xinghe's words, she quickly waved her hand. No, my clothes are still wearable. Given our current circumstances, it would be better to buy more grain for the winter." Observing such a sensible girl, Lu Xinghe felt a pang of tenderness. If she were her daughter, she would surely cherish her dearly. However, now that she had become her daughter-in-law, she was just as precious. She took Chu Yue's hand. Don't worry about that. Our family has me and Xinghe to support us. If it comes to it, I can just embroider a few more handkerchiefs. It's no great burden. Lu Xinghe cast a glance at Chu Yue, then recalled the tattered garments piled at the foot of the bed, even more ragged than those worn by Chu Yue herself. He spoke softly, we can procure grain, but clothes must be made. However, your mother is in poor health, so do lend her a helping hand when the time comes. If it weren't for your keen eyes today, we would not have discovered that fish. Without that fish, we wouldn't have attracted such a large wild boar. Chu Yue pursed her lips and finally uttered a word of agreement. As a scholar, Lu Xinghe held no belief in the existence of ghosts or deities. Yet, words spoken casually can often leave a lasting impression. Upon hearing that the wild boar had been brought back thanks to Chu Yue, Lu Xinghe felt an even deeper sense of satisfaction towards her. She smiled at Chu Yue and remarked, "It seems our Yaya is indeed fortunate." At that moment, an elderly woman with graying hair peeked in from outside the courtyard. "Oh, Xinghe has brought back such a large wild boar. I estimate it weighs over 150 pounds. This woman was Li Pozi, the mother of Sun Daju from next door. Known throughout Banpo village for her fiery temperament, Li Pozi had driven her daughter-in-law to suggest a separation from her in-laws due to her intolerable behavior. After the death of Daju's father a few years back, Li Pozi, feeling disillusioned with life, opted for a leisurely retirement, alternating stays at her two sons' homes. Upon spotting Li Pozi, Lu Xinghe instinctively shielded the wild boar behind her. It's just a modest boar. Given the current market, it probably won't fetch much." Observing Lu Xinghe's protective demeanor, Li Pozi snorted inwardly. Look at that miserly expression. It's no wonder she lost her husband. Despite her disdain, Li Pozi refrained from voicing her harsh thoughts. After all, they were neighbors and Daju lived nearby, which meant they might need to support one another in the future. "If any good fortune comes your way, don't forget my son," she added. Lu Xinghe managed a strained smile. "Indeed, you speak the truth." During the times when Xinghe was away, Daju's wife, Lu Xinghe, had been quite considerate of them. While she did not mind extending a favor to Daju's family, she despised blatant requests, particularly from someone like Li Pozi. In the past, whenever Lu Xinghe helped her, this old woman had scolded her openly and even brought her grievances to Xinghe's grandparents, turning them into a source of amusement for the entire village. This situation improved somewhat after Lu Xinghe bore two daughters and then a son. Nevertheless, although Lu Xinghe had lent her a hand, she herself was busy mending clothes for her three children, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Li Pozi pointed towards the wild boar. "I can see that boar's trotters are quite plump. They must be delicious." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. They intended to carry the boar to town to sell for money, never considering keeping it for themselves. Moreover, the trotters alone would weigh at least 10 pounds. How shameless of Li Pozi! At that moment, the previously silent Chu Yue stepped forward and tugged at Lu Xinghe's sleeve with a look of distress. "Mother, didn't you say the money from the wild boar would be used to buy fabric for my clothes? If we share it out, won't I be left without any clothes to wear? You promised me." The last remark was tinged with palpable indignation. Though Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue had not known each other for long, she understood her character. She silently praised Chu Yue for her cleverness, taking her hand and gently patting her. "All right, mother, won't you share the wild boar? We will sell it to make you clothes." Li Pozi raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze at Lu Xinghe. "So this is the daughter-in-law sent from the Chu family?" Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue exchanged glances, forcing smiles. "Indeed." Li Pozi immediately regarded Chu Yue with disdain. "In my opinion, this girl is quite naive. In this household, apart from you, there is also Xinghe. How can it be her place to make decisions? Not to mention her father's past misdeeds. She should be more humble and not have the audacity to ask for clothes." Hearing this, Lu Xinghe felt her temper flare. "Aunt Li, you are an elder, and I shall refrain from lowering myself to your level. My daughter-in-law has neither insulted you nor harmed you. Why do you speak so harshly of her? The sins of her father are his alone. She is merely an unfortunate child thrust into this position. You, having one foot in the grave. Could you not spare yourself some dignity?" The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, nearly losing her composure. Observing this, Chu Yue quickly extended a hand to soothe Lu Xinghe's back. "Mother, why engage with such a shrew? We mustn't let ourselves become ill over this." Yet, Lu Xinghe's defense moved Chu Yue, who felt a stirring in her heart. At least during her time in Yodo village, her own parents had never cared for her well-being. Chu Yue turned her gaze coldly towards Li Pozi. Let me give you a warning. If my mother is distressed today because of you, you shall not escape retribution. Li Pozi was not one to shy away from conflict. What are you rambling about? How have I angered her? I haven't even touched her. She is simply being melodramatic. Even if she were to expire, it would have nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, the others in the courtyard were filled with indignation, and Lu Xinghe's face darkened ominously. He exchanged glances with his brothers, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe. Some matters were not suitable for him to address directly, but it would be permissible for the younger brothers to take action. Without a word, Lu Xinghe fetched a basin of rinsed rice water, while Lu Xinghe scooped up a handful of dirt. The brothers, as if in unison, hurled the contents towards Li Pozi, splattering her with mud and rice water. Get lost. Never return to our home again. Chapter 6. You, silence yourself. Soaked through, Li Pozi seethed with fury. You ungrateful wretches. How dare you disregard the kindness shown by my son Daju and my daughter-in-law? Have you forgotten how they have cared for you? You can't even spare a bit from such a large wild boar. It's a shame they ever showed you kindness. Li Pozi's incessant tirade left Yun Sueha trembling with rage, rendering her speechless. Fearing for her mother's well-being, Chu Yue steadied her with one hand while shouting at Li Pozi, "You be quiet." That shout effectively silenced Li Pozi and shifted the attention of the onlookers to the newly arrived daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Few could command such authority to silence Li Pozi, and her boldness impressed the crowd. Despite her fiery nature, it was clear that her presence had already brought fortune to the Lu household, indicating a potential turnaround in their fortunes. Lu Xinghe, Lu Xinghe, and Lu Xinghe regarded her with newfound respect. Although the girl before them remained slender and petite, her stature in their eyes suddenly loomed larger. Several women began to defend Yun Sueha's family. And, if you wish to eat meat, go buy it yourself. This wild boar was brought back by Xinghe. Why should it be shared with you? Do you think you're entitled to it because of your looks or because you paid them? Moreover, while Daju and Luo Sher have indeed assisted Yun Sueha and her child, any fabric they had was likely given to her to mend. How can you so shamelessly bring up their misfortunes? Indeed, if my mother-in-law had your temperament, I cannot imagine the chaos that would ensue. These women, having frequently sought Yun Sueha's help with mending, naturally rallied to her defense. Upon overhearing the chatter of the women, Li Pozi was consumed by fury. In a fit of rage, she plopped down onto the ground and began to throw a tantrum. Alas, why is my life so wretched? In my youth, I toiled like a beast of burden, and now, after the death of my husband, I am bullied by so many. Is there no justice in this world? Yet, as the crowd gazed upon her, there was no sympathy to be found, only expressions of amusement as if they were witnessing a grand spectacle. By the heavens, we have not wronged you. You are simply seeking trouble for yourself, they thought. At that moment, a man and a woman approached with grim expressions, Sun Daju and Luosher. Having been drawn by the commotion, initially, they felt embarrassed and wished to avoid the scene, but the disgraceful antics of their mother compelled them to intervene. What are you making such a fuss about? Li Pozi, seeing her son, felt a surge of relief akin to finding a stronghold. Daju, my life is so miserable. They are all against me, she lamented, pointing in the direction of Chu Yue. Especially that daughter-in-law of the Lu family. I haven't even touched Yun Sher's hem. And she dares to say that any misfortune befalls Yun Sher is my fault. And those two wretched sons of Yun Sher look at me, drenched in their taunts. Just because your father has passed, does that mean I am to be so easily bullied? Sun Daju and Luo Sher exchanged glances, feeling a profound embarrassment as they witnessed their mother's outrageous behavior. They each took an arm and attempted to lead her home, but Li Pozi refused to budge, cursing her son and daughter-in-law for their lack of compassion and turning against her. Sun Daju, feeling somewhat helpless, implored, "Mother, let us discuss this at home. Please do not humiliate us further in public." Li Pozi retorted vehemently, "What do you mean I'm embarrassing myself? After all I have endured, you do not seek justice for me? I have raised you, ungrateful wretches." Yun Sueha, observing the commotion as the trio faded into the distance, breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the few women who had come to her aid earlier. "Thank you all for your support just now." The women waved dismissively. It was nothing of great consequence. They then turned to Chu Yue. "Your daughter-in-law is quite the character, Sueha. After all you have endured, it seems your hardships are finally yielding to sweetness." Yun Sueha readily agreed and exchanged pleasantries with them. As it was nearing mealtime, they all returned home to prepare their meals. Once the women departed, Yun Sher appeared utterly drained, her complexion paler than before. Chu Yue noticed this and grew anxious. Mother, why don't you rest for a while? We can handle dinner. I am adept at preparing these dishes. Lu Xinghe, relenting, nodded in agreement. Very well. As she assisted her mother to a seat inside, Chu Yue swiftly retrieved the wild vegetables and herbs from the 2 baskets. She washed a portion of the wild greens, while the rest she loosely placed back into the basket, sprinkling them with water and stacking them in the corner of the kitchen. She then fetched a bamboo tray to spread the herbs out in the yard to dry. With the prolonged drought, she was not concerned about the rain. After the quarrel concluded, Lu Xinghe returned to the kitchen to start a fire for cooking. Lu Xinghe was also busy. Unable to partake in the earlier shouting match due to his gender, he nonetheless did not shirk from work. While Chu Yue organized the vegetable basket, he cleaned and prepared the fish, then fetched a wooden board to place the wild boar on before turning back to grab a knife. Given that the wild boar had only recently passed, he collected a large bowl of pig's blood. Throughout this process, Lu Xinghe assisted diligently. Once Chu Yue finished drying the herbs, she entered the kitchen to find that Lu Xinghe had nearly finished cooking the coarse rice porridge. With only 1 pot available, Chu Yue ladled the porridge into a large bowl, rinsed the pot with clean water, and began frying the fish. To save time, she added the wild greens directly into the fish broth, creating a hearty stew of fresh fish and wild vegetables. The milky white broth wafted a delightful aroma, with the vibrant green leaves of the wild vegetables adorning the fish soup, stimulating appetites. To add a hint of saltiness, she even tossed in some leftover pickled vegetables from lunch. The village was small, and many families had not tasted meat in quite some time. Upon catching the scent of the fish soup wafting from the Lu household, they could not help but swallow their saliva, with some women urging their husbands to venture to the nearly dry riverbank the following day to catch fish. If the Lu family could enjoy fish, surely there must be more to be found in the pond. Even 2 small crucian carp dredged from the mud would suffice. Meanwhile, Li Pozi, catching the fragrant aroma, looked at her own tasteless broth and felt no appetite whatsoever. In frustration, she hurled her chopsticks and retreated to her room to lie down. Luo Shi frowned slightly, contemplating whether to call out to her, but was halted by Sun Dazhu. Missing a meal is of no great consequence. If she chooses not to eat, we shall. With that, he divided Li Pozi's bowl of porridge among the 3 children present. Chu Yue carefully brought the fish soup from the pot to the table, where Lu Xinghe had already set the bowls and chopsticks. Mother, elder brother, Xingfeng, dinner is ready. Before long, the 3 joined her inside, with Lu Xinghe's face lit up with a smile. The aroma of the fish soup was enticing even from within the house, and she remarked, I did not expect you to cook so deliciously, yeah. We are in for a treat. Lu Xingfeng promptly served a bowl of soup for Lu Xinghe, adding a piece of fish meat. Mother, do enjoy some fish soup to nourish your health. Lu Xinghe followed suit, pouring a bowl for Chu Yue. His usually serious face bore a hint of nervousness, as if fearing she might find fault with his gesture, his eyes not daring to meet hers. Chu Yue graciously accepted the soup from Lu Xinghe. Thank you, Xinghe. Lu Xinghe observed his 2 younger brothers, saying nothing as he lowered his head to eat the coarse rice porridge. Thanks to the large pot of fish soup, the family was fortunate enough to have a satisfying meal. Lu Xinghe glanced outside. Although the sun had set, the sky remained bright. Xinghe, have you finished processing the wild boar? Lu Xinghe affirmed, it has been taken care of. Lu Xinghe turned to him, while there is still light. Chop some of the pork into small pieces, not too much, enough to share with a few close neighbors. They have helped us a lot, and we should show our gratitude. Also, cut 2 larger pieces, around 2 to 3 jin, to send to the village chief's family and to your grandparents. And do bring a bowl of pig's blood for your grandfather. He enjoys it. Whatever is left, we shall keep for ourselves. Originally, they lived at the foot of the mountain, and no one would have known about the wild boar they brought home. They planned to borrow a cart later and sell it in town at dawn. However, with Li Pozi's outburst, everyone was now aware, and it would be remiss not to distribute some. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, he stepped outside to divide the meat, while Lu Xingfeng hurried to assist him. Lu Xinghe, meanwhile, took it upon himself to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks, placing them in a basin to wash. As Chu Yue exited the kitchen, her eyes fell upon the pig intestines that Lu Xinghe had carelessly discarded in the corner, mixed with the pig hair. Surely, they did not intend to throw this away? Chu Yue immediately knelt down to retrieve the intestines from the heap of refuse. But she heard Lu Xinghe's voice from behind her, Don't touch that, it's dirty. Confused, Chu Yue turned her head, Are we not keeping any of this? Lu Xinghe replied, "It's all filthy, don't meddle with it. I will clean it up later." Chu Yue bit her lip. Her voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Is it possible to keep the pig's entrails?" Lu Xinghe, who was beside her, had already packed the pork destined for several uncles and aunts into a basket. Hearing Chu Yue's words, he cast a puzzled glance her way. "That filthy and foul-smelling thing, though our Banpo village may be impoverished, no one has ever had the stomach to consume it. Why would the eldest sister keep it?" With a look of regret, Chu Yue replied, "It would be a shame to discard it. Why not hold on to it? I might be able to prepare it in a more palatable manner." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xinghe nodded. "Let us keep it for now. It's just a matter of using a bit of oil and salt. If it turns out to be inedible, we can always feed it to the chickens at Grandma and Grandpa's place." When their grandparents divided the family years ago, it was due to the three uncles and their wives feeling burdened by the four of them who could hardly work and required support. It was a regrettable decision. And since then, they had been somewhat considerate, sharing whatever good things they could spare. Lu Xinghe threaded the larger pieces of meat onto a few twisted stalks of rice straw and was about to retrieve the pig's intestines from the corner when he heard a familiar voice from outside. "Xinghe, I heard that Li Pozi has been causing trouble again." Turning to look, Lu Xinghe saw his grandmother, Wang Xuelan. "Grandma, what brings you here?" Wang Xuelan frowned. "I came because I heard about Li Pozi's antics. You three brothers are all boys, and with your mother's stubborn nature, I hope you haven't suffered at that shrew's hands." Recalling how Chu Yue had defended her mother, Lu Xinghe involuntarily pursed his lips. "Rest assured, Grandma, my mother is fine. Is your mother here?" Hearing the commotion, Yun Sueha emerged from the house, hurriedly ushering Wang Xuelan inside and pouring her a cup of water. "I was just about to send some meat over to you too. Since you're here, it saves Xinghe another trip." After saying this, she turned to Lu Xinghe, instructing him to bring over the prepared meat and also to fetch a bowl of pig's blood. Wang Xuelan sighed. "I didn't come for your meat. I merely wanted to see if Li Pozi truly dared to bully you. If it weren't for your elder brothers insisting on dividing the family, you wouldn't be suffering at the hands of that scoundrel." She glanced at Yun Sueha. "If such a thing happens again, just have Xingfeng come find me at the village entrance. Your home is far, and I can't keep track of everything. Even though the third son is no longer with us, the three grandsons are still of the Lu family. There's no reason to allow an outsider to trample upon you." Yun Sueha nodded in agreement. "I understand, but let bygones be bygones. There's no need to revisit the past. We haven't suffered today as Li Pozi left drenched in mud." Wang Xuelan spat disdainfully. "Good riddance." Then she turned to the quiet Chu standing nearby. "Is this your daughter-in-law, Xinghe?" "Yes," Yun Sueha waved at Chu Yue, introducing her to Wang Xuelan. "This is Yaya, the second daughter of the Chu family from Nyodo village. Life hasn't been easy for her either, but she is fortunate. Ever since she arrived, Xinghe has been hunting wild boars." With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Yue. Understanding the cue, Chu Yue approached Wang Xuelan and cheerfully called out, "Grandma." Despite meeting for the first time, Wang Xuelan, though not overly fond, certainly did not harbor any dislike for the young girl with prominent features. She rummaged through her sleeve and pulled out a small silver ingot, pressing it into Chu Yue's hand, estimating it to weigh about a tael. "Take this to help with household expenses. Your grandparents are getting old, and with so many family members, there hasn't been much saved up over the years. Moving forward, you and Xinghe should live well together. A harmonious family is bound to thrive." A tael of silver could be exchanged for 100 copper coins, a sum Chu Yue had never possessed before, leaving her somewhat flustered as she looked toward Yun Sueha. Yun Sueha seemed to agree that her mother-in-law had been rather generous. "Mother, your lives are also challenging." Wang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively. "This is also your father's intention. Let her keep it." She rose, saying, "Since you're all right, I'll take my leave. There are still many matters to attend to at home." Seeing Wang Xuelan about to depart, Yun Sueha quickly called out, "Xinghe, cut another couple of pounds of meat for your grandmother." Ultimately, Wang Xuelan couldn't refuse, leaving with 4 or 5 pounds of wild boar meat and a bowl of pig's blood, and as she passed by Sun Daju's house, she took a moment to berate Li Pozi. Li Pozi, on the other hand, was reluctant to confront her, feeling unmotivated due to having missed dinner and choosing instead to sulk in bed. Chapter 8. A trip to the town after Wang Xuelan's departure. Chu Yue glanced at the silver ingot in her hand and offered it toward Yun Sueha. "Mother, please take this." Yun Sueha gently pushed Chu Yue's hand back. "This is from your grandmother, just accept it for now. We're heading into town tomorrow, and there will be plenty of places to spend money. Only then did she withdraw her hand, treating the silver as a precious treasure, hiding it in her breast pocket. To her, this was a considerable fortune. At that moment, Lu Xinghe returned from distributing pork to the neighbors, with the basket now containing several eggs and a handful of wild greens in return. He emptied the contents of the basket, added another larger piece of pork, and set off again to the Zhang family. Lu Xinghe had already cleaned the pig's intestines, while Chu placed them in a basin and fetched some clean wood ash from the stove. The ash not only neutralizes odors, but also absorbs impurities, making it an economical and practical choice for cleaning the intestines. As she hung the cleaned intestines from the kitchen beam, dusk had settled in, and to avoid the darkness, the family hastily washed up and retreated to their respective rooms. Strictly speaking, this was the first night of Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe's marriage. However, given Chu Yue's youth and Lu Xinghe's lack of interest in such matters, they each found their own corner, one curled up in a corner of the king, while the other sat by the window, diligently copying from a small booklet by the faint light. After a lengthy period, long enough that Chu Yue nearly drifted off to sleep, she mustered her courage and softly called out, "Husband?" Lu Xinghe responded naturally, without lifting his head from his writing. Gathering her courage, Chu Yue asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" He turned to see the little girl curled up on the kong, looking quite pitiful, and suddenly realized it was her first night here. He felt a twinge of sympathy. "We're going to town tomorrow. It's better to finish these notes now rather than make another trip later. You should sleep first." Chu yawned. "Then don't stay up too late." Noticing her concern, Lu Xinghe's lips curved slightly. "All right." Chu was utterly exhausted and soon fell asleep, unaware of when Lu Xinghe joined her on the king. She only knew that when she awoke the next morning, Lu Xinghe was already up. Glancing at the dim light outside, she hurriedly put on her shoes, washed up briefly, and began preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She made a pot of coarse rice porridge, stir-fried some wild greens, and steamed a pancake for each person. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe loaded the wild boar meat and the herbs they had dug up the day before onto a borrowed cart, covering the meat with neatly arranged straw, and set off with Chu towards the town. The closest town to Banpo village was Nanping town. Due to the village's poverty, the roads were in poor condition, and they lacked even ox carts. The journey from here to Nanping town took a full hour. As Chu walked along, wiping the sweat from her brow in silence, she had not ventured far from the village entrance when Lu Xinghe halted the cart. "Would you like to hop on? I can push you," he offered. Chu quickly shook her head. "No, thank you. The cart is already laden with heavy goods. I prefer to walk." Lu Xinghe did not insist, allowing Chu to place the basket she carried onto the cart. Inside the basket were the handkerchiefs that Lu Xinghe had asked her to sell in town, and they were not heavy. The two continued on without pausing, making their way to Nanjing town with unwavering resolve. Nanjing town is considered the most flourishing among several nearby towns. At its entrance, two towering stone pillars, adorned with cloud motifs, stand sentinel. Above them, a beam bears the grand inscription Nanjing town. Although soldiers guard the entrance, they are merely there to maintain order, causing no undue hardship to the common folk. Thus, on this sweltering day, many sought refuge from the heat beneath a large tree not far from the pillars. Upon entering the town with Lu Xinghe, Chu headed straight for the largest tavern, Huayu Tower. Lu Xinghe typically brought his hunted game here, as Huayu Tower enjoys a thriving business, welcoming all manner of wild delicacies. Entering through the back door, they quickly found the tavern manager, who recognized Lu Xinghe and, with a generous spirit, agreed to purchase their wild boar meat at 25 won per jin. After setting aside a small portion for themselves, they sold a total of 130 jin of wild boar meat for 3,151. Chu requested that 3,000 won be exchanged for 3 taels of silver, while the remaining 150 won were strung together with hemp twine and placed back in the basket. After selling the boar, the two visited a fabric shop, where they sold the 13 handkerchiefs that Lu Xinghe had painstakingly embroidered over the past 2 months for 8 won each. They then spent 80 won to purchase 2 pieces of cloth for Chu's summer garments. Given Lu Xinghe's exceptional needlework, the shopkeeper likely would have offered only 3 to 5 when had the handkerchiefs been crafted by an ordinary artisan. With the cloth in hand, they proceeded to Wanqing bookstore, where Lu Xinghe copied books priced at 30 won each. He purchased 10 volumes, totaling 300 won. As they prepared to leave, Lu Xinghe's gaze fell upon a particular book. "How much for that book?" he inquired. The shop assistant promptly replied, That volume, Chronicles of Various Nations, is 3 tales of silver. She was taken aback. Books here were indeed expensive. Upon hearing the price, Lu Xinghe immediately averted his gaze. Is there a lack of copying work these days? The assistant shook his head. It seems so. The batch you submitted today was ordered en masse by a teacher at the academy. This year's harvest has been poor, and it is likely that fewer students will enroll in the second half of the year. Were it not for your fine handwriting, this work would not have landed in your hands. Lu Xinghe nodded, thanked the assistant, and led Chu Yue to Chen's apothecary, where he typically procured medicine for Yun Sueha. Chen's apothecary is considered a reputable establishment in Nanjing town. As they entered the apothecary, the shopkeeper, busy calculating on an abacus behind the counter, looked up. Are you here for medicine or a consultation? He asked. Do you accept medicinal herbs? We collected some fresh ones yesterday in the mountains, Chu Yue inquired. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper responded eagerly. Could I take a look? Chu Yue nodded and revealed the herbs she had gathered, which included a few roots of buplurum, 2 heads of nodo ginseng, and several common medicinal herbs. Although the quantity was modest, the manner of harvesting and handling was commendable. An expert could discern the quality upon inspection. Manager Chen realized he was dealing with someone knowledgeable. What is your name, young lady? He asked. Chu Yue, she replied. He then turned to Lu Xinghe beside her. And who might this gentleman be? Chu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly as she answered. He is my husband, surnamed Lu. Manager Chen was somewhat astonished, having initially assumed they were siblings, only to discover they were married. You are quite young to be married, he remarked. Chu Yue, a bit shy, responded, we are poor. It was inevitable. The shopkeeper nodded, recognizing the delicacy of the matter without pressing further. Did you handle these herbs yourself? He inquired. Chu Yue affirmed, yes. Is there a problem? Not at all. Do you have any knowledge of medicine, Miss Chu? The shopkeeper did not beat around the bush. Recently, a lady has been seeking a female doctor. If you are knowledgeable, I might recommend you to her. From my observations, her condition should not be too difficult to manage. Chapter 9. Husband, will you continue to take the imperial examination in the future? Women seek medical attention, particularly from female doctors, often due to health issues. However, Chu Yue had previously made it clear to Lu Xinghe that her understanding was limited. Moreover, her expertise lay in Western medicine, with traditional Chinese medicine merely a supplementary skill. She was not particularly adept at pulse diagnosis or prescription writing. I appreciate your kind offer, but my knowledge is only due to my family's neighbor being a wandering doctor. And I am hardly qualified to diagnose patients, she replied. The shopkeeper expressed disappointment. What a pity. Chu Yue pointed to several herbs on the counter and asked, if you are buying herbs, could you help me calculate their worth? I will buy them, he said after a moment's contemplation. Since you are knowledgeable about herbs, I will be straightforward. The quantity of buplurum is substantial and of good quality. I will offer you 800 wen. For the 2 heads of nodo ginseng, I will give you 600 won, and for the remaining common herbs, I will round it to 100 won. As he spoke, he deftly manipulated the abacus. In total, that amounts to 1 tael and 500 won. How does that sound? If it is agreeable, I shall purchase all your herbs. Chu Yue had no objections and promptly nodded. Very well, I will sell. Lu Xinghe was somewhat surprised. Such a basket of herbs could fetch such a sum. At that moment, he couldn't help but think that marrying her might indeed have been a wise decision. After the shopkeeper settled the payment, Lu Xinghe spent an additional 260 when to procure some medicine for Yun Sueha, and the two departed the apothecary together. It was fortunate that they sold the wild boar and herbs, otherwise, the meager earnings from the handkerchiefs and book copying would hardly suffice for their expenses, leaving little for medicine. It was no wonder that despite Lu Xinghe's favorable circumstances, few young women were willing to marry in these times. Being able to fill one's belly was paramount. Chu Yue pondered, with her foundational knowledge of medicine. It would be splendid if she could find a formidable master to help her revive her skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Typically, the practitioners in these apothecaries were male doctors. And if she were knowledgeable, she would likely be well received by those seeking medical assistance. As the two meandered through the town, the sun reached its zenith, casting a relentless glare that nearly blinded them. Lu Xinghe directed the cart towards a small stall where they spent 13 won on 2 bowls of noodles and a pot of tea. Having not drunk water all morning, Chu Yue eagerly downed 3 large cups as soon as the tea was served. Are you tired? Lu Xinghe suddenly asked, noting that despite being just a child, she had followed him all morning without a single complaint. He wondered what her life had been like in Yodo village. Chu Yue hesitated, shaking her head. I'm fine. Yet, in truth, her legs ached from fatigue. She simply did not want to voice it, especially since they were still getting to know one another. Lu Xinghe recognized her bravado and, with a firm expression on his handsome face, asserted, after we finish our noodles, we will buy the remaining items. And you can ride in the cart on the way home. Chu Yue pressed her lips together, initially intending to refuse, but before she could voice her protest, the noodle vendor brought over their freshly prepared bowls. After finishing their meal of noodles and drinking the tea to the last drop, the two left behind 13 coins and made their way to the grain store. It was midday and the heat outside was oppressive, leaving the grain store devoid of customers. As Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue pushed their cart to the entrance, the young attendant stationed there brightened at the sight of them and hurried forward to greet them. Good day, esteemed guests. What can I assist you with? We would like 30 jin of brown rice, Lu Xinghe replied. The brown rice cost 5 coins per jin, totaling 150 coins for 30 jin. Had they not earned a bit today, Lu Xinghe would not have dared to make such a purchase, as he typically bought only 10 jin at a time. Chu Yue stepped forward, tugging at Lu Xinghe's sleeve and gesturing towards the discounted old rice at the entrance. Husband, let us buy some of the old rice as well. Although the old rice was not particularly flavorful, it was more palatable than brown rice. And the new rice was priced at 8 coins per jin. The price of old rice should not differ much from that of brown rice. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to stock up on provisions. The attendant, overhearing their conversation, eagerly chimed in. The young lady has a discerning eye. This rice is from last year's harvest, produced 2 years ago. Due to the relatively dry weather these past 2 years, it has been preserved quite well, with minimal mustiness. We consume this rice ourselves, and it is only 5 coins per jin, the same price as brown rice. Quite a bargain. Chu Yue had just taken a handful of rice to smell, and indeed, it matched the attendant's description. Moreover, at just 5 coins per jin. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. A glimmer of excitement crossed her face. Having brought the cart today, they could afford to buy more. She gently pinched Lu Xinghe's sleeve, rising onto her toes to whisper in his ear, Husband, shall we buy a bit more old rice? With the drought, if there's a per harvest, we will surely face famine, and food prices will likely soar. The soft, persuasive tone made Lu Xinghe swallow nervously, and as he turned to meet Chu Yue's sparkling gaze, he felt a slight tremor in his throat. All right. After all, they had many mouths to feed at home, and with a bit of extra money, it was wise to stock up on food. He turned back to the attendant. How much old rice do you have left? The attendant held up 2 fingers. Approximately 200 jin. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xinghe spoke again. Then I shall take it all. Certainly. Please wait a moment. And I will fetch the remaining old rice from the storeroom, the attendant replied, visibly thrilled at the prospect of such a large sale. If this transaction went through, he would earn a substantial commission. In the end, they purchased 200 jin of old rice and 30 jin of brown rice, totaling 1 tael and 150 coins. Chu Yue then sweet-talked the grain store into giving them an additional 5 jin of white flour as a bonus. After this flurry of activity, their provisions should last the family until spring of the following year. The once light cart creaked under the weight of the 200 jin of old rice. Fortunately, the shop next door sold oil, salt, and vinegar. Given the exorbitant price of salt, Chu Yue could only afford 5 liang. It was said that 3 loads of rice were worth 1 jin of salt. While not quite that extreme, the price was still shocking, 15 coins per liang. Thus, the 5 liang of salt cost 75 coins, enough to purchase 15 jin of old rice. In addition to the salt, she spent 15 coins on some Sichuan pepper, fresh ginger, and garlic cloves, and another 30 coins on a small jar of brown sugar. Having acquired the seasonings, the two began their journey home. Just outside Nanping town, Lu Xinghe glanced at Chu Yue, who was also pushing the cart. You should get on the cart, I can manage. Chu Yue shook her head. No, it's too heavy. Lu Xinghe looked ahead. The next stretch is downhill. When we hit an uphill section, you can get off to help me push. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue finally agreed to climb onto the cart. As she sat there, observing Lu Xinghe's relaxed demeanor, she asked, Husband, will you continue to pursue the imperial examinations? Lu Xinghe's movements momentarily stiffened before he regained his composure. It seems unlikely. This time, luck was on his side, allowing him to earn a few taels of silver. Typically, what he earned barely covered his mother's medical expenses, let alone the additional costs of the examinations. His father had nearly drained the family's resources when he attempted to become a scholar. Just as they were beginning to see the light after such hardship, he vanished, and the family's previously tax-exempt fields began to incur taxes once more. Hearing this, Chu Yue felt a pang of sadness. He had sacrificed his dream of the examinations for the sake of his mother and two younger brothers. As the eldest son and brother, this was a responsibility he could not escape. If only there were a way to earn more money. As Chu Yue pondered, Lu Xinghe suddenly looked at her. What made you think that this prolonged drought would lead to famine? It was intriguing that a 13 or 14-year-old girl could possess such foresight when many people, unable to fill their bellies, only focused on immediate concerns. She replied with calm assurance, "Isn't it obvious? It has been dry for 2 months. In Nyoto village, not only the fields, but also the ponds have dried up. And the rice husks are flattened. This year's taxes will likely eat into our savings, making next year even more challenging." Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. As Chu Yue noticed the cart slowing down, she realized they were heading uphill and promptly jumped off to assist him in pushing the cart home. As they walked, they exchanged casual conversation, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the village entrance. Chu Yue hurriedly pulled the rice straw that had been resting on top of their grain to cover it, and Lu Xinghe understood her intent and helped her conceal it. Once covered, they took a slightly longer route home to avoid the prying eyes of the villagers. Lu Xinghe, seeing them through the window, called out, "Xingfeng, hurry and help. Your elder brother and sister-in-law have returned." Upon hearing her voice, Lu Xingfeng quickly opened the gate and helped Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue push the cart inside. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, what have you brought that is so heavy?" "Grain," Lu Xinghe replied, unloading 2 large bags of old rice and a smaller bag of brown rice that had been concealed by the straw. "Xingfeng, go return the cart to Aunt Lin," Lu Xinghe instructed. "All right." Seeing the abundance of grain brought a smile to Lu Xingfeng's face, as it meant their family would not go hungry for a considerable time. As soon as Lu Xingfeng left, Lu Xinghe furrowed her brow and, lowering her voice, asked, "Xinghe, why did you buy so much grain? Didn't you spend all the silver you earned today?" Lu Xinghe continued to move the grain into the house. "Mother, do not worry so much. I have a plan. These provisions won't spoil anytime soon. We can store and consume them gradually." Since Lu Xinghe assured her he had a plan, Lu Xinghe did not press further, but cautioned him not to reveal their food supply to others, lest it attract unwanted attention. She neatly arranged the seasonings, medicine, and 2 pieces of cloth before slipping the remaining 3 taels of silver into Lu Xinghe's hand. "Mother, keep the leftover silver." Lu Xinghe looked at the amount in surprise. "So much?" Chu Yue smiled. "We earned over 5 taels today, or else we wouldn't have dared to buy so much grain." Nodding, Lu Xinghe counted out 200 copper coins from a large bundle of silver, stringing them into a tael and placing it in Chu Yue's hand. "Take this for pocket money. The rest I will save for now. When it runs out, you can ask me for more. We will need money for many things in the future." "Okay." Chu Yue accepted without protest, taking the 200 coins to find a discreet spot in the house to store them before exiting. She took down the pig intestines that Lu Xinghe had scrubbed with wood ash yesterday, cutting off a third to place into a large pot, filling it with water to cover the intestines, and adding a few slices of ginger. She planned to prepare a stir-fried dish of fatty intestines for dinner. The remaining intestines were salted and hung on the beam, destined to become preserved sausages to savor slowly. "Sister-in-law, let me start the fire," Lu Xinghe offered as he saw Chu Yue bustling in the kitchen, eager to assist. Lu Xinghe put away the old rice and then carried a water bucket to the fields. The weather had been too dry, and the water he had poured yesterday was likely evaporating quickly. He needed to fetch more to irrigate the crops. However, when he returned in the evening, his expression was distinctly somber. Chu Yue sensed something amiss, but dared not inquire, focusing instead on her tasks. It was Lu Xinghe who broke the silence, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Xinghe, what troubles you?" A flicker of irritation flashed in Lu Xinghe's eyes. "I carried over 20 loads of water to irrigate the fields yesterday, and there should have been enough water for today. Yet, someone has punctured a hole, causing all the water to flow into someone else's field." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe was incensed. "Who is so shameless? After all the hard work you put in, why should they benefit? This is clearly an attempt to cut off our resources. They will surely face retribution for this." Lu Xinghe cast a reassuring glance at Lu Xinghe. "Mother, do not be so anxious. Fortunately, we have been consistently watering the fields, so the soil remains moist. I have already carried several loads of water today, and I will continue to fetch more in the morning." Lu Xinghe sighed heavily. Not from the situation itself, but from concern for her son. My dear, it pains me to see you toil so. Ever since the water supply has dwindled. You have been hauling water for over a month now while those lazy good-for-nothings sit idly by, profiting from your labor. It is infuriating. Chu Yue, who was chopping ginger and garlic, set down her knife. Mother, please do not be upset. If you let your anger consume you, it will only harm your health. And we will worry as well. It does not serve any purpose to fret over those who steal water. She then turned to Lu Xinghe. Husband, perhaps I should accompany you to the fields tomorrow. I wish to see the state of the millet. If all this effort yields little return, it would be better to focus on other tasks. Lu Xinghe looked at Chu Yue, initially intending to decline, but for some inexplicable reason, he nodded in agreement. All right. Having prepared the ginger and garlic, Chu Yue entered the kitchen to stir-fry the intestines. The distinctive flavor of the intestines, enhanced by the ginger, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns, wafted through the air, making mouths water in anticipation. Especially at the neighboring Sun Daju's home, where Li Pozi had been yearning for a piece of meat since yesterday. However, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe had not delivered any to her household, leaving her sulking at home all day. Now, upon catching the enticing aroma of the stir-fried intestines from Lu Xinghe's home, she swallowed hard, glaring at Sun Daju and Luo Shi. In my opinion, the Yun family are heartless wretches. They butchered such a large pig, and every neighbor received a share of the meat. Why not us? Haven't we helped them enough? Chapter 11. Finally enlightened. Sun Daju frowned. Mother, enough with the complaints. Our family has been neighbors with the Yun family for many years. They are not like that. He understood the situation better than anyone. The truth was that his mother was indeed in the wrong. Had it been someone else, he would not have given them meat either. Li Pozi rolled her eyes. If they aren't like that, then why didn't they share a piece of pork with you? Is it disdain, or what? Luo Shi also felt some resentment, but not towards the Yun family. Her ire was directed at Li Pozi. If you hadn't caused such a fuss yesterday, they might have shared something. Li Pozi's brows lifted, her voice sharp. Oh, so now you're blaming me? She turned to Sun Daju. Look at your wife, being so disrespectful in front of your mother. It's outrageous. You should really do something about this. Luo Shi refused to back down. It was your fault first. How did it become my disrespect? She retorted, you want to ask for a pig trotter? You really have some nerve. As the two women were about to clash, Sun Daju stepped in to intervene. Enough. Can't you both just settle down? It's merely a piece of meat. Tomorrow, if I have time, I will go to town to buy a piece. Li Pozi's face broke into a smile at Sun Daju's words, her wrinkles deepening with joy. Still, my son is considerate of me. I'll be waiting for your meat. With that, she retreated to her room to dream of eating meat. Luo Shi shot Sun Daju a complaining glance. Buying meat? You just say it. But do we have any extra money for that? We have 3 children to feed. We can't spend all our money on your mother. Sun Daju sighed. What can we do? I just want to avoid the unrest she brings. Our children haven't had meat in a long time. I won't buy too much. Just enough for everyone to have a piece. Luo Shi sighed in resignation. Ever since her father-in-law passed away, life had become increasingly difficult with that old lady stirring up trouble. She served the stir-fried intestines and blanched some wild greens, and the family enjoyed a bowl of coarse rice porridge, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Lu Xinghe wiped his mouth and looked at Chi with sparkling eyes. Sister-in-law, how did you make the pig intestines so delicious? Chi smiled, her eyes crinkling. It's really simple. As long as you handle the inherent smell of the intestines, they're easy to cook. Lu Xinghe gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills surely surpass those of the chefs at the town's grand restaurant. Speaking of the town's restaurant, Chu thought, although the locals treat pig intestines as refuse, they are indeed a delicacy. I wonder if selling my recipes to the restaurant would be feasible? At that moment, Lu Xinghe set down his chopsticks, offering rare praise. Quite good. He was not one to speak much, let alone compliment anyone, so when he praised Chu Yue, Yun Sueha felt a wave of joy. Previously, Xingping and Xing'an had tried so hard to impress him, yet he never offered a word of praise. It truly echoed the saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Lu Xinghe slightly curled his lips, not denying the sentiment. To those present, this indicated his full acknowledgement of Chu Yue's place in his life. Chu Yue, blushing at Yun Sueha's remark, hurriedly stood up to clear the dishes. I'll wash the dishes now. Before she could leave, Lu Xinghe rose, his long fingers taking the bowl from her hands. I'll wash them. You've traveled a long way with me today. Go rest. Yun Sueha looked at her eldest son's retreating figure with satisfaction. Finally, he's come to his senses, showing concern for his wife. He used to be so reluctant to marry and seemed indifferent to everything. With the current situation, I feared he might remain single forever. However, Yaya is a good girl, kind, clever, and beautiful. It's hard not to like her. Chu Yue felt a bit embarrassed by the atmosphere in the kitchen. After filling a basin with water, she retreated to her room. Having spent the entire day outside and then preparing stir-fried intestines, she felt sticky and wished to quickly wash up and change into clean clothes. If only I could take a bath. Alas, there isn't even a decent bathroom here. The latrine is, for her, a nightmarish existence, and every time she has to use it, she fears that she might accidentally fall in. It seems that once conditions improve, the house needs some renovations, especially the rather precarious roof overhead. If it snows during winter, it might not be very safe. I should mention this to Lu Xinghe later. As Chu Yue pondered these thoughts, the door suddenly swung open, and Lu Xinghe stepped in from outside, immediately catching sight of Chu Yue, who was clad only in her undergarments, wiping herself down. Their eyes met, and both felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Chu Yue, though slightly flustered, simply wrapped her arms around herself, biting her lip in silence. Lu Xinghe quickly turned and shut the door tightly. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were here," he said, as he turned away. For a long while, Chu Yue remained silent, hastily putting on her clothes. "All done," she finally announced. After all, they were husband and wife. Overreacting would only lead to greater awkwardness. It was better to act with grace, especially since she was not entirely unclothed. Moreover, she trusted that Lu Xinghe was a gentleman who would not behave improperly. Hearing her voice, Lu Xinghe turned back around and saw that Chu Yue had dressed herself. She was now soaking her dirty clothes from earlier in a basin. Sensing Lu Xinghe's gaze upon her, she looked up and said, "I'm going outside to wash the clothes. Could you please step aside?" Lu Xinghe, coming back to reality, moved aside from the doorway. Chu Yue, carrying the basin, lowered her head slightly as she passed by him. He settled down at the writing desk by the window, intending to practice some calligraphy with a brush dipped in water. However, his mind wandered back to the scene he had just encountered upon entering. After a moment, he shook his head, striving to regain his composure. She is still a young girl, not yet 14. What on earth am I thinking? Once Chu Yue had washed her garments and hung them out to dry, Lu Xinghe, taking advantage of the daylight, called her inside to take her measurements. She was at a growth spurt, so Yun intended to make her clothes slightly larger, allowing for continued wear next year. "By the way, when exactly is your birthday?" Lu Xinghe inquired while measuring Chu Yue. "On the 15th of August, Chu Yue replied. Lu Xinghe smiled. "No wonder your parents named you. You were born on the moon festival. Since it is only early July, I trust we can have 2 new outfits ready by your birthday." She shook her head. "Mother, I'm not in a hurry. I still have clothes to wear. Your health is what matters most." Hearing this, Lu Xinghe felt warmth in her heart. "You are such a kind child. Our Xinghe is fortunate to have found you. Don't worry, making 2 sets of clothes is well within my capabilities." Chapter 12. What is wrong with the food made by my sister-in-law? After taking the measurements, Lu Xinghe sent Chu Yue back to her own room. As the young couple's relationship was just beginning to blossom, she, as a mother, certainly did not wish to be a hindrance. When Chu Yue returned to her room, she found Lu Xinghe practicing his calligraphy with water on the table. She felt a twinge of sorrow but also immense admiration for his perseverance. His handwriting was truly beautiful. After sitting on the kang for a while, Chu Yue suddenly spoke up, "Husband, if we earn some money, you won't have to worry about the household anymore. Will you still continue with the imperial examinations?" Lu Xinghe paused, his hand holding the brush stilled, as he turned to face her. "Do you wish for me to continue with the examinations?" This question left Chu Yue momentarily speechless, as she had not anticipated him to throw the question back at her. After a thoughtful pause, she replied earnestly, "If the examinations are your aspiration, then I hope you will pursue your dreams." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe smiled. This silly girl. Ultimately, given their current circumstances, the likelihood of him sitting for the examinations seemed rather slim. Perhaps it would be better to simply cherish their life together. With this thought, Lu Xinghe set down his brush, washed up, and approached the kang. Chu Yue shifted nervously further inside. Noticing her unease, Lu Xinghe reassured her, "Don't worry. You're still quite young. I will not do anything untoward." Chu Yue stammered, I didn't think that. It's just my first time sharing a bed with you, and I feel a bit nervous." Lu Xinghe's lips curled into a subtle smile as he lay down on the outer side of the kang, turning his back to her. It's not our first time. I slept here last night, but I didn't wake you because you were sleeping so soundly. Chu Yue gazed at his back, feeling a slight stirring in her heart. She nestled into the wall on her side of the bed, turning away from him. Husband, do you know who has been digging up our fields? With his eyes closed, Lu Xinghe murmured, I can probably guess. And what do you plan to do about it? Chu Yue pressed on. Usually, when such things happen, families tend to shout and curse, right? They must be counting on the fact that we have no one to defend us. After a moment, Lu Xinghe opened his eyes. Before I return today, I dismantled their entire field embankment. I expect they will appreciate that little gesture of retaliation. Chu Yue turned in surprise to look at him. You dismantled their embankment? Lu Xinghe met her gaze, and in the dim moonlight, her eyes sparkled. Yes, their grain is already poor quality. Whether or not I dismantle the embankment won't affect their harvest. But I must at least assert myself, lest they think us easy to bully. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue's eyes crinkled into a smile. They will probably be furious. Then, her expression shifted to one of concern. But if we vented our anger, won't that family come to bother us when they see the embankment is gone? Seeing the worried expression on her face, Lu Xinghe almost reached out to pat her head but withdrew his hand at the last moment. Don't worry, they're in the wrong here. If the sky were to fall, I would be the tall one to hold it up. Just don't sleep too close to the wall. The mud might dirty your clothes. With that, he turned his back to her once more and settled down to sleep. Chu Yue, reassured, shifted slightly inward. Husband, once we earn some money, let us renovate the house a bit. I feel the roof is rather unstable. Sounds good. The next morning, Chu Yue was awakened by shouts. Lu Xinghe, come out. Did you dig up our field embankment? You're capable of ruining someone's livelihood. You must give me an explanation today. As Chu Yue awoke, she saw that Lu Xinghe had already put on his shoes, and she hastily got out of bed, slipping on her shoes to follow him outside. As they stepped out, she noticed that Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen had emerged from another room. The two brothers were likely also roused from their sleep. Lu Xinghe opened the courtyard gate, and the man tried to rush in, only to be yanked back by Lu Xinghe, who threw him out. Let us discuss this outside. Don't disturb my family. The man, unable to match Lu Xinghe's strength, could only follow him to a distance near the foot of the mountain under the weight of his fierce gaze. Chu Yue glanced at Lu Xingping and his brother, quietly asking, do you know who that is? He is the village chief's nephew, named Lu Xinghe. He is both lazy and greedy, and just recently, he was separated from his parents after getting married. Lu Xingping cast a disdainful glance towards Lu Xinghe. The fields had been parched for over 2 months, and it had been more than a month since he had seen him fetch water even once. This was not the first time he had attempted to divert water from the fields. Chu Yue nodded. Observing Lu Xinghe's less than favorable position in front of Lu Xinghe not far away, and her anxiety dissipated. How could such a good-for-nothing possibly rival Lu Xinghe? After washing her hands and face, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Chu Yue took 3 jin of the 5 jin of flour that the grain shopkeeper had given her half as a gift and half as a sale yesterday, intending to make noodles for the family. After kneading the dough, she set it aside to rest, heated the pot, added some pork fat to render out the oil, and then cracked one of the several eggs received from the neighbors into the pan. Once cooked, she added water to create a broth. When the noodles were ready, Chu Yue first ladled broth over 5 bowls filled with minced garlic, then briefly blanched a small handful of wild vegetables in the noodle soup before serving. Xinghen, you can put out the fire now. Go call your mother and your elder brother for breakfast. The noodles won't taste good if they sit too long. Okay. Lu Xinghe hurriedly pulled out the damp firewood from the stove and called out to everyone. Before long, they all entered the kitchen together. Chu Yue pushed the only bowl containing the fried egg in front of Yunsueha. Mother, you should eat this. Your body needs nourishment. I'm already of a certain age. Whether I nourish myself or not matters little. You are all still growing. You should eat instead, Yunsueha replied, uncertain of where to place the egg as each person shielded their bowls protectively. Mother, we will have plenty of opportunities to eat in the future. It's just 1 egg. You should have it, Lu Xingping insisted. Lu Xinghe swallowed a mouthful of noodles and added, Mother can have the egg. We can eat the noodles. Big sister-in-law's noodles are delicious. Lu Xingping chuckled, of course. What does big sister-in-law make that isn't good? After saying this, he took a mouthful of noodles, his eyes instantly brightening. Although Mother's cooking was not unpleasant, big sister-in-law's was truly delightful. Lu Xinghe remained silent as he ate his noodles, while Yunsueha shook her head helplessly, glancing at her twin sons. You two are quickly being spoiled by your sister-in-law. She then turned to Chu Yue. If you're going to the fields with Xinghe in the morning, there's no need to rush back. I can prepare lunch. I can't always have you running around. Chu Yue looked at Lu Xinghe and nodded, all right. Lu Xinghe gazed at the egg in the bowl. It was simply too much for her to eat alone. Ultimately, she divided the already small fried egg into 5 pieces, placing one in each bowl. Let us eat together. They exchanged glances and smiled. Although their lives were modest, being together as a family filled their hearts with warmth. Chapter 13. Catching Turtles in the Fields. After breakfast, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe headed to the fields. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe, after washing the dishes, took baskets and wandered around the forest's edge in search of wild vegetables, while also looking for herbs. Lu Xinghe stayed home to cut fabric and make clothes, hoping to finish 2 sets for Chu Yue soon. When Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe arrived at their fields, they found Lu Donghua busily patching up the lower field. A rare display of diligence. Seeing this, Chu Yue leaned in and whispered to Lu Xinghe, "Husband, how did you resolve matters with him this morning?" Lu Donghua is afraid of his uncle. "Before I returned home yesterday, I went to consult the village head about this matter," Lu Xinghe replied. The village head had previously received wild boar meat from Lu Donghua's family, and thus felt obliged to side with Lu Xinghe since the fault lay with Lu Donghua. Lu Donghua caught sight of the two from a distance, still fuming from being scolded by the village head that morning. "Lu Xinghe, you are truly bold. You have ruined my family's water field and yet still have the audacity to complain. You are truly insidious." Lu Xinghe merely chuckled, unfazed and uninterested in stooping to his level. However, Chu Yue was unwilling to let Lu Xinghe be bullied. "How dare you say such things? If you hadn't first diverted water from my family's fields, who would have gone to dig up your dike? I say, you deserve it." Lu Donghua angrily threw down his hoe. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Is your father's wrongdoing something to be proud of?" Lu Xinghe frowned in displeasure, pulling Chu Yue behind him. "If you have grievances, direct them towards me. What does yelling at a woman accomplish?" Chu Yue understood that her father's theft of pigs would bring shame upon her in Banpo village. But after being scolded by Li Pozi and now being insulted by Lu Donghua, she felt a deep sense of frustration. Why must she bear the brunt of her father's actions? Seeing the imposing figure in front of her, she suddenly felt less angry and tugged at Lu Xinghe's sleeve. "Husband, let us not waste time on such a person. You go fetch water for the fields and I'll pull weeds." The family's land was limited, consisting of just over 2 mu of fields that Lu Xinghe had managed to save up for over 6 or 7 years from her meager earnings before Lu Xinghe's father went missing. Thankfully, this small plot had provided some income over the years. "Be careful and call for me if anything happens. The pond is not far from here," Lu Xinghe advised Chu Yue before heading off with a water bucket towards the pond. Chu Yue removed her shoes at the edge of the field and stepped carefully into the muddy water, making her way to the center. Lu Xinghe had been tirelessly working at home and in the fields lately, and she noticed a lack of weeds around. As she walked further in, she occasionally spotted a few clusters of water bamboo leaves, which she had not anticipated. Water bamboo leaves were remarkably resilient and grew quickly. If not removed in a timely manner, they could severely impact the growth of rice. However, they also served as edible wild vegetables, rich in nutrition and possessing certain medicinal properties. Had she not learned a bit about herbal medicine during her studies, she would not have known this in such detail. She was pleasantly surprised to find some water bamboo during her trip to the fields with Lu Xinghe. Her spirits lifted. She became even more engrossed in searching for the leaves, failing to notice that Lu Donghua had stepped in the mud and ruined her only pair of shoes before leaving. When Lu Xinghe reached the other side of the field with the water, he noticed that Chu Yue had ventured deep into the center of the rice paddy. His brow furrowed slightly. Yeah, you don't need to search so meticulously. Be careful of snakes in the fields." Chu Yue waved her hand toward Lu Xinghe, but her eyes remained focused on the search. "I'm fine. The snakes in the fields are generally not highly venomous. I'll be careful." The snakes typically found in the fields were water snakes, which were either mildly venomous or non-venomous. If bitten, one only needed to squeeze out the blood and keep the wound dry to avoid infection. It would not be serious. Although she harbored a certain apprehension towards snakes, finding more wild vegetables was her priority. Lu Xinghe shook his head helplessly, marveling at her audacity. He poured the water from the bucket into the field and continued fetching more. Chu Yue searched the field for a quarter of an hour, having covered half of the rice paddy, but her arms were now nearly full with a large bundle of water bamboo leaves and water plants. She walked gingerly towards her discarded shoes, Each step a precarious balance, but after scarcely 10 paces, she felt something hard beneath her foot. The sudden presence of this rigid object caused her body to stiffen. With a face full of trepidation, she looked down and was astonished to find a turtle, a rather sizable one at that. It seemed aware of the weight upon it, for it extended its head, attempting to bite at Chu Yue. Startled, she let out a scream and quickly pulled a handful of water plants from her grasp, shoving them into the turtle's mouth. The creature paused momentarily, bewildered by the unexpected intrusion. Seeing this, Chu Yue swiftly raised her head in search of Lu Xinghe, who was making his way from the pond towards her. Upon hearing her cry, he quickened his pace. "Husband, come quickly, I've stepped on a turtle." Fearing the turtle might bite, Lu Xinghe hastily set down the water bucket, removed his shoes, and ran towards her. "Keep your distance from it. Don't let it bite you." Though anxious about the turtle escaping, she remained rooted in place. When Lu Xinghe arrived just a few steps away, he noticed the turtle still clenching a large clump of grass in its mouth, maintaining its earlier posture of attempting to bite. He let out a sigh of relief, bent down, and picked up the turtle, weighing it in his hand, approximately 3 pounds. He then scrutinized Chu Yue. "Are you all right?" Chu Yue gazed at the turtle in Lu Xinghe's hands, her face alight with excitement. "I'm fine. If we sell these 2 turtles at Huayula when we go to town, we can earn a good sum." Turtles were a coveted delicacy sought after by grand establishments, prized as a nourishing dish for affluent families. Lu Xinghe regarded her, the innocent and carefree smile of the young girl embedding itself deeply in his mind. Oblivious to Lu Xinghe's gaze, Chu Yue urged, "It's getting late. We should head back." With that, she turned towards the spot where her shoes lay, while Lu Xinghe cast one last lingering look at her retreating figure before heading back to the water bucket. When he approached her with the bucket, he found Chu Yue crouched down, her delicate, fair feet exposed, searching for something. "What's the matter?" Upon seeing Lu Xinghe, she quickly squatted down, covering her feet. "I remember leaving my shoes right here, yet I can't find them," she said, a hint of frustration in her eyes. Lu Xinghe's heart softened at the sight of the small, vulnerable girl, and he removed his own shoes, placing them at her feet. "Your shoes are nearly worn out. If they're gone, they're gone. Just ask Mother to make you a new pair later. For now, wear mine." Chu Yue glanced towards him. "What about you?" "I'm tough and resilient. I want to injure my feet. But a girl like you, with such tender skin, cannot manage these mountain paths without shoes." After saying this, Lu Xinghe picked up the water bucket once more and moved past her. "Keep up. If you encounter a wolf in the mountains, it might just carry you away." Watching Lu Xinghe's retreating figure, Chu Yue stifled a smile and hurriedly slipped her feet into his oversized shoes to follow him. Upon returning home, Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xinghen were in the courtyard, drying the herbs they had gathered that day. Due to the depletion of wild vegetables around the mountains, the brothers had only managed to gather a few herbs that were not well known to the villagers. Nevertheless, it was still a modest harvest. Spotting Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue approaching from a distance, Lu Xingfeng called out, "Elder brother and sister-in-law are back." "Where's Mother?" Lu Xinghe inquired. "Mother's inside making shoe soles," Lu Xingfeng replied without thinking. Lu Xinghen shot him a disapproving look and muttered, "Mother said to keep that a secret." "You have such a loose tongue." Lu Xingfeng raised his eyebrows and quickly sealed his lips. "That was close. I almost let it slip." "Shoe soles?" Lu Xinghe set down the water bucket just as Lu Xinghe emerged from the house. "Are you back so early because you're hungry? I'll prepare a meal right away." "No need to rush, Mother," Lu Xinghe interjected. "Today, Yaya lost her shoes while weeding in the fields. Could you help make her a new pair?" Lu Xinghe sighed. "I thought it was something serious. I was already planning to make Yaya another pair of shoes. I just started on the soles." Noticing the oversized shoes Chu Yue wore, Lu Xinghe smiled. "Those shoes are far too large for you. Here, take these that I made for myself. They haven't been worn yet. They might not fit perfectly, but make do for a couple of days until I finish your proper pair." Chu Yue hesitated. "Mother, I can't accept these. Just find me any old shoes to wear for now." But Lu Xinghe insisted, "Tomorrow marks your 3rd day here. You must return home. What would your mother think if she saw you wearing such tattered shoes? She would surely be heartbroken." Chu Yue lowered her gaze, muttering softly, "They wouldn't care." Hearing this, Lu Xinghe felt a pang of sorrow, but was at a loss for words to comfort her. Nevertheless, Chu Yue seemed unfazed, lifting her head to ask, "Mother, can we not return home?" Observing the stubborn glint in the young girl's eyes, Lu Xinghe patiently replied, "That's not acceptable. Returning home is a matter of etiquette. And regardless of their shortcomings, they are still your parents. Didn't you mention having a little sister? It would be nice to see her as well. The thought of her sister, Xiao Dao, caused Chu Yue's brow to furrow, a sense of reluctance swelling within her. Yun Sueha pressed the shoes into Chu Yue's hands, urging, "Go change your shoes, Xinghe's are too big and may trip you up." Unable to resist her mother's insistence, Chu Yue reluctantly changed her shoes. Although Yun Sueha's shoes were slightly large, the soles were comfortable, enveloping her feet in a soft embrace, as if she were walking on clouds. "Mother, your shoes are so comfortable," Chu Yue exclaimed with a smile. While washing rice, Yun Sueha chuckled, "As long as they're comfortable, that's all that matters." Lu Xinghe took the 2 turtles from the bucket and placed them in the slop bucket. "Mother, let us keep these turtles in the bucket for now. Pour the cold rice water in later, don't let them get scalded." Yun Sueha peered into the bucket. "Such large turtles?" Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen rushed over to see. "Elder brother, did you catch these turtles?" Lu Xinghe replied coolly, "Your sister-in-law stepped on them while weeding in the fields." Yun Sueha raised an eyebrow. "I've heard that turtles bite and won't let go until their heads are chopped off." Yeah, must have quite the courage. Thankfully, it didn't bite her. As Lu Xinghe suppressed a chuckle while recalling the scene of the first turtle munching on grass and the second one sinking deeply into the muddy field, he touched his nose. Indeed, she possesses quite the audacity. Lu Xingping leaned against the slop bucket, clicking his tongue. "If you ask me, my sister-in-law must be a celestial fairy sent from the heavens to rescue our family. Every time she ventures out, her luck is so extraordinary that it makes me envious. Our family has also toiled in the fields, yet we have never stumbled upon such fortune." Lu Xinghen shot him a glance laden with disdain. "With your thick-skinned disposition, it's likely only a turtle would step on you." Stung by Lu Xinghen's words, Lu Xingping puffed out his cheeks and gazed towards another bucket. "Oh, brother, our pigs are gone, yet you still bring back grass? What for?" Lu Xinghe replied nonchalantly, "Your sister-in-law asked me to." Lu Xingping elongated his tone with an "oh," and said no more. Chu Yue, who had just walked out of the house, overheard Lu Xingping's comment and interjected, "This is called water bamboo leaves. People can eat it too. I thought, since our family is large, bringing it back would make for a dish. This bucket should suffice for 2 or 3 meals." Yun Sueha chuckled. "Month. You truly know how to manage. Nowadays, many people can barely fill their stomachs. Let us not be picky. Anything edible will do. It certainly won't harm anyone." Chu Yue nodded in agreement. Mother speaks wisely. Chapter 15. The Clever Month. At noon, it was Yun Sueha who wielded the spatula, while Chu Yue assisted, concocting a fragrant pot of pig's blood and wild vegetable soup. The family dined in tranquil silence, and with the sun blazing overhead, they each retreated to their rooms to rest. Observing that Yun Sueha was always seated indoors, engaged in needlework, Chu Yue knocked and entered her room. Yun Sueha glanced at Chu Yue and inquired, "What brings you to my room, Month?" After much hesitation, Chu Yue finally spoke. "Mother, I see you sitting here daily. It's not good for your health. How about I teach you a set of exercises for you to practice?" She had heard that such movements could strengthen the body. Her intention was simply to care for Yun Sueha, hoping to enhance her well-being, though she wondered if her words might incite anger. Yun Sueha did not appear upset. She set down her needlework. "Is this exercise something your uncle taught you?" Chu Yue shook her head, her expression devoid of any signs of deceit. "Not exactly. It was that aunt who instructed me. As for whether she learned it from your uncle, I cannot say." Yun Sueha was not averse to the idea of practicing, rather. Her physical condition was a hindrance. Leaning closer to Chu Yue, she whispered a few words, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue raised her eyebrows. What her mother referred to was clearly a case of postpartum urinary incontinence, suggesting that during her pregnancies with Xingping and Xinghen, she had suffered greatly and had yet to recover. However, this seemed to be a common affliction for many women post-childbirth. "Mother, is your condition severe?" Chu Yue asked softly. Yun Sueha shook her head. "It's manageable, but I cannot exert myself too much or lift heavy objects, especially when sneezing." She lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat ashamed. "Why am I burdening you with this? It must be quite the jest." Chu Yue stepped forward and took Yun Sueha's hand, showing no signs of disdain. "Mother, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I heard that giving birth can be taxing on the body, and many women experience these issues. However, with proper rehabilitation exercises, one can alleviate or even recover from them." Yun Sueha's spirits lifted upon hearing this. "Is what Month says true?" Chu Yue playfully blinked. "Whether it's true or not, Mother will know once she tries it out. I would never steer you wrong. First, they would address the issue of incontinence, then focus on her overall health, strengthening her body step by step. Chu Yue believed improvements were certainly achievable. Lu Xinghe smiled with a hint of resignation. Very well. Since I have nothing else to occupy my time at home, I shall follow your lead and give it a try. After being nourished by bitter medicine for so many years, she had grown somewhat weary of it. Mother, lie down on the bed first. Chu Yue assisted Lu Xinghe in reclining and began to guide her through the exercises. The first movement was simple. Mother, take a deep breath. As Lu Xinghe complied, Chu Yue continued. Now, perform the Kegel exercise. It feels akin to holding back when one urgently needs to relieve themselves. Just focus on contracting. Initially, Lu Xinghe felt somewhat embarrassed. Her movements restrained, as she found the exercise shameful. Yet, as she gradually became accustomed to the sensation, she began to perform it more fluidly. Chu Yue kept her hand on Lu Xinghe's abdomen, carefully sensing her contractions, judging the correctness of her exertion through the movements of her belly. Good, exhale and relax. After repeating the cycle several times, Chu Yue looked at Lu Xinghe and asked, Mother, are you starting to get the hang of it? Lu Xinghe shyly murmured an affirmation. Now that you've grasped this movement, let me teach you the next one, which can also be done while lying on the bed. After teaching 3 sets of exercises, Lu Xinghe was already drenched in sweat. Mother, continue practicing these movements twice daily for at least 15 minutes each session. After a month, we should see significant results. Lu Xinghe's eyes widened. Just these few movements? No need for medicine? Chu Yue smiled. Such matters can't be resolved with medicine. Trust me just this once. These movements will suffice. With Chu Yue's assurance, Lu Xinghe decided to set her worries aside. All right, I'll follow your advice and practice diligently every day. Chu Yue nodded, then, Mother. Get more familiar with it. I'll return to my room now. Lu Xinghe continued practicing the movements Chu Yue had taught her, saying, Go on. Just make sure to close the door behind you when you leave. These exercises shouldn't be seen by others. Back in her room, Chu Yue found Lu Xinghe sitting at the window, dipping his brush in water to practice writing. He parted his lips as if to ask something but ultimately kept silent. However, Chu Yue approached him, glancing at the still wet characters on the table, and with admiration in her voice, she said, Husband, could you teach me to recognize some characters? Although she could recognize a few, having come from a humble farming background with no one to teach her, it was already impressive for them to identify a handful of medicinal herbs. If she could learn to read, people might indeed regard her as a curiosity. Lu Xinghe nodded. All right. Although uncertain of how much she could learn, any additional knowledge was beneficial, especially since he had little else to do at the moment. With that, he dipped his brush in water and wrote a few simple characters for Chu Yue to recognize, ultimately offering her his space at the table. He grasped her hand, guiding her on how to dip the brush and how to wield it to write the characters she had just learned. Fortunately, Chu Yue was quick-witted. Within half a day, she could recognize and write down 20 to 30 characters, which astonished Lu Xinghe for quite some time. He exclaimed how regrettable it was that she was not a boy. With such a clever mind, if she were male, she might indeed achieve great scholarly success. Chu Yue merely smiled, pressing her lips together without speaking. The next day, in preparation for her visit home, Lu Xinghe rose early to ready 20 pounds of aged rice for Chu Yue. She also retrieved a larger piece of wild boar meat from the rafters, weighing about 2 to 3 pounds, and stuffed 100 copper coins into a basket along with the meat, covering it with cloth. After Chu Yue finished her breakfast, Lu Xinghe began urging the two to prepare for their departure. It is time to set off. It will take half a day to reach Nyodo village, so an early departure is advisable. She lifted the basket and found it quite heavy, so she uncovered the cloth to take a look and was astonished. Mother. So many things? Lu Xinghe waved her hand dismissively. Not too many, not too many. Take them. Let your father and mother know that their daughter, whom they consider as grass, is valued in our family. She shook her head and took out the 100 copper coins. Mother, I can manage to bring rice and meat, as my little sister needs to eat as well, but this money is not feasible. You know how my father is fond of gambling. This money will surely not be spent on the family. Rather than giving it to him to lose, we might as well keep it for ourselves. Chapter 16. Can my sister take Xiaodao along? Lu Xinghe momentarily lost her resolve and glanced towards Lu Xinghe. Upon seeing him nod, she didn't insist further and took the copper coins that Chu Yue handed back. Fine, if you don't want to take it. Then let us keep it for ourselves. She then urged, you two should hurry along. If you're too late, there will be no food left. The two nodded and set off. As they stepped out of Banpo village, Lu Xinghe reached for Chu Yue's basket. Let me carry it. Chu Yue intended to protest that it was not heavy, but the man's strength was undeniable. Before she could voice her objection, he had already taken the basket, also stuffing the sack of rice he was holding into it. A warmth spread through Chu Yue's heart. Biting her lip, she quietly asked, husband, why are you so good to me? Upon hearing this question, a hint of discomfort crossed Lu Xinghe's face. He turned his gaze elsewhere. You are my wife. If I do not treat you well, should I treat someone else well instead? Due to his averted gaze, Chu Yue did not notice the fleeting expression on his face. Hearing his answer, an inexplicable twinge of disappointment flickered within her. She thought to herself, if his wife were someone else, would he still treat her well? Though she realized this line of thinking was somewhat melodramatic and acknowledged that his response was not flawed, she could not shake off the awkwardness, which persisted throughout the journey. Leaving her silent for the next half-day, Lu Xinghe, having had no prior experience interacting with girls, remained unaware that his earlier comment had unsettled Chu Yue. He assumed her silence was a result of fatigue from walking and was secretly contemplating how, once the basket was emptied, she might be able to carry it for a distance. Ultimately, the two arrived at Nyodo village when the sun was high in the sky. Many households, upon seeing Chu Yue walking alongside a tall man, greeted her warmly. Arya, is this your man? Hearing the phrase your man, a flutter of excitement raced through Chu Yue's heart, and her sunburned cheeks grew even warmer. She lowered her head slightly and nodded, murmuring yes. So softly that one had to strain to hear. Upon hearing her response, the onlookers would exclaim, your man is truly handsome. Noticing the unabashed stares directed at Lu Xinghe, a wave of jealousy surged within Chu Yue, prompting her to grasp Lu Xinghe's hand and hastily lead him home. Finally arriving at her doorstep, she let out a sigh of relief. Lu Xinghe smiled slightly, brushing the sweat from her brow with his sleeve. Why are you running so fast? They want to eat you. While they wouldn't eat her, they would eat him, a thought Chu Yue refrained from voicing in Lu Xinghe's presence. The Chu family's courtyard was modest, and Zhao Chanhua, busy in the kitchen, had keen ears. As soon as they appeared at the door, she hurried out, calling, head of the family, Dashan, Arya has brought her husband home. Come out and greet the guests. Upon hearing the commotion, the family members quickly emerged from their respective rooms. When Chu Yuqian saw Lu Xinghe, a flicker of avoidance crossed his eyes. If he could, he would prefer not to interact with this man. As soon as Chu Dashan stepped outside and noticed the heavy basket in Lu Xinghe's hands, he rushed over to take it, laughing. You came, but why bring so many things? You're too polite. While speaking, he began to unpack the basket. And upon spotting the piece of meat nestled beneath the rice, he swallowed audibly, the sound clear even to Chu Yue, who stood a meter away. How embarrassing. Zhao Chanhua exchanged glances with Chu Yuqian, swiftly breaking the awkward atmosphere. Haha, look at me, standing around outside. Come in quickly, it's hot out here. Let us chat inside. She then turned to Chu Yuqian, saying, you take good care of your son-in-law, I'll go back to the kitchen. We don't have much to offer. So Arya and her husband can make do with a meal before they leave. All right, Chu Yuqian replied, gesturing for Lu Xinghe to enter. Son-in-law, please come inside. Sister. At that moment, Xiao Dao emerged from the room where she had been staying with Chu Yue, standing at the door and calling softly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anxiety. The rim slightly red, her little hands fidgeting restlessly. Chu Yue suppressed her emotions, glancing at Lu Xinghe and then at Chu Yuqian. I will go keep Xiao Dao company. Go on, Chu Yuqian waved his hand. Chu Yue took Xiao Dao inside, smiling as she ruffled her hair. Did you miss your sister? Xiao Dao nodded vigorously. Chu Yue knelt down, looking at her and asking softly, have you been well these past few days? She observed closely. Xiao Dao initially appeared ready to shake her head. But just as she was about to do so, she unexpectedly nodded twice. Xiao Dao is good, but I really miss my sister. Will you leave again when you return? Seeing the look of distress on Xiao Dao's face, Chu Yue felt a pang of sympathy but spoke truthfully, I will leave. I am getting married. And I won't be able to come back to see you often. Although she knew this was the truth. Hearing Chu Yue's words triggered an unbidden wave of panic within Xiao Dao. She clutched Chu Yue's hand, her voice quivering, then can my sister take Xiao Dao with her? Since childhood. Xiao Dao had been cared for by Chu Yue, from changing diapers to lulling her to sleep, from crawling to walking, and even learning to speak. She had never been apart from Chu Yue for a single day. Now, with Chu Yue leaving, her heart was filled with fear and insecurity. With tears welling in her eyes, Chu Yue gently embraced Xiaodao. Dear Xiaodao, I wish I could take you with me, but I cannot. You belong to father and mother. And they wouldn't allow me to take you away. How about I try to come see you more often? Upon hearing this, Xiaodao's tears fell instantly, her suppressed sobs causing her frail little shoulders to tremble incessantly. Seeing this, Chu Yue felt even more distressed, gently stroking her back to soothe her. Alas! If only the little girl were 7 or 8 years old, she would have no worries. Now, leaving her alone in the Chu household, one could only wonder what her life would be like. Once Xiaodao's emotions had stabilized somewhat, Chu Yue, as if performing a magic trick, produced a small paper pouch. She opened it to reveal 2 delicate pieces of cake. These pastries were what she had bought when she returned from the town 2 days prior. Having saved 2 pieces specifically for Xiaodao upon hearing that she would be visiting, Chu Yue took 1 piece from the pouch and placed it in Xiaodao's hand. Here. Try it. I specially brought this for you. Chapter 17. These shoes cannot be given to you. Chu Xiaodao had never tasted pastries before. It was only when her sister was present and their mother had stepped out that her sister stealthily retrieved a small jar of brown sugar hidden in a basket atop the rafters and dipped her chopsticks into it, allowing her to savor a tiny taste. That was the sole occasion she had indulged in sweetness. Fearing their mother's discovery, her sister dared only to let her lick the chopsticks. The exquisite flavor lingered in her memory, etched deeply within her. Now, gazing at the delicately patterned pastry in her small hands, the still sniffling Chu Xiaodao reached out to touch it gently. How beautiful it was! She then brought the pastry to her mouth, gingerly biting off a piece no larger than a mung bean, savoring its taste meticulously. The pastry was remarkably delicate. It melted in her mouth, its sweetness soothing the anxious heart of the young girl. She smiled at Chu Yue. Sister, it's so delicious. Chu Yue affectionately ruffled her hair. If you like it, then eat up, there's another piece for you. Chu Xiaodao shook her head. Sister should eat too. Such a delightful treat should not be enjoyed by just one. A warmth spread through Chu Yue's heart, and she replied with a smile, Silly Xiaodao. I can always bring you more. I've had my share already. These 2 pieces are yours. Hesitantly, Chu Xiaodao looked at her sister. Can Xiaodao save the other piece for later, when she is hungry? Upon hearing this, an inexplicable pang of sadness struck Chu Yue. Yet, she quickly suppressed her emotions. Did Xiaodao not realize their mother's disposition? After our lengthy conversation, she would surely assume I had given you something special, and when she discovers the pastries, not only will you lose them, but you might also be punished for indulging alone. It is said that children should not speak ill of their parents, but both of them had experienced the harsh realities within the Chu household. She did not wish to sow discord between Xiaodao and their parents, rather. She sought to shield Xiaodao from harm due to her own actions. Xiaodao's joy at tasting the pastry dimmed in light of Chu Yue's words. She nodded, lowering her head, tears plopping down as she consumed the first piece. She could not fathom why, despite her desire not to worry her sister, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Was it because she felt inadequate that her sister wanted to leave her? With one hand holding the pastry, Chu used the other to wipe her tears. If you keep crying, even if I have to leave, I will still worry about you. The 5-year-old girl took a deep breath, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, revealing a smile she believed to be radiant. Xiaodao won't cry anymore. Sister need not worry. Xiaodao will be all right. Suppressing her own heartache, Chu Yue extended the remaining piece of pastry towards Xiaodao. You are the best, Xiaodao. Eat this piece as well. Soon, mother will call us for dinner. Chu Xiaodao nodded, accepting the pastry and taking small bites. Earlier, during her tears, the flavor of the pastry had eluded her, but now, its sweet aroma enveloped her, finally calming her emotions. Come, children, it's time for dinner. Zhao Chanhua's voice rang out at an opportune moment. Chu turned to Xiaodao, wiping the crumbs from her lips and discreetly slipping her 2 copper coins. When I leave, give these to mother and tell her they are from me. She will surely understand that I wouldn't give you too much. Xiaodao nodded, pressing her lips together. When she looked up again, her watery eyes held a newfound determination. Chu smiled knowingly and led her out towards the kitchen. Lunch consisted of a watery porridge with barely a few grains of brown rice, likely due to Zhao Chanhua's reluctance to part with their scant supply. She had merely added more water to the original porridge meant for their family of 4. Additionally, in a rare occurrence, she had brought out some pickled vegetables, which she had personally prepared. Zhao Chanhua regarded Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe. Our family is not affluent. And we have little to offer. You both arrived in haste, so there's not much to entertain you with. Yue and Xinghe, please do not stand on ceremony. This was the best Zhao Chunhua could manage, and Chu Yue had no further objections. She glanced at Lu Xinghe, finding no trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes, which brought her a sense of relief. After the meal, Zhao Chunhua pulled Chu Yue aside into the house. Chu Yue was uncertain of her mother's intentions, though she suspected it was not a favorable conversation. Zhao Chunhua chuckled, adopting a somewhat ingratiating demeanor. Yeah, I heard that on your first day at Banpo village, your husband brought back a wild boar? Mother, your news travels fast, Chu Yue thought to herself, stifling a smirk. It was merely a young boar. After sharing with the neighbors, not much remained. Since she was already aware, there was no point in hiding the details, as it might lead her to believe they had gained a fortune. Zhao Chunhua expressed a blend of grievance and concern, as if they had been deprived of their own flesh. After all that effort to hunt a wild boar, why share it? With those benefits, couldn't you have brought more to your mother's home? A 20 or 30-pound boar would have served us well. Chu Yue clenched her fists, wanting to retort but ultimately refraining. Mother knows that the boar was brought home by my husband, and I have only just arrived at the Lu family. Where do I have the authority to make demands? Her tone was imbued with clear displeasure, and she knew that while others might not understand, her mother certainly did. Daily, she faced scorn directed at her father. People were wary of her, let alone offering favors. Finally, she muttered quietly, even if I wanted to benefit. The Lu family must have something to offer. That wild boar was sold, and the money went to my mother-in-law for medicine. Zhao Chunhua paused, momentarily taken aback, as she nearly forgot that Lu Xinghe had a mother who was perpetually in need of medicinal remedies. It was only natural for the Lu family to be cautious, given the less than reputable actions of the head of the household. If her daughter's father-in-law was of such character, she too would be wary. Suddenly, she found herself believing Chu Yue's words. Although her daughter was no longer the compliant child she once was, she remained tender-hearted, still leaning towards her maternal family. Zhao Chunhua's eyes flickered, and she asked, "What did you bring for Xiaodao during your time together? You didn't seem to have acquired much today, after all." Her dissatisfaction lingered. Chu Yue's gaze shifted slightly. "I have nothing special. I simply wanted to spend some quality time with Xiaodao after not seeing her for so long." Chu Yue's intentions were clear, and Zhao Chunhua perceived them well. She pressed her lips together, resisting the urge to scold her as she had in the past. After all, Chu Yue was now married and would eventually need to rely on her for support. Whatever Xiaodao received, she could simply inquire later. Then her gaze fell upon the new shoes adorning Chu Yue's feet. "Oh, you have new shoes. They look comfortable, but they seem a tad large. I have a pair of your old shoes at home. Why not let me try these on?" With that, she reached to remove Chu Yue's shoes. "It's been ages since I wore new shoes. You're certainly fortunate, my child." Chu Yue felt a surge of panic and instinctively pulled her feet back. "Mother, these shoes cannot be given to you." Zhao Chunhua's hand froze, her voice sharpening instantly. "You ungrateful girl, it's just a pair of shoes. How can you refuse your own mother? Is it wrong for a daughter to bring her mother something? This pair of shoes does not belong to me. They are my mother-in-law's," Chu Yue remarked. "Yesterday, while working in the fields, my shoes were taken from the ridge, and my mother-in-law kindly lent me hers. After all, I must return home, and it would be rather improper to do so without shoes. People would surely think that the Lu family mistreats their daughter-in-law." Noticing that Zhao Chunhua continued to fixate on her shoes, Chu Yue added, "I must return these shoes to her. How can I repay my mother if I keep them? Life is already challenging enough in the Lu household. I would prefer not to burden my mother further." Realizing there was no advantage to be gained from Chu Yue, Zhao Chunhua waved her hand in impatience. All right, your husband should be well rested by now. You ought to return early to avoid traveling at night." Chu Yue nodded and exited Zhao Chunhua's room. As she stepped out, Lu Xinghe was waiting for her beneath the eaves of the main hall. He hadn't eavesdropped intentionally. The conversation had been quite audible, and his keen hearing had caught every word. He understood that Chu Yue's incessant lamenting was merely a tactic to dissuade Zhao Chunhua from further inquiries. A pang of sympathy struck him as he reflected on the hardships she had endured in her previous home. Upon her emergence, he lifted the basket at his side and said, "Let us return home." Chu Yue hummed in agreement and glanced towards the door of Xiaotao's room, where the little girl stood biting her lip, her face etched with reluctance. Without uttering a word, Chu Yue smiled at her and hurried out of the courtyard alongside Lu Xinghe. Yeah. As they walked side by side, a familiar voice called out, Turning her head, she saw Wu Yong, the boy who had grown up next door, her childhood companion. Although not strikingly handsome, he possessed a clean and refreshing demeanor. Wu Yong? Aren't you studying carpentry in Lu Xinghe village? What brings you back? The boy hesitated before responding, casting a glance at the tall and handsome man beside Chu Yue before returning his gaze to her. Wu Yong was 2 years her senior and, at 16, had hoped to master carpentry while still young, intending to propose to the Chu family in a couple of years and build a life with Chu Yue. However, by the time he received word, she had already been sent to Banpo village by the Chu family. He had intended to retrieve her but was thwarted by his mother, who insisted that since Chu Yue had already been in the Lu household for a day, it would ruin her reputation for him to intervene. Thus, he had endured the pain in silence. Today, upon hearing she was returning home, he had skipped lunch and waited outside the courtyard, merely to catch a glimpse of her. I heard you got married? His expression was shadowed with gloom, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful demeanor. This unfamiliar sadness left Chu Yue feeling somewhat unsettled, as though she had become the heartless villain in their story. Yet, she was now married, and some truths could not be left to flourish in fantasy. Summoning her courage, she grasped Lu Xinghe's somewhat rough hand and nodded. Yes, I am married. Allow me to introduce you. This is my husband, Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe, feeling the soft warmth of her touch, reciprocated by enclosing her small hand within his. Observing their intertwined fingers, Wu Yong's expression flickered with hurt. After a moment, he managed a strained smile. Congratulations. Chu Yue nodded, her face tinged with a hint of regret. Thank you. However, I fear I cannot converse for long, or else I will return home in the dark. Wu Yong chuckled softly. You should head back. Take care on your way. Chu Yue nodded, quickly pulling Lu Xinghe to turn away. Yet, they had scarcely taken 10 steps when Wu Yong called out, Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow, turning to face Wu Yong. What is it? Take good care of my sister, or I might just come and take her back, he warned, raising his fist in a mock display of ferocity. Amused by the boy's antics, Lu Xinghe tightened his grip on Chu Yue's hand. Rest assured, you will not have that opportunity. With that, he led Chu Yue away. Wu Yong watched their retreating figures until they vanished from sight before turning back toward home, occasionally wiping his face with his sleeve. In the courtyard, observing the two figures moving further away, Xiao Tao approached Zhao Chanhua, extending her hand with a copper coin toward her mother. Mother, this is the money my sister gave me. I'm afraid I might not keep it safe. Please hold on to it. Zhao Chanhua smiled as she accepted the coin from Xiao Tao's palm. You are quite thoughtful, my dear. Did your sister give you only 1 copper coin? Xiao Tao nodded obediently. Sister said her life is not easy either. My brother-in-law only allows her 1 copper coin. Since it is too little to present to you, she asked me to keep it for snacks. A 5-year-old child would not lie. Zhao Chanhua felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing Xiao Tao's words. Clearly, life in the Lu household was not as easy as she had presumed. Perhaps she had misjudged Chu Yue after all. Once out of Wu Yong's sight, Chu Yue felt a bit embarrassed and tried to withdraw her hand, only to find Lu Xinghe holding it tightly. Resigned, she allowed him to keep holding it. They walked hand in hand past numerous houses in Nyodo village, drawing several ambiguous glances and whispers from onlookers. Did you hear about what happened with Chu Yuqian? The second girl is having a tough time after marrying over there. Just look how tightly her husband holds her. Indeed, walking hand in hand, they are quite affectionate. Truly enviable. As Lu Xinghe caught wind of the gossip, a slight smile curved his lips. Chu Yue, feeling the weight of their gazes, wished to leave the area as swiftly as possible, quickening her pace. Once they had exited the confines of Nyodo village and ventured into the mountains, Lu Xinghe finally released her hand, noting the blush on her cheeks, which suggested her embarrassment. Earlier, you mentioned that your neighbor, Uncle Wu, is a traveling doctor. Is that Wu Yong's son? Lu Xinghe inquired, maintaining a casual tone while keeping an eye on Chu Yue's reaction. Chu Yue nodded. Yes, he is 2 years older than me and has always looked out for me. Her relationship with Wu Yong was innocent and clear, and there was no need for concealment. Lu Xinghe had not spent much time with Chu Yue, yet he knew her character well enough not to dwell on it. It might be best to keep a distance from him. Hearing this, Chu Yue tilted her head and asked, Husband, are you jealous? For a brief moment, Lu Xinghe's gaze faltered, and he cleared his throat, rubbing his nose. No. Chu Yue responded with a playful "oh," not quite convinced. Then why do you want me to keep my distance from him? Lu Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling her hair. You are my wife. I would not allow you to grow too close to another man. Chu Yue pondered this, realizing the logic in his words, but feeling slightly embarrassed nonetheless. She had thought he might be jealous for her sake, but now she wondered if he merely thought her feelings were unfounded. Lost in her thoughts, she quickened her steps. Lu Xinghe was perplexed by Chu Yue's sudden haste to leave, persistently keeping pace with her while occasionally reminding her to slow down to avoid twisting her ankle. As they walked, Chu Yue inadvertently stepped on something, stumbling slightly and nearly twisting her foot. Lu Xinghe hurriedly stepped forward to steady her by the arm. Are you all right? He inquired. Chu Yue shook her head and glanced down, initially thinking it was a stone. Just as she was about to kick it away, she caught sight of a silver ingot glimmering under the sunlight, her eyes widening in surprise as she turned to Lu Xinghe. They exchanged a knowing look, and Chu Yue quickly bent down to pick up the silver ingot, inspecting it closely. Weighing approximately 10 taels, the ingot had accumulated some dirt in its crevices, indicating it had been there for quite some time, clearly an abandoned item. What piqued her curiosity was the inscription on the bottom, Nanyuan Treasury Silver, which caused her brow to furrow slightly. Although she did not fully grasp the implications of these words, she understood that such silver, marked by its origin, should not be misused, lest it bring trouble upon oneself. She handed the ingot to Lu Xinghe. Husband, take a look. As Lu Xinghe examined the ingot, his brow furrowed. This silver ingot appears to have originated from the treasury. To find such an item on a mountain path speaks volumes about this girl's extraordinary luck. Chu Yue, puzzled, inquired. From the treasury? Lu Xinghe nodded. Only silver ingots from the treasury bear the inscription Nanyuan Treasury Silver. This type of silver is primarily allocated for military salaries, official wages, royal expenditures, regional development, and disaster relief, and is seldom found in the hands of common folk. Chu Yue's expression turned regretful. So, according to you, we cannot use this ingot? Official silver is indeed off limits for personal use, be it commoners or officials. The misuse of official silver could lead to severe consequences. However, if we were to melt it down into small pieces, that would not pose a problem. Lu Xinghe returned the ingot to Chu Yue. Since it is an abandoned item, you should keep it safe for now. When the weather turns colder and we go to the kiln, we can melt it down then. Let's not let Mother know to spare her worry, and refrain from discussing it with others to avoid drawing attention. Chu Yue nodded, carefully concealing the 10-tael ingot within her sleeve. 10 taels is no insignificant amount. While honesty is a virtue, the ingot, once surrendered, would likely not reach its rightful owner. Given their family's financial struggles, it was prudent to keep it for their own use. After a brief delay, they continued their journey. As they walked, Chu Yue scanned the surroundings, eager to gather any herbs she might find. About halfway into their trek, however, the foot that had stepped on the silver ingot began to ache slightly, making it difficult for her to walk. Observing her uneven gait, Lu Xinghe promptly offered her the basket he was carrying. Take this. Chu Yue, confused, accepted the basket, only to see Lu Xinghe position himself in front of her and crouch down. Come on, I'll carry you. Chu Yue quickly waved her hands. No need. I can walk. Lu Xinghe glanced back at her. Your foot isn't suited for a long walk. Do you want me to carry you instead? Chu Yue hesitated momentarily before complying, resting her body against his back. It was indeed better to be carried, at least she wouldn't have to face him directly, alleviating some of the awkwardness. Lu Xinghe smirked slightly, effortlessly carrying Chu Yue as he traversed the mountain path with remarkable speed, even faster than when they had been walking together. Chu Yue nestled against his broad back, feeling the reassuring contours of his well-defined muscles, a sense of security enveloping her. A handsome and considerate man is difficult for a woman not to admire. Despite their modest circumstances, living a harmonious and uncomplicated life together was not without its merits. She suddenly realized that marrying into such a family, especially in a society where women's status was so low, was a blessing in itself. There was no need to agonize over matters of the heart, it would only seem trivial. With this thought, Chu Yue tightened her grip around Lu Xinghe's neck, resting her head on his broad shoulder, a faint smile gracing her lips. Noticing her gradually relaxed demeanor, Lu Xinghe's lips curled into a slight smile as he adjusted his pace, walking steadily yet swiftly through the mountains. Eventually, after a brief delay, the two returned to Bampo village just before sunset. Fearing the scrutiny of the villagers, she whispered, "Husband, could you set me down? It wouldn't be proper for others to see." However, Lu Xinghe had no intention of complying. It is only natural for a husband to carry his wife. Why concern ourselves with what others think? Upon hearing his response, Chu Yue felt her face flush with embarrassment. Just then, a voice called out from ahead. "Oh, what is going on here?" At that moment, Lu Xinghe had reached the village entrance, and the voice belonged to Wang Xuelan, who was washing wild vegetables just outside her kitchen. Chu Yue called out, "Grandma." Lu Xinghe continued, "Today, I accompanied Yaya back home, and she twisted her ankle on the way, so I carried her for a bit." Wang Xuelan quickly set down the basin. "Is it serious? If it's bad, be sure to see a doctor tomorrow." Chu Yue hurriedly shook her head. "It's nothing serious, just a slight twist, and I walked too far. So it aches a bit. A day or two of rest will suffice." At that moment, the commotion outside drew the attention of the household, and soon, Lu Xinghe's grandfather, as well as his uncles, aunts, and a throng of children came out. 20 pairs of eyes fixated on the sight of Chu Yue on Lu Xinghe's back. Chu Yue, not one for attention, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she leaned closer to Lu Xinghe and whispered, "Husband, you really should set me down. This is just the village entrance. We have a long way to go, and I don't want to be gawked at like a spectacle." Chapter 20. The Separation of the Lu Family. Lu Xinghe's lips curled into a gentle smile as he spoke in a tone only they could hear. "Don't worry. We'll take the back road to return." He then addressed the gathering crowd. "Grandfather, uncle, aunt, we're heading back now since Yaya's foot is sore. We'll bring her to see once she feels better." Lu Xinghe's grandfather, Lu Taixing, waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, make sure you both rest well." Lu Xinghe nodded and then departed with Chu Yue. Once they had left, the courtyard where Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan were gathered buzzed with chatter. "I thought it would be difficult for Xinghe to find a wife due to his temperament, but it seems that since that girl from the Chu family came in, he has changed quite a bit," commented his fourth uncle, Lu Shouqing, watching Lu Xinghe's retreating figure with intrigue. His eldest uncle, Lu Laifu, disagreed. "What good is that change? It just means there's another mouth to feed. Life may be even harder now." The second uncle, Lu Likai, nodded in agreement. "What the eldest brother says makes sense." Aunt Jiang Xiuqin chimed in softly, "How much can a girl eat? Perhaps someone will look out for this family, allowing Xinghe to focus on his work outside. Life may improve a little." Second Aunt Zhao Guiqin snorted dismissively. "That Chu girl doesn't seem industrious. She can't even walk a few steps without being carried. She's merely a decorative pillow of little help." "Indeed. She's just lucky. That day she happened to be with Xinghe when he brought home a wild boar. And now she thinks she's something special. Just wait, the hardships for the Yun family are still ahead," Aunt Tian Chunyan remarked, her expression brimming with schadenfreude. Lu Taixing gazed at his three sons and their spouses, a hint of impatience flickering across his face as he waved his hand dismissively. All right. Each of you is now a parent and a grandparent. There is no need to gossip behind others' backs all day long. Since Xinghe's family has already separated, you won't have to worry about feeding an extra mouth. Just take care of yourselves." His eldest daughter-in-law, Tian Chunen, rolled her eyes and hastily inquired, "Father, have you and mother reached a decision regarding the division of the family? At your age, it is no longer appropriate for you to shoulder the burden of this large family. We are all grandparents now, and it is quite unsuitable for so many people to be crammed together." Lu Taixing took a puff from his pipe and exchanged a glance with his wife, nodding slightly. "Yes, indeed. In the past 2 years, with grandsons being born one after another, the household had grown excessively crowded. His sons and their wives, even the grandsons, had begun clamoring for a division of the family, and some had even scouted potential new residences, merely waiting for the separation to occur so they could use their share to build new homes. Lu Taixing understood that once this family was divided, there would be no turning back. It might be better to let them separate, allowing him and his wife to enjoy a peaceful life together. Upon hearing Lu Taixing's response, everyone felt a surge of joy, their faces lighting up with delight, especially the granddaughters-in-law. Entering a household filled with so many people made it difficult for them to feel at ease. Lu Taixing wrapped his pipe and addressed his youngest son. "Shouqing, please visit your third sister-in-law's home and ask her to bring the children over tomorrow." Lu Shouqing nodded and set off towards Lu Xinghe's home. The others exchanged glances. And Tian Chunyan quickly asked, "Father, why are we inviting the Yun family over for the division?" Lu Taixing took another puff from his pipe. "When the third daughter-in-law's family separated, aside from the houses that you all helped build, they received nothing. This time, they should also have their share." Upon hearing this, the expressions of his daughters-in-law darkened. "Father, you must act with conscience. The third family has been separated for so many years, contributing nothing to the household. And with the third son gone for so long, why should they still receive a share? Tian Chunen protested. The second daughter-in-law, Zhao Guiqin, quickly chimed in, indeed, father. You cannot show such favoritism. When the third son was still with us, he was supported by our family to become a scholar. And we had hoped he would rise to prominence, allowing us to benefit from his success. Yet, in the end, we lost both talent and wealth. And he left us with such a mess. We have already shown him enough kindness. As the group began to murmur their dissent, reluctant to part with their hard-earned money and land, Lu Taixing raised his hand to silence them. Allow me to speak first. At last, the room quieted down. A flicker of pain crossed Lu Taixing's face. First of all, the third son was indeed capable. He became a scholar at a young age, saving our family from 12 years of taxes, which is no small sum. We all benefited from his contributions. Furthermore, while he was alive, did he ever shirk his responsibilities during busy farming seasons? And as for the Yun family, she has always worked hard without complaint, even taking on all household duties to support him in his studies. Now, she has raised their 3 children alone, becoming a significant contributor to our family. Even though the third son is gone, I still acknowledge her as my daughter-in-law. As he spoke, he patted his chest. You ask me why? I will tell you. Every child of ours is flesh of our flesh, blood of our blood. Why should some of you have while others do not? Hearing this, his children and their spouses lowered their heads in silence. Yet, each person ultimately thought of their own interests. Regardless of how difficult life was for the Yun family, it had no bearing on their current lives. They had their own lives to lead. Tian Chunen frequently cast sidelong glances at her husband. Lu Laifu, caught in his wife's gaze, had no choice but to muster the courage to ask, Father, it wouldn't be fair for them to receive the same amount as us, given that the third family has been separated for so long. At that moment, Wang Xuelan, having finished washing the vegetables, approached Lu Taixing. I have already discussed this with your father and understand that you might be dissatisfied. Tomorrow, the 3 families can choose the fields first. This arrangement should leave no room for objections. Upon hearing this, the matter was finally settled. As Lu Xinghe carried Chu Yue home, he startled Yun Suehe. What is going on? Why are you carrying her back? Xingfeng, quickly open the gate, he commanded. Lu Xingfeng hurriedly approached to open the door and took the basket from Chu Yue's hand, ushering them inside. Once in the courtyard, Lu Xinghe set Chu Yue down. After she stood, Chu Yue limped a few steps to a chair, rolled up her pants, and sighed upon seeing her slightly swollen ankle. It hadn't hurt much at the time, so why was it swollen now? She glanced at it briefly before quickly lowering her pants again. Chapter 21. If you can't walk, let your brother carry you. However, the swelling was evident to both Yun Suehe and Lu Xinghe. Yun Suehe frowned. Concern etched on her face as she looked at Chu Yue. How did your ankle get swollen? We should find a doctor to take a look. Chu Yue shook her head. Mother, it's nothing serious. I'll just apply a cold cloth for a while, and it should be fine by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe quickly fetched a cloth, dampened it, and handed it to Chu Yue. Apply it for now. Realizing it wouldn't be convenient to treat her foot outside, Lu Xinghe stepped forward and picked Chu Yue up, carrying her inside. This sudden action startled Chu Yue, causing her to let out a small gasp. Watching their retreating figures, Yun Suehe covered her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter, and her concerns eased considerably. Lu Xingfeng's gaze remained fixed on Lu Xinghe until he entered the room, his eyes lingering on the closed door. Noticing, Yun Suehe shot him a disapproving glance. What are you so curious about? Hurry and get to work. Dry the herbs and help Xing'an in the kitchen. Your sister-in-law probably just wore ill-fitting shoes, which is why she got hurt. You should continue making shoes for her. Lu Xingfeng chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. All right, mother. Cradled in Lu Xinghe's arms, Chu Yue felt stiff, her face burning with embarrassment. Once he set her down on the kang, Lu Xinghe reached for her foot, but she instinctively pulled it back. She took the cloth from his hand. I can do it myself. Understanding the girl's shyness, Lu Xinghe didn't press the matter. Then you apply it first. And I'll see if there's anything else that needs my assistance outside. I'll bring you dinner in a bit, so don't worry about getting up. Chu Yue nodded, her head bowed. Okay. Lu Xinghe gave her one last glance before exiting the room. Just then, Lu Shouqing arrived outside the courtyard. Xinghe, he called. Lu Xinghe looked up. Fourth uncle? What brings you to our home? He hurried to open the courtyard door. Is your mother here? He called into the house. Is third sister-in-law at home? Lu Xinghe, who had just put down her sewing after hearing the voice, stepped out of the house. Shouqing has come, she acknowledged. Lu Shouqing replied, third sister-in-law, father sent me to inform you that he wants you to take Xinghe and the other brothers to the old house tomorrow. Lu Xinghe wore a puzzled expression. What is it? Lu Shouqing sighed. It's about the division of the family. Recently, this matter has been persistently brought up by my elder and second sisters-in-law before our parents. Lu Xinghe was somewhat taken aback. Father has agreed to the division? Previously, when they had clamored for their in-laws to separate their household, father had been adamant against it, asserting that the family should remain united as long as their parents were alive. However, due to the incessant disturbances, he had ultimately relented. Now, with both elders still in good health, it seemed that the decision to divide was likely prompted by the relentless nagging of the elder and second sisters-in-law. Lu Shouqing nodded. Yes, today when the elder sister mentioned it, father acquiesced. However, even if we do separate, we should still live together with our parents. They are getting on in years, and I am not at ease with them living alone. Lu Xinghe quickly replied, that is certainly the case. They are nearing 60. It is only proper that someone is there to look after them. After Lu Shouqing finished speaking, he turned and exited the courtyard. I've delivered the message. Sister-in-law, remember to bring Xinghe and the others tomorrow. Lu Xinghe took a few steps towards the courtyard gate. Hey, Shouqing, why not eat before you leave? As Lu Shouqing walked away, he waved his hand dismissively. No need, there's food prepared at home. I won't trouble you, sister-in-law. Lu Xinghe rushed out from the kitchen, standing beside Lu Xinghe, gazing at his uncle's receding figure, and quietly asked, Mother, why are grandfather, grandmother, and uncle dividing the family? Haven't we already been separated? Lu Xinghe patted Lu Xingfeng's head. It matters not why they are calling us. If they invite us over, we shall go. You are all grandchildren of your grandparents, so whatever they offer, we shall accept without contention. In the end, there will be benefits. And you must continue to be filial to your grandparents. As she spoke, she sighed. Life is but a fleeting journey, rather than quarreling over trivial matters. It is better to live comfortably and find joy within. With that, she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lu Xingfeng responded with a half-understood "oh" and turned to go back inside. Chu Yue, having removed her shoes and resting with a cold cloth on her ankle, listened to the conversation outside, feeling a wave of emotions wash over her. Indeed, every family has its own burdens to bear. Before long, Lu Xinghe entered with a basin of cold water. He took the cloth that Chu Yue had been using and soaked it briefly in the water before wringing it out and placing it back on her ankle. Are you hungry? Mother is already cooking. I will bring your food shortly. Having only consumed a bowl of rice soup at noon and traversed such a long mountain path, the little sustenance in her stomach must have already been depleted. Chu Yue accepted the cloth and softly replied, It's no trouble. I'm not that hungry. But you. Having eaten so little at noon and carrying me all the way, you must be tired and hungry. Lu Xinghe squatted down and gently pinched the little girl's cheek. You still have the energy to worry about me? Is your foot feeling better? Gazing at his handsome face, Chu Yue felt her cheeks flush slightly, nervously swallowing. And no, it's not. Lu Xinghe chuckled and stood up. I'll go fetch you something to eat. After he left, Chu Yue covered her face, her heart racing wildly. Before long, Lu Xinghe returned with the food. A bowl of thick rice porridge, a small dish of fresh green vegetables, and a fried egg. Chu Yue stared at the egg in the bowl, her expression one of astonishment. I only need porridge and vegetables. You can give the egg to Mother. She needs the nourishment. Lu Xinghe placed the porridge and vegetables on the table and moved it to the side of Chu Yue's bed. This egg was specially fried for you by Mother. Just eat it. She anticipated you would refuse, so she even prepared a bowl of egg drop soup, so everyone can enjoy the eggs tonight. Chu Yue felt warmth in her heart upon hearing this. Please thank Mother for me. After a night's rest, Chu Yue awoke the next morning to find that the swelling around her ankle had subsided, leaving only a slight ache. She could walk without issue, as long as she avoided any sudden movements. After breakfast, the family prepared to head to the old homestead. Lu Xinghe looked at Chu Yue's foot with concern. Yeah. Do you think your foot can handle such a long walk? Before Chu Yue could respond, Lu Xingfeng interjected without a care. Well, Big Brother is strong. If you can't walk, let him carry you. Why worry, Mother? Lu Xinghe rolled his eyes. Xingfeng was being utterly thoughtless. He expected his mother to scold Lu Xingfeng, but instead, she simply nodded and said, That's true, as she proceeded towards the courtyard gate. Lu Xinghe was left bewildered. Chapter 22. The Division of the Family. 15 minutes later, the family arrived at the old homestead, greeted at the door by Lu Xinghe's wife, Jiang Xiuqin. The third sister-in-law's family has arrived. Yun Sueha entered with a smile. How have you been, fourth sister-in-law? Jiang Xiuqin smiled in return. What can be said? Life goes on as usual. At this moment, all the members of the first, second, and fourth households, including children and grandchildren, stood neatly in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yun Sueha arrive late, Zhao Xiuqin rolled her eyes and began with her cold remarks. The third sister-in-law is indeed quite the personage. She has kept our parents waiting for quite some time. We thought you weren't coming. Knowing her temperament and that today's gathering was about the division of the family, she was undoubtedly displeased. Thus, Yun Sueha chose not to engage with her. Sister-in-law, that may be too harsh. My health is not good and I cannot walk too quickly. So I apologize for keeping our parents waiting. With that, she cast an apologetic glance at Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan. She bit her lip. They were not actually slow. They had deliberately slowed down to accommodate her foot injury, yet it had inadvertently led to her mother being scolded by the second aunt. She intended to speak up but was held back by Lu Xinghe, who whispered in her ear, "Grandfather will handle it." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Taixing waved his hand. "No worries, your health is more important. Take your time." He then turned to Zhao Guijin. "If we want today's division to go smoothly, you should keep your comments to a minimum." Zhao Guijin felt stifled by her father-in-law's words and inwardly cursed him for being biased. Yet, even in her displeasure, she had to suppress her grievances for the sake of a smooth division. Meanwhile, Lu Ligai had been glared at by her several times, looking innocent as he scratched his head, pondering how he had become the target of her ire for merely being a bystander. Wang Xuelan turned to Lu Xinghe. "Xinghe, go inside and bring a chair for your mother." "All right." Lu Xinghe nodded and went inside, shortly returning with 2 chairs, one for Yun Sueha and another for Chu Yue. This little girl's foot is still injured, and she just walked such a long distance. She insisted on not letting me carry her. I wonder if her foot will hurt after we return. Because of this gesture, amongst all the grandchildren present, only Chu Yue took a seat, while everyone else, even those holding children, stood dutifully. The young wives glanced at their husbands and then at Lu Xinghe, not far away, suddenly feeling their own partners were lacking in comparison. Look at Lu Xinghe, handsome, literate, and caring towards his wife. How could the disparity among the grandsons of the Lu family be so vast? Some of the more tempestuous young wives even thrust their children into their husbands' arms, seeking a moment of respite for themselves. Originally, the aunts, who had planned to express their grievances, chose to remain silent in order to facilitate a smooth division of the family estate. However, upon hearing their grandchild wailing in rebellion at the hands of their sons, their brows furrowed so tightly one could imagine them capable of crushing a mosquito. Tian Chunyan glanced back and exclaimed with ire, "Can we not maintain some semblance of quiet? Do you still wish to divide the family?" Her outburst only served to frighten the little ancestor in her son's grasp, causing him to cry even louder. Zhao Guijin shot a glare at Tian Chunyan, retorting, "Sister-in-law, why must you make such a ruckus? You frighten my precious grandson into tears. Do you not realize how loud your voice is?" After enduring Tian Chunyan for so many years, she was unwilling to tolerate her any longer, especially now that the division was imminent. Tian Chunyan, refusing to be outdone, placed her hands on her hips and shot back, "You wretched woman, why are you yelling at me? I speak this way. You've known it for quite some time. If you're worried about scaring your precious grandson, perhaps you should have your son and daughter-in-law hold him at a distance." Lu Taixing frowned, striking the stone with his smoking pipe. "Every day it's the same clamor. Haven tea, we had enough? Can't we find some peace?" He gestured toward Jiang Xiuqin and Yun Sueha, saying, "Look, they are mothers as well. Why can't you learn from your younger sisters?" Tian Chunyan bristled at his words, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair, adopting the demeanor of a defiant pig not fearing boiling water. After all, their father favored others, always looking more kindly upon the Yun and Jiang families. Unlike them, who could do no right in his eyes, every action seemed a misstep, whether they learned from it or not. On this matter, Zhao Guijin found herself in agreement with Tian Chunyan. Indeed, their father's favoritism was as plain as day. "You all," Lu Taixing began, only to let out a deep sigh. "Well, we each have our own scales to weigh things in our hearts. If you think your old man is biased, so be it. Since we are dividing the family, you all should move out quickly to spare yourselves the sight of me, which seems to vex you." Throughout this exchange, Jiang Xiuqin and Yun Sueha remained silent, and the younger generation had no place to interject. Chu Yue, seated in the corner, noticed Lu Xinghe casting a glance at Wang Xuelan, who then emerged from the house with a pouch in hand. Upon seeing the pouch, everyone straightened in their seats. Here are 60 taels of silver. Your mother and I have grown old, and we lack the means to earn much more. We've kept a little for ourselves, and the remainder will be divided among your families, with each household receiving 15 taels. Do you have any objections? Given the equal distribution, the daughters-in-law had no qualms. And naturally, the sons echoed their sentiments. Father, we have no objections. Lu Xinghe nodded, signaling Wang Xuelan to distribute the silver. In front of everyone. The silver was divided clearly, each household receiving 15 taels. Holding her weighty share, Yun Sueha felt a rush of excitement. With this money, their family's life could improve. Next came the matter of the fields and the mountain. Lu Xinghe took a few puffs from his pipe and continued, our land consists of 6 mu of prime fields, 12 mu of medium fields, and a mountain of over 20 mu. Over the years, our family has worked diligently, and our medium fields are nearly indistinguishable from the prime ones. Your mother and I suggest keeping 2 mu of the prime fields near the village entrance for ourselves to cultivate a meager living, while the remaining 4 mu of prime fields will be divided among the families, and the 12 mu of medium rice fields will be split between 2 families, with the mountain going to 1 family. Tian Chunen's voice interjected at the opportune moment. Father, there are quite a few trees on that mountain that we originally planted together. How do you intend to handle those? Lu Xinghe took a puff of his pipe, his gaze momentarily vacant. I counted the trees there a few days ago. There are roughly 150. Give them another 2 or 3 years, and they will be mature enough to sell. Whichever family receives that forest will inherit the trees. Chapter 23. When used wisely, poison can also be a good medicine. Zhao Guiqin felt a jolt of alarm within. How can that be? Lu Xinghe cast her a glance. Why not? What is the worth of an acre of rice field compared to an acre of forest? Do the math yourself. The forest cannot provide sustenance. We must compensate in other ways. Wang Xuelan added, your father speaks the truth. The forest will require at least 2 or 3 more years to mature. And it's not particularly valuable timber. If you are envious, feel free to take the forest for yourselves. With this, everyone fell silent. They had not considered taking the forest. It could not provide food, and growing trees required many years before yielding a return. Why would they want it? If the harvest were good, their rice fields could soon surpass the income from selling timber. Tian Chunyan hurriedly asked, Father, Mother, you said yesterday that we 3 families could choose first. Is that still the case? Since we said it, we will stand by it, Lu Xinghe replied. Turning to Yun Sueha. Yun, your family has been away for so long. You haven't even by your parents' side. Today, as we divide the land, do you have any objections to letting the 3 families choose first? Yun Sueha smiled and shook her head. Whatever father decides is fine with me. The unexpected joy of receiving 15 taels was already a blessing. She had no further objections. Even if she ended up with the 20 mu of mountain land, she would accept it. Seeing Yun Sueha's thoughtfulness, Lu Xinghe felt a wave of comfort and quickly turned to Wang Xuelan. When it comes time to divide the chickens, make sure to give an extra one to the 3rd daughter-in-law's family. With the head of the family's word, Wang Xuelan readily agreed. Very well. Thus, the eldest and 2nd families each chose 6 mu of medium rice fields, the 4th family took the 4 mu of prime rice fields, and the mountain of over 20 mu fell to Yun Sueha's family. Gaining a mountain, albeit not vast, was still a source of joy. At least they could now say they had both fields and mountains. After the land was divided, Wang Xuelan went to gather chickens. Before Yun Sueha's family departed, they took 2 hens and a rooster, which had the elder and 2nd sisters-in-law gossiping behind their backs for quite some time. However, Chu Yue was overjoyed. When she had eaten eggs the previous night, she had contemplated raising a few chickens at home to produce eggs. She hadn't expected it to materialize so quickly. Upon returning home, Lu Xinghe hurriedly set up a space for the chickens in a corner of the yard to prevent them from scattering their droppings everywhere and making the yard foul. After securing the chicken enclosure and mixing mud, he, along with his brothers Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe, constructed a sturdy chicken coop using wooden planks and stones they had collected. This flurry of activity consumed the afternoon. By evening, once the mud on the coop walls had dried adequately, Lu Xinghe laid down a thick layer of rice husks to prevent dampness. Due to her foot injury, Chu Yue took a day to rest at home, with her family forbidding her from doing any work. Bored, she sought out Yun Sueha to learn needlework. However, Embroidery required both talent and patience. After a day of sitting, she was reluctant to endure another. Fortunately, by the third day, her foot had healed sufficiently, and after breakfast, she took a basket and accompanied Lu Xinghe and his 3 brothers into the mountains. "Sister-in-law, be careful, don't twist your ankle again," Lu Xinghe reminded as they walked. Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. "Can't you wish for sister-in-law to be well?" Realizing his words were inappropriate, Lu Xinghe stuck out his tongue. "I'm just worried about sister-in-law's foot." Looking at the 2 children, Chu Yue smiled. "It's all right, I appreciate your concern, Xinghe. I will be cautious." After walking for a while, they arrived at a slightly sparser thicket. Lu Xinghe suddenly pointed to a cluster of green plants not far away and asked, "Sister-in-law, is that wild vegetables?" Chu Yue followed his gaze, approached the patch of green foliage, and after crouching down to examine it, she shook her head and replied, "This is Pinellia ternata. It is a medicinal herb, and the entire plant is toxic, with the greatest toxicity concentrated in the roots and tubers. It cannot be consumed as wild vegetables." Lu Xinghe was taken aback. How can something toxic also be medicinal? That's precisely why they say, all medicine has a bit of poison. Medicine and poison have always been intertwined. If used correctly, poison can indeed be a good remedy. Chu Yue explained while using her small hoe to dig up the tubers of the Pinellia ternata and placing them in her basket. Lu Xinghe looked at Chu Yue. Assuming that she had gained such knowledge from being influenced by the itinerant doctor next door since her childhood. This implied that she had spent a considerable amount of time at the Wu family and had interacted extensively with Wu Yong. Moreover, her familiarity with medicinal herbs and pharmacology inevitably suggested that the old Wu family harbored some ulterior motives. Upon this realization, he suddenly felt a strange sensation wash over him. Lu Xinghe waved at Lu Xinghe, saying, "Elder brother, there are many here as well. Could you come and help dig?" "Sure," Lu Xinghe replied. He loosened the soil. While Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe were responsible for carefully extracting the small tubers from the earth. Before long, the entire patch of Pinellia ternata was harvested by the 4 of them. "Elder brother, why don't we take a look at our own mountain? We haven't been there yet. It would be good to familiarize ourselves with the route," Lu Xinghe suggested. Lu Xinghe nodded. All right. He led the 3 of them toward the piece of mountain allotted to them by their grandparents. The mountain was not far from the village entrance. And standing on the hillside, they could still faintly see their grandparents' old homestead. As they reached the spot, Chu Yue's attention was drawn to a plant growing not far from a large tree. The plant stood about calf-high, adorned with 5 whorls of palmate compound leaves. And at its apex, there was a cluster of bright red, flattened round fruits. Noticing the expression on Chu Yue's face, Lu Xinghe immediately inquired, "Sister-in-law, have you discovered something again?" This was his first outing with Chu Yue to forage for herbs, and he found her remarkable. It seemed as though there was no herb in the mountains that she did not know about. With excitement written on her face, Chu Yue swallowed hard. "If I'm not mistaken, I believe I found something valuable." Saying this, she walked toward the plant. The 3 brothers followed closely behind her, watching as she meticulously dug around the plant with her small hoe. "Sister-in-law, what treasure is this?" Lu Xinghe asked, his face full of curiosity. Lu Xinghe crouched down and reached for the small hoe in Chu Yue's hand. "Let me help you." Chu Yue did not object but cautioned. "Be careful not to damage its roots. If ginseng is harmed, it won't fetch a good price." Upon hearing it was ginseng, Lu Xinghe became even more cautious. "This is ginseng!" Lu Xinghe exclaimed, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Lu Xinghe was equally surprised. Lu Xinghe had always claimed that sister-in-law was lucky. But he had not understood how fortunate until now, encountering ginseng so casually was not something everyone could experience. "Hush!" Lu Xinghe raised a finger to his lips, lowering his voice. "Keep it down, we mustn't let it slip, or others might take notice." Chapter 24. 4th Aunt Seeks Assistance. Lu Xinghe shot him a glance. "I'm not foolish." "You're not particularly clever either," Lu Xinghe retorted, crouching to observe Lu Xinghe digging up the ginseng. Once Lu Xinghe had carefully unearthed the ginseng with its complete roots, fearing that placing it directly in the basket might damage the roots, she hurriedly produced a clean cloth from her bosom and delicately wrapped the ginseng before placing it on one side of the basket. Afterward, they dug up some wild vegetables in a hollow and returned home. As soon as they entered, before they could even set the basket down, a voice called from behind. "Third sister-in-law, you're back." Yun Sueha looked up to see Jiang Xiuqin approaching with a basket in hand. "How come you're here, sister-in-law? Come in and sit." Due to the presence of an outsider, Chu Yue temporarily placed the basket in the kitchen and returned with a cup of water for Jiang Xiuqin. Fourth aunt. Here is some water. Thank you. Jiang Xiuqin accepted the water and quickly drank it, returning the cup to her with gratitude. As she spoke, she retrieved a small pouch embroidered with orchids in a soft pink hue from her basket and handed it to Chu Yue. Since I've seen Yaya twice, but didn't he have the chance to speak, consider this a small gift from your fourth aunt. Uncertain, Chu Yue glanced toward Yun Suihe. Since it's your fourth aunt's kind gesture, you should accept it. Having received Yun Suihe's approval, Chu Yue accepted the pouch. Thank you, fourth aunt. Previously, Jiang Xiuqin had not known much about Chu Yue, but after this encounter, her impression of Chu Yue was quite favorable. Contrary to what the elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law had said about her. There's no need for formality, as long as you don't dislike it. Yun Suihe replied with a smile. Look at what fourth sister-in-law says. Your embroidery skills are excellent, and the pouch is exquisite. What girl wouldn't cherish it? Chu Yue smiled and went to put the cup away in the kitchen. When she returned, she had already tied the pouch to her waist. Jiang Xiuqin approached Yun Suihe and inquired with a smile, Third sister-in-law, I heard my little Wei mention that recently Xingping and Xing'an have been foraging for medicinal herbs. Is that true? This was not a secret. Medicinal herbs had been drying in front of their house every day, so Yun Suihe could not deny it. Indeed. When Yaya was at her parents' home, she learned a few medicinal herbs from the itinerant doctor next door and taught Xingping and Xing'an to recognize some. When they came across medicinal herbs while foraging for wild vegetables, they would bring them back to exchange for some money in town. Jiang Xiuqin was taken aback and looked at Chu in surprise. I didn't realize Yaya had such skills. Chu quickly waved her hand. Oh, it's nothing special. Jiang Xiuqin smiled. Being able to earn money is a skill in itself. She then turned her gaze back to Yun Suihe. Third sister-in-law. I want to beat around the bush. My little Wei and Yufang have also found a few types of herbs recently following Xingping and Xing'an. Neither my uncle nor I know anything about medicinal herbs, so we thought we could bring them to you for your help in identifying them. If we sell them in town, could you help us with that? This time, it was Yun Suihe who hesitated. She was not knowledgeable about medicinal herbs, and given that Jiang Xiuqin had just gifted a pouch to Chu Yue, it seemed rather ungracious to refuse. Therefore, she turned to look at Chu Yue. Yeah. What do you think? Chu Yue stepped forward. Could fourth aunt show me the medicinal herbs? Jiang Xiuqin hurriedly set down her basket and uncovered the blue floral cloth draped over it, revealing a neatly arranged assortment of herbs inside. Chu Yue moved the herbs to a shaded area under a nearby tree and carefully examined each one, determining that aside from a few plants that were not medicinal, the rest were indeed herbs. We will be going to town tomorrow. Among these, the sanchi is the only one of value. This basket could fetch about 300 to 400 copper coins. If fourth aunt trusts us, we could help sell it for you. Upon hearing that it could be sold for such a good price, Jiang Xiuqin was overjoyed and eagerly nodded. I trust you. It's definitely better than us, who know nothing about it. Upon finishing her words, she rose to her feet, entrusting the matter of selling medicinal herbs to Yaya and Xinghe. As there remained a multitude of chores awaiting her at home, Yun Suihe accompanied Jiang Xiuqin to the door before turning to join Chu Yue, who was diligently sorting the herbs. Yeah. There's truly no need for you to make a special trip to the town for the sake of your fourth uncle and aunt's family. Your foot has only just healed. How can you manage such a long journey? As Chu Yue collected the herbs into a basket, she eagerly pulled Yun Suihe into the kitchen, retrieving the ginseng wrapped in cloth with a barely contained excitement in her lowered voice. Mother, we unearthed ginseng on the mountain today. Yun Suihe was equally overwhelmed with joy. No wonder you mentioned going to town tomorrow, but your foot. Just then, Lu Xinghe entered the kitchen. Later, I will borrow the cart from Aunt Lin's family to take Yaya tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yun Suihe nodded in agreement. That sounds fine. After all, we need to sell the medicinal herbs and the soft-shelled turtles. Using the cart will make it more convenient. Make sure you all set off early tomorrow. And there's no rush to return in the afternoon. It's been scorching hot these days. The two nodded vigorously, understood, mother. Early the next day, Yun Suihe called Chu Yue into the house, presenting her with the newly made shoes. Here, try them on. Chu Yue stepped into them, the soles thick yet soft, fitting her perfectly, while the light purple uppers were adorned with delicate floral embroidery. Wearing them brought her immense joy. Mother, these shoes are truly beautiful. I have never worn such lovely shoes before. Thank you. I'm glad you like them, Yun Suihe replied, glancing at Chu Yue. Since her arrival, Life at home had improved day by day. Perhaps she truly was their lucky star. Chu Yue approached Lu Xinghe and quietly inquired, "Mother, have you been keeping up with those exercises these past few days?" Lu Xinghe cautiously looked outside, lowering her voice. "Indeed, I haven't missed a single day. It seems to be having some effect. These past few days, I haven't felt the heaviness while walking as I did before." Hearing of the initial results, Chu was quite pleased. "That's wonderful. Since you're gradually recovering, make sure to exercise in the courtyard during the cool of the day. After some time, I'll teach you a few more complex movements. When the opportunity arises, it would be best to find a skilled doctor to help you. Although your body has been injured for many years, it is mainly due to a lack of timely treatment and prolonged malnutrition that it has reached this state. Fortunately, you are still only in your early 30s. With proper care, you should be able to recover gradually." Seeing the positive outcome, Lu Xinghe readily agreed to whatever Chu suggested. "Very well, I shall follow your guidance." Chapter 25, Planning for the Future After Breakfast. Lu Xinghe removed 2 soft-shelled turtles from the slop bucket and placed them into a water bucket. He then loaded the bucket and the basket of herbs onto the cart and, alongside Chu Yue, pushed it toward the village entrance. As they passed by, they noticed Aunt Jiang Xiaoqin waving to them from her yard. On the way, Chu Yue, seated on the cart, turned to Lu Xinghe and said, "Husband, our family's situation has improved somewhat. Have you considered continuing your studies for the imperial examination?" Lu Xinghe appeared momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. How could he not desire that? He longed for the capability to uncover his father's whereabouts in the future. Yet, given their current circumstances, he felt uneasy without a man to shoulder the burden. Sensing Lu Xinghe's apprehensions, Chu Yue continued, "You need not worry about our home. I will gradually help mother regain her health. Xingping and Xing'an are of an age to begin their education. If necessary, we can rent a house in town and commute between the town and the village, allowing us to stay together while you manage both the household and your studies." Lu Xinghe considered this suggestion and found it quite reasonable. They say one should leverage their environment. Wouldn't that leave our family without a source of income? However, Chu held a different perspective. "What do you think of this year's harvest?" "Not good," he replied. "Only in Banpo village are there a few trees, and the ponds still hold some water. Elsewhere, the land is parched." Chu continued, "With the poor harvest, there will be little yield from the fields. Yet taxes still need to be paid. The peasantry living off their land will find themselves short on funds, and as winter approaches, those struggling to make ends meet will inevitably sell their land. In such years of famine, the price for land will naturally be low. We could acquire these fields and rent them out next year, generating a substantial income from the rents alone." Though she left the next part unsaid, Lu Xinghe could already surmise her thoughts. He gazed at her in surprise. "Your mind is quite clever, isn't it?" Chu smiled at his compliment, her face glowing with a hint of pride. Their shared meals and living arrangements had allowed them to grow familiar, even exchanging playful banter from time to time. Observing her radiant smile, Lu Xinghe shook his head in resignation. "You certainly have a multitude of ideas." "That's not all," Chu continued. "Didn't T and 4 come by yesterday asking us to sell the medicinal herbs for her? I was thinking that we needn't dig for herbs ourselves every day. We could collect them from the villagers instead." Lu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. "Collect herbs?" "Yes," Chu grasped the basket on the cart. "Consider this. Finding precious herbs like ginseng is largely a matter of luck, while most herbs are quite common and not priced highly by the pharmacies. If we gather them and sell them to the pharmacies, wouldn't we earn a more reasonable profit? The villagers, lacking knowledge about herbs, might not fetch a good price when selling them themselves." With this new perspective, Lu Xinghe smiled. "That's true. We could return to the village every fortnight or month to collect herbs and then sell them in town." He then turned to Chu Yue. "However, if we gather a substantial amount, relying solely on our 2 legs will not suffice. We need to rush into this. Moving to town will likely be a matter for next year. Given the poor harvest this year, let us first endure through it." As she spoke, Chu Yue's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Husband, since we aren't in a hurry to return today, shall we visit the dentist if time permits?" Seeing the gleam in her eyes, Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. "Very well." The two chatted and laughed along the way, with Chu Yue occasionally hopping off the cart to assist Lu Xinghe in pushing it. After an hour, they finally arrived in the town. Due to the presence of ginseng, they headed straight to Chen's pharmacy upon reaching Nanping town. Today, the pharmacy was particularly bustling, as a doctor was in attendance. The 2 attendants behind the counter were busy filling prescriptions, appearing somewhat flustered. "Chen, The proprietor they had encountered previously was sweating profusely while calculating with an abacus. He glanced up and, upon recognizing Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe, paused momentarily as if recollecting something before setting the abacus aside. Have you both come to sell medicinal herbs today? Lu Xinghe carried the basket into the pharmacy while Chu Yue surveyed the lively scene within. Mr. Chen, do you have a moment to speak? As she spoke, she carefully opened the basket, revealing the ginseng inside. Upon seeing it, the proprietor's eyes widened in astonishment. Just moments ago, someone had urgently sought to purchase ginseng at a high price, yet such precious herbs are often elusive, and his stock was depleted. Now, serendipitously, someone had brought him a supply. Mr. Chen beamed with delight as he hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, gesturing invitingly towards the backyard. Please, ladies, do come in. As Lu Xinghe accompanied Chu Yue to the rear courtyard, she carefully retrieved the ginseng from the basket. Mr. Chen, this is not my first visit to your establishment. Please take a look and assess the quality of my ginseng. Mr. Chen examined the ginseng with meticulous attention. After a moment, he remarked, "This ginseng has 7 lobes, indicating it is approximately 10 years old." Chu Yue nodded, finding his assessment to be on par with her own. Please offer a fair price, Mr. Chen. With a smile, Mr. Chen replied, certainly. Ginseng is indeed a rarity these days, especially in such pristine condition. For a 10-year-old specimen, I can offer this amount. As he spoke, he raised a hand. 50 taels. Chu Yue felt a surge of joy and exchanged a glance with Lu Xinghe, nodding in agreement. Very well, Mr. Chen. Now let us take a look at the other medicinal herbs. Having secured the ginseng, Mr. Chen, eager to conclude the transaction, said, "It is quite fortuitous that you both have come today. I am currently preoccupied, and these other herbs are likely of common variety. So shall we simply settle on 2 taels of silver for all?" Seemingly anticipating any objection from Chu Yue, he quickly added, "You both understand that if we were to itemize, it would likely amount to less than 2 taels." Chu Yue retrieved the 3-7 herb that her aunt had given her the previous day from the backpack. Mr. Chen, it is not that I am being stingy, however. This basket contains another 3-7 herb, and settling for 2 taels would indeed leave us at a disadvantage. Mr. Chen paused, realizing his oversight. In that case, how about 2.5 taels? Any more than that would incur a loss on my part. Chu Yue smiled and nodded. Very well. Then 2.5 it is. The two of them placed the 52 taels of silver from Chen's apothecary into the backpack carried by Lu Xinghe, while the additional 501 were secured in the basket Chu Yue carried. Chapter 26. Life and Death. Just as they emerged from the courtyard, Chu Yue noticed a maid dressed in a hurry rushing into the apothecary. Is Dr. Zhu here? I beg you, save my mistress. Dr. Zhu, who was attending to other patients, wore an expression of distress. My dear lady, did I not make myself clear earlier? I am not a midwife. Even if I were to go, I would be powerless to assist, especially with so many awaiting treatment. In the kingdom of Nanyuan, it is traditionally considered taboo for male doctors to attend to childbirth, making the expertise of an experienced midwife particularly crucial. The maid fell to her knees before Dr. Zhu, pleading tearfully, "Doctor, I implore you, my mistress has already fainted. They say a healer must possess a compassionate heart. Please, just take a look." Dr. Zhu sighed. Given your mistress's condition, what can I possibly do? At that moment, the queue of patients began to murmur, Dr. Zhu, we are not in dire straits. We can afford to wait. Perhaps you could attend to this young lady's request first? With this encouragement, Dr. Zhu turned to Mr. Chen, who had just exited the courtyard. Old Chen, what do you think? Mr. Chen, fiddling with the ginseng he had just received from Chu Yue, replied, in that case, Dr. Zhu, you should go. There is no need to feel pressured, just do your best. I doubt Mr. Huang would hold it against you. With a reluctant sigh, Dr. Zhu began to gather his medical kit. Intrigued, Chu Yue approached the maid. Sister, what troubles your mistress? Is she facing complications in childbirth? Though the young maid appeared younger than Chu Yue, she showed no signs of disdain, wiping her tears as she replied, My mistress is experiencing a difficult labor. The child has not yet arrived after 3 days. She has just collapsed from exhaustion. The midwife said that if the child does not come soon, both mother and child may be at risk. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Yue felt compelled to accompany them. She turned to Lu Xinghe. My dear, are you familiar with Mr. Huang? He is a great benefactor, having once been a classmate of my father. It is a pity. Lu Xinghe's tone carried a hint of regret. Indeed, he must be experiencing the joy of fatherhood in his later years. Determined, Chu resolved, "My dear husband, would it be acceptable for you to go to Huayulu alone? I wish to accompany Dr. Zhu to Mr. Huang's residence." Lu Xinghe hesitated, concerned for her safety. "If you wish to go, I can accompany you. We can attend to Huayulu later. However," he added, glancing at her quizzically, "what can you, a young maiden, possibly do there?" In a hushed tone, Chu replied, "My luck has been favorable lately. Perhaps my presence will help ensure a successful delivery for Mrs. Huang. While I may lack confidence in traditional medicine, I have some practical experience in surgery. Should I succeed, not only could I save 2 lives, but it may also provide us protection from Mr. Huang in the future." Lu Xinghe pondered her reasoning and found merit in her words. "Very well, let us proceed. After all, he is my father's contemporary, and I have seen him on a couple of occasions. In the past, he has done much good for the people. If your visit could bring them fortune, it would indeed be a benevolent connection." Delighted, Chu took Lu Xinghe's hand, and they hurried out of Chen's apothecary, pushing the cart in the direction the maid and Dr. Zhu had taken. Considering the urgency of the situation and Dr. Zhu's advanced age, the maid had brought a sedan chair. The bearers moved swiftly, and in less than 15 minutes, they arrived at Mr. Huang's residence in Chiyun Alley, a street home to several prominent families within Nanping town. The sedan chair carrying Dr. Zhu came to a stop in front of the first house on the left. The maid, anxious to assist, quickly lifted the curtain of the sedan and helped Dr. Zhu alight. At that moment, the occupants of the Huang residence seemed to have heard the commotion and hurriedly opened the door. "Dr. Zhu, you have finally arrived." Still disoriented from the bumpy ride, Dr. Zhu was pulled from the sedan by the maid and was about to follow several servants into the Huang residence when a voice called from the alleyway, "Dr. Zhu, wait." Turning towards the sound, they saw a young man and a girl hastening towards them, pushing a cart. Dr. Zhu, puzzled, asked, "Who are you?" Chu quickly responded, "Dr. Zhu, do you not remember us? We are the ones who just delivered medicinal herbs to Mr. Chen. Seeing that you might find it challenging to conduct your work, Mr. Chen specifically asked me to assist you." Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhu waved his hand. "What are you waiting for? Lives are at stake. Quickly, follow me inside." "Certainly," Chu exclaimed, hurrying up the steps. As she entered, she turned to the steward by the door and said, "Good sir, the one pushing the cart is my husband. It is quite hot outside. May I request that he be allowed to enter and wait for me?" The steward nodded promptly. "Of course, young lady. Please, do proceed with Dr. Zhu." Though her clothing was tattered, it was clean and modest, and the Huang family did not look down upon her appearance. Observing Chu Yue's flustered demeanor, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Even at such a time, this girl still remembers to think of me. However, it was precisely due to Chu Yue's unwavering sincerity that a warmth blossomed within Lu Xinghe's heart. After watching Chu's figure fade from view, Lu Xinghe finally halted the cart in a corner and entered the Huang residence alongside the steward. Chu accompanied Dr. Zhu and a maid named Xiaolian to the backyard, entering a courtyard known as Yimei Garden. It is no wonder that wealthy families in ancient times were so particular. Chu felt that the flora within Yimei Garden was far more exquisite than what ordinary folk experienced. A middle-aged man, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, rose from a stone bench upon the doctor's arrival. "Dr. Zhu, you have finally come. I implore you to save my wife and child." Dr. Zhu hastily returned the salutation. "Mr. Huang, let me first assess the condition of your wife," he replied. "This way, please." Mr. Huang gestured towards the interior of the house. "Xiaolian, quickly lead Dr. Zhu inside." "Yes, my lord." Xiaolian curtsied and hurriedly assisted Dr. Zhu towards the room where the expectant mother was laboring. Chu silently followed behind, contemplating the situation and potential emergency responses she might need to employ. Upon entering the room, they found a woman lying on the bed, her complexion ashen and her breath faint, as if she might slip away at any moment. Her abdomen was notably distended, tightly swathed in a thin quilt due to the presence of a male child. Chapter 27, Caesarean Section. Chu furrowed her brow on such a sweltering day. Even an ordinary person would struggle to endure being wrapped in a quilt like that, let alone a woman in such a precarious state. She quickly approached and loosened the quilt around Mrs. Huang, ensuring that she could breathe more easily. The midwife and maid attempted to intervene, but Dr. Zhu raised a hand. "What she has done is correct. Mrs. Huang is already struggling for breath, and your tight wrapping only exacerbates her distress." Observing Chu Yue's deft actions, Dr. Zhu began to understand why Manager Chen had entrusted her with this task. Though she was young, she exhibited remarkable intelligence and potential. Xiaolian hurriedly brought a stool and positioned it beside the bed, taking Mrs. Huang's hand and draping a cloth over it for Dr. Xu to take her pulse. After a moment, Dr. Xu shook his head. It is dire. I can only administer acupuncture to rouse her, but having endured 3 days of labor, her vitality is severely depleted. Even if she awakens, it is unlikely she will endure until the delivery concludes. With that, he let out a heavy sigh. He knew, even if he arrived, it would likely be in vain. Childbirth was akin to traversing the gates of hell. After 3 days without progress, the outcome was all too predictable. Outside, Mr. Huang, having overheard Dr. Zhu's words, urgently interjected, I beseech you, Dr. Zhu, to do everything in your power to save my wife. I can no longer bear to think of the child. All I desire is for my wife to be safe, and I shall be forever grateful. Dr. Zhu's expression was troubled. It is not that I do not wish to assist. Before he could finish, Chu Yue, who had just palpated Mrs. Huang's abdomen, raised her head. Dr. Zhu, have you heard of the cesarean section? Dr. Zhu's eyes widened in alarm. Cesarean section? His demeanor shifted to caution. I have heard my master mention it, but it is exceedingly perilous and thus has not been practiced. It may not be advisable. I just examined Mrs. Huang's belly. The child within is sizable. It will be difficult for her to deliver naturally. The best course of action is indeed a cesarean section, which might offer a glimmer of hope. After a brief pause, Chu Yue added, yet, as you mentioned, this method is fraught with danger. With luck, both mother and child may survive. Without it, she trailed off, glancing towards the door. Given Mrs. Huang's critical condition, it was uncertain whether Mr. Huang would be willing to take such a risk. The midwife had already warned him that the child was too large for a safe delivery. Now, this young woman seemed to grasp the crux of the matter, revealing herself to be quite capable. Mr. Huang pondered briefly before making a resolute decision. Very well. I entrust everything to you and Dr. Zhu. Whatever you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Chu Yue enumerated the instruments she had mentally prepared for this moment. A small, sharp dagger, a clean pair of scissors, alcohol and thread, boiled and cooled water, and clean cotton cloth. If there were any hemostatic powder available, that would be even better. The ancient remedy had properties for stopping bleeding and preventing infection, making it ideal for use on wounds. Outside, Mr. Huang nodded vigorously. We have everything. Steward, quickly fetch the items the young lady requires, and while you're at it, bring that treasured bottle of hemostatic powder from the storeroom. Inside, Dr. Zhu gazed at Qi with trepidation. Child, a cesarean section is no trifling matter. 2 lives hang in the balance. Qi replied softly, I share your fear, but do we have a better alternative? If there is a chance, we must seize it. What if we succeed? Dr. Zhu regarded her with astonishment. You, child, how can you be so audacious? Then he inquired. Did you plan for those items to be prepared by Mr. Huang from the outset? Qi nodded. Mrs. Huang has been in labor for 3 days. She must be utterly exhausted. We must be ready for the worst. Although Dr. Zhu found Chu Yue's reckless boldness somewhat unsettling, he could not deny that her suggestion of a cesarean section was indeed the best option available. Even if the mother could not be saved, at least the child might have a chance. However, Dr. Zhu evidently overestimated his own resolve as he grasped the dagger and approached Mrs. Huang. He felt faint and nearly collapsed. Chu Yue and Xiaolian rushed to support him, preventing him from falling to the ground. Trembling, Dr. Zhu exclaimed, I cannot do this. Seeing this, Chu Yue bit her lip. There is no other choice. I shall take over. She then turned to Xiaolian. Sister Xiaolian, will you assist me? Though Xiaolian was uncertain of Chu Yue's capabilities, her previous instructions had given her an impression of Chu Yue's remarkable skill. All right. With no better option at hand, they prepared for the impending procedure. Mrs. Huang's bed had been raised significantly, facilitating the upcoming cesarean section. Chu Yue cleansed her hands and rubbed them with alcohol for disinfection before approaching the bed with the alcohol-coated dagger. As Mrs. Huang was now unconscious and had endured 3 days of labor, it was likely that she would not require a sedative and would not experience significant pain. With a swift motion, Chu Yue made the incision, her technique impressively adept. She quickly instructed Xiaolian to use clean cotton cloths to absorb the blood. During the process, Mrs. Huang seemed to sense the pain and briefly opened her eyes. Upon hearing Xiaolian's soothing words, she slipped back into unconsciousness. After a quarter of an hour, the child was successfully delivered. However, the infant emerged with a bluish hue and did not emit a cry. This was likely due to the prolonged confinement within the womb. The midwife skillfully angled the child's head downward and gently patted its back. As the amniotic fluid flowed out, the baby began to wail. The midwife sighed in relief. Thank heavens, the child is saved. After the child was removed, Chu Yue remained diligent, extracting the placenta and meticulously cleaning the blood and fluid from the abdominal cavity with clean cotton cloths. She then disinfected the area with alcohol before taking the needle and thread Xiao Lian handed her, deftly and carefully suturing the incision layer by layer. To avoid complications during future removal of the stitches, she refrained from stitching too tightly, leaving the ends of the threads exposed for easy extraction. As each layer was meticulously sutured, she applied ointment along the incision of that very layer. The entire process was executed with utmost care and precision, as if even the slightest mistake could prove catastrophic. Once Dr. Zhu regained his composure, he hesitated to draw too near, aware that Madame Huang was a woman. Yet, observing Chu Yue's calm demeanor, he found himself puzzled. The expression on the young girl's face suggested familiarity with such procedures, but considering her age, he promptly dismissed the notion. It was unlikely. He had merely heard his master speak of cesarean sections. Under ordinary circumstances, no one from a common family would dare put her at such risk. However, this girl possessed a certain skill, perhaps born to thrive in such endeavors. As 2/4 of an hour passed, the incision on Madame Huang's abdomen was finally sutured. Chu Yue disinfected the wound with white wine, applied the ointment, and then wrapped the injury in gauze. As she completed the bandaging and rose to her feet, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Both mother and child were safe. If they could endure the night ahead and ensure proper care for the wound, there would be no significant concerns. Xiao Lian gazed at Chu Yue with a face full of admiration. What shall we do next? Chapter 28. A Great Favor. Throughout the night, Madame Huang must not be left unattended. Her body temperature should be monitored closely. Should she develop a fever, a cloth dampened with water should be used to cool her down. The wound must be treated with medicine both morning and night. If Madame Huang awakens successfully by the following day, she should be in the clear, though she may experience pain upon waking. She must be cautious to avoid tearing the stitches. If all goes well, she can be assisted out of bed to take a few steps after 3 days, which will aid in her recovery. I shall return in 7 days to remove her stitches. After imparting a series of important instructions to Xiao Lian, Chu Yue turned her gaze back to Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, I must trouble you to prepare an antidote soup for Madame Huang to prevent infection. A small amount should be taken before the gas is expelled, and then the regular dosage thereafter. She could not recall the exact recipe, but was aware of such a medicinal brew, primarily used for alleviating inflammation and fever, which was exactly what Madame Huang required. With no Western medicine available, they could only rely on traditional Chinese remedies. It was certainly better than having nothing at all. As for whether Madame Huang would pull through, that depended on her own resilience. Dr. Zhu nodded eagerly. Very well. He was not surprised by Chu's knowledge of the Huanglian antidote soup. Given that she supplied Chen's pharmacy with medicinal herbs, it was clear she possessed an understanding of herbal medicine, which was not unexpected. Having completed these tasks, Chu noticed her stomach growling from hunger. Since matters concerning Madame Huang have been resolved, I shall take my leave now. My husband is still waiting outside. It felt as though a brief moment apart had stretched into an eternity. Xiao Lian hurriedly escorted Chu Yue out of the room and then recounted her actions to Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang gazed at Chu Yue with profound gratitude and clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks. Today, I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention, which has preserved the lives of my wife and child. Chu Yue turned slightly and waved her hand dismissively. Mr. Huang, there is no need for such formality. I merely acted by chance, and it is your good deeds and virtuous nature that have allowed Madame Huang and the young master to escape calamity. However, tonight is crucial. If she can survive this night, she will be safe. Please ensure a doctor remains in your household to watch over her. Despite being well off, Mr. Huang had no concubines. Only Madame Huang as his sole wife, and their bond was exceedingly strong. Even after many years of marriage, he had never taken another. He was indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty. At that moment, Dr. Zhu emerged from the room, having prepared the prescription. Mr. Huang waved his hand, and soon after, the steward approached with a tray. Lifting the red cloth covering the tray revealed 4 gleaming silver ingots. He addressed the 2 of them. You both are great benefactors to my Huang family. I have no way to repay you, but I hope you will accept these 200 taels of silver. Should you encounter any difficulties in Namping Town in the future, you may always seek me out. Though I am not a high-ranking official, I can still speak a word or two here. Dr. Zhu quickly waved his hand in protest. I must humbly admit, the successful delivery of the young master today was entirely due to this young lady's efforts. I truly did not contribute much, and I cannot accept this silver. At the very least, you should send someone to settle the consultation fee with Chen's pharmacy. Mr. Huang clasped his fists in gratitude. Then I shall trouble you to make this trip, Dr. Zhu. You are too kind. I bid you farewell. After Dr. Zhu spoke, he nodded slightly to Chu Yue and departed with his medicine box. Mr. Huang personally received the tray from the steward's hands and offered it to Chu Yue. Please, do accept this. Chu Yue did not refuse. After all, one should not turn down a token of gratitude, especially when it was well-deserved. She reached out to take the tray and gracefully bowed. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang waved his hand. There is no need for formalities, young lady. This is merely a trifle compared to the lives of my wife and child. From now on, you shall be considered a valued guest of the Huang family. May I inquire your surname and place of residence? Seeing her hesitate, he quickly explained, there is no need for concern. It is primarily because my wife has yet to awaken. Knowing your whereabouts will allow us to find you promptly should anything arise. Moreover, I merely wish to know the name of my benefactor, with no ill intent. Understanding his reasoning, Chu replied, my surname is Chu, and my husband's surname is Lu. We reside in Banpo village, which is quite far from the town. If anything were to happen to Madame Huang, it would be more convenient for you to seek Dr. Zhu. She added, I am merely bold. Dr. Zhu is the true physician. Mr. Huang found the young lady both intriguing and sincere. You are quite modest, my lady. Chu smiled shyly. I merely speak the truth. My husband is still waiting outside, so I shall not impose further. I bid you farewell. Mr. Huang nodded and turned to the steward. Please see Miss Chu out. Yes, my lord. The steward led Chu away from the Ime courtyard. Miss, how about we send a carriage to Banpo village to fetch you in 7 days? Chu hesitated, saying, wouldn't that be too much trouble? After all, I am the one who received payment for my services. The steward swiftly shook his head. There is no need for such politeness. It is a quick journey from Namping Town to Banpo village. It is no trouble at all. After contemplating, Chu replied, then in 7 days, please have the carriage wait at the village entrance. I will be there before the hour of Chen. She preferred to avoid drawing too much attention. The steward did not anticipate her modesty, but it only enhanced his favorable impression of her. Truly capable individuals never feel the need to flaunt their abilities before others. On the way, Chu tucked the 200 taels of silver into her pocket and returned the tray to the steward. Upon seeing her husband, Lu Xinghe, waiting for her in the pavilion, she smiled and ran toward him. Husband! In her haste, she failed to notice a small protruding pebble and nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe was quick to catch her. Why are you so careless? His tone held more concern than reprimand. Chu stuck out her tongue, lowering her head as she softly replied, I was just so happy to see you. Lu Xinghe could only shake his head in exasperation as he supported her and led her out of the Huang residence. Are you hungry? Let us find something to eat first. Chu nodded with a smile. Yes, let us. The steward accompanied them out of the Huang residence, watching as they departed from Qiyun Alley before closing the gate. After such a series of events, the afternoon had already set in, and the noodle shop was rather empty. The two of them found a corner seat to settle down. Chu Yue, feeling discomfort from the wait, wrapped several hefty silver ingots in a handkerchief and handed them to Lu Xinghe. My dear husband, it would be more prudent to keep this with you. Upon receiving the substantial silver ingots, Lu Xinghe was taken aback. Did Mr. Huang give you this? Chu Yue nodded and replied softly, Madame Huang successfully gave birth, and Mr. Huang presented me with this sum. As she spoke, she discreetly raised 2 fingers. Observing her cautious demeanor, Lu Xinghe affectionately ruffled her hair before placing the silver in the basket beside him. Chapter 29. Buying books after enjoying their noodles. The two rested for a brief moment in the shop before heading towards the Flower Rain Pavilion. Passing by the Wangcheng bookstore, Chu reminded Lu Xinghe to wait. She retrieved some loose silver from the basket, darted into the bookstore, and purchased the book Chronicles of Various Nations, which he had inquired about last time, along with some rice paper and ink, spending a total of 5 taels of silver. Now that she had earned some money, she felt justified in making such purchases. When Chu excitedly handed these items to Lu Xinghe, he felt a surge of emotion rather than elation. This girl, having earned her first wage, chose not to indulge herself, but to remember his previous inquiry about the chronicles of various nations. Gripping the books and ink tightly, Lu Xinghe looked at her and said, "Thank you." Chu Yue gazed back at him, a mix of surprise and heartache in her eyes. "We are family. My dear husband need not thank me." With that, she moved towards the cart, preparing to push it. Lu Xinghe secured the items in the basket and turned to lift the cart's handles. "Allow me. The roads in the city are smooth. I can manage alone. You can simply follow along." As they had done previously, they headed directly to the back courtyard of the Flower Rain Pavilion. Since it was past mealtime, the establishment was not busy, and the manager soon appeared. "Oh, have you caught more game?" Lu Xinghe set down the water bucket he was carrying. "I stepped on a couple of soft-shelled turtles in the fields. Do you accept them?" The manager looked down and saw the plump turtles, nodding eagerly. "Indeed, we do. These turtles are a rare delicacy." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Since you two are regulars, I want to beat around the bush. For both turtles, I can offer 800 won. How does that sound?" Chu Yue was somewhat perplexed and glanced towards Lu Xinghe for guidance. He nodded, agreed. 800 won for 2 turtles was a fair price. Elsewhere, they would be hard-pressed to sell them for 600. After settling the transaction, and as dusk approached, Chu Yue did not rush to sell the vegetable recipe. Concerned for her sore feet, Lu Xinghe encouraged her to ride in the cart as he pushed her home. "It's getting late. Let us head back for now. We can explore the pawnshop next time, if that suits you." Chu Yue readily agreed, realizing there was no urgency to purchase livestock for transport, especially since her family was still keeping a close watch on her. It wouldn't do for them to catch wind of her affairs and come demanding this and that. "My dear husband, let us first repair the house when we return. Once the rice is harvested, it will soon grow cold. If it rains or snows, the house may not withstand it." As Lu Xinghe jogged alongside the cart, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I had the same thought. Tomorrow, I will consult with my uncles. They are more adept at such matters." She rested her chin on her hand and inquired, "Is it expensive to repair a brick and tile house?" Lu Xinghe replied with a thoughtful hum, "Not cheap. To build a suitable courtyard for our family, it would take at least 50 taels." "What about the courtyard in town?" she asked. After a moment's consideration, Lu Xinghe responded, "In town, we would need at least a courtyard of that size to accommodate our family, which would cost at least 80 taels for a more remote location, and if it's in a better area, it could range from 150 to 300 taels." Chu Yue sighed, "It seems we shall have to prioritize repairing our house for now. A courtyard with 3 rooms would suffice for our family now, but as Xingping and Xing'an grow, it may become inconvenient. Most importantly, there's currently no profitable venture in town for us. In the mountains, however, I can still earn a bit from foraging for herbs. After all, that is my only skill." Lu Xinghe nodded, "Let us focus on repairs for now. Tomorrow, I will have my uncles come to inspect our home and ensure it is sturdy enough to last through the winter. We cannot predict what next year will bring." "True enough," she agreed. "If a famine occurs by year-end, the town may not be as secure as our home." As they conversed, they reached the village entrance just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Jiang Xiuqin had been busy at home, occasionally glancing towards the village entrance. Upon seeing Lu Xinghe pushing the cart, she quickly opened the gate and hurried toward them. "Xinghe, yeah, you're back. 4th aunt." Chu Yue exclaimed as she jumped down from the cart and handed Jiang Xiuqin the 400 wen from selling medicinal herbs. "This is the 400 wen from selling the herbs. Please count it, 4th aunt." Seeing the substantial sum, Jiang Xiuqin beamed, unable to conceal her delight. She had not anticipated that such a basket of herbs would fetch such a price. Immediately, she tucked the money into her sleeve and whispered, "No need to count. 4th aunt trusts you both." Chu Yue smiled back. "The basket belonging to 4th aunt is still at our home. Do remember to retrieve it. We must head home now. Mother will certainly be waiting for us to return for dinner." "Indeed, you've been gone all day. 3rd sister-in-law must be anxious at home," Jiang Xiuqin remarked, glancing back towards the old house. "Yufang, go inside and fetch 2 eggs. Accompany your brother and sister-in-law to collect our basket from 3rd aunt's house." The girl inside the house nodded and soon caught up with Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue. "Brother Xinghe, sister-in-law," she greeted. Turning to look, Chu Yue saw a girl slightly taller than herself, dressed in simple clothing and holding 2 eggs, approaching them briskly. Lu Xinghe glanced at her, nodded slightly, and returned to pushing the cart. Seizing the opportunity to interact with someone her age, Chu Yue linked her arm with the girl. "How old are you, Yufang?" Almost 15. And you, sister-in-law? She replied, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. With a smile revealing her dimples, she responded, I'm nearly 14. Lu Yufeng looked astonished. You're so young and your parents are already marrying you off. Her own parents had yet to discuss marriage with her, saying they would wait until she turned 15. And even then, she would need to be nurtured for 2 years before marrying. Chu Yue appeared nonchalant, showing no signs of concealment. Well, I personally see nothing wrong with it. Indeed, Lu Yufeng giggled, covering her mouth as she leaned closer to whisper, Brother Xinghe is handsome and treats you so kindly. The wives of uncle and second uncle are all envious. She shot her a playful glare. You speak nonsense. Lu Yufeng stuck out her tongue. I'm not speaking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Recently, whenever those sisters-in-law argue with the brothers, they bring up Brother Xinghe. I've heard it with my own ears. She suddenly sighed. In 2 or 3 months, my parents will also be discussing marriage for me. I wonder whom it will be. If he is even half as good as Brother Xinghe, I would be content. Chu Yue chuckled softly. He will be. Chapter 30. As long as you're happy. Lu Yufeng's face bore a hint of yearning. Then I shall take my sister-in-law's auspicious words to heart. Chu Yue shook her arm playfully. Oh, you're older than I am, so there's no need to call me sister-in-law. It sounds rather awkward. Why don't we simply address each other by our names? Lu Yufeng paused, then lowered her voice, suggesting, how about I call you Yaya, just like my mother does? Chu Yue nodded eagerly. Yaya, area. Chu Yue, feel free to call me by any of these names. Lu Yufeng smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Then I shall alternate. Today I'll call you Yaya, tomorrow Area, and the day after that Chu Yue. Each day shall be unique. Suddenly, Chu Yue burst into laughter. Unable to hold back, don't be too ridiculous. Lu Yufeng joined in the laughter. I've made up my mind, that's how I'll address you. No, you must choose just one. It's my mouth and I won't choose, I'll call you whatever I please. After saying this, Lu Yufeng dashed away, and Chu Yue seized the opportunity to tickle her. Their playful banter reached Lu Xinghe's ears, eliciting an involuntary smile from him. Though Chu Yue often appeared serious, she was still a young girl who ought to spend time with her peers, and Lu Yufeng, with her innocent thoughts, was a perfect companion. Before long, the trio arrived home. Xinghe, feeling anxious, had taken a chair to sit under the eaves to sew Chu Yue's clothes, glancing outside to see if the two had returned. Upon spotting Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue approaching from afar, she let out a sigh of relief. Xingping, go open the door, and while you're at it, help your elder brother return the cart to your aunt's house. Then she turned toward the kitchen. Xing'an, we've borrowed your aunt's cart twice. Take 3 eggs with you and accompany Xingping. I don't trust that young lad with the eggs. Lu Xingping muttered a few words under his breath before running to open the yard gate. Hearing Xinghe's instructions, Lu Xing'an hurriedly grabbed 3 eggs from the kitchen. The 2 hens had laid a total of 4 eggs in 3 days, and Lu Xing'an, responsible for collecting them daily, felt a pang of regret as he watched 1/3 of their bounty disappear. After Lu Xinghe parked the cart at the entrance and removed the water bucket and basket, Lu Xingping pushed the cart away. Lu Yufeng was the first to enter, stuffing 2 eggs into Xinghe's hands. Auntie, I'm here to fetch my basket. These eggs are a token from my mother. You can take the basket, but why the eggs? Xinghe replied hastily. Your parents have to support you 4 siblings. It's not easy. I must thank Brother Xinghe and Yaya for selling the medicinal herbs for my family. These 2 eggs are just a small gesture from my mother. Please accept them, Auntie. After saying this, she took the basket from Chu Yue and returned to the old residence. Seeing her sons and daughter-in-law had returned, Xinghe felt her worries ease significantly. She quickly put aside her sewing and took the 2 eggs to the kitchen. Xinghe and Yaya, rest for a moment. I'll prepare dinner. Chu Yue gathered the silver from the backpack, placing it into the basket before heading to the kitchen. Mother, this is for you. While cracking the eggs, Xinghe's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the pile of silver and silver ingots in the basket. How is there so much? Is ginseng truly that valuable? Chu Yue recounted the day's sales to Xinghe, explaining, today, the ginseng sold for 50 taels, excluding the herbs given to 4th aunt's family. The total amounted to over 2 taels and 101 for the remaining herbs, and the soft-shelled turtle fetched 801, totaling 52 taels and 901. However, I spent 5 taels on books and ink for my husband. Xinghe nodded, pointing at the 4 largest silver ingots with curiosity. And how did these come about? Chu Yue tactfully downplayed the situation. By chance, I assisted Dr. Zhu from Chen's medicine shop when the wife of the merchant Huang was in labor. This 200 taels was a reward from Mr. Huang. Yun Sueha gasped. It was merely a favor, and Mr. Huang rewarded you with 200 taels. What a generous gesture. Indeed, one must admit, Ye's fortune was extraordinarily good. She took out the 4 largest silver ingots from the basket and placed them in Chu Yue's hands. The silver from selling the goods can be kept for the family. But this 200 taels, as a reward from Mr. Huang, is yours to keep. You bought books for Xinghe. So I presume you intend for him to continue his studies. Future expenses will surely be considerable. Chu bit her lip, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over her as she lowered her head and said softly, I thought you might be upset that I spent so much silver on books for my husband. Yun Sueha chuckled, ruffling her hair. You dear child. Earned money and your first thought was not to splurge on yourself, but to buy books for Xinghe. I should be grateful to you, not upset. Besides, if it weren't for us 3 women weighing him down, he wouldn't still be a mere student. I feel guilty about that. Hurry and stow away the silver carefully, lest others discover it. She replied with an eye and returned to her and Lu Xinghe's room. Upon entering, she saw Lu Xinghe engrossed in reading Chronicles of the States by the window. She quietly wrapped the silver in old cloth strips, tucking them into 4 small bamboo tubes, hiding them in different places around the room. Although Lu Xinghe did not look in her direction, he couldn't help but smile when he sensed her bustling about behind him. If there are mice in the house, those things you hid may not be very secure. Looking at the seemingly unstable earthen wall before her, Chu felt a twinge of helplessness. What then? Lu Xinghe closed his book, a hint of indulgence crossing his face. For now, let's leave it as is. When we renovate the house, I will certainly create more secure places for you to stash your money. Chu quickly replied with a smile. Then I must earn more money, otherwise I would feel unworthy of your thoughtful gesture. Lu Xinghe shook his head, his eyes filled with longing. That's unnecessary. What matters is your happiness. His words, though not particularly sweet, filled her heart with a warmth akin to honey. Having returned from delivering the cart and eggs to Aunt Lin, Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xinghen were now back and Yun Sueha had finished cooking. That evening, they prepared a dish of wild vegetables and made an egg drop soup from the 2 eggs. The family gathered together, enjoying rice porridge and vegetables, their faces radiating contentment. Thanks to the improved meals over the past few days, everyone looked significantly healthier. Yun Sueha glanced at the 2 brothers. When you returned the cart to Aunt Lin, she had nothing to say, correct? No, Lu Xingfeng quickly interjected. Aunt Lin was all smiles when she saw the eggs Xinghen brought, insisting that we come back for more carts from her. Yun Sueha nodded in approval. That's good. Chapter 31. Discussion on House Renovations. Lu Xinghe set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at Yun Sueha. Mother, I wish to renovate our house. Yun Sueha paused, gazing at him for a while in silence, before finally looking up at their home. It was indeed time for repairs. The roof had become moldy and was no longer sturdy, and the walls were perpetually covered in dust. 8 years of wind and rain had worn them thin, and with the chill of autumn approaching, they would likely suffer as they had in past years. Upon hearing about the renovations, Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xinghen exchanged glances, filled with anticipation. Mother, if we renovate the house, where will we stay in the meantime? At grandfather and grandmother's old residence? Yun Sueha shook her head, looking up once more at their home. In our humble thatched cottage, there remains a possibility for repairs. Tomorrow, we shall summon your uncles to take a look, should they deem repairs unnecessary. We can seek a more convenient location to construct a new home. Lu Xinghe gazed at Yun Sueha. Has mother already decided on a location? The others turned their attention to Yun Sueha, awaiting her response. With a tender smile, Yun Sueha regarded the children. The hill your grandparents allocated to our family is quite suitable. It is near the village path, not far from your grandparents' home, and just a short distance from a large pond. Beyond the pond lies our fields convenient, wouldn't you agree? Lu Xinghe's eyes sparkled. The location you envision, mother, aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Yun Sueha chuckled. I had previously asked your grandparents to clear a small section of the hill for us to build our home, but alas, your uncles and brothers could not reach a consensus. Afraid we would claim the hill for ourselves, they settled on the place we currently reside. Little did we know, in the end, the hill would still belong to us. Lu Xingfeng's face beamed with excitement. Mother, does this mean we will soon have a new home? Yun Sueha gently stroked his head, her eyes misty with emotion. You and your brothers have suffered alongside me. Lu Xingfeng quickly shook his head. We have not suffered. As long as we have you, even if our meals consist of humble fare, life is sweet. Yun Sueha, caught off guard by Lu Xingfeng's heartfelt words, found herself both amused and touched. You little rascal. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Mother, although Xingfeng may often act foolishly, he speaks the truth today. As long as our family is together, life will never be bitter. Lu Xingfeng shot him an exasperated glance. What do you mean by acting foolishly, Lu Xinghen? Clarify yourself. Lu Xinghen swiftly dashed outside. You are indeed foolish. I have nothing more to say. Lu Xingfeng jumped up to chase after him. If you're so capable, then don't run. How am I foolish? I help around the house as well. Yun Sueha sighed, watching her two sons playfully bicker outside. Be careful, you two. Don't hurt yourselves or you'll regret it. At that moment, the remnants of her earlier sorrow vanished entirely. Chu Yue observed the ruckus outside with a smile, gathering the dishes to wash them. Just as she was about to head to the kitchen, Lu Xinghe gently pressed her hand down. Allow me. However, Chu Yue did not relent. You've pushed the cart all day, you must be tired. Please rest, I can wash the dishes quickly. Seeing her determination, Lu Xinghe acquiesced. Yun Sueha glanced at Chu Yue and then turned to Lu Xinghe. What did I tell you before? I said Yaya is a good child, didn't I? Lu Xinghe glanced at Chu Yue, nodded slightly, his voice cool yet his ears betrayed a hint of pink. Yun Sueha chose not to comment on his bashfulness, instead retreating to her room with a smile. The following morning, after breakfast, Lu Xinghe invited his uncle Lu Laifu, his second uncle Lu Laikai, and his fourth uncle Lu Xiuqing. As the three entered the courtyard, she brought them tea. After they had finished, she swiftly collected the cups and washed them by the water tank, her efficiency leaving a favorable impression on Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai. The three men inspected the various rooms before returning to the courtyard, where Lu Laifu shook his head. This thatched cottage, built 8 years ago, was never particularly sturdy. Although the roof has been replaced once, it is now beyond salvaging, and the walls are crumbling severely. In my opinion, it would be simpler to tear it down and rebuild. Lu Laikai, however, had a differing viewpoint. You speak so readily of tearing it down and rebuilding. That requires considerable labor and expense. It's not easy for Xinghe to earn a living. He cannot afford such upheaval. Lu Xiuqing turned to Lu Xinghe and Yun Sueha. What are your thoughts, sister-in-law and Xinghe? As the elder spoke, Lu Xinghe naturally deferred to his mother. Yun Sueha, sensing their gazes upon her, spoke softly. Yesterday, I discussed this with Xinghe. If repairs are truly unfeasible, we shall indeed consider building a new home. Our earthen walls are too thin. Repairing them would be time-consuming and unsightly. More importantly, a repaired house would not last more than a year or two before requiring further attention. So it would be better to start anew. The brothers exchanged surprised glances. Sister-in-law, do you have the budget for such a project? For now, it should suffice. Considering the formidable demeanor of his wife, Lu Laikai hastened to add a cautionary note. Sister-in-law, please think it through. We have only just separated our households, and we lack extra funds to lend you. If we are to build anew, we must ensure there is adequate money on hand. It's not something that can be conjured up. Lu Laifu nodded in agreement. Indeed, while I hope you can construct a new home, it must be within your means. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuqing casually remarked, building a mud house doesn't require much money. The main concern is the labor involved. Sister-in-law, if you find yourself short, you might consider asking Xiuqing for a bit. However, my family has many children, so we may not have much to spare, perhaps just 1 or 2 taels. In these times, a willingness to lend even 1 or 2 taels was a significant kindness. Yun Sueha smiled appreciatively. Thank you, elder brother and second brother, for your advice, and thank you, fourth brother, for your generosity. This matter of building a house is one that Xinghe and I have already considered thoroughly. Do not worry yourselves about the finances. When it comes time to build. Hearing this, the 3 brothers breathed a sigh of relief, patting their chests. Sister-in-law, you need not concern yourself with the building. Elder brother and I will ensure it is handled properly. Yet, they were also somewhat astonished that their sister-in-law had funds available for construction. Had she perhaps sold the hill allocated by their parents? But they had not heard any rumors in the village. Yun Sueha beamed with joy. Very well, then I thank you, elder brother and second brother. Lu Laifu and Lu Laikai waved their hands dismissively. No need for such formalities. Chapter 32, The Painted Face. Yun Sueha turned to Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, take your uncles and fourth uncle to the location we discussed last night for the new house. Once you've chosen a suitable spot, bring them back here for a meal. Lu Xinghe nodded. Understood. Lu Xiuqing was the first to exit the courtyard. I'll head back to fetch a hoe. so I can mark the spot when we arrive. As the four left the courtyard, Chu Yue turned to Lu Xinghe. Mother, will we be building a brick house or a mud house? Lu Xinghe regarded her. What are your thoughts, Yeye? Increasingly, she felt that Chu Yue was a blessing to their family, instinctively believing her opinions held great significance. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yue replied earnestly. I believe we do have some funds now. If we are to build, a brick house would be the best option. Our village is located in the mountains. And while this year has been dry, in previous years the dampness has been considerable. Mud houses do not endure well, they require repairs every year or two. A brick house would be far more practical and comfortable. Lu Xinghe nodded, recalling the anxiety that accompanied each rainy day over the past 8 years. Fearing the house would collapse. Chu Yue's words resonated with her. However, constructing a brick house would entail significant expenses. Chu Yue seemed to sense Lu Xinghe's apprehension and gently took her hand. You need not worry about the finances, mother. Lowering her voice, she added. I still have some saved up. We are family, after all. The money will be well invested, and we can earn it back in time. Upon her utterance, Lu Xinghe resolved with determination, firmly clasping Chu Yue's hand. Very well, let us construct a house of blue bricks and tiles. However, we currently possess sufficient funds for the construction, so you should save your own for now. If we find ourselves lacking later, I shall seek your assistance. The combined earnings from the 2 ventures to the market, along with the 15 taels from the division of family assets and the additional tael she had saved, amounted to approximately 67 to 80 taels of silver, sufficient, albeit barely, to erect a modest blue brick house. At worst, they could simply economize on their expenditures thereafter. Ultimately, having a solid abode would bring them peace of mind. Chu Yue nodded. I shall heed Mother's wishes. Lu Xinghe glanced at the string of pig intestines hanging in the kitchen and said, This afternoon, your uncles will be dining at home. Take down the pig intestines and stir-fry them, as they have been smoked for several days now. Chu Yue hurried towards the kitchen. I shall fetch them and clean them right away. After instructing Chu Yue, Lu Xinghe turned her gaze towards the quarters of the 2 brothers, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe. Xinghen, please fetch 2 jars of wine. First deliver one to your grandfather, and the other will be for your uncles at noon. Lu Xinghe replied affirmatively, taking 10 from Lu Xinghe's hand before darting off. Xingping, go assist your sister-in-law in the kitchen. Today's lunch is in your hands. Having given her instructions, Lu Xinghe returned to her room to continue sewing clothes for Chu Yue. Lu Xingping entered the kitchen to find Chu Yue removing the string of pig intestines from the beam above. He swallowed hard. Sister-in-law, are we having pig intestines for lunch? Is there anything I can do to help? Chu Yue glanced at the pot. You may start the fire. I will blanch the pig intestines first. All right, Lu Xingping responded, quickly moving to the stove. In no time, the kitchen was enveloped in smoke, making it nearly impossible for Chu Yue to keep her eyes open. She suddenly understood why Lu Xinghe was typically the one bustling about in the kitchen. Although Lu Xingping was reliable in other tasks, he tended to falter in delicate matters. Lu Xinghe, seemingly affected by the smoke, called out, Xingping, do you intend to set the kitchen ablaze? Lu Xingping recoiled slightly. Mother, please do not worry, it will be ready shortly. Chu Yue, her eyes streaming from the smoke, suggested, Xingping, why don't you go gather some grass to feed the chickens? I can manage in the kitchen. Observing her tear-streaked face, Lu Xingping felt a pang of guilt. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I assure you, I will have this ready in no time. Chu Yue waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Everyone has their strengths. Just focus on what you excel at. I believe in you, sister-in-law. I will get the fire going immediately, Lu Xingping insisted, seemingly eager to prove himself. He took up the bellows and blew with gusto, only to cover himself in soot and ash, but indeed, the fire soon blazed to life. Watching the soot-covered Lu Xingping, Chu Yue found herself stifling a laugh. Is this how you typically start a fire, Xingping? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Xingping scratched his head. I can be a bit rough around the edges, but I do know how to start a fire. You don't find me lacking, do you, sister-in-law? Chu Yue chuckled softly. Of course not. In fact, she found having such a lively character in the house quite entertaining. At that moment, Lu Xinghe returned with the wine, shaking his head in resignation as he observed the kitchen shrouded in smoke. Xingping, how have you managed to wreak havoc in the kitchen again? Lu Xingping stuck out his tongue, emerging from the kitchen. Mother asked me to help sister-in-law. Now that you're back, I will leave the kitchen in your capable hands and go tend to the chickens. With that, he grabbed a basket and hurried away. Lu Xinghe promptly entered the kitchen, emptied a portion of the stove that Lu Xingping had packed to the brim, dampened it, and rearranged the firewood to reduce the smoke. Chu placed the pig intestines into the pot, added a few slices of ginger, and stepped outside to catch her breath before returning. After a brief boiling, she removed the pig intestines, rinsed them thoroughly, and cut them into small pieces. By this time, Lu Xinghe had swiftly washed the rice and placed it in a pot to cook porridge. When Lu Xinghe returned home with Lu Laifu, Lu Likai, and Lu Xiuqing, the porridge was already ready, and Chu Yue was busy stir-frying the pig intestines. In the rural households of Banpo village, where meat was a rare delicacy, the tantalizing aroma of stir-fried pig intestines made the eyes of Lu Laifu and his brothers shine with delight. How fragrant! Lu Likai craned his neck to peek into the kitchen, and upon seeing Chu Yue, he exclaimed, "I didn't expect my niece-in-law to be such a good cook." "Oh, I thought it was the third sister-in-law cooking," Lu Laifu chimed in, "but it's actually my niece-in-law. Your skills far surpass those of your aunt." Lu Xiuqing chuckled. "It seems we shall have a delightful meal today." Lu Xinghe pursed his lips, urging his three uncles to rest while he entered the kitchen. "Can I assist you?" Chu Yue looked in his direction, smiling. "No need, it's quite simple. The pig intestines will be ready soon, and I just need to stir-fry some wild vegetables." Lu Xinghe regarded her face and shook his head. "How come you've managed to give yourself such a messy face while cooking?" Chu Yue was momentarily taken aback. "What is wrong with my face?" Lu Xinghe did not respond. Instead, he turned to fetch a cloth, dampening it before entering the kitchen again. Chapter 33. It is easy to invite the gods, but difficult to send them away. As Chu Yue reached out for the cloth, she noticed her dirty hands, and Lu Xinghe gently said, "Allow me." He took the cloth and meticulously wiped the soot from her face, then took the spatula from her hands. "I will handle the rest. You go wash your hands and set the table." Chu Yue acquiesced with a soft "oh," accepting the cloth from Lu Xinghe and slightly bowing her head as she exited the kitchen. Behind the stove, Lu Xinghe watched in astonishment. His elder brother had never treated anyone this way before. When he and Xingping played as children, their elder brother would merely toss them a cloth, instructing them to clean themselves. Compared to his sister-in-law, the two brothers had often felt like neglected children. The pig intestines in the pot were already well seasoned. After a few turns, Lu Xinghe took them out, rinsed the pot with clean water, and stir-fried the wild vegetables, preparing for their meal. Due to the kitchen's small size, the table was moved outdoors, beneath the shade of a large tree. Lu Laifu, Lu Likai, and Lu Xiuqing sat together, while Lu Xinghe poured each of them a cup of the wine he had brought. The three men expressed their surprise, their joy at finally being able to enjoy a drink mingled with silent grumbles about their sister-in-law's reckless spending. It was no easy feat for Xinghe to earn money, and after the family division, they had finally received a bit of silver. If they continued to spend so carelessly, they would soon find themselves impoverished. They understood well the difficulty of earning a living. Unbeknownst to Yun Sueha, who was oblivious to her brothers-in-law's thoughts, she pointed to the large bowl of stir-fried pig intestines on the table and said, "These pig intestines are Yaya's specialty, and they're quite delicious. Elder brother, second brother, and fourth brother, do try some." Initially, the three men had found the dish appealing, but upon hearing it was pig intestines, they hesitated mid-reach with their chopsticks and instead opted for wild vegetables to accompany their rice porridge. Observing that the three men were reluctant to eat, Lu Xingping quickly took a portion for himself and began to eat. "These pig intestines are simply divine." Lu Xiuqing chuckled, ruffling his hair. "What do you know about divine delicacies, little brat? You've barely had a few bites." Yet, hearing Lu Xingping's words, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Despite the modest means of their household, they managed to enjoy meat on 2 occasions each year. In contrast, the family of third sister-in-law lives in such poverty that they likely do not have the luxury of meat even once throughout the year, which explains why the children find pig intestines to be a delicacy. Listening to their conversation, brothers Lu Laifu and Lu Likai showed signs of emotional resonance. Lu Laifu took a sip of wine and gazed at Lu Xingping, saying, "Once Uncle S' house is completed, we shall venture to the town to procure some fine cuts of meat, and then you shall truly savor what exquisite flavors are." Lu Xingping, cheeks puffed with food, reached into the bowl and placed a piece of pig intestine into the bowl of Lu Xiuqing, who sat closest to him. "Indeed, this pig intestine is remarkably delicious, uncle. Second uncle and fourth uncle will surely agree. If the children can enjoy it, there is no reason for oneself to abstain." Lu Xiuqing, somewhat skeptical, hesitantly picked up the piece of pig intestine and brought it to his mouth. Upon tasting it, he found no unpleasant odor. After a few chews, His eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. Delicious! Witnessing his reaction, Lu Laifu and Lu Likai eagerly took their own portions, their faces alight with rapture. No wonder it is so fragrant when fried. The flavor of this pig intestine is indeed commendable. Just then, unexpectedly, Aunt Li from next door appeared. Oh, what are you all enjoying? Do share a piece with this old woman. The three brothers' expression shifted from bliss to dismay. They had anticipated that the enticing aroma would translate into delectable taste, but alas, it turned out to be quite the opposite. Lu Laifu lamented as he gulped down a large mouthful of wine. Given the dire circumstances of third sister-in-law's household, it would be ungracious for the eldest brother to be choosy. Lu Likai echoed his sentiment, taking a swig of his own. Lu Shouqing understood their unspoken thoughts as he glanced at Aunt Li, who stood by the courtyard, staring hungrily at the plate of pig intestine. Aunt Li, do you care for some pig intestine, akin to pig dung? Shall I serve you a piece? Seeing the grim expressions on the three brothers' faces, and upon realizing that the dish was indeed pig intestine, Aunt Li nearly retched the porridge she had just swallowed. She quickly waved her hands, declaring no. This old woman is too advanced in age for such bold flavors. With that, she hurried back home. In the household of Sun Daju, Luo Shi watched Aunt Li beg for food with disdain, rolling her eyes multiple times. Look at your mother, making a fool of herself again. She thinks her palate is so refined, yet just days ago she feasted on meat and now she's begging for scraps from others. If someone didn't know better, they might think we were mistreating her. Sun Daju felt equally embarrassed, but could only offer his wife some words of comfort. What can we do? She is my mother. And she does not heed our words. We cannot simply cast her out. This only fueled Luo Shi's anger further. She let out a huff, slamming her bowl and chopsticks onto the table before retreating to their room. You can keep living with your mother. Let us see how long this household can withstand her antics. Sun Daju, watching his wife's furious demeanor, wished to offer further consolation, but found himself at a loss for words, knowing that his mother was the source of the discord. As Aunt Li returned home, she continued to curse under her breath. I should have anticipated that Yun's family would have nothing of quality. To serve pig intestines to guests is truly disgraceful. It's enough to make one feel nauseous. With that, she heaved a few dry retches. Sun Daju set down his bowl and looked toward Aunt Li. Mother, now that you can move about, perhaps it would be best for you to return to the old house. I will provide you with a piece of meat every month, as long as I can earn enough. Keeping her in his home would surely lead to its downfall. Upon hearing the first part of Sun Daju's proposal, Aunt Li initially bristled, but her eyes brightened at the prospect of receiving meat monthly. Is that true? Meat every month? Sun Daju nodded, indeed. Wonderful. Aunt Li placed her bowl on the table and immediately agreed. She had no desire to remain under the watchful eye of Luo Shi. Returning to the old house with the promise of meat sounded delightful. Living alone would afford her both comfort and peace, akin to a heavenly existence. It is often said that inviting a deity is easier than sending one away. Seeing his mother's acquiescence, Sun Daju hastened her to pack her belongings, concerned that the old house might lack provisions. He even generously shared some rice from their own supply with her. Afterward, he took it upon himself to carry her belongings, escorting her to the old residence. Luo Shi was well aware of the commotion outside. Rather than endure Aunt Li's daily torment, it seemed better to send her back to the old house. Although it would increase expenses, at least the atmosphere would be more tranquil. In the Lu family, upon seeing Aunt Li depart, the three brothers resumed their enjoyment of the pig intestine, satisfaction written across their faces. Lu Laifu, reveling in the moment, took a sip of wine. Sister-in-law, should that old woman ever bully you, do not hesitate to summon mother and your sisters-in-law from the old house. They are quite skilled at handling such matters and will surely put her in her place. Yun Sueha laughed, covering her mouth. In any case, we usually avoid provoking her. Once we move into the new house, we shall have our peace. Lu Shouqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us focus on living our lives well, free from unnecessary distractions. After dinner, the three brothers returned home. Yun Sueha called Lu Xinghe aside to discuss the plans for building a brick house, a matter she had previously discussed with Chu Yue. Lu Xinghe responded thoughtfully. I had also considered that a brick house might be preferable. However, after hearing Chu Yue's inquiry about purchasing a house in town yesterday, I hesitated. Now that she has suggested a brick house, let us proceed with that. After all, we will reside here for quite some time. The three of them reached a consensus and decided accordingly. However, the crops in the fields were nearing harvest, and with just 10 more days of watering, they could begin construction once the rice was gathered. As the sun began to set, Lu Xinghe took to the fields to fetch water for an hour. Later, Lu Taixing arrived at their home. Hearing his father's voice, Yun Sueha quickly set aside her needlework and stepped outside. "Father, what brings you here?" Lu Taixing frowned slightly. "I heard from Shoqing that you are planning to build a new house?" Yun Sueha nodded eagerly. "Yes, once the houses of the eldest and second brothers are completed, we can start on ours." Lu Taixing grunted in acknowledgement, taking a few puffs from his pipe. "Is the money sufficient? If not, you can ask your mother for some. Once you earn it, you can repay us." Yun Sueha felt a wave of gratitude wash over her and replied, "We have enough. We've planned well for this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to take the plunge." Upon hearing that the funds for the house were adequate, Lu Taixing nodded. "You are living your own life. As long as you have a measure of discernment, that's all that matters. When it's time to start, let me know and I will come to help. Just have Xinghe inform me." Lu Taixing turned to leave, saying, "I'm going home now. There's no need for you to buy me any more alcohol. Focus on living well. That is far more important." Watching Lu Taixing depart, Yun Sueha felt a pang of emotion and wiped her eyes. After securing the courtyard gate, she turned back inside. In the following days, Lu Xinghe spent his mornings fetching water for the fields and his afternoons reading and practicing writing at home. Occasionally, he wrote short essays. During these times, Chu Yue made an effort to minimize her presence, often retreating to Yun Sueha's home to learn needlework alongside her. As the afternoon sun began to descend, Lu Xinghe took his younger brother, Lu Xinghe, to the prepped mountainous area to excavate soil and level the foundation. He also instructed Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe to gather a considerable number of stones to fill the foundation. The prospect of constructing a new house invigorated the two children, prompting them to work with remarkable enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Chu Yue spent her days learning needlework, and during her spare time, she prepared meals alongside Yun Sueha or ventured into the mountains to forage for medicinal herbs and wild vegetables, managing the household responsibilities. In recent days, Chu Yue's 2 new outfits had been completed, and thanks to her improved health, donning the fresh pastel pink cotton top and deep blue skirt accentuated her beauty even further. Yun Sueha, surveying Chu Yue from head to toe, couldn't help but smile broadly, exclaiming, "In my opinion, you look splendid, yeah. Such garments could only achieve this effect on someone like you. Isn't that right, Xinghe?" As she spoke, she glanced in Lu Xinghe's direction. Lu Xinghe, who had been observing Chu Yue, momentarily froze upon hearing Yun Sueha's words, before nodding slightly in agreement. "Indeed, it looks beautiful." Noticing the pink tint on his ears and his awkward demeanor, Yun Sueha burst into laughter. Chu Yue lowered her head, feeling a warm flush on her cheeks. Soon, the day arrived for the scheduled visit to the Huang residence for Mrs. Huang's stitches to be removed. Concerned for Chu Yue's safety, Lu Xinghe insisted on accompanying her. Chu Yue initially intended to bring Yun Sueha along, hoping Dr. Zhu could check her pulse upon their return. However, Yun Sueha declined, preferring to wait until their house was built and finances were more comfortable. Respecting her steadfastness, Chu Yue refrained from insisting further. After all, they would have a carriage for their departure, but returning would certainly be awkward without someone to escort them. Although Yun Sueha's health had improved somewhat, a long journey would still be taxing. It would be ideal if a doctor were willing to visit the village. Before the hour of Qin, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe exited Half Slope Village. Shortly after their departure, they encountered a carriage waiting by the roadside. Given that a carriage's appearance in this village was a rarity, it would undoubtedly attract attention. The steward, aware of Chu Yue's desire to avoid drawing a crowd, had parked the carriage in a relatively concealed location. As soon as Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe made their appearance, the steward of the Huang residence leaped down from the carriage and bowed to the two. "Miss Chu has arrived." Chu Yue greeted the steward with a smile before climbing into the carriage with Lu Xinghe. The steward promptly turned the carriage around, driving them toward Nanping town. The carriage traveled significantly faster than walking, and within half an hour, they reached Nanping town. With the Huang residence's emblem prominently displayed on the carriage, pedestrians on the road promptly stepped aside. The carriage came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Huang residence, where Lu Xinghe was the first to disembark, then turned to lift Chu Yue down. After she exited the carriage and adjusted her attire, they proceeded together with the steward into the Huang residence. Lu Xinghe, being a man, could not enter the inner courtyard, so he remained in the front yard as before, while Chu Yue was led by a maid to Yimei courtyard. "Madam, Miss Chu has arrived." Inside, upon receiving the signal from Mrs. Huang, Xiaolian promptly announced, quickly, "Let the young lady in." As Chu Yue entered the room, Xiaolian, along with an elder woman, assisted Mrs. Huang in walking around. Upon seeing Chu Yue, they hurriedly helped Mrs. Huang to bed. Mrs. Huang lay on the left side of the bed, gazing at Chu Yue. The young girl appeared to be around 14 years old, her figure still youthful, with bright, round apricot-shaped eyes that were exceptionally attractive. This girl seemed familiar, undoubtedly possessing a kind heart. Mrs. Huang slightly nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Thank you, my dear, for saving me and my child the other day." She quickly waved her hand in modesty. "Madam, please do not be so formal. The situation was dire, and I was merely acting on instinct. Thankfully, heaven smiled upon us and both you and the young master were spared. Otherwise, this incident would cast a shadow over my heart for a lifetime." Seeing the look of lingering fear on Chu Yue's face, Mrs. Huang couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth. "You, my child, are both brave and clever. I heard from Xiaolian that even Dr. Zhu was at a loss. Yet it was you who devised the method. After I regained consciousness, Xiaolian nearly sang your praises to the heavens." As she spoke, she glanced toward Xiaolian, who stood nearby, somewhat bashful and lowering her head. "Madam, you exaggerate. I simply admired Miss Chu's remarkable ability at such a young age. They say that a woman without talent is virtuous, yet capable women are no less than men," she continued. "On that day, Dr. Zhu nearly fainted. And yet this young lady handled everything with such poise. That scene was truly astonishing." Chu smiled shyly in response. "I was merely fortunate. Such praise from Sister Xiaolian is unwarranted." She then turned her gaze to Mrs. Huang and confessed, "To be honest, my family resides in the mountains, relying on foraging for medicinal herbs. Recently, I accompanied my husband to the pharmacy, and I happened to overhear this method. Seeing your urgent situation, I thought to give it a try and mentioned it to Dr. Zhu." Understanding the underlying knowledge Chu possessed, Mrs. Huang nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder. You have a solid foundation." Chu bit her lip and smiled. "Shall I first examine your wound, madam?" "Yes," Mrs. Huang replied, allowing Xiaolian and the elder woman to assist her as she reclined. They lifted the fabric covering Mrs. Huang's abdomen. Upon closer inspection, Chu noted that the wound had healed quite well and the scar had completely shed. She couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the healing ointment. Without the golden wound ointment, this wound might not have healed so well, she mused, gently pressing on Mrs. Huang's abdomen. "Madam, does it still hurt as it did before?" Mrs. Huang shook her head slightly. "It's much better than a few days ago." At that moment, Xiaolian brought over a clean pair of scissors that had been sanitized with alcohol, presented on a tray. Chu carefully used the scissors to remove the stitches from Mrs. Huang's abdomen, then stood up. "Your wound has healed remarkably well. But do ensure it remains clean and refrain from heavy lifting for 3 months to prevent the stitches from tearing open." Mrs. Huang acknowledged each of Chu Yue's instructions. Afterward, she exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaolian, who promptly fetched a prepared jewelry box. As Mrs. Huang opened the box, she remarked, "Within here lies a pair of gold bracelets, part of my dowry from my family when I wed. I understand you have only recently been married, so please consider this a small token of my gratitude." Chu quickly shook her head. "Madam, I cannot accept these gold bracelets. Just a few days ago, Mr. Huang generously provided me with a considerable sum of silver. To take your bracelets as well would seem greedy." Observing Chu Yue's demeanor, Mrs. Huang felt even more pleased. Everyone loves wealth, yet this girl understands the bounds of propriety, unlike those who are merely avaricious. It makes her all the more trustworthy. She grasped Chu Yue's hand. "Silly girl, only you would refuse such treasures. If you don't mind, you may call me Aunt Jiang from now on." Chu was taken aback. "But, madam, you appear so young. Is it truly appropriate to address you in such a manner?" Mrs. Huang smiled warmly. "My birth name is Jiang Qingwan. I am merely 14 years your senior, so calling me Aunt Jiang is hardly out of place." Chu Yue's face brightened, and she performed a slight bow in front of Jiang Qingwan. "I have met Aunt Jiang." Jiang Qingwan, with a gentle smile, accepted the jewelry box from Xiaolian's hands and placed it into Chu Yue's. "Since you call me Aunt Jiang, I shall henceforth be your maternal kin. Consider this trinket as a modest addition to your dowry from your Aunt Jiang. Take it without hesitation. Should anyone dare to speak ill of you, inform me, and I shall not let them off lightly." Her affection for Chu Yue was one reason, but equally, The young girl possessed remarkable skills and experiences, capable of resisting temptations. It was inevitable that she would leave Nanping town, thus, forming a benevolent connection now seemed prudent. With such words from Jiang Qingwan, Chu Yue could hardly refuse. "Thank you, Aunt Jiang." At that moment, the nursemaid entered from the side room, cradling Jiang Qingwan's child. "Madam, the young master has awakened." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingwan quickly instructed Xiaolian to help her sit up straight. Chu Yue turned her gaze towards the child, who appeared quite robust, though his complexion bore a slight yellowish tint. "Aunt Jiang, has the child been deprived of sunlight these past few days?" Jiang Qingwan's expression tightened with concern. "Indeed, he has. Is there a problem?" Just moments earlier, when the nursemaid entered from the dimly lit side room, presumably darkened to avoid disturbing the child's slumber, Chu Yue had noticed the lack of light. It's not overly serious, however. He does seem slightly jaundiced. If, during the less intense hours of sunlight, he could be allowed some exposure, along with a proper diet, he should return to normal soon. While mild jaundice is easily remedied, it merits attention to prevent escalation, for then it could become quite troublesome to address. Jiang Qingwan, upon hearing this, immediately took it to heart. Xiaolian quickly removed the coverings from the windows of the side room. "Nursemaid, once the sun has cooled a bit, take the cradle outside so that Howard can bask in the sunlight." Noticing the flurry of activity and understanding that a new mother needed her rest, Chu Yue stood to take her leave. "Aunt Jiang, my husband is still waiting for me in the front courtyard. I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself, and when time permits, I will come visit you at the Huang residence." Jiang Qingwan nodded, a hint of fatigue gracing her features. "Very well. Be careful on your way." She then turned her gaze towards the side room. "Xiaolian, please escort Yaya to the front courtyard, and inform the steward to prepare a carriage to take Yaya and her husband home." As Chu Yue exited the Imei courtyard, guided by Xiaolian to the front courtyard, she immediately spotted Lu Xinghe waiting for her in the pavilion. "Husband." Upon seeing Chu Yue, Lu Xinghe stepped out to meet her, eager to prevent her from stumbling in haste. "Did everything go smoothly?" he inquired, naturally taking her hand in his. For a moment, Chu Yue's attention was captivated by his strong grip. Once she regained her composure, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, she nodded shyly. Yes, it went smoothly. Though Xiaolian was slightly older than Chu Yue and unmarried, she couldn't help but feel envious of how well Lu Xinghe treated her. With a soft giggle, she glanced towards the steward by the entrance. "Steward Lu, Madam has asked you to take Miss Chu and her husband home." Chu Yue quickly waved her hand. "There's no need for that. My husband and I wish to stroll around town a bit longer, so we wouldn't want to inconvenience the Huang residence's carriage." Eventually, after bidding farewell to Xiaolian and Steward Lu, the couple departed from the Huang residence. Their first stop was at Chen's apothecary, intending to inquire whether Dr. Zhu would be willing to visit the countryside. However, as it was not a day Dr. Zhu was in attendance, Chu Yue asked Manager Chen to make the inquiry on her behalf, and then proceeded with Lu Xinghe to Wangcheng bookstore. As they approached the bookstore, Chu Yue tilted her head and asked, "Husband, if you continue to participate in the imperial examinations, will you need to purchase some books?" Chapter 36, Encountering a Bully. Lu Xinghe replied with an affirmative sound. "There are a few texts I haven't copied yet that I need to buy. It may require quite a bit of money. As for those I've already transcribed, I have memorized their contents and can simply acquire some blank volumes later to rewrite them." Chu Yue, feeling the shallow pink pouch given to her by her fourth aunt at her waist, declared, "I happen to have some money with me. We should purchase these necessities." Lu Xinghe, however, shook his head with a smile. "When we set out, my mother provided me with silver. She also mentioned that we might inquire about the price of blue bricks at the kiln not far from the town entrance." Chu Yue bit her lip and suddenly halted in her steps. Lu Xinghe, noticing her abrupt change, was puzzled. "What is the matter?" Chu Yue sniffed, a hint of grievance on her face. "Husband, I earn money to improve our family's living conditions, yet you and your mother seem always wary of spending my money. As if you resent my youth and wish to distance yourselves from me, perhaps even to marry another." In her past life, aside from her medical knowledge, she retained little else. Now, with Chu Yue's memories, she fully embraced her identity as this Chu Yue. Having grown up without familial affection, she found genuine warmth from Lu Xinghe's family after their marriage, and she sincerely regarded Lu Xinghe as her husband. The thought of being cast aside after investing her heartfelt devotion was distressing. Seeing the redness in Chu Yue's eyes, Lu Xinghe felt a rush of disarray. After a brief moment, he reached out and gently patted the girl on her head. You seem displeased when I don't spend your money. Reflecting on Chu Yue's previous situation in the Chu family, a flicker of compassion crossed his gaze. If I truly thought you were too young, I wouldn't have taken you as my wife in the first place. After all, raising a child can be quite a burden. Chu Yue lowered her gaze to her shoes, her voice barely a whisper. I am not a child. You're not much taller than Xingping or Xing'an. How can you not be a child? Lu Xinghe ruffled her hair once more, then tightly grasped her hand, declaring, since you wish to buy books, let us use our own money today, not your mother's. Feeling the warmth of his firm grip, Chu Yue broke into a radiant smile. All right. Over the years, Lu Xinghe had transcribed numerous texts at Wangcheng bookstore, so the young clerks there recognized him immediately and greeted him as soon as he entered. Lu Xinghe, you're here. Lu Xinghe? A young man browsing books raised his head and looked towards the entrance, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Is that truly you, Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe did not recognize the individual and furrowed his brow. And you are? The young man quickly introduced himself. I am Su Heng, your classmate from 2 years back. I later went to study in the county. Do you not remember me? As Lu Xinghe reflected, he recalled a Su Heng from 9 years prior at the academy, though his focus had been solely on his studies, leaving little impression of those around him. Excited at the reunion with a former classmate, Su Heng remarked, Lu, you became the youngest student in Nanping Town at just 9 years old. Everyone looked up to you as a model. Have you already passed the scholar examinations? Before Lu Xinghe could respond, a brash voice pierced through the group. What scholar? He is still reliant on copying books to make a living. A pauper like him hardly has spare coins to sit for the examinations. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Yue's brows knitted in displeasure. She turned to see several young men, around 18 or 19 years old, dressed in long robes, approaching. The leader, clad in a deep green silk robe, wore a haughty expression, for no apparent reason. Just a glance from him was enough to irk her. Chu Yue intended to speak up for Lu Xinghe, but before she could utter a word, Lu Xinghe discreetly pulled her behind him. Su Heng, upon seeing the newcomers, offered a slight bow. Brother Jiang, it has been a long time since we last met. Yet you remain as incisive as ever. The Su and Jiang families have been close friends for generations, and Su Heng sees Jiang Gaoyi almost every year. As for Jiang Gaoyi, Su Heng cannot say he dislikes him, nor does he particularly like him. As long as he does not trouble him, that is sufficient. Well said, Brother Su, you continue to be as principled as ever. When Jiang Gaoyi uttered the words principled with deliberate slowness and animated gestures, any astute observer could discern his disdain for Su Heng. Su Heng let out a cold snort, unwilling to engage in conversation with such a dandy. Jiang Gaoyi disregarded Su Heng and instead tilted his chin towards the petite figure behind Lu Xinghe. Oh, Lu Xinghe, such a striking young lady. Is she your sister? How old is she this year? Why not sell her to me? I'll offer 10 taels of silver. Enough for your family to live comfortably for 3 to 5 years. What do you say? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Gaoyi felt a sharp pain in his cheek, followed by a tremendous force that sent him sprawling to the ground. Lu Xinghe brushed off his hands. I advise you not to set your sights on her. Otherwise what? Jiang Gaoyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, casting a scornful glance at Lu Xinghe. TSK, Lu Xinghe, I truly did not expect you to be foolish enough to strike me. It seems you hold that little girl in high regard. At this point, he signaled to a few individuals behind him. They understood the cue and began to approach Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Su Heng immediately stepped forward, arms outstretched to block Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue. What are you planning to do? Is there no law left in broad daylight to prevent such abduction? Jiang Gaoyi rose, a wicked smile plastered across his face. Law? Here, I am the law. With that, he waved his hand, attack. As soon as he spoke, Su Heng was knocked to the ground by a tall man, his forehead colliding with the ground and bruising immediately. As a weak scholar, he was no match for these ruffians. Seeing the aggressive approach of their opponents, Chu Yue quickly devised a plan. Seizing the moment of chaos at the bookstore's entrance, she crouched low and slipped out through a side door. Jiang Gaoyi, spotting the swiftly escaping Chu Yue, mocked Lu Xinghe. This is too amusing. Lu Xinghe, look at your beautiful sister. She abandoned you and ran away. Lu Xinghe's expression remained impassive. The fact that Chu Yue could escape brought him a sense of relief. Against 4 or 5 adult men, even he was uncertain of his ability to protect her. If they took her and used her as leverage against him, that would be the most disadvantageous scenario. As for himself, he could endure a few punches, it would soon pass. Jiang Gaoyi did not pursue Chu Yue. As long as he captured Lu Xinghe, he had no fear of her running away. She would eventually return. Chapter 37. The Reversal. The bookstore staff, intimidated by Jiang Gaoyi's status, showed no intention of coming to Lu Xinghe's aid. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe was agile and strong, and the group of men could not easily overpower him. After Chu Yue fled from the Wangcheng bookstore, she ran directly toward Qiyun Alley. She did not know many people in Nanping town, and judging by Jiang Gaoyi's attire, he certainly did not come from a common family. Perhaps only Mr. Huang could assist her in resolving this matter. Chu Yue dared not delay on the road and soon arrived at the Huang residence. "Steward Lu, please open the door." Steward Lu opened the gate. Seeing Chu Yue return, he hurriedly inquired about the situation. Upon hearing that she and Lu Xinghe were being bullied, he immediately summoned Jiang Qingwan and led a dozen servants to rush to the Wangcheng bookstore alongside Chu Yue. When they arrived at the bookstore, Su Heng was seated at the entrance, clutching his head and groaning in pain, while Lu Xinghe was encircled by a group of men, the circumstances unclear. "Steward Lu, my husband is over there." Steward Lu gestured, and the servants brandished their staffs, surrounding the few people at the bookstore's entrance. "Stop." Upon seeing the Huang family servants, Jiang Gaoyi quickly ordered his men to cease their actions. The position of the Huang family's assistant was one he had earned through examination, not purchased through bribes. Had it not been for his desire to remain in Nanping town to benefit the people, he would have been assigned to the county long ago, leveraging his connections. He held a modicum of respect for the Huang family. With a conciliatory demeanor, Jiang Gaoyi raised his hands in a bow. "Steward Lu, what brings you here?" "I was merely teaching a lesson to a couple of disobedient commoners." "Surely, the Huang family does not need to intervene in such trivial matters?" Steward Lu raised an eyebrow. "Commoners? Master Jiang dares to refer to my lady's niece and nephew as commoners? My lady's niece?" Jiang Gaoyi incredulously pointed at Chu Yue, unable to believe that Lu's remarks were about her. He had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant girl he had provoked had such a remarkable background. Steward Lu's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Master Jiang, while you may have acted tyrannically in Nanping town, to brazenly bully someone from the Huang family is to show a complete lack of respect for my lord." Hearing this, Jiang Gaoyi hastily defended himself. "Steward Lu, that is not the case. It was Lu Xinghe who struck first today. I was merely acting in self-defense." As Chu Yue pulled Lu Xinghe out from the encirclement, she glared at his bruised mouth, her face filled with fury. "You're lying. We were the ones acting in self-defense." Jiang Gaoyi sneered. "Look at my men. Which of them is less injured than your man? If I am lying, there are so many witnesses present who can testify for me, right, Brother Su?" He glanced in Su Heng's direction. The one who had initiated the altercation was indeed Lu Xinghe, and Su Heng, being a scholar known for his stubbornness, could easily corroborate Jiang Gaoyi's claims. If he nodded in agreement, Lu Xinghe would undoubtedly be held responsible for the assault, and the Huang family would find themselves in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, with a mere word, he could send Lu Xinghe to the authorities. It was possible that the Huang family would even have to come begging to him. Considering how long his father had suffered under Mr. Huang, he surely harbored a deep resentment. If he could make Mr. Huang seek his father's favor, he would be revered like a deity. As he observed Jiang Gaoyi's audacious demeanor, Su Heng felt a surge of aversion for the first time. He carefully recalled the events that had transpired, and while it was true that Lu Xinghe had struck first, he did not wish to be unintentionally manipulated by Jiang Gaoyi. Thus, he recounted the sequence of events with clarity. This is how it all unfolded. Although Brother Lu struck first, it was only in response to Jiang Gaoyi's earlier insolence. Had he not spoken so flippantly and attempted to abduct a commoner, Brother Lu would not have laid a hand on him. Upon hearing Su Heng's words, Jiang Gaoyi pointed at him, exclaiming, "Su Heng, you despicable coward. Can you not speak the truth? Which of your eyes saw me touch that girl? Our families are friends. How could you turn against me like this?" Su Heng regarded the agitated Jiang Gaoyi with an unperturbed expression. "I merely spoke the truth, besides. It was you, Brother Jiang, who requested my testimony, was it not?" "You." Jiang Gaoyi ground his teeth in frustration, aware of his untenable position. With a cold snort, he attempted to lead his men away, but before he could take 2 steps, He and his companions were all apprehended by the servants brought by Steward Lu. Jiang Gaoyi cursed vehemently. Steward Lu, what is the meaning of this? My father is an assistant. His status in Nanping town is not inferior to Mr. Huang's. On what grounds do you arrest me? You have committed the crime of attempting to abduct a commoner. It is not I who wishes to detain you. If I do not send you to the authorities to teach you a lesson, do you take the Huang family for fools? After speaking, he gestured for the servants to escort Jiang Gaoyi and the others towards the yamen. Chu Yue turned her gaze to Lu Xinghe, gently touching the bruised corner of his mouth, her face etched with concern. My dear husband, does it hurt? A pang of guilt washed over her. Had it not been for her, he would not have engaged in a brawl. Lu Xinghe shook his head. It's nothing, I'm fine. In truth, he had not intended to flee earlier. He ruffled her hair. I knew you would not abandon me. It proves that Yaya is quite clever. Chu Yue smiled softly and then turned to Su Hong, offering him a slight bow. Today, I am truly grateful for your assistance, Mr. Su. Su Hong turned aside, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks, young lady. I simply cannot bear to witness wrongdoing in public. Lu Xinghe regarded him thoughtfully. The Jiang and Su family share a long-standing friendship. With your aid today, will Jiang Gaoyi, upon returning to his family, not incite old Master Jiang to seek retribution against the Su family? Su Hong appeared unfazed. They would need the capability to do so. There is no need for you to worry, Brother Lu. The Su family has my father to support us, and he is not easily deceived. Upon hearing Su Heng's response, Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue exchanged a knowing smile. Su Hong was indeed a person of genuine character. Su Hong then turned to Lu Xinghe, a look of curiosity on his face. Brother Lu, what brings you to the bookstore today? To purchase books. The 4 books and 5 classics? Su Hong inquired further. Lu Xinghe nodded, indeed. Su Heng's face lit up with excitement. It seems you intend to continue your studies for the imperial examinations? That's splendid. You might just be in time for the provincial exam in March, and who knows, you may even achieve top honors. Lu Xinghe chuckled. You have more faith in me than I do in myself. Indeed, how many can claim to have passed the child scholar examination at the tender age of 9? I had to attempt it twice before I succeeded, Su Hong expressed, admiration evident on his face. Observing the rapport between the two, Chu Yue interjected, thanks to Mr. Su's assistance today, after we procure our books, may we invite you to Ruiju for a modest meal to discuss matters with my husband? Chapter 38. A Dinner Invitation. Chu Yue felt hesitant to dine at a grand establishment like Huayu Lu, as the prices there were exorbitant, often reaching 1 or 2 taels for a meal. Conversely, at Ruiju, although the dishes were also not cheap, she could manage to spend over 100 when for 2 or 3 small dishes, which was acceptable to her. Su Hong appeared somewhat embarrassed. How can I allow you to incur such expenses? Lu Xinghe understood that the young lady was trying to build connections for him. He placed a reassuring hand on Su Heng's shoulder and said, please wait a moment, I shall go buy the books first. Lu Xinghe selected 5 books with text and 10 blank ones, spending a total of 13 taels of silver. Chu Yue placed the 37 taels of change into her purse, and together with Lu Xinghe, they headed towards Ruiju, guiding Su Hong along. As a woman, it was inappropriate for Chu Yue to dine at the same table with men, so after ordering 3 small dishes and settling the bill, she went to a nearby noodle stall just a street away from Ruiju. Having satisfied her hunger, she considered that Lu Xinghe and Su Hong would not arrive that soon, so she made her way to the back kitchen of Ruiju. After explaining her purpose to the woman washing vegetables, she met the kitchen manager, Zhao. Zhao looked skeptically at the young girl before him, unsure of what kind of culinary expertise she could offer. So, you wish to sell me a recipe? Chu Yue nodded eagerly. Yes. I wonder if Manager Zhao would be interested. Zhao picked at his teeth. Go ahead then. What recipe do you have? It's a recipe for pig offal. Fearing Zhao might refuse, Chu Yue quickly added, may I request Manager Zhao to listen to me first? Zhao, displaying patience, replied, speak. In Nanping town, there were only 2 large establishments like Huayu Lu, yet several smaller taverns like Ruiju. Upon hearing Chu Yue's words, Zhao nodded, intrigued by what she had to say next. Please continue. Chu Yue elaborated, ordinary peasant families seldom dine in taverns due to the expense. Those who do often have a bit of spare change. They seek novelty in their dining experiences, so they tend to visit whichever establishment offers unique dishes. Do you not find my reasoning sound, Manager Zhao? Zhao nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is indeed valid, young lady. If you have other recipes, I might consider allowing you to try them, but pig offal, even ordinary farmers do not consume such fare. He shook his head. Chu Yue understood that selling a recipe for pig offal would not be straightforward, but she was determined to make her case. Manager Zhao, would you permit me to try? If you still find the recipe unsuitable after tasting the dish I prepare, I shall take my leave immediately. Zhao pondered for a moment, concluding it was merely a matter of oil and salt. He acquiesced. Well then, the pig offal we just slaughtered has yet to be discarded, if you wish to try. Go ahead. Following Zhao's direction, Chu Yue saw the cleaned pig offal hanging in the corner. She swiftly retrieved it, cut it into 3 portions, and first scrubbed it with wood ash to eliminate any odor. Then, she parboiled it, chopped it into segments, and stir-fried it. Thanks to the tavern's well-stocked spices, the dish turned out more fragrant than she had anticipated. Zhao, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached Chu Yue, observing the golden brown pig offal glistening in the sauce. Your culinary skills are quite commendable, young lady. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Chu Yue smiled. I have merely practiced at home. It cannot compare to your expertise. Manager Zhao. She then took a plate lined with fresh green leaves, placed some of the pig offal on it, and presented it to Zhao. I invite you to taste it. Although the thought of eating pig offal initially made Zhao uneasy, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece. As he chewed, his eyes lit up. The dish, expertly prepared by this young girl, retained none of the unpleasant odors, instead offering an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Zhao nodded in approval as he savored each bite. Not bad. Chu Yue beamed, pointing to the pot. There is more in the pot. Perhaps Manager Zhao could set aside small portions as complimentary samples for our regular patrons. Zhao, hearing her suggestion, promptly began to make arrangements. Chu Yue waited patiently in the kitchen alongside Zhao for feedback from the customers. After about 15 minutes, a young servant rushed into the kitchen. Manager Zhao. The customers are clamoring for the stir-fried pig offal. Do we have enough left? Zhao was not surprised at this outcome, as the pig offal indeed tasted remarkable. He glanced at the large quantities still hanging in the corner, about to affirm there was enough, when Chu Yue interjected, Manager Zhao, moderation is key. Zhao understood the implication and quickly instructed the servant, inform the customers that this stir-fried pig offal is a new dish we are introducing today. And we have not prepared a large quantity. We will offer 10 portions starting tomorrow, first come, first served. The servant hurried off to relay the message. And only then did Zhao turn to Chu Yue. For your recipe, I am willing to pay 3 taels of silver. However, you must agree not to sell this recipe to anyone else. Given that a single recipe could fetch 3 taels of silver, it was indeed a substantial sum. Chu Yue nodded vigorously, agreed, I will sell it exclusively to you, Manager Zhao. However, if others happen to copy it, you cannot hold me responsible. Zhao chuckled. That is only natural. However, by the time others catch on, we may have already switched to a different recipe. Upon receiving the 3 taels of silver settled by Zhao Dong, Chu Yue emerged from the rear courtyard of Rui residence. Just as she stepped outside, she spotted Lu Xinghe waiting for her at the entrance, a parcel of meat and vegetables in his hand, the savory aroma subtly wafting in the air. Chu Yue's eyes sparkled with delight. My dear husband, how did you know I was here? Lu Xinghe took her hand gently. It's quite simple. Upon noticing the stir-fried intestines gifted from the kitchen, I deduced your presence. Su Guo is a regular there, and thus we were fortunate to receive a small portion as well. Chu Yue chuckled. So, the patrons clamoring for dishes owe some credit to you? Lu Xinghe playfully ruffled her hair. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Chu Yue realized that since she had grown closer to Lu Xinghe, he seemed particularly fond of tousling her hair. Was he truly treating her like a child? Glancing at her still slender frame, she reluctantly accepted the truth that she was, after all, still a child. My dear, why did you bring back a packed meal from Rui residence? Lu Xinghe glanced at the oiled paper bag in his hand. I specifically ordered this to take home. The food at Rui is quite delectable, and I thought it would be delightful for you to sample it as well. He then turned to Chu Yue. Have you had lunch already? Chu Yue nodded. Of course, I wouldn't deprive myself. That's good to hear. Lu Xinghe led Chu Yue around a corner. Let us head out of town to the nearby kiln and take a look. Once we ascertain the prices, if they are reasonable, we shall purchase the bricks. If not, we can return early and inquire at the kiln in the neighboring village. Chapter 39. A wealthy discretion. Chu Yue inquired, isn't the price of bricks different at each kiln? Lu Xinghe confirmed, indeed. Each kiln is distinct, varying by owner and location, though the price differences are generally modest. The most significant variation lies in the quality of the blue bricks. Some kilns produce bricks of excellent hue and high durability, while others yield bricks that are not only inferior in color but also prone to breaking. But you have never visited the kiln in the neighboring village. How do you know their quality? Chu Yue questioned, puzzled. True, I have not been, but I have seen their bricks, so I retain some impression. After a quarter of an hour, the two finally arrived at the kiln. The brickworks was expansive, with neatly stacked finished blue bricks everywhere. Due to the constant firing over the years, the area surrounding the kiln was devoid of grass and trees, with temperatures significantly higher than elsewhere. A young worker, noticing the two from a distance, wiped his brow and approached them. Are you two here to inquire about blue bricks? Lu Xinghe nodded. What is the price of your blue bricks? 2 for 3 bricks. The young worker promptly pointed to the stacks behind him. You may examine our blue bricks. Our kiln has been established in Nanping town for over a century, and more than half of the houses in town are constructed with our blue bricks. Lu Xinghe stepped forward to inspect the bricks, tapping on a few. The young worker, noticing this, quickly brought over 2 bricks to strike together. The sound was crisp and clear, without any dullness or cracking. Indeed, a venerable kiln. The quality of the bricks is quite commendable. Lu Xinghe turned to him. Could the price of these blue bricks be lowered a bit? The kiln over at Yeojiagu offers lower prices. The young worker laughed heartily. Oh. That small kiln at Yeojiagu cannot compare to our century-old establishment. Since you are aware of Yeojiagu's kiln but have not purchased from them, you must understand their quality. In business, we adhere to the principle of you get what you pay for. If you desire sturdy blue bricks, you need look no further than our Kaiyang brickworks. Lu Xinghe had anticipated this. He knew that the price of bricks from large kilns would naturally be higher than those from smaller workshops. Although 2 for 3 bricks was considerably more than the price at Yeojiagu, the emphasis was on quality. He conveyed the approximate size of the house he intended to build, and the young worker quickly calculated the estimated quantity of bricks needed. You will require approximately 60,000 bricks. It is unlikely to be more than that. If you find you need fewer, you may return to supplement your order. And should you find you have excess, as long as the bricks are undamaged, you may return them. How does that sound? 60,000 blue bricks would total 40 taels of silver, which amounted to a significant increase of 10 taels compared to the prices at Yeojiagu. This was no trifling sum. Lu Xinghe glanced back at Chu Yue, pondering for a moment before nodding. Very well. He then inquired about the price of tiles. The price at Kaiyang Brickworks was comparable to that of Yeojiagu, yet the quality was unmatched. He decided to place an order here as well, totaling 6 taels of silver for the tiles. Ultimately, Lu Xinghe paid a deposit of 10 taels of silver, securing the 60,000 blue bricks and the required tiles before leading Chu Yue back home. The production of the blue bricks and tiles would take some time. The kiln promised delivery to Banpo village in half a month. By then, the rice in the fields would be harvested, and the houses of his uncles would likely be nearing completion. Once the blue bricks arrived, they could commence building their home. Upon returning home, it was already late afternoon. After several hours, the injury on Lu Xinghe's lip was no longer as pronounced. To spare Yun Suihe's worry, he merely mentioned that he had had a minor accident, then handed over the remaining silver to her before fetching a water bucket to head to the fields. Chu Yue entered the house, carefully storing the small silver coins in a bamboo tube, hiding them in various places. The box for the gold bracelet was too large to conceal in the wall cavity, so she wrapped it in old clothes and stuffed it into the kang. Given the recent heat, they would not be using the kong, and by the time they did, they would likely have moved to their new home, providing a more suitable place to hide these valuables. Once she had hidden everything, she went to the kitchen to unpack the meat and vegetables Lu Xinghe had brought from Rui residence. Lu Xingfeng, drawn by the enticing aroma, entered the kitchen. Sister-in-law, what is this? Your elder brother packed this meal in town, saying it was for you to try as well. She served the dishes in a bowl, offering it towards Lu Xingfeng. Give it a taste. Lu Xingfeng, feeling somewhat shy, waved his hand. No, thank you. It will soon be dinner time. We should eat together as a family. Chu Yue smiled and, to avoid dust, carefully inverted the dish onto the stove. Just as she stepped out of the kitchen, she saw Yun Suihe coming from the room. Yeah, come with me inside. With a puzzled expression, Chu Yue followed Yun Suihe into the room. Mother, what is it? Yun Suihe produced the silver Lu Xinghe had given her. I recall giving Xinghe 50 taels this morning for books and blue bricks. The blue bricks cost 10 taels. So why is there still 40 taels here? Did he not spend much on the books? With 2 scholars in the family, she understood well that books in town were worth their weight in gold. Chu Yue smiled gently. Mother, my husband used our own money to buy the books. Yun Suihe sighed. Child, we are family now. Why must you differentiate between mine and yours? There will be many expenses ahead. The road to the imperial examination, even if it flows smoothly, will require many years of effort. Once Xinghe continues down this path, the family won't be able to assist much, and you will need to be involved as well. In a few years, when you come of age and a chubby little one joins the family, the expenses will only increase. Chu Yue had not anticipated Lu Xinghe's foresight. Mother, we are not there yet. We will strive to earn more money in the future. Lu Xinghe patted her hand. Dear child, you have been fortunate lately. But no one can guarantee that this good fortune will last forever. Wealth should be guarded judiciously. While Xingping and Xing'an remain untroubled, it is Xinghe who has endured considerable hardships over the years. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue could not help but inquire, Mother. Though Xingping and Xing'an are not so small anymore, have you considered their future? Lu Xinghe, somewhat troubled, reflected, Xing'an possesses a steady disposition. If he could learn a few characters, he might find comfort in becoming a bookkeeper. As for Xingping, that mischievous little rascal, I truly have no way to guide him. Being a practical woman, she felt that with Lu Xinghe pursuing the scholarly path, it sufficed for the family. Everyone must make a living, and sending them all to school would be an insurmountable burden. Chu Yue sought to reassure her, Mother, there is no need for such worries. Though Xingping is a bit unruly, he is also bold and meticulous. Perhaps he will carve out his own opportunities in the future. Lu Xinghe smiled ruefully. Let us hope so. With my health in such a precarious state, I cannot help but worry, especially while you are still so young. It is difficult to put my mind at ease. Hearing this, Chu Yue felt a pang of discomfort. Mother, there is no need for such talk. You are still young. And your health will improve in due time. Let not your thoughts dwell on despair. She refrained from mentioning her visit to Dr. Ju in town, knowing that the thought of spending money would only cause her mother further distress. Lu Xinghe, mistaking Chu Yue's words for mere comfort, replied with a warm smile, Very well. I shall not dwell on such thoughts. I will strive to live many more years to witness your lives flourish. Dinner was prepared by Chu Yue, with Lu Xinghe tending to the fire and Lu Xingping responsible for gathering and washing the vegetables. Elder brother, we only have enough wild vegetables for one meal. The nearby areas have been thoroughly foraged. Tomorrow, we may need to venture further into the mountains. With no other vegetables available, if they did not forage for wild greens, they would be reduced to eating rice porridge daily. Just as Lu Xinghe set down the water bucket, wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, It is not safe to go too deep. I will go alone tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe, who had been sewing, immediately paused her work. If we truly have no food, then we shall have to subsist on rice porridge for a while. I have heard there are tigers in the deep mountains. A few years back, De Zhuang from Antlin's family ventured there and never returned. If something were to happen to you, I fear for my health. Upon hearing the dangers of the mountains, Lu Xingping quickly agreed. Mother speaks wisely. We still have rice porridge to sustain us. Let us wait until it rains to plant some vegetables. Lu Xinghe chimed in from behind the stove. Tomorrow, Xingping and I will explore the nearby mountains. If we find wild vegetables, we will bring them back. If not, we can manage with rice porridge. Elder brother, do not risk yourself in the deep mountains. It would be better to stay at home and read. Indeed, elder brother is the hope of our family. As long as you are well, we can all thrive, Lu Xingping said, breaking into a silly grin. His spirits lifted as they resumed their tasks. The words of his younger brothers warmed Lu Xinghe's heart. Although life had been challenging in recent years, seeing the family united brought him a sense of fulfillment. In the kitchen, Chu Yue listened to their conversation with growing concern. If they continued this way, they would soon find themselves short on water. Fortunately, living in the mountains, if they ran out, they could search for water further up. However, life in Yodo village was likely even harsher. She pondered about Xiao Tao, so young and vulnerable, who would surely not be treated kindly by the Chu family if anything were to happen to her. If only she lived closer, she could sneak a glance at her. Now that she was married so far away, her reach felt painfully limited. Once the porridge was ready, Chu Yue dished it out, reheating the meat and vegetables she had brought back at noon, and stir-frying some wild greens to serve at the table. With their vegetable supply nearly depleted, they seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, daring not to indulge in the meat. Each person took only 2 or 3 pieces, pairing them with the rice porridge and wild greens. After dinner, returning to the room, Chu Yue sat on the kang, gazing at Lu Xinghe, who was engrossed in his studies. Husband, if we are to build a house, will we need to purchase more rice? Lu Xinghe shifted his gaze from his book. Indeed, it seems that obtaining the aged rice from the town will be increasingly difficult. We may have to settle for brown rice when we build. We can reserve the aged rice for after we move. Chu Yue nodded. I was thinking the same. Xing and salted vegetables in the cellar are nearly finished. If we build the house and have no vegetables, we will have to eat salted vegetables with our porridge. Lu Xinghe replied affirmatively this year. Having even a bowl of food will suffice. Uncle and second uncle are not particularly finicky. During Chu Yue's last visit to Chen's medicine shop to seek Dr. Zhu, he finally made an appearance in Banpo village on the 5th day, leading a donkey and carrying a medicine box. He called out at the entrance of the first house in the village, "Is anyone there?" The one who came out was Lu Xinghe's aunt Tian Chunen. Upon seeing the doctor with his medicine box, she quickly glanced around. Did someone in the family summon a doctor? Dr. Zhu quickly clarified, "Sister, I am merely here to ask for directions. Do you know where the Lu family resides?" The Lu family? Tian Chunen stepped forward to open the gate, saying, "What a coincidence, this is indeed the Lu family." Dr. Zhu stroked his beard, recalling that the girl had mentioned her grandmother's ill health. However, the vibrant woman before him seemed far from sickly. Are there no other Lu families? Tian Chunen raised an eyebrow. Our Lu family is the largest in the village. There are many Lu families in Banpo. Is there no other distinguishing feature of the family you seek? Dr. Zhu pondered for a moment before replying. The girl only mentioned her grandmother's poor health. I cannot recall the details, just that she lives in Banpo and her husband's surname is Lu. Dr. Zhu's vague description left Tian Chunen at a loss. Moreover, she did not even consider Chu Yue, for given the conditions of the family, it seemed improbable that they would seek a doctor as house call, not to mention the exorbitant consultation fees, unless they were related. Most doctors would not visit without a good reason. Furthermore, in her impression, Chu Yue did not strike her as particularly benevolent. That makes it difficult for me to guess. In our village, the elderly often have some ailments. Perhaps I could have my son lead you to a few Lu families in the area to inquire? Dr. Zhu frowned at this suggestion. As a doctor, going door to door asking if anyone needed medical attention was not an ideal approach. Those who were open to it might be fine, but those with reservations could very well chase him away. Just then, Lu Yufeng also arrived at the gate. The person the doctor seeks was here recently to sell herbal medicine, wasn't she? She had been standing at her door, listening intently during Dr. Zhu's conversation. The first person who came to her mind was Chu Yue, as she had indeed sold herbal medicine at the town recently and matched the description provided by the doctor. Sold herbal medicine? Dr. Zhu's eyes brightened. Yes. That girl indeed sold herbal medicine to Chen's medicine shop. It was she who mentioned her grandmother's ill health, which is why I came to see her. If it were anyone else, I would not have bothered. Lu Yufeng smiled brightly. Then it is settled. I shall take you to my third aunt's house. Thank you, young lady, Dr. Zhu said, quickly leading his stubborn donkey, following Lu Yufeng as she walked ahead, pausing occasionally to wait for him. He felt somewhat embarrassed and remarked, "You go ahead, I will keep up. My donkey has suddenly become quite obstinate." Lu Yufeng covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, turning to walk slowly ahead. Tian Chunen gazed at the two figures and the donkey retreating into the distance, a sudden wave of discontent washing over her heart. Her two daughters-in-law had been married for 3 to 5 years, and whenever they ventured into town, they only ever sought a few coins from her, never once purchasing even a handkerchief for her. And how long had it been since Chu Yue had married? Constantly busy with selling medicinal herbs and calling for doctors to attend to Yunshi, could she truly be so benevolent? Surely, there must be ulterior motives at play. Might she be plotting something sinister? With a huff, Tian Chunen slammed the courtyard gate shut and turned back towards her own room. Upon seeing her 3 grandchildren peacefully slumbering within, her irritation began to dissipate. She had married a daughter-in-law who was still immature. Who knows if she could even bear children as well as her 2 sons' wives. It seemed necessary to indulge the third daughter-in-law fervently. A not particularly long journey had taken Dr. Zhu a full 15 minutes due to that obstinate donkey, and it would have taken even longer had Lu Yufeng not been pushing from behind. Xinghe, yeah, come quickly. Upon spotting the entrance to Lu Xinghe's courtyard, Lu Yufeng called out at the top of her lungs. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue hastily exited their dwelling. When Chu Yue beheld the sight of the two, drenched in sweat, pushing the donkey forward, she couldn't help but chuckle, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Lu Xinghe raised his hand to cover the corners of his mouth, then hurried to fetch a ladle of water from the kitchen to bring before the donkey. The donkey ceased its relentless scratching at the ground, standing upright and drinking the water earnestly. Dr. Zhu let out a sigh of relief. Had I known it was simply thirsty, I wouldn't have exerted myself so. He then rubbed his sore back, groaning, "Oh dear. This stubborn donkey has made my day a nightmare." At first, it insisted on racing with the cart, and then it simply refused to move. Lu Xinghe smirked. "If you don't provide water for a thirsty donkey, it will stubbornly dig at the ground until it finds moisture, and moreover, they dislike being tugged along, as it makes them uncomfortable." He turned to Dr. Zhu. "This donkey must have been bought not long ago, right?" Dr. Zhu sighed. "We had a mule at home, but it passed away due to its old age not long ago. I just purchased this donkey a few days ago, so I'm still getting accustomed to its temperament." Lu Xinghe nodded. "The donkey's gentle nature is indeed suited for you, Dr. Zhu." Dr. Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us take our time to get familiar. I came here because Manager Chen mentioned that you had sought me out. May I inquire where the patient is?" She promptly pointed towards Yun Suihe's door. "Dr. Zhu, please follow me." She knocked lightly on Yun Suihe's door. "Mother, the doctor has arrived. Let him examine you." Upon hearing that a doctor was visiting, Yun Suihe's heart skipped a beat. The consultation fee for a doctor is not trivial. Had she known that Chu Yue would invite him, she would have preferred to accompany them to town last time. Yet now that he was here, it would be impolite to turn him away. Rising from her bed, she opened the door. "Doctor, please come in." Dr. Zhu observed her somewhat pale complexion and seated himself beside her bed to take her pulse. After a brief moment, he exited the room with his medical bag in hand. Chu Yue followed closely behind. "Dr. Zhu, how is my mother's health?" Dr. Zhu furrowed his brow. "Your mother's condition is neither too severe nor too trivial. The crux of the matter lies in her significant depletion of vitality. It appears that she suffered after giving birth years ago, and given the family's circumstances, this has persisted until now. Overall, there's no immediate threat to her life, but there are numerous issues that should be addressed promptly." Upon hearing this, Chu Yue felt a sense of clarity regarding her mother's health. "Please, Dr. Zhu, prescribe some medicine." Dr. Zhu contemplated for a moment. "I will prescribe a tonic to replenish qi and blood, strengthen the spleen, and nourish the heart. With consistent use over a period, it should gradually alleviate symptoms such as dizziness, fatigue, drowsiness, and weakness caused by her deficiency. However, while medicinal supplements are beneficial, dietary nourishment is ultimately more effective. Miss Chu, you might consider focusing on her diet." Chu Yue nodded. "I understand." Dr. Zhu extracted a piece of charcoal from his bag and wrote out a prescription, handing it to Chu Yue. "Given your mother's condition, she will need to take this remedy for at least 2 months. One key ingredient is ginseng, which may be somewhat costly, while astragalus, angelica, white atractylodes, and poria are relatively common. We should first use 2 to 3 months to address her deficiency, after which the subsequent ailments can be tackled more directly." She listened attentively, nodding in agreement with each point Dr. Zhu made. Afterward, she turned to Dr. Zhu. "Doctor, I have always been keen on studying medicine. May I become your apprentice?" Lu Yufeng, who had been seated beneath the great tree outside, was taken aback to hear Chu Yue converse so fluently with Dr. Zhu, her envy growing for her knowledge. Now, hearing her request to become an apprentice left her utterly astonished, her mouth agape. Dr. Zhu was equally taken aback, as Chu Yue's sudden proposal seemed quite the contrast to their earlier discussion about Yun Shi's health. However, recalling his previous experience at the Huang residence, he felt unworthy of accepting Chu Yue as a disciple. This girl is a promising talent, and he did not wish to hinder her potential. "If you truly wish to learn, I can recommend you to my master." In his view, a bold student like Chu Yue might achieve greater heights under his master's guidance. Chu Yue's eyes sparkled at Dr. Zhu's words. "Your master? Surely. He must be even more formidable than you." Chu Yue eagerly nodded. "I truly wish to learn, but do you think your master would accept me as a disciple?" Dr. Zhu chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. "Rest assured, if he were to learn of your past actions at the Huang residence, he would likely be eager to meet you." Upon hearing this, Chu Yue broke into a radiant smile and respectfully bowed to Dr. Zhu. "Then I must trouble you to make the introduction." Dr. Zhu quickly waved his hand. "No need for such formalities, young lady. However, my master is somewhat elusive, and I cannot predict when he will next appear in Nanping Town. But when he does, I will certainly bring him to Banpo Village to meet you." She repeatedly expressed her gratitude. After settling Dr. Zhu's consultation fee, she saw him off at the door. By this time, Dr. Zhu's donkey, having been calmed and fed by Lu Xinghe, was no longer as obstinate. Lu Xinghe personally helped Dr. Zhu mount the donkey, sharing some tips on its care, before watching him ride away. As Dr. Zhu departed, Lu Yufeng stood up from her seat beneath the tree. gazing at Chu Yue with immense envy. Yeah, you're amazing. To think you managed to have Dr. Zhu recommend his master to you. Chu Yue smiled lightly. It's nothing remarkable. I still don't know if he would be willing to accept me. Seeing her remain humble and unassuming despite the situation, Lu Yufeng's admiration for Chu Yue deepened. She grasped Chu Yue's hand. When you have time, could you teach me to recognize a few medicinal herbs? Chapter 42, The Harvest. Chu Yue quickly led Lu Yufeng to the bamboo sieve drying in her courtyard, teaching her to identify the herbs contained within. These are all the herbs we currently have at home, so this is all I can teach you for now. When I gather new herbs next time, I will share more with you. Lu Yufeng tilted her head, attentively reviewing the herbs in the sieve. This is enough for me. I wouldn't be able to memorize more at once. Thank you, yeah. I'll go home and commit these few herbs to memory. And I'll come find you again once I've gathered some herbs. Go ahead, she replied, watching as Lu Yufeng departed. She then knocked on Yun Suihe's door. Mother, have you rested? Yun Suihe sighed. Come in, yeah. As Chu Yue entered the room, she stood hesitantly at the doorway, casting a worried glance at Yun Suihe, who was resting on the bed. I took the liberty of inviting Dr. Zhu to our home to attend to Mother. Is she angry? Yun Suihe rubbed her temples and shook her head. How could that be? My dear yeah, your filial piety brings joy to your mother. I am merely feeling a bit lightheaded today and chose to remain in bed to avoid falling. Lightheaded? Chu Yue pondered for a moment before heading to the kitchen. She retrieved a hanging basket from the beam and took out the brown sugar she had bought during her first trip to town. After adding water to a pot, she prepared a bowl of brown sugar and egg custard and brought it to Yun Suihe's room. The concoction also contained a couple of slices of ginger. These 3 ingredients worked harmoniously to nourish the blood, invigorate circulation, and warm the stomach, perfect for alleviating dizziness caused by anemia. Fortunately, they had all the necessary ingredients at home. Otherwise, she would have felt utterly helpless. Mother, please drink this bowl of brown sugar water. It will help with your dizziness, Chu Yue urged. Yun Suihe propped herself up and took the large bowl of brown sugar water that Chu Yue offered. Why is there an egg in it? You all haven't eaten. Chu Yue handed her a porcelain spoon. Mother, your recovery is far more important than anything else. We are young and healthy. Whether we eat a little more or a little less is inconsequential. Oh, my dear child, Yun Suihe sighed, marveling once more at how fortunate she was to have such a wonderful daughter. It was truly a pity that the Chu family had not appreciated her before. They were indeed blind to her worth. After finishing the warm, sweet brown sugar and egg soup, Yun Suihe felt a warm sweat break out, and the dizziness began to fade. This soup truly works wonders, yeah, she remarked, feeling relieved. Seeing the positive effect, Chu Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, please stay in the room for now. I will go prepare a pot of hot water. And later I will bring it to you so you can wash up and change into clean clothes. Yun Suihe nodded in agreement. Very well. Before long, she returned with hot water and Yun Suihe got out of bed to wash away her sweat and change into fresh garments, feeling invigorated and lighter than she had in a long time. She placed her soiled clothes in a basin and stepped outside, but she quickly interjected, Mother, allow me to wash the clothes. Yun Suihe shifted slightly to avoid Chu Yue's hands. You have already worked hard all morning, you should take a rest. I can manage this myself, it will be good for my body. Seeing this, Chu Yue hurriedly fetched a small stool and placed it under the large tree. Then you can wash the clothes here. Don't squat for too long, and be careful when you stand up after washing. Yun Suihe acknowledged her instructions with a loving smile. All right, I understand. You go on with your tasks. Didn't you mention this morning that you wanted Xinghe to teach you how to read? Hurry along. She had indeed overheard that Dr. Zhu intended to introduce her mentor to Chu Yue, which could pave the way for her to learn medicine. If this clever girl could acquire some skills, they would no longer need to worry about any ailments in the family. Chu Yue entered the house to find Lu Xinghe at the window, dipping his brush into ink and writing something. She initially intended to quietly slip back outside, but Lu Xinghe had already turned to look at her. Are you done? Today I will teach you how to write with ink. Chu Yue paused for a moment, then smiled and approached. All right. Having practiced with a brush dipped in water a few days prior, she adeptly used the brush to dip into the ink and wrote the characters for Xinghe on a piece of yellowed, clean rice paper. Her eyes sparkling with joy, she turned to Lu Xinghe. How does my writing look? Though it could not compare to the works of calligraphy masters, her characters were upright and graceful. For a first attempt on paper, it was indeed commendable. Very well done. Lu Xinghe's praise made Chu Yue beam with delight as she dipped the brush again and added her name, Chu Yue, beside Xinghe. Lu Xinghe glanced at the characters on the paper and then at Chu Yue, who was earnestly focused on her writing, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Under the tree, Yun Sueha washed the clothes while stealing glances at Lu Xinghe's room, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of the young couple enjoying each other's company. It is easy to seek priceless treasures, but rare to find true love. If they could live harmoniously together for a lifetime, it brought her great comfort. After filling an entire sheet with characters, Chu Yue finally set down her brush, rubbing her slightly sore wrist and gazing out at the sky. Oh dear. I must go prepare dinner. Before she could step outside, Lu Xinghe grasped her wrist gently. No need to rush. Xingfeng and Xing'an have returned and are busy in the kitchen. They will handle lunch for us while I give you a little massage. With that, he began to knead a few acupoints on her wrist, and she felt much lighter afterward. Darling, after we harvest the crops from the fields tomorrow, how about we visit the town the day after? I want to get some medicine for Mother and buy some brown rice. Once the bricks and tiles arrive, we will begin building our house. After that, we may not have much time to run to town. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Very well. The family shared a simple meal of rice porridge and a small dish of wild vegetables. By the afternoon, Chu Yue prepared another bowl of ginger and brown sugar water for Yun Sueha, but this time without the egg. The next day, the family busied themselves with harvesting. Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue wielded sickles to cut down the ripened rice stalks, while Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xing'an worked diligently, transporting the large bundles of rice back home to dry in the courtyard. Thanks to the 2 bowls of brown sugar water she had consumed the previous day, Yun Sueha felt much improved and assisted in turning the rice stalks in the courtyard, while also managing the meals for everyone. As the sun began to set, the 2 acres of rice had been fully harvested. She wiped the sweat from her brow and returned home with Lu Xinghe. Upon seeing them, Yun Sueha quickly brought out 2 large bowls of water. Drink some water and take a breather. You've worked hard today. Lu Xinghe gulped down a bowl of water and placed the sickle in the kitchen. Mother, I'll head over to grandfather and grandmother S to borrow the threshing tool. After dinner, we can thresh the rice. Chapter 43, Gathering Medicine. Yun Sueha, busy in the kitchen, craned her neck to peek outside. You need to hurry. The rice porridge is already ready. Understood, Mother, Lu Xinghe replied, dashing off. After finishing her water, Chu Yue placed the bowl in the kitchen, filled a basin with water to wash her hair with soap pods, and then filled a second basin to wash herself. She changed out of her old clothes and removed the cloth wrap from her arms, washing herself with clean water before donning fresh garments, feeling much more comfortable. Wearing a light blue top paired with a dark blue skirt, she exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Just as she stepped outside with her clothes, she spotted Lu Xinghe sitting under the eaves. Upon hearing the door open, he turned to look at Chu Yue. Go eat first. The clothes can wait until later. All right. Chu Yue placed the basin of dirty clothes in front of the house and followed Lu Xinghe to the kitchen. Dinner consisted of rice porridge, wild vegetables, and a large bowl of egg drop soup. Due to the day's labor, they had prepared more porridge than usual, with each person receiving 2 generous bowls. After enjoying a hearty meal, Chu Yue set off to wash the clothes, while Lu Xinghe took the threshing tool to knock down the rice that had dried all day. As everyone was busy harvesting rice, they all needed the threshing tool, and he had to make the most of the evening to finish the task. He didn't want to delay anyone's work. Yun Sueha emerged from the house with a winnowing basket, sweeping the scattered rice into it. After Chu Yue finished washing the clothes, she assisted in packing the millet into baskets. Subsequently, Lu Xinghe carried the millet to the kitchen for storage, awaiting the morrow when it could be spread out to dry for a couple of days before being taken to the village for threshing at a household with a stone mill. By the time Lu Xinghe had arranged the millet in the kitchen, night had completely fallen and the moon had risen. Since Chu Yue's arrival, she had never been as busy as she was this late in the evening. Observing Lu Xinghe, who was drenched from the work, she hurriedly fetched a large basin of water and a cloth, bringing them into the house. You should wash up first. We can take the flail to grandfather and grandmother's house on our way to town tomorrow morning, can't we? It's rather late now, and they won't need it tonight anyway. Lu Xinghe nodded, all right. As Lu Xinghe washed inside, she stood guard outside. Perhaps due to exhaustion, she eventually dozed off, only to awaken the next morning on the heated bed. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced outside and saw that it was already bright. She swiftly slipped on her shoes and got out of bed. Lu Xinghe had already spread the millet out to dry in the yard, and the flail had been sent to grandfather and grandmother's house by Lu Xingfeng. Meanwhile, Lu Xing'an and Yun Sueha were busy in the kitchen. Noticing that everyone was working while she had been lazily sleeping, Chu Yue felt a twinge of guilt. "Husband, why didn't you wake me when you got up?" Seeing the guilt etched on the young girl's face, Lu Xinghe smiled and ruffled her hair. "It's all right. You were tired yesterday. It's good to get some rest." It seemed Yun Sueha also sensed that Chu was awake, as she called from the kitchen, "Where? Wash your face and set the table. Breakfast is almost ready." "All right, mother." Initially apprehensive that her family might disapprove of her sleeping in, Chu felt reassured upon hearing Yun Sueha's affectionate address. After breakfast, Chu and Lu Xinghe set off for town. Before leaving, she made sure to tuck the prescription given by Dr. Zhu into her pouch. The cart had been borrowed from Aunt Lin by Lu Xinghe that morning while delivering the flail. Now, with a basket filled with medicinal herbs on her back, Chu sat on the cart as Lu Xinghe effortlessly pushed it towards Nanping town, seemingly brimming with endless energy, which astonished Chu. At the same age of 18, her indolent brother at home did nothing, making Lu Xinghe's industriousness all the more striking. She had heard he was about to marry, but she felt sorry for the unfortunate girl. Thinking of her family, she also recalled Xiaotao and wondered how she was faring. If only Myoto village were closer, she could find time to visit Xiaotao. 15 minutes later, the pair arrived at Nanping town, heading straight for Chen's medicine shop. Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe were not newcomers. Upon seeing them, the shopkeeper immediately greeted them. "Young lady, back again with your husband to sell medicinal herbs?" Chu smiled. "Not just selling herbs, we also need to get some medicine." After saying this, she produced Dr. Zhu's prescription from her pouch and handed it to the shopkeeper. "Could you please let me know how much it would cost to prepare the medicine according to this prescription?" The shopkeeper took the prescription and instructed an assistant to lead Lu Xinghe to the backyard to inspect the herbs while he studied the prescription closely, assessing the required herbs and their quantities. After calculating for a while, he turned to Chu Yue. "Miss Chu, this prescription contains a ginseng, which you have purchased for me before. You should be aware of its value, even if only a few slices of 3-year-old ginseng are used. It will cost at least this much." He raised 3 fingers. 301 for one set? Chu gasped internally, calculating it. That would amount to 301 a day, 9 taels of silver for a month, and Dr. Zhu had mentioned a minimum of 2 months' treatment, 18 taels in total. No wonder her husband had always spent over 201 for each batch of 6 sets of medicine when buying for her mother. Yet it seemed to have little effect. Nevertheless, her mother's health needed to be treated. Determined, Chu bit her lip and addressed the shopkeeper. "Please prepare 10 sets of medicine according to this prescription, and also weigh out 2 liang of goji berries, 2 liang of angelica, and 1 liang of astragalus." "As you wish, Miss Chu. Please wait a moment." The shopkeeper placed 10 sheets of oiled paper on the counter, then weighed each herb from the prescription, ensuring each set was substantial. After weighing everything, he neatly packaged the 10 sets of herbs and handed them to Chu Yue. He also weighed the additional herbs she requested before advising, when brewing the medicine, soak it in cold water for 15 minutes. Then simmer on low heat until 3 bowls of water reduced to 1 for consumption. "Remember that, young lady." Chu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for the reminder, shopkeeper. I've noted it." After settling the payment of 3 liang and 201 for the herbs, the shopkeeper turned and retrieved a few pieces of Cotinopsis from a small drawer, offering them to Chu Yue. "This Cotinopsis is also nourishing and perfect for soup. Consider it a gift." Chu gratefully accepted the Cotinopsis. "Thank you very much, shopkeeper." Just then, Lu Xinghe emerged from the backyard, carrying an empty basket, accompanied by the assistant who had entered with him earlier. The basket contained no precious herbs, yielding only 1 tael and 801, yet compared to previous sales, it was still a decent haul. Chapter 44. An unexpected encounter with Chu Dashan. After settling the payment with shopkeeper Chen, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe first visited a spice shop, purchasing 2 jin of red dates, 2 jin of peanuts, ginger, garlic, condiments, and salt, spending a total of 215 won. They then proceeded to the grain and oil shop next door, where they spent 501 on 100 jin of brown rice. After acquiring these items, Chu Yue turned to Lu Xinghe. "Husband, shall we visit the vegetable market next?" Lu Xinghe did not object and pushed the cart towards the vegetable market. By now, it was nearing noon, and the market was not particularly crowded. Due to the recent drought, there were fewer vendors, and at this hour, the vegetable stalls were even scarcer. Chu headed straight to the meat stall and inquired about 2 large pork bones. "Auntie, how much for these bones?" The pork vendor, a cheerful woman, replied. There's hardly any meat on those bones, young lady. Would you like to buy some meat too? Our pork is 18 when per jean, if you buy 2 jean. The bones are just 5 when considered a gift. Chu Yue nodded, then please cut me 2 jean of the lean meat. Sure thing. Following that, she pointed to a small pile of pigskin nearby. Do you have any of this pigskin for sale, auntie? The vendor responded straightforwardly. This pigskin was discarded by a previous customer who found it too tough and smelly. If you want it, I'll give it to you as well. Chu Yue quickly replied. Thank you, auntie. As the vendor weighed the meat and glanced at Chu Yue, she noticed the girl was clean and pretty, prompting her to ask. You don't look very old. Which family in town do you belong to? My second son hasn't found a match yet, and if you're interested, I can't guarantee much, but I promise you'll have meat at every meal. She was taken aback, pondering how to respond to the vendor when Lu Xinghe arrived by her side. Have you finished buying the meat? He asked, quietly taking her hand in his. Observing the somewhat stiff expression on Lu Xinghe's face, Chu Yue stifled a laugh, turning to the vendor. Auntie, I'm sorry, but I'm already married. She glanced at Lu Xinghe. This is my husband. The aunt chuckled somewhat sheepishly, exclaiming, ha ha ha, look at my eyesight. I apologize, dear girl. I had no idea you were already married. But your husband is quite handsome. You are truly fortunate. Thank you, aunt, she replied, counting out 41 copper coins for her. Lu Xinghe then reached out to accept the pork, pig bones, and pigskin that the aunt handed him, placing them into their basket before swiftly pulling Chu Yue away. As Chu Yue walked behind Lu Xinghe, she gazed at his firm grip on her hand, and the corners of her lips lifted, lingering in a smile. The aunt, watching the young couple depart, craned her neck with envy, thinking how young they were to hold hands even while shopping. This time, due to the meat in their basket, the couple did not linger in town but merely purchased 4 steamed buns. At a tea stall just outside the town, they spent a penny on a pot of tea. And after satisfying their hunger and thirst, they hurried home. Along the way, Lu Xinghe produced a package of pastries from the basket and offered it to Chu Yue. Have a couple of these pastries to tide you over. Chu Yue held the oil paper-wrapped pastries in her hands without unwrapping them, saying, I just had a bun and drank quite a bit of water. I'm already full. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind her with surprise, Chu Yue. Is that really you? Hearing the voice, Chu Yue's heart skipped a beat. She turned to see Chu Dashan striding towards her. As he approached, he nodded curtly at Lu Xinghe, a silent greeting, before reaching out to grasp Chu Yue's arm. Knowing that Chu Dashan's intentions were not good, Chu Yue nimbly evaded his hand, swiftly hiding behind Lu Xinghe. Brother, I've gotten married now. Please refrain from such antics. Chu Dashan gritted his teeth, pointing a finger at Chu Yue. So, you think you can just ignore your family now that you are married, huh? Chu Yue muttered under her breath. I didn't say anything of the sort. Lu Xinghe glanced back at Chu Yue before turning his attention to Chu Dashan, coldly stating, She was exchanged for me with your father. If I choose to keep her from her family, who would dare to object? Chu Dashan immediately pointed at Lu Xinghe's nose. Lu Xinghe, do not incite discord between my sister and our family. A smirk played on Lu Xinghe's lips. I have heard that her life at her family home is one of cold and hunger, filled with beatings and scoldings. Do you truly treat her as a sister? You. Chu Dashan scoffed, glaring fiercely at Chu Yue. Will you come over or not? In the past, Chu Yue, with her timid nature, would have obeyed him at the mere threat in his eyes. But this time, she clearly stood her ground. I want to go over. If you have something to say, just say it. Chu Dashan laughed in anger. Though he was desperate, he hesitated to ask for money in front of Lu Xinghe. Fine, you have some spirit. As he spoke, his eyes wandered to the items on the cart. Noticing this, Chu Yue swiftly grabbed the basket, stating, This is for the medicine my mother needs. You wouldn't want to take that, would you? Upon hearing that the basket contained medicine, Chu Dashan lost interest immediately. He then glanced at the sack of rough rice on the cart, but Lu Xinghe stood firm beside it, making it impossible for him to take it away. Reluctantly, he pointed a finger at them and left. Watching Chu Dashan's retreating figure, Chu Yue furrowed her brows and gently shook Lu Xinghe's arm. Husband, my brother will not let this go easily. If my parents discover that we have money, they will likely come to cause trouble. Lu Xinghe turned to her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Do not worry, I am here. At least your father would not dare to confront us directly. After all, he was nearly sent to the authorities last time. He is likely too frightened to approach us for now. Chu placed the basket back on the cart, and together with Lu Xinghe, they pushed it towards home. My mother is not easily fooled. We must be cautious once we return. Lu Xinghe held a different perspective, saying, "The distance from Nyoto village to Banpo village is not a mere stroll. Your mother would need to find the time to come here. Besides, the Moon Festival is approaching." The Moon Festival on the 15th of the 8th month is a significant celebration in the Nanyuan Kingdom. During such festivities, married daughters traditionally bring gifts back to their families. Ji looked at Lu Xinghe, pondering, "Are you suggesting that my parents might be waiting at home for me?" Lu Xinghe affirmed. "You still have a younger sister at home, do you not?" Ji tightened her grip on the cart. "Yes, I have a younger sister. The one I was closest to. Whenever our family mistreated me, that foolish girl would rush in to embrace me and share the punishment. How could I possibly abandon her?" She murmured, "If only I could help Xiaodao escape that household." Chapter 45. The aroma of bone broth fills the village. In that household, girls are regarded as worthless, with the only one they truly value being the inept Chu Dashan. If Xiaodao could be freed from that family, Chu believed she could manage to support her sister. But she was uncertain whether the Lu family would agree. Lu Xinghe, understanding Chu Yue's thoughts, analyzed, "Given your parents' and brother's dispositions, Xiaodao's escape from the Chu family is likely imminent. The key is whether you can be resolute." Chu Yue cast a glance at him, her face displaying confusion. "But what happens after we leave the Chu family?" As Lu Xinghe pulled the cart with effort, he replied, "Once we part ways with the Chu family, we will take care of her. After all, it's just one more mouth to feed. Girls do not consume much, and she can help around the house, alleviating some of the burden." When it was just Xingfeng and Xing'an at home, our mother cherished her little daughter dearly. Watching Lu Xinghe straining to pull the cart up the hill, Chu Yue felt her eyes welling with emotion. And she joined him in pushing the cart to the top of the slope. "But will mother truly agree?" Lu Xinghe nodded confidently. "She will agree." Chu Yue bit her lip, determination set in her heart. What must I do? While she could manage the medical aspects, when it came to strategy, Lu Xinghe was clearly more adept. "From now on, disregard your family. If they dare to come, I will feign taking your father to see the authorities. After some time, when the famine worsens and they find themselves in dire straits, they will inevitably turn their sights on your sister. At that point, we simply need to spend a little money to extricate Xiaodao from that household." Chu Yue furrowed her brows slightly. "But who will be brave enough to spend that money? The people of Banpo village cannot be trusted. They would recognize the situation, and we might end up losing both our money and our lives. If it is a stranger, I wouldn't feel secure. I certainly do not wish for Xiaodao to become a slave." Lu Xinghe continued to grip the cart's handles. "Leave the rest to me." His towering figure as he moved away instilled in Chu Yue a profound sense of security. Upon returning home, the couple unloaded the rough rice and the basket, sending Lu Xingfeng to return the cart while giving him a few red dates to take to Aunt Lin's grandson. Yun Sueha watched as Chu Yue took out the items from the basket one by one, her heart aching slightly. These things must have cost quite a bit, didn't they? Chu Yue stored the items that could be kept in the hanging basket and secured it to the kitchen beam. "Mother, we have spent money, but we can earn more. Do not worry about it." Yun Sueha glanced towards the kitchen, saying, "From now on, we must lock the kitchen door at night to prevent others from stealing our things." After hanging everything properly, Chu Yue brushed the dust from her hands, saying, "All right, I will remember that." She meticulously sliced off a small portion from 2 pounds of fresh pork, while the remainder was cut into fist-sized pieces and marinated with sauce, salt, ginger, and star anise, destined to become braised meat that could be stored in the cellar for several days. When the craving struck, one would simply need to retrieve a few slices. After marinating the meat, Chu Yue employed a pair of hot tongs to singe away the remaining hairs from the pigskin, then scraped it clean with a knife before blanching it with some ginger in boiling water. Once blanched, the pigskin became translucent. After cleaning off the fat, she cut the pigskin into small strips, reserving a few pieces and drying the rest on a bamboo sieve in the courtyard. "Big sister, can we still eat the dried pigskin?" Lu Xinghe asked, his face a picture of confusion. Chu Yue smiled gently. "Of course, it can be eaten. Primarily, it's to ensure we can preserve it longer, as we want to finish it all at once." She turned her gaze towards Lu Xinghe. "How's the pork bone broth coming along?" "It's simmering nicely," he replied, internally marveling at how much better their meals had become since Chu Yue's arrival. Chu Yue retrieved a ceramic jar from the kitchen, washed it thoroughly, and ladled out some nearly finished pork bone broth, filling it about 70% full. She then added the previously set-aside pigskin along with cleaned goji berries, red dates, and slices of ginger, placing it beside the fire in the stove to stew. "Xing'an, Be careful while tending the fire, don't tip over that ceramic jar, it's for mother, she cautioned. Lu Xinghe nodded earnestly. I'll be careful, big sister. Just toss a few logs into the stove, there's no need to stand by the fire. Though it's not as hot as before, it's still quite warm. She added while pouring a small bowl of peanuts into the soup pot, covering it with a lid. I understand, he replied. Only after the broth was completed did they begin cooking the porridge. Given that Banpo village was nestled in a valley, the rich aroma of the simmering bone broth wafted from Lu Xinghe's kitchen, almost enveloping the entire village. Households that typically consumed little meat found themselves salivating. Many emerged from their homes, swallowing hard as they exclaimed, "Hey, who's stewing meat? It smells wonderful." Some with sharper noses followed the scent, arriving at the courtyard to greet Yun Sueha. Is it true that you're having meat today? Yun Sueha smiled eagerly. My child went to town to fetch medicine today and, tempted by the thought of meat, brought back a couple of large bones to satisfy the craving. The listener quickly changed their demeanor. Oh, it's just bones. There's hardly any meat on them. What a waste of money. Yun Sueha sighed. It's been ages since we had any. Given our circumstances, we can't afford meat, so we settle for bones to taste the flavor. Upon hearing this, the crowd lost interest. Someone rolled their eyes and muttered, just to satisfy your own taste, you've stirred up the cravings of the whole village. How selfish. This remark displeased Yun Sueha, who emphatically dropped her needlework into the basket. I do not appreciate that comment. In the past, which household hasn't he brewed something flavorful? Who has ever complained? Now, is my family stealing from you or robbing you by simmering a bone? Why speak so disparagingly? The accuser, realizing the fault in their words and seeing Yun Sueha's displeasure, sheepishly dispersed. Lu Xinghe closed his book and stepped outside. Seeing him, Yun Sueha quickly rose. Oh. Did I disturb your reading? Lu Xinghe shook his head. Not at all, mother. It's getting late. I'm heading out to gather millet. He glanced at the sun dipping below the horizon, retrieved a basket from under the eaves, and began to collect the millet, with Lu Xinghe promptly joining him with a dustpan and broom to assist. Chu observed the commotion outside and promptly said to Lu Xinghe, go lend a hand with the millet harvest. I can manage the kitchen alone, and we'll be ready for dinner once it's done. All right. Lu Xinghe added another log to the fire before heading out to help. Chapter 46, A Verbal Betrothal. After completing the millet harvest, the group washed their hands and faces before gathering at the table for dinner. The table was set with a large bowl of pork bone peanut soup with a few wild vegetables floating atop it. And beside Yun Sueha's rice porridge was a small bowl of pigskin soup with red dates and goji berries. She looked at Chu Yue in astonishment. Is this for me? Chu Yue nodded. Last time, Dr. Zhu mentioned that while taking medicine, it's essential to supplement with nutritious food for better effects. This soup contains red dates and goji berries, which should be quite tasty. I've heard they are excellent for replenishing blood. Mother, please be sure to finish it. Xinghe and I have simmered it all afternoon. Lu Xinghe, hearing this, quickly swallowed a mouthful of porridge and nodded. It's mainly because big sister put in the effort. We all hope mother's health improves soon. Seeing her children's filial piety, Yun Sueha felt a wave of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. All right. Mother will drink it. I will actively work on improving my health. In the following days, Chu continually concocted medicinal dishes for Yun Sueha. Today, it was bone broth porridge with goji berries. Tomorrow it would be angelica pork soup, and the day after would feature astragalus, red dates, goji berries, and egg soup. Once the millet was harvested, the weather gradually cooled, no longer oppressive, and the mountain air felt sweet. Yun Sueha learned a series of peculiar exercises from Chu Yue and diligently practiced them on her bed whenever she had free time, occasionally briskly walking at the foot of the mountain to bolster her health, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. After several days of internal and external nurturing, her health visibly improved. She no longer gasped for breath after a short walk and could even accompany Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. This transformation brought immense joy to the brothers, deepening their gratitude towards Chu Yue. Finally finding some leisure, Lu Xinghe refrained from roaming about and instead dedicated himself to reading, transcribing, and writing at home. His family understood the need for tranquility during study, and they moved about quietly, careful not to disturb him. Soon, the day arrived when the brick delivery from the kiln was scheduled. As the grand procession of brick carriers accompanied Lu Xinghe to the foothill where the bricks were to be laid, nearly everyone in Banpo village was aware of his family's purchase of 60,000 bricks. 60,000 bricks. Just the thought of such a quantity represented a vast sum of money. Most importantly, these bricks were sourced from the Kaiyang kiln, renowned for its expensive yet high-quality bricks. Families that bought from there were typically well off. This was unprecedented for Banpo village. When had Lu Xinghe's family become so affluent? Villagers gathered at the village entrance to witness the spectacle, exchanging words of envy and jealousy. Upon hearing the news, Lu Taixing and Wang Xuelan rushed out of their home, quickly grasping the situation before dashing after the procession up the gentle slope. The path had been leveled by Lu Xinghe and his brothers, making the ascent quite effortless. Xinghe, come here for a moment. Lu Xinghe turned back and hurried toward the two elders. Grandfather, grandmother? What is it? Lu Taixing pointed at the neatly arranged blue bricks on the foundation. Why are there so many blue bricks? Lu Xinghe smiled. These blue bricks were ordered from the Kaiyang brick kiln a fortnight ago, and they have just been delivered today. Lu Taixing still found it hard to believe. He grasped Lu Xinghe's arm and pressed him. Tell me, where did you get so much money? You haven't borrowed any from the town, have you? Lu Xinghe was taken aback and quickly shook his head. Grandfather, when have I ever been so reckless? Hearing this, Lu Taixing sighed in relief. The esteemed elder understands your prudence. It is not that I fear you may be bewitched by that girl, Chu Yue, after marriage. I worry that if she desires to reside in a brick house, you might hastily borrow money to purchase bricks, which is not a wise endeavor. Lu Xinghe furrowed his brow, aware that the elder cared for him, yet feeling a twinge of displeasure at the disparaging remarks about Chu Yue. Rest assured, I have not sought a loan in town for that money, and Chu Yue is not the sort you portray her to be. Please refrain from speaking ill of her in the future. If she were to hear such words, it might cause her discomfort. Wang Xuelan rolled her eyes at Lu Taixing. Those are baseless accusations. Do not speak so recklessly. That girl is a fine one, even calling a doctor to attend to the third daughter-in-law. What other wife can match her devotion? Lu Taixing sighed. Am I to be blamed for expressing concern over Xinghe's potential folly? Wang Xuelan grasped Lu Xinghe's arm. Xinghe, the 60,000 bricks and tiles must cost quite a sum, correct? Will you have enough to cover the labor for building? And the carpenter's meals are considerable expenses. Lu Xinghe nodded earnestly. For the time being, it is sufficient. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuelan felt a sense of relief. Exchanging a joyful glance with Lu Taixing. No wonder you and that girl, Chu Yue, have been frequenting the town. It seems fortune has smiled upon you. Lu Taixing chuckled, stroking his beard. I must admit, I did not foresee that girl would bring such good fortune to Xinghe. With those words, he glanced at the bricks stacked upon the foundation and then the surrounding woods. Having so many bricks here might not be prudent. I shall fetch a dog from your Uncle Chi's home and stay the night to guard the bricks. Grandfather. Lu Xinghe initially intended to call out to Lu Taixing, wishing to assure him he could watch the bricks himself, yet Wang Xuelan pulled him back. Let your grandfather go. He is delighted at the prospect of you building a brick house. He likely wishes to boast to others. Lu Shanshan, the youngest daughter of the village head, had previously been betrothed to Lu Xinghe in a verbal agreement. However, after the third son of the Lu family vanished and theirs fell into poverty, the family retracted their promise, claiming it had merely been a jest, and betrothed her to another. While Lu Xinghe himself was unaffected by this turn of events, Lu Taixing had been incensed, denouncing the village head's family for their disdain. Now that Lu Xinghe had risen again, how could he not take the opportunity to flaunt it before them? Lu Xinghe consented to accompany Lu Taixing, deciding he would at least keep him company while guarding the bricks, as he felt uneasy leaving an elder alone. Before long, Yunsuehe, Chu Yue, and the brothers Lu Xingping arrived. Mother, you are here too? With her health improved, Yunsuehe's voice was noticeably stronger. Wang Xuelan smiled upon seeing them. Did the commotion draw you here? You appear much better than before. Yunsuehe beamed and affectionately took Chu Yue's hand. This is all thanks to Yaya. She has been so attentive, even calling for a doctor and fetching medicine. She is more considerate than all three of our boys combined. Chu Yue, feeling a bit bashful, lowered her head. Mother, please do not praise me so. Even Lu Xingping, who usually enjoyed banter, felt his mother's words were justified. Had it not been for his sister-in-law, their mother might still be in poor health. Wang Xuelan scrutinized Chu Yue earnestly. The girl had delicate features and an amiable countenance. I must say, she radiates good fortune. Yunsuehe nodded in agreement. Indeed, to marry Yaya is a blessing for Xinghe. Soon, the bricks and tiles were delivered to the foundation. Lu Xinghe counted them and led the foreman to Yunsuehe. Mother, I have verified the quantity of bricks and tiles. They match perfectly. We paid 10 taels of silver as a deposit last time, and the remaining 36 taels can be settled with this foreman, Zhou. Trusting Lu Xinghe's assessment, Lu Xinghe quickly retrieved her purse and handed it to him. I am not versed in these matters. You handle the payment. Lu Xinghe signed a receipt with the foreman Zhou and settled the 36 taels. After witnessing Lu Xinghe's transaction with Zhou, Wang Xuelan finally believed they truly had the means to build a house. Once Zhou departed, she promptly suggested, since we are all here, let us have lunch at home to save you the trouble of returning and cooking. I shall instruct the fourth daughter-in-law to prepare extra. Lu Xinghe glanced at the children. Seeing no objections, nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble you and the fourth daughter-in-law. Wang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively. It is no trouble. I will return to prepare. You all come home shortly. Watching Wang Xuelan depart, Lu Xinghe replied, very well. Lu Xinghe surveyed the plentiful bricks and tiles behind him. Mother, you go ahead and eat. I will remain here to guard the bricks. Lu Xinghe frowned. Your grandfather is expecting to see the house completed by the day after tomorrow. Do you intend to stay here alone for the next few days? She looked at Lu Xinghe. If he wishes to guard, let him. Bricks are valuable. And one must be cautious of theft. I will bring my husband's books to keep him company. Lu Xinghe shook his head vigorously. You, a young lady, should not endure the elements. I can manage here alone. Besides, grandfather mentioned he would fetch a dog from Uncle Chi's to keep me company. In these times, only affluent families can afford to raise dogs. Which family is Uncle Chi from? Lu Xinghe asked, a hint of discomfort crossing her face. He is the village head. Lu Jianxi, he and your grandfather are distant cousins, although separated by 5 or 6 generations. In the village, we remain related. Chiu acknowledged this, contemplating how tenuous such familial ties could be. The family had not lingered long in the mountains when Lu Taixing returned, leading a large dog. Father, you have arrived. Lu Taixing glanced at Lu Xinghe. You are still unwell. Why are you not resting at home? Lu Xinghe smiled. Father, I am much improved now. Just the other day, I was able to accompany Xingfeng and Xing'an up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. Since the birth of Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xing'an, Lu Xinghe had been ill. But with Lu Xinghe's marriage bringing fortune, her health had also begun to improve. A rare smile broke across Lu Tiexing's usually stern face. Very well. As long as you are well, let us descend. Your mother has asked me to call you for lunch. Lu Xinghe immediately took hold of the dog's leash from Lu Taixing. Grandfather, you should go eat as well. I can watch over things here. Lu Taixing snatched the leash back with irritation. You rascal, hurry and eat. I am not so old that you must oversee me. If you wish to come later, do so. Spend the day reading inside. Your fourth uncle is down at the foot of the mountain. If you need him, just call out and he will come. Unable to argue with his grandfather, Lu Xinghe reluctantly followed Lu Xinghe down the mountain. The gate was opened by Lu Yufang, who eagerly pulled Chu Yue aside to show her the herbs she had gathered recently. Yeah, come help me see if I have misidentified any of these herbs. As the two young girls were engaged in conversation, Lu Xinghe made her way to the kitchen, where her fourth sister-in-law Jiang Xiuqin was diligently working alongside her mother-in-law Wang Xuelan. Mother, sister-in-law, is there anything I can assist you with? Jiang Xiuqin promptly replied, no need. Third sister-in-law, you should rest as your health isn't well. It's merely a meal for a few people, and it will be ready shortly. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuelan quickly interjected, there's no need for such talk. Third daughter-in-law is in good health now. Oh? Jiang Xiuqin expressed her surprise by glancing at Lu Xinghe. It's wonderful to hear that your health has improved, third sister-in-law. I do apologize for my careless words. Lu Xinghe smiled nonchalantly and said, it's nothing, fourth sister-in-law. I actually wanted to discuss something with you. What is it? Jiang Xiuqin wiped the sweat from her brow. As you mentioned before, I had asked for your help in selling medicinal herbs. Recently, our family Yufang has gathered some more, and I will likely need your assistance in selling them again. These are trivial matters. When Ye and Xinghe head to town next time, they can simply come by to collect them, she stated, pursing her lips before continuing, however. I wanted to ask if the fourth brother has some time to spare. I would like to request his help in overseeing the foundation of our new house. Jiang Xiuqin and Wang Xuelan exchanged glances and quickly called out, Xiuqing, come here. Hearing his wife's call, Lu Xiuqing, who was chatting with his brother Lu Xinghe, rushed into the kitchen. What is it? Jiang Xiuqin recounted Lu Xinghe's request. You're free these days anyway, so why not lend a hand? Lu Xiuqing slapped his thigh. Oh. I thought it was something serious. We had already agreed that I would help, right? You can rest assured about the bricks and tiles. With me and my father keeping an eye on them, nothing will be missing. Yunsueha's heart leapt with joy. Then I shall trouble you, fourth brother. However, we are not asking for your help without compensation. Xinghe mentioned that our family is short-handed when it comes to building houses. For our construction, both eldest brother and second brother, as well as you, will be compensated for your labor. Eldest and second brothers will be paid the standard 30 won per day for their work, and as for you, if you help with the minor tasks and keep an eye on the bricks at night, I will also pay you 30 won per day starting today. Does that sound fair? Chapter 48, Lu Xinghe. She despised being in debt to anyone, especially since they were Xinghe's uncles. Having family help was relatively secure, and offering wages might encourage them to work harder. As soon as Yunsueha finished speaking, Lu Xiaoqing immediately raised his hand to express his determination. Sister-in-law, rest assured. From today onwards, I will sleep on the foundation until your new house is completed, and not a single brick will be missing. Seeing his enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaoqing chuckled. All right. You sleep on the foundation, and I will make sure Yufang and Xiaowei take turns to bring you meals. Wang Xuelan wiped her hands on her apron. Third daughter-in-law. Are you planning for Xinghe to pursue the imperial examination again? Yunsueha nodded. Indeed, this is also Ye's intention. Since Xinghe wishes to take this path, we shall support him. Third sister-in-law's family has truly endured hardship and is now seeing the fruits of their labor, Jiang Xiaoqing remarked with a smile. Yunsueha sighed. It's not that great, but it's certainly better than when we were starving. Once the house is built, I fear we may find ourselves in dire straits again. Wang Xuelan quickly reassured her, at least once the house is built, the family can live comfortably. Money can always be earned later. It won't be worse than before. Yunsueha nodded repeatedly. You speak the truth, mother. Before long, lunch was ready, a simple meal of brown rice porridge, a small dish of wild vegetables, and a plate of salted vegetables. The mountains have been stripped bare lately, and we don't have much in the way of vegetables at home. Our family will have to make do, Jiang Xiaoqing explained. Yunsueha waved her hand dismissively. We are family. There's no need for such formality. Meanwhile, at the home of the village chief, Lu Jianqi's youngest daughter, Lu Xinghe, was throwing a tantrum. She had always admired Lu Xinghe for his good looks and intellect. There wasn't a single peer in the neighboring villages who could compare to him. However, after her father left, their family fell into decline day by day. Fearing that she might suffer alongside Lu Xinghe, her father had arranged another marriage for her once she came of age. At the time, seeing Lu Xinghe's impoverished situation, she had reluctantly gone along with her family's wishes, especially since her betrothed was from a prominent family with over 30 acres of land. Who would have thought that just over a month after Lu Xinghe got married, his family would be building a brick house? This left the usually proud Lu Xinghe feeling utterly frustrated. Father, I don't care. You need to cancel the marriage with the Yao family. I can't stand seeing Yao Shangshu anymore. Lu Jianqi's furrowed brow could have easily squashed a fly. Oh, my dear child, can you just cancel a marriage like that? Do you think this is child's play? The village chief had 2 sons and only Lu Xinghe as his daughter, and she had been spoiled by the family since childhood. With an exasperated expression, Lu Xinghe retorted, can't we just return their betrothal gifts? Lu Jianqi's wife, Chen Shufan, stepped forward to gently grasp Lu Xinghe's delicate hand. Dear child, the betrothal gifts from the Yao family have always been in your possession. Your father and I have never touched them. You used to buy hairpins and bracelets with them. Do you really think we can return the gifts? Our family doesn't have the wealth of the Yao family. And your father and I simply cannot afford to compensate for your losses. She shot a glance at Lu Jianqi as she spoke. Lu Jianqi quickly added, your mother is right. The Yao family owns 30 acres of land and lives in a brick house, far better than Lu Xinghe's situation. Not to mention, Lu Xinghe is already married, and I've heard that the Yun family is quite protective of their daughter-in-law. You wouldn't be able to insert yourself into their lives. Hearing this only made Lu Xinghe more disgruntled, feeling as though someone had stolen her rightful happiness. He's just a boy who hasn't grown up yet. Even if he is favored, he can't give birth to children for Lu Xinghe. Aunt Yun is probably just trying to make a point to annoy me. Lu Jianqi, hearing this, felt a surge of anger. You, a young lady, how can you speak so shamelessly? Have you forgotten all the lessons on propriety and virtue I taught you? After receiving a stern reprimand from her father, Lu Xinghe stormed off to her room, visibly displeased. Chen Shufan looked at Lu Jianqi with a worried expression. Dear, look at our daughter. Lu Jianqi sighed. We must keep an eye on her to ensure she doesn't do anything foolish that would ruin this good match. In just a couple of months, she will be married to the Yao family, and then everything will be fine. Chen Shufan scoffed, and that Lu Xinghe. Of all times to build a house, why now? It's as if he wants everyone to know he struck it rich. Your uncle Taixing even borrowed our dog to help keep an eye on the bricks. I suspect he's doing this on purpose. Lu Jianqi rubbed his temples. What can we do? The truth is, we were at fault from the beginning. Must he not flaunt his fortune after he has turned his fortunes around? Upon hearing this, Chen Shufan grew displeased. What do you mean at fault? Should our daughter suffer just because of the Lu family's conditions? Besides, we only spoke about it. We have no tangible tokens or contracts, so how are we at fault? Lu Jianqi was about to say more, but ultimately sighed and turned to leave the house. At the Lu family's old residence, after the family finished their meal, Lu Xiuqing took a bundle of rice straw and went to sleep on the foundation on the hillside. Yun Sueha discreetly pulled Wang Xuelan and Jiang Xiuqing aside and whispered, Mother, fourth sister-in-law, Xinghe has asked me to remind you that the harvest this year has been poor. By the end of the year, food prices may rise. It would be wise for you to stockpile some grain at home to avoid spending extravagantly later. Our family recently purchased 100 caddies of brown rice, and we are uncertain if it will last until next year. Upon learning that it was Lu Xinghe's suggestion, both women felt a sense of assurance. Xinghe, being a reserved boy with a steady approach to matters, seemed to indicate that they should indeed procure some grain. Wang Xuelan, speaking with resolve, turned to Jiang Xiuqing. Go visit your elder brother and second brother's new house and inform your sisters-in-law about this. Additionally, please ask them to keep this matter discreet and not to spread it around. This situation was merely speculation, and it was uncertain. Purchasing grain for family was acceptable, especially since they had many mouths to feed. However, if it were to be disclosed and prices genuinely increased, others would not be grateful to Xinghe. Conversely, if prices did not rise, they might blame him for spreading unfounded rumors. She had no desire for her family to bear the brunt of such folly. Jiang Xiuqing nodded in agreement and hastily departed. Once Jiang Xiuqing was out of sight, Wang Xuelan hurriedly retrieved 3 eggs from the rafters of the kitchen and pressed them into Yun Sueha's hands. Xinghe needs to eat well to support his studies, and we lack good provisions here. Take these 3 eggs home for the family. Yun Sueha quickly waved her hands in refusal. Mother, the 2 hens you gave me last time are still laying eggs. You and father are of an age that requires nourishment. I cannot accept these eggs. You should keep them for yourselves. Wang Xuelan, undeterred, insisted on placing the eggs in Yun Sueha's hands. Just take them. In the past, we relied on the 3rd son. In the future, we must depend on Xinghe. Left with no choice, Yun Sueha accepted the eggs and returned home with her children. Xinghe, your mother has not been well these past years and has not visited your maternal grandparents. Every year, it is your 2 uncles who take turns bringing us provisions. The Moon Festival is approaching, and fortunately, your grandfather and 4th uncle are overseeing the foundation work these days. Shall we visit Kangtown together tomorrow? Her maternal family resided in Qingjiu village, adjacent to Kangtown, and the journey was quite similar to that to Nanping town, with the added challenge of crossing a river. In previous years, their family's conditions had been poor, compounded by her frail health, making even a short walk laborious. Now that her health had improved somewhat, she was eager to visit and reassure her elderly parents, as well as to remind them of the poor harvest this year. Lu Xinghe's face clouded with concern. Mother, your health. Yun Sueha gently patted his arm. I am well aware of my condition. Besides, it is not a long journey by boat. When we return tomorrow, your uncle can drive us to the ferry with the ox cart, and it won't be a bother. Reflecting on the fact that their family had not visited her maternal home in 8 years, Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Very well. Hearing this, Yun Sueha's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she retreated into the house. Over the past 8 years, not only had she burdened Xinghe, but she had also left her parents in worry, causing her elderly parents to fret for her well-being. Each time her elder brothers visited, she assured them she was doing well, yet 8 years without returning home left her parents with lingering unease. Since her mother had left here in tears 5 years ago, she had not returned, perhaps due to her increasing frailty. The entire afternoon, Lu Xinghe remained indoors, engrossed in his studies, while Chu Yue sat beneath a large tree in the yard, diligently working on needlework. She had recently taken up sewing and noticed that Lu Xinghe's pouch had developed a patch, prompting her to make him a new one. After a short while, She sensed a gaze scrutinizing her from the side. Turning, she saw a girl a few years older than herself. Though the girl was not exceptionally striking, she possessed an understated grace. Chu Yue hastily set down her needlework. Who are you? She glanced toward Lu Xinghe's house, intending to inform her of the visitor. But the girl shushed her, lowering her voice. Do not call out. Perplexed, Chu Yue took a step back. She had never seen this girl before, and her secretive demeanor raised suspicions. Was she perhaps a thief? Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. She had hidden quite a bit of silver at home. Help! Thief! El Shan. Incensed at being mistaken for a thief, stamped her foot in frustration and quickly dashed away, disappearing from sight. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe rushed out from the house. Lu Xinghe seized the broom leaning against the door and approached Chu Yue. Yeah, where is the thief? Chu Yue pointed in the direction the girl had fled. She ran that way. Lu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are unharmed. Chu Yue shook her head. Mother, I am fine. But that person seemed suspicious. I feared she might be a thief. Lu Xinghe glanced toward the direction Chu Yue had indicated before redirecting his gaze back to her. You should go inside. Do not linger outside. Indeed, Lu Xinghe chimed in. You should stay indoors. This year has been particularly unsettled. Chu Yue nodded and followed Lu Xinghe back into the house. As Lu Xinghe continued reading by the window, she sat on the bed sewing the pouch. Just as mealtime approached, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen returned home with baskets, looking rather dejected. Seeing their expressions, Lu Xinghe quickly inquired, what happened? The two brothers frowned. Mother, there is hardly any grass to be found on the nearby mountain. Lu Xinghe patted their heads. If there is none, then there is none. We are going to your maternal grandparents' home tomorrow, so perhaps it is best not to venture into the mountains for a while. Your sister-in-law saw a thief today. We must be cautious of those who might abduct children. Upon hearing this, the brothers turned their gazes toward Chu Yue. Is your sister-in-law all right? While rinsing rice, Chu Yue smiled. I am fine. That sneaky thief didn't even enter the yard. I scared her off with my shout. Relieved that everyone at home was safe, the brothers let out a collective sigh. Lu Xinghen placed the basket in the kitchen and went to light the stove, while Lu Xingping chopped the tender leaves he had gathered on the way home, mixing them with the husks of rice he had sifted a few days prior to feed the chickens. He muttered to the three hens. There is nothing to be found in the mountains lately, so you'll have to make do with this. For dinner, Chu Yue prepared a pot of porridge and sliced some preserved meat from the cellar, placing it on a plate. Though there were no vegetables, at least they could have a few pieces of meat to accompany the porridge, providing some much-needed nutrition. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the household, she lay in bed, increasingly troubled by the day's events. She recalled the girl's refined attire, adorned with hairpins, and wondered if she had misjudged her. Turning to look at Lu Xinghe, she asked, Husband, are you awake? Lu Xinghe, lying with his back to her, opened his eyes upon hearing her voice. What is it? Chu Yue settled herself more comfortably. Do you think the girl who came today could be someone important? I wonder if I misunderstood her. She continued. But her behavior was indeed peculiar. I didn't recognize her, and she asked me not to call anyone, which made me think she was a thief. Lu Xinghe lay on his side, glancing at her. If she is a stranger, why ponder so much? Isn't that rather odd? As Chu Yue spoke, she yawned and gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. In a moment of conversation, she unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Lu Xinghe, finding the situation somewhat amusing, gently adjusted the blanket draped over her, remarking that he was not a child, for only the young could be so carefree. After voicing this, he raised his hand to rest behind his head, contemplating Chu Yue's words. Could it be that today's thief was a woman? This notion was indeed rather strange. However, there were certain women adept at feigning weakness to elicit sympathy and swindle money. Better to believe in the possibility. With this thought in mind, Lu Xinghe rose, retrieving all the bamboo tubes where Chu Yue had previously concealed her savings, and carefully placed them in the recess of the beam above the writing desk, using an old wooden brace to push them further in, rendering the hiding spots completely undetectable. Thus, even if a thief were to enter, these treasures would remain hidden. After all, they were hard-earned by the young girl, and if stolen, it would surely cause her distress. The following morning, after tidying up his writing implements and books, Lu Xinghe moved the desk into the room of his brothers, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen. Chapter 50. The elder sister-in-law is no monster. The two brothers were utterly bewildered. Elder brother, why have you brought the desk into our room? Lu Xinghe replied calmly, let it stay here for now. Once I return from Kang Town, I will move it back to my room. Do not speak of this to anyone. The brothers nodded in understanding, though still puzzled. They refrained from further questioning. Due to their impending journey to Kangtown, Lu Xinghe rose early. She measured out a pound of red dates, and from the sack of aged rice, packed 30 pounds into a backpack. Xinghe, shall we go to the Daling family to thresh the rice we have dried? Lu Xinghe agreed, stating that this year's harvest was poor, and their grains would likely yield only around 200 pounds of rice. We should save it for our family's consumption, he added. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have many mouths to feed. We shall keep it for ourselves. After breakfast, Lu Xinghe shouldered the backpack and led the group out. Chu Yue, linking arms with Lu Xinghe, walked at the rear. Mother, we need not rush. If we arrive late today, we can always stay the night, after all. Grandfather and Uncle C are overseeing the new house's foundation. Lu Xinghe nodded. Yes, there is no need to hurry. Perhaps due to her eagerness to return home, her pace quickened uncontrollably. She had no choice but to assist her in walking briskly. After half an hour, the group of 5 finally reached the ferry. Fortunately, the weather was not too hot, otherwise, Lu Xinghe would have struggled to walk far under the blazing sun. Due to the prolonged dry spell, the water level in the riverbank had receded significantly. To cross the river, they had to descend the steep bank to reach the boat. Are you all looking to cross? The ferryman called from his vessel. Today, it's only 2 coins per person. You can board right away without waiting. Recently, the drought had lowered the river's water level, which only reached the lower chest of an adult. Many, unwilling to spend the 3 coins for the ferry, opted to wade across, shedding their clothes and changing into dry garments at a secluded spot on the other side, much to the detriment of the ferryman's business. Upon hearing that the ferry fare was reduced by a coin today, Lu Xinghe promptly replied, "Very well, please ferry us to Kangtown." The ferryman, with a grunt, pushed the bamboo pole into the water, steering the boat closer to the bank for the passengers to board. Lu Xinghe was the first to step aboard, turning to assist Lu Xinghe onto the boat, followed closely by Chu Yue and his 2 brothers. Once everyone was seated securely, the journey commenced. The ferryman used the pole to propel the boat away from the shore, and in a quarter of an hour, they would reach Kangtown. Chu Yue guided Lu Xinghe into the boat's canopy, shielding her from the river breeze that might induce a headache, while using bamboo strips from the canopy to provide additional cover. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe leaned over the edge of the boat, their faces filled with curiosity as they observed the ferryman's efforts. Old man, how long have you been rowing this boat? The ferryman chuckled. I've been at this since I was 12, which makes it about 40 years. The boys exchanged surprised glances. Is it profitable to rowboats? Lu Xinghe inquired. The old man sighed, his weathered face etched with lines of resignation. Profit? Hardly. I've simply done this for so long that it's all I know. It's just to put food on the table. He turned to the 2 boys. Don't think about being stuck like an old man on a boat your whole life. There are far more interesting things in the world. The boys, not fully grasping the deeper meaning, nodded vacantly. Chu Yue sat at the edge of the canopy, dipping her hands into the water. Though the water level was low, it was remarkably clear, with aquatic plants swaying gently with the current. Suddenly, her hand brushed against something cold and slippery. Initially startled, she looked down to see a fish swimming by and instinctively grasped its gill as it passed. The fish, sensing danger, thrashed wildly, causing the boat to rock. Husband, come help, she called out. Lu Xinghe rushed forward and lifted the fish from the water. It was a sizable creature, likely weighing 6 or 7 pounds. The others aboard were left speechless at the unexpected catch. After a moment, the ferryman incredulously touched his cheek, pondering how such luck could befall him. In 40 years of ferrying, he had never witnessed a passenger catch a fish on the boat. Lu Xinghe, laughing, added, with a drought like this year, such things are rare. Perhaps the low water gave my child a chance. The ferryman smiled, understanding her sentiment. Indeed, such dry weather is uncommon. With that, he resumed his rowing. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe exchanged glances, both grinning with amusement. To catch a big fish while playing in the water, that truly is remarkable for an elder sister-in-law. After 2/4 of an hour, the boat docked at the ferry terminal outside Kangtown. Lu Xinghe paid the ferryman 10 coins for the fare, mentioning they would be returning later, and with Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue's assistance, she disembarked. Lu Xinghe, carrying the backpack and the fish, led the way, while Lu Xinghe, supported by Chu Yue, followed closely behind. Lu Xinghe approached Chu Yue, whispering, "Elder sister-in-law, how did you catch that fish just now?" Chu Yue smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. It wasn't that I intended to catch it. The fish simply bumped into my hand. I had no idea it was a creature until I recognized it and seized its gills. Lu Xinghe scratched his head, his brow furrowed with confusion at the peculiarity of it all. Yun Xinghe, casting a somewhat exasperated glance at her two sons, cautioned, "Keep this to yourselves. We wouldn't want outsiders thinking your sister-in-law is some sort of monster." Lu Xinghe raised his chin slightly, asserting, "Even if she's not perfect, she's still a fairy. Definitely not a monster." After another half-hour of walking and resting intermittently, the group finally arrived at Qingjiu village. As they reached the village entrance, someone recognized Yun Xinghe. "Oh, Xinghe has returned to her parents' home?" Yun Xinghe smiled warmly. "Yes, aunt." The woman set aside the garment she was mending and exclaimed, "I haven't seen you in 8 years. Your mother often speaks of you. If she weren't unable to travel, she would have come to see you long ago." A sudden pang of concern gripped Yun Xinghe's heart. What has happened to my mother? The woman, noticing that Yun Xinghe seemed somewhat oblivious to the state of her family, chose not to elaborate further, simply suggesting, "Why not return home? Your mother is waiting for you inside." A sense of urgency enveloped Yun Xinghe as she quickened her pace towards her family home, responding with a smile to any greetings along the way, yet refusing to pause. Before long, they arrived at a small courtyard, and with reddened eyes, Yun Xinghe knocked on the gate. "Father, mother, eldest brother, second brother, I have returned." Upon hearing her voice, the occupants of the house emerged, with Yun Debao hurrying to open the gate. His face lit up with excitement upon seeing Yun Xinghe. "Little sister, what brings you back today?" "Mother has been saying I should bring some rice to you in a few days. I missed home, so I came back," Yun Xinghe replied, glancing into the house. "Eldest brother, where is mother?" "Mother is inside." Yun Debao observed her closely, concern etched on his face. "After such a long journey. Are you feeling well?" "Rest assured, eldest brother, I am much better now." She turned to greet each family member emerging from the house, wiping away her tears. "Father, sister-in-law. Second brother, second sister-in-law, I have returned." The two sisters-in-law remained silent, yet their eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yun Zheping gazed at his long-lost daughter, tears shimmering in his eyes as he spoke with a quivering voice. "It is good to have you back. Go inside and see your mother." Yun Xinghe responded with a soft "oh" and entered the house. "Mother, I have returned." Hearing her voice, Li Qiulian struggled to sit up from her bed. "My dear child, you have finally come back." The mother and daughter embraced, weeping for a while before finally releasing each other. "Mother, what has happened to your leg?" Yun Xinghe inquired, gently touching Li Qiulian's leg. Li Qiulian sighed, "This old ailment of mine has not arisen in a day or two. Do not worry, as long as you are well, I shall manage." Yun Xinghe, seeing the signs of age on her mother's face, felt a pang of sorrow and guilt, tears flowing anew. "It is my fault for being so unworthy that it has caused you concern." Li Qiulian lovingly patted Yun Xinghe's back. "When I married you off to the family in Bampo village, it was because I had heard that the Lu family was kind-hearted and that their son, Jiahue, was a scholar. I hoped for a better life for you. I never anticipated that it would bring you such hardship." Sensing Yun Xinghe's pain, she sighed heavily. "It has been hard on you." Yun Xinghe shook her head. "Mother, I have not suffered. Although he has not been around these past years, the 3 children are well-behaved and filial. I have no regrets and have never blamed you or father." Li Qiulian wiped her tears and then patted Yun Xinghe's hand. "After such a long journey today, are you feeling all right?" Yun Xinghe sniffled, a smile breaking through her tears. "Mother, I am much improved. Recently, Yaya arranged for a doctor to treat me and provided medicine, along with various nourishing foods. Had it not been for my improved health, I could not have traveled such a distance." Li Qiulian sat up straighter. "I have heard that Xinghe has married." Yun Xinghe nodded. "Yes, her name is Chu Yue. She is a kind and filial child. I will bring the children in shortly to introduce them to you." Li Qiulian's face glowed with pride as she repeated "good" 3 times. Outside, Lu Xinghe handed the fish and a basket of rice and red dates to Yun Debao. "Uncle, these are from my mother. Please take them to the kitchen." Yun Debao frowned. "You are all struggling to make ends meet. Why bring things here? That fish must have cost quite a bit." Lu Xinghe placed the empty basket beneath the eaves. "We caught the fish ourselves in the river, so no money was spent. Please take care of these items. We will go see grandmother now." With that, he led Chu Yue and his brothers, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe, into the house. Yun Zheping turned to his 2 daughters-in-law nearby. "Eldest daughter-in-law, you and the second daughter-in-law should hurry and prepare a meal. chop the fish for lunch. The whole family will eat together. Understood, father, they replied, quickly taking the fish from Yun Debeo and bustling into the kitchen. Upon entering the house, the four of them called out grandmother. Li Chulian responded with a smile, her face radiating warmth as she beckoned Chu Yue closer. Come here. Let me have a look at you, child. Chu Yue glanced at Yun Xinghe and confidently approached. The three Lu brothers, being young men, greeted Li Chulian before stepping outside. Li Chulian grasped Chu Yue's hand, retrieving a delicate silver bracelet from beneath her pillow and slipping it onto Chu Yue's wrist, her expression tinged with nostalgia. This bracelet was a gift from our family during my youth, meant for the coming-of-age ceremony. Over the years, as I worked, my wrist grew too large to wear it. Hearing of your marriage to Xinghe, I had your uncle take it to town for cleaning. It looks lovely on you. Chu Yue gazed at the seemingly new silver bracelet on her wrist, feeling a bit overwhelmed as she glanced toward Yun Xinghe. She recognized the bracelet. Having seen her mother treasure it dearly, even refusing to melt it down for food during tough times. Since it is a gift from grandmother, you should keep it. Yun Xinghe encouraged. Li Chulian gently tugged down Chu Yue's sleeves to cover the bracelet. Take it is just a small token from your grandmother. Chu Yue stroked the bracelet beneath her sleeve, feeling warmth spread within her. Though her maternal family had once seemed eager to strip her of her worth, her new relatives appeared genuinely kind and caring. Yun Xinghe turned to Chu Yue. Yeah, have you heard your neighbor, the doctor, speak of treatments for rheumatism? Only then did Chu Yue notice Li Chulian's leg. Is grandmother's rheumatism severe? May I take a look? Rheumatism can vary in severity. Mild cases may be treated effectively, while severe instances could lead to amputation or even life-threatening complications. She needed to assess just how serious grandmother's condition was. Before Li Chulian could respond, Yun Xinghe had already lifted the thin blanket from the bed, helping to reveal Li Chulian's leg. Mother, Yaya has some knowledge from her family. Let her take a look. Hearing that Chu Yue had some expertise, Li Chulian sighed and nodded. In recent years, my knees have been painfully swollen and stiff. During dry weather, I can manage a few steps, but on rainy days, I cannot bear weight on my legs, and in winter, I dare not get out of bed. The thought of the impending cold filled her with dread. Chu Yue examined Li Chulian's leg, noting slight swelling around the knees. She gently pressed on the kneecap and lifted one of Li Chulian's legs to assess her mobility. Seeing the pain etched on Li Chulian's face, she carefully placed her leg back down, covering her with the blanket once more. Although grandmother's rheumatism appears severe, it is treatable. With proper care, you can at least return to a normal life. Li Chulian looked at Chu Yue, disbelief flickering across her face. Really? For years. She had spent most of her time confined to bed. She yearned for the ability to walk normally again. Yun Xinghe, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "That is wonderful." Yeah. How should grandmother's leg be treated? She knew that she would never speak without certainty. If she had confidence, it could only mean good news. Just then, a soft voice reached their ears. What should we pay attention to? Cousin, please tell me. I will make sure to heed your advice, as I usually care for grandmother. As Chu Yue turned her gaze back, she beheld a striking young girl of approximately 12 years. This was Meng Xiang, the youngest daughter of your second uncle, who, at the tender age of 12, exhibited both filial piety and thoughtfulness. Li Chulian remarked, waving enthusiastically at Yun Mengxiang. As Mengxiang approached, she offered a slight bow to Chu Yue. I have met my cousin-in-law, Mengxiang stated. Chu Yue promptly returned the gesture. Mengxiang, does your home have any mugwort? Yun Mengxiang eagerly nodded, yes, indeed. We harvested a bunch of mugwort during the Dragon Boat Festival, and it is still hanging in the kitchen. I shall fetch it at once. In a short while, Mengxiang returned with the mugwort. Chu Yue took a stem and pointed to several significant acupoints on her knee to demonstrate for Yun Mengxiang. This is the Hiding acupoint. These two are the Nei and Wai Xian acupoints, and here are the San Yin Jiao and Yang Ling Quan acupoints. Apply moxibustion to these points for my grandmother every other day. It requires persistent dedication. Seemingly choked by the pungent aroma of the mugwort, Chu Yue coughed a couple of times before continuing. The mugwort I have here is unprocessed. Perhaps later, I can ask my uncles to grind it into moxa wool to create thicker moxa sticks, which will produce less smoke and yield better results. Yun Mengxiang nodded attentively. I shall remember that. Is there anything else? When the weather turns cold, you can mix coarse salt and Sichuan peppercorns, heat them, and place them in a cloth bag to apply to your grandmother's knees. This will dispel cold and promote circulation. Additionally, soak some eukamia bark in liquor, and after 7 days, consume it twice daily, 1 small cup each time. But be sure to keep an eye on your grandmother. Do not let her indulge. Chu Yue looked at Mingxiang, adding, moreover, regular massage and moderate movement are essential. Avoid heavy lifting and exposure to cold. Impressed by the specificity and clarity of Chu Yue's instructions, Yun Mengxiang felt both envious and admiring. Cousin-in-law, you are truly remarkable, far surpassing the doctors in our village. Chu Yue smiled modestly. I have merely acquired a smattering of knowledge. I have merely observed how doctors have treated patients. If faced with a challenging case, I would be at a loss. Li Qiulian turned to Yun Suihe. Where did this treasure of a daughter-in-law come from? So young yet so capable. Yun Suihe chuckled, indeed. Yaya is truly a treasure in our family. Even the resident doctor at the pharmacy in Nanping town suggested introducing her to a master, indicating that she possesses some innate talent. Li Qiulian nodded. That's wonderful. The more accomplished the children are, the happier I become. The status of a doctor is quite esteemed. Acquiring medical skills will provide a means of livelihood. Yun Mengxiang gazed at Chu Yue with admiration, wishing she could be as competent as her cousin-in-law. Due to the unprocessed nature of the mugwort, it burned quickly, and soon the stem in Chu Yue's hand was reduced to ash. She cast aside the unburnt remnants of the mugwort outside and conveyed additional instructions to Yun Mengxiang, just as the big ant and second ant called everyone to lunch. Lunch consisted of coarse rice porridge, a large bowl of thick fish soup, and a plate of salted vegetables. Chu Yue served herself a bowl of fish soup, adding a few goji berries wrapped in her handkerchief, which she then offered to Yun Suihe. The gesture was executed with such naturalness that it did not seem intended to draw attention, prompting a look of envy from the big ant, Su Shi. Suihe, your daughter-in-law is truly filial, she remarked. Yun Suihe nodded, smiling in agreement. However, second Aunt Jiang interjected with a hint of skepticism, surely. She is merely putting on a show? Who carries goji berries around with them? The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly grew tense due to Zhang's remark. Yun Suihe furrowed her brow in displeasure, but refrained from retorting, as she was family. Lu Xinghe's expression darkened, his thoughts unreadable, while Lu Xinghe wore a frown that nearly screamed discontent. Lu Xingping set down his chopsticks and pouted. Aunt Jiang, that remark is inappropriate. My sister-in-law has always been like this. It's not a new development. The brothers were all too aware of how well their sister-in-law cared for their mother, and he was the first to defend her against any disparagement. Just then, Yun Zhengping slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Second daughter-in-law, can you not keep your mouth shut even during meals? Jiang chuckled awkwardly, attempting to smooth things over. Oh, don't mind me, I simply misspoke. Just let it go. Everyone, and let us eat. Given that Jiang was her sister-in-law, and they would soon be parting ways after the meal, Yun Suihe chose not to hold a grudge. After dining, she spent a little more time with Li Qiulian, discreetly placing a pouch containing 100 when beneath her pillow before the family bid farewell. For they had a considerable distance to travel, and lingering too long might result in returning home under the cover of darkness. Yun Dababao hurried to the cattle shed, harnessed their cow, and set off towards Kang Town. Elder brother, please take care of our parents, Yun Dababao requested, if I have time in the future. I will return to visit more often, but we are about to start building a new house, so my next visit may not be until the new year. As they traveled in the cart, Yun Dababao cast a surprised glance at Yun Suihe. Building a new house? Upon reflection, your house does seem rather unstable. It is indeed time for a new one. Do we have enough money? You could have mentioned it while at home, although elder brother and second brother aren't well off. They could still help with a bit. Yun Suihe felt warmth in her heart and smiled, shaking her head. We have enough. If not, I would have spoken to elder brother and second brother while at home. After a moment, Yun Dababao continued, when are you planning to start the construction? My father-in-law picked a date. We will commence tomorrow. Yun Dababao raised an eyebrow. So soon? I will let father and mother know. And I will come help you for a few days when the time comes. The adobe houses are quite large and construction progresses swiftly, with a couple of extra hands. It shouldn't take too long to complete. Yun Suihe smiled brightly, joking, all right, just ensure you pay elder brother and second brother for their labor. Yun Dababao laughed heartily. You have it tough enough as it is. If elder brother and second brother help, there's no need to worry about compensation. Chapter 53. Hairpin Flowers. Yun Suihe pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond further. As the youngest daughter in the family, she had been cherished by her parents and brothers during her time at home, and even after marrying, her family continued to treat her with such kindness, leaving her feeling deeply content. Upon reaching the ferry, The family dismounted from the cart and, after bidding farewell to Yun Dababao, entered King Town while the day was still young, intending to purchase some necessities for their home. King Town was far less prosperous than Nanping Town. There were not even 2 establishments as modest as Rui residence. The shops lining the streets appeared quite worn. And as Chu had recently finished the 10 prescriptions she had obtained, she decided to enter a pharmacy, presenting a prescription from Dr. Zhu to a rather disheveled old man. "Good sir, can you fill this prescription?" It was not a question she wished to pose. It was simply that this pharmacy seemed far more dilapidated than Chen's pharmacy. The old man raised an eyebrow, taking a look at the prescription before gazing back at her. "Have you previously consulted in Nanping Town?" Chu Yue, slightly taken aback, nodded. "How did you know?" The old man chuckled. "I am quite familiar with my apprentice's handwriting and his peculiar habit of writing prescriptions." Chu Yue stared at him in astonishment. "You are Dr. Zhu's master?" Although he appeared unkempt, he exuded more vigor than Dr. Zhu. The old man raised an eyebrow. "Oh, that rascal mentioned me to you?" In a moment of uncertainty, Chu Yue found herself at a loss for words, unable to simply say, "Your disciple intends to introduce you to me as a master." Just then, a middle-aged man entered from the back of the pharmacy and addressed the old man, saying, "Master, the guest inside is ready for acupuncture." The old man hurriedly handed the prescription to the middle-aged man, exclaiming, "Here, this young lady is your senior brother Zhu's patient. Please prepare her medicine." "Certainly." The middle-aged man replied with a smile, inquiring, "How many doses does the young lady require?" 10 doses, she replied. The middle-aged man told Chu Yue to wait a moment before heading to the counter to gather the herbs. As Chu Yue observed the bustling middle-aged man, she asked, "Is that old gentleman the owner of this pharmacy?" The man quickly shook his head. "I am the proprietor here. He is my master. Recently, we had a challenging patient. And coincidentally, my master came to King Town to enjoy roasted snails, which allowed me to invite him here." No wonder his speech lacks the local accent. "He came to King Town solely for the roasted snails?" Chu Yue questioned further. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. "My master is quite carefree. He diagnoses wherever he goes. Many doctors he has encountered have benefited from his guidance, and regardless of their age, they all call him master, making him a true teacher to many." Admiration filled the man's face. "Our medical establishments serve as his resting place, but he doesn't dine here for free. He either helps us with challenging cases or answers our medical queries." It appears that Dr. Zhu's master is indeed quite remarkable. Fond of gourmet cuisine? Chu Yue pondered, scratching her cheek, contemplating whether to entice the old man into imparting more medical knowledge by preparing delectable dishes for him daily. Would he be heading to Nanping Town next? The middle-aged man smiled again. "Indeed, my master has been frequently mentioning a new dish from Nanping Town. If it weren't for a complex patient keeping him here, he would have left long ago." Chu Yue stifled a laugh, finding the old man quite endearing. The middle-aged man packaged the herbs for Chu Yue and handed them to her. "Young lady, the total for your 10 doses is 3 taels of silver." She paid the sum and, due to her impending journey to the ferry, departed promptly. Upon exiting, she noticed Lu Xinghe and Yun Suehe were nowhere to be found, while Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghen waited at the entrance. When they saw her, Lu Xingping hurriedly approached to take the herbs from her hands. "Sister-in-law, Mother is across the street at the fabric shop buying cloth to make you some clothes. She said to fetch the medicine and come over to take a look." "Making clothes?" Chu Yue glanced down at her attire, which she had only worn for less than a month, wondering why another was necessary. Upon reaching the fabric shop, she saw Yun Suehe carrying a large bundle of cotton, fiddling with a piece of red fabric. Spotting Chu Yue, she waved, yeah. "Come quickly and see how this red fabric looks." Chu Yue entered the shop, resting the cotton bundle on her shoulder. "Mother, why are you making me more clothes?" Yun Suehe, with her hands free, held up the red fabric against Chu Yue, explaining, "It's already August, and the weather is getting cooler. If I don't prepare your clothes in advance, you'll surely catch a chill later." With a satisfied smile, she continued, "I think this red fabric is just perfect. It will be festive for winter wear." Then she turned to the shopkeeper. "Let us take this piece of red fabric. I need enough green fabric for 2 outfits." "Understood." The shopkeeper replied, moving to cut the cloth. After purchasing the fabric and cotton, as they stepped outside, they found Lu Xinghe waiting by the shop. He placed the medicine, cotton, and fabric into a backpack. Yun Suehe and Lu Xingping walked ahead, while Chu Yue intentionally lagged beside Lu Xinghe, whispering, "Husband, where did you go earlier?" Lu Xinghe smiled at her. What's the matter? Chu Yue bit her lip. It's nothing much, just curiosity. But if you prefer not to share. I'll forget I asked. Lu Xinghe gently ruffled her hair and then pulled out a delicate pink and white hairpin from his pouch, adorning her hair with it. The young lady's features were already exquisite, and having nourished herself over the past month, her previously gaunt cheeks had filled out. The hairpin complemented her, making her resemble a finely crafted porcelain doll. I came across this charming piece at a stall earlier and thought it would suit you perfectly, he remarked. Chu Yue touched the hairpin in her hair, her lips curling into a smile as she glanced at Lu Xinghe, whose head was bare. Why did you buy me a hairpin? Mother doesn't have one. What if someone sees it? That would be quite embarrassing. Lu Xinghe retrieved a simple and unadorned hairpin from his pouch. Your mother has one too. Chu Yue beamed. Oh, this would suit mother perfectly. You have a good eye. Husband. Lu Xinghe took her hand. Let's hurry. Mother and Xingping and Xing'an are waiting at the ferry. As Chu Yue felt Lu Xinghe's hand clasping her own, a flutter of nervousness washed over her, but it was overshadowed by a sense of joy. Chapter 54. A thief at home. When Lu Xinghe and her two sons arrived at the ferry, she had initially turned to call out to Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue to hurry, but upon seeing the couple hand in hand, she quickly averted her gaze. Don't look. If you do, your sister-in-law might get shy, she admonished, pressing down on her sons' heads. Lu Xingping looked at Lu Xinghe and asked, Mother, don't you think that brother and sister-in-law are quite the match? Lu Xing'an rolled his eyes at him. You fool. They're husband and wife, of course, they match. Lu Xinghe chuckled helplessly, shaking her head. You two really are a pair of playful rivals. Turning her attention to the two baskets in front of a vendor, she said, Come on, let's go check out those chicks. They're selling baby chickens over there. As they approached, they realized that one basket was filled with baby chicks, while the other contained ducklings. Good sir, how much for the baby chickens and ducklings? Lu Xinghe inquired. 3 won for a chick, 5 for a duckling. The ducklings are larger, having been raised for over half a month. Lu Xinghe crouched down, gently picking up a chick to examine it. Do you raise many chickens and ducks? The old man sighed. I used to rely on these for my livelihood, but this year's harvest has been poor. And without grain to feed them, it's not worthwhile to keep them, so I thought to sell some. Noticing Lu Xinghe's interest in the chicks and ducklings, he added, Rest assured, all my birds are healthy and will survive well. With a smile, Lu Xinghe clapped her hands. All right then. I'll take 20 chicks and 5 ducklings. Very well. Ultimately, the chicks and ducklings were placed into the backpack on Lu Xinghe's back, while a few items were held by the others. On the return boat, the family of 5 remained together, with the same ferryman from their earlier journey. Upon seeing the items in their hands, he chuckled, Oh, you've bought quite a bit. Lu Xinghe smiled back, just some essentials. Inside the cabin, Chu Yue produced the hairpin Lu Xinghe had bought for Lu Xinghe. Mother, this is a hairpin that my husband specifically chose for you. May I put it in your hair? Lu Xinghe, surprised, replied, Why did you buy me one as well? Just let the little girl wear it. What would it look like if I, an old woman, wore it? Though she spoke these words, her gaze remained fixed on the hairpin in Chu Yue's hand. Chu Yue smiled and gently pinned the hairpin into Lu Xinghe's hair. Who says mother is old? She is still quite young, and this hairpin looks truly exquisite on her. Lu Xinghe shot her a teasing glance. How could I be young? I'm already 35. If you were just a tad older, I might even become a grandmother next year. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Mother, what are you saying? Are you implying that I'm too young? Lu Xinghe quickly grasped her hand and laughed. Heaven's witness, I harbor no such thoughts. I was merely jesting. As for grandchildren, I'm not in a hurry. Besides, Xinghe still needs to focus on his studies. We can consider those matters later, once he achieves good results. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue finally relaxed. An hour later, the group returned home. However, as soon as they arrived, Lu Xinghe sensed something was amiss. Although the courtyard gate was intact, a corner of the fence was distinctly askew, clearly indicating that someone had entered through there. He hurriedly unlocked the door and rushed inside to check if anything was missing. The others grew anxious upon hearing him. Lu Xinghe furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Could it be that we've been robbed? Lu Xinghe shook his head. I'm not sure. Let us take a look. Hearing this, they all hurried to their respective rooms. When Lu Xinghe set down his basket in the corner and stepped into the room, he found the little maid with tears in her eyes. Sir, what should we do? The silver I hid is gone. She had brought less than 5 taels of silver with her that day, but had stashed away a full 190 taels at home. If all of it was lost, her previous efforts would have been in vain. Hearing the maid's voice tremble with sorrow, Lu Xinghe quickly grasped her hand. Don't panic. Your silver hasn't even lost. Chu Yue sniffled, looking utterly aggrieved. But the places where I hid it have all been disturbed. Although Lu Xinghe had rummaged through her hiding spots the previous night, he had returned everything to its original place after taking out the silver. It seemed that a thief had indeed entered their home. Lu Xinghe suppressed the shadow in his eyes, smiling as he comforted the little maid. Rest assured. I anticipated that someone might covet the new blue bricks we bought, so I moved the silver to a different hiding place. As he spoke, he glanced at the beams where the silver was concealed. Chu Yue understood immediately, quickly wiping her eyes with a smile. I wondered why you moved the desk into Xingping and Xing'an's rooms this morning. Lu Xinghe pinched her cheek playfully. A certain little money enthusiast just had to take a peek, so I couldn't risk losing the silver. Chu Yue found it hard to meet Lu Xinghe's gaze, biting her lip as she turned to rush outside. I'll check if anything is missing from the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, a contemplative look crossed Lu Xinghe's face. Who could have been bold enough to commit theft in their home today? Keeping this question to himself, Lu Xinghe headed to move the table into Xingping and Xing'an's room. Chu Yue lowered the two hanging baskets from the kitchen beams and inspected them closely. Nothing was missing, indicating that the thief's primary target was indeed the silver. Before long, Lu Xinghe also emerged from her room and, upon seeing Chu Yue in the kitchen, hurried over to inquire, Yeah, did you lose anything? Chu Yue shook her head. No. What about you, mother? Lu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. I didn't lose anything either. I can't fathom who the devil is. My room was left in disarray, with my sewing basket strewn all over. It seems they took advantage of our absence today. It's likely someone from the village. I hadn't considered this when I left, but thankfully, I had a backup plan. Chu Yue chuckled, relieved that nothing was lost from their home. We just need to be more vigilant in the future. Lu Xinghe nodded vigorously. Indeed, with this year's per harvest, things will only become more chaotic. We must be cautious. Then she turned to Chu Yue. Wherever you go in the future, let Xinghe accompany you. You must take care not to wander alone. All right. I'll listen to you, mother. Suddenly feeling a bit dizzy, Lu Xinghe rubbed her temples, furrowing her brow. Noticing this, Chu Yue quickly stood and supported her back into the house. Mother, you've walked quite a distance today. Perhaps you're tired. Rest for a while. And I'll prepare dinner. Thank you for your hard work, Chu Yue responded earnestly. We're all family. There's no need to fuss over it. Just focus on taking care of yourself. Lu Xinghe patted Chu Yue's hand, reflecting on how nurturing a daughter was so much more rewarding. Though her 3 sons were also dutiful, they could never match the comfort and attentiveness of her daughter. Chapter 55, Jealousy. As Chu Yue stepped out of Lu Xinghe's room, she spotted Lu Xingping sitting under the eaves, his brow furrowed in despair. She approached him, puzzled. Xingping, what troubles you? Lu Xingping let out a heavy sigh. Everyone else's belongings remain intact, yet mine are missing. Chu Yue's expression turned serious upon hearing this. What have you lost? The boy sighed again, his small face marred by worry. Every year during the new year, mother gives me a penny as a lucky money packet. I thought I could save it for when I marry one day. Now look. It's gone, and I haven't even reached the age of marrying. Chu Yue was momentarily taken aback by his gloomy demeanor. After saving for 8 years, how much did you accumulate? Lu Xingping propped his chin on his hand and glanced at her. 8 pennies. Chu Yue was initially stunned, then calmly responded with an "oh" before heading to the kitchen. Lu Xingping sulked under the eaves, pouting and grumbling to himself. Why can't I be pitted for losing my money? Big sister-in-law and big brother are equally unfair. Moments later, Lu Xinghe emerged from the house, speaking earnestly. It's just 8 pennies. Is it worth such sorrow? I'll share half with you. And we'll have the same amount. Chu Yue, overhearing the exchange from the kitchen, felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. Given their family's financial struggles, these 2 children had little understanding of money. Today's trip to King Town was their first venture beyond familiar territory, and they were unaware of the recent windfall their family had received. Perhaps they regarded their 8 pennies as a substantial fortune. Xing'an, I've just cooked the rice. Come help me start a fire. All right. Lu Xinghe replied enthusiastically, rushing to the kitchen. Chu Yue returned to her room, retrieving 20 pennies from her pouch. After exiting, she called Lu Xingping into the kitchen and divided the 20 pennies into 2 portions, placing them in their hands. Here, this is your pocket money. Lu Xingping stared at the 10 pennies in his hand, momentarily bewildered, then turned to Chu Yue. Big sister-in-law, Chu Yue lifted the wooden board covering the cellar, retrieving an egg from within as she spoke. Take this as well. You can buy something or save it for later. But make sure to hide it well from now on. Don't let anyone snatch it away again. Lu Xinghe was touched, his nose twitching. You're the best. Big sister-in-law. Thank you. In the future, I'll be as filial to you as I am to mother. Chu Yue chuckled. I don't need your filial piety. Just be good to your mother. She took the egg in her hand and made a bowl of brown sugar egg soup for Lu Xinghe, bringing it to her room so she could have a moment to sip the sweet broth. Subsequently, she grabbed a handful of peanuts from the hanging basket, cleaned them, and stir-fried a small plate, planning to pair them with porridge for dinner. In recent days, they had been unable to forage for wild vegetables, and the family had not had any leafy greens for quite some time, so they had to make do with whatever was available at home. After finishing dinner, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe eagerly collected the bowls and chopsticks and went out to wash them. Lu Xinghe then turned her gaze toward Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, who do you think could be the one stealing money from her home? Previously, when their pig had been stolen, he had been able to deduce the culprit, Chu Yue. So she believed her son possessed some acumen. Lu Xinghe shook his head. I don't know. After all, the items lost are not many. We just need to be more vigilant in the future. Although 8-1 is still money, the family was about to begin construction on their house tomorrow, and he truly had no time to go through great lengths for 8-1. If they remained observant, the thief would eventually reveal themselves. She suddenly thought of that mysterious girl. Could it be her? Though she was unfamiliar with her, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease about the girl. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Aunt Yon, are you home? Hearing the voice, Lu Xinghe slightly furrowed her brows. Upon stepping outside and seeing Lu Shanshan standing in the courtyard, she feigned warmth. Shanshan, what brings you here? Does your father have any instructions? If she recalled correctly, it was nearly time for tax collection, but usually, such matters were handled by the village head himself. Why had Lu Shanshan come in person? Lu Shanshan mustered her courage. Aunt Yun, may I speak with Xinghe for a moment? The smile on Lu Xinghe's face vanished abruptly. Shanshan, our two families have merely exchanged idle pleasantries in the past. Now that my Xinghe is already married, it would not be appropriate for you to visit him. If you have something to say, please tell me first, and I will consider whether it is necessary to convey it. Hearing such blunt words from Lu Xinghe, tears began to well up in Lu Shanshan's eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Aunt, you misunderstand me. I have never intended to disrupt Xinghe's family. Lu Xinghe responded with a nonchalant "Oh, then why are you here?" Lu Shanshan bit her lip, her large, watery eyes filled with grievance. In the kitchen, Chu Yue overheard the conversation outside and raised an eyebrow. What is happening? Is the girl from outside related to Lu Xinghe? She glanced at Lu Xinghe, whose expression was devoid of any emotion, and stood up to go outside. Upon seeing Lu Shanshan's face, Chu Yue's eyes widened in surprise. It's her. She actually wants to speak to my husband alone. No wonder she had felt that the girl's previous behavior was peculiar. She had likely come here secretly to see Lu Xinghe, or perhaps to observe what the woman marrying Lu Xinghe was like. For some reason, the thought left her feeling unsettled. Mother, what is going on? Lu Xinghe, feeling a pang of anxiety, hurriedly pulled Chu Yue behind her. It's nothing serious, yeah. You go inside for now, I will handle this matter. This little girl is rather naive. Should she take offense to this, how will she be able to maintain a good relationship with Xinghe in the future? It was also unfortunate for Lu Shanshan, who, despite being on the brink of marriage, still sought to stir up trouble with their family. In the past, she had looked down on their family's poverty and denied their verbal engagement. Now that they were about to build a brick house, she had come knocking. Truly a fickle-hearted person who despises poverty yet loves wealth. Fortunately, Xinghe is not marrying her. Shanshan, you should return. We all live in the same village, intertwined by kinship. And I prefer not to make this too awkward. Although my family is not well off, I will still bring a modest gift to your wedding next month. Lu Shanshan, feeling anxious, sniffled and stepped forward to grasp Lu Xinghe's hand. And I truly have something to discuss with Xinghe. I might know who has been stealing from your home. Lu Xinghe was taken aback and did not immediately pull her hand away. She looked down, rubbing the dirt on the ground with her toe, calling him Xinghe so intimately. One might think they have something going on. She lifted her head and stared directly at Lu Shanshan. We only learned of the theft after returning home for dinner. We have not mentioned it to anyone. How do you know so much? Chapter 56, Comforting the Wife. Initially, Lu Xinghe had not considered this matter. But upon Chu Yue's reminder, her gaze toward Lu Shanshan shifted. Yaya is right. How do you know that my home was robbed? Could it be that you are the thief? Lu Xinghe panicked and quickly waved her hands. No, and please do not misunderstand. It wasn't me. Then she turned to Chu Yue, anger flashing in her eyes. My father is the village head of Banpo. I could never be a thief. You cannot slander me simply because I had a betrothal with Xinghe. So, they had a betrothal. Chu Yue was taken aback by Lu Xinghe's words, stumbling back into a broad and warm embrace. Are you all right? The little girl nestled in his arms shook her head, though she could not conceal the grievance in her eyes. Lu Xinghe gently stroked her back and turned to Lu Xinghe. Are you certain that there was a betrothal between us? Do you have any tokens or documents to prove it? Such slanderous accusations are met with severe punishment by the authorities. I will be lenient today, since this is your first offense, but should I hear it again, you can expect to face the court. Facing the court? After all, they had a betrothal once. Lu Xinghe had thought that Lu Xinghe might at least feel a modicum of pity for her, but his cold demeanor and sharp words startled her, causing her to take several steps back. Looking at the girl he was protecting, Chu Yue, a pang of bitterness welled up within her. Had her family not denied the engagement years ago, perhaps the one being shielded by him would have been her. The commotion gradually attracted the attention of those nearby, many stretching their necks to witness the spectacle. Seeing Lu Xinghe's family rallying around Chu Yue, Lu Xinghe felt utterly embarrassed and could only flee, covering her face. Lu Xinghe sighed and turned to explain to Chu Yue. Yeah, do not take it to heart. The engagement between Xinghe and Lu Xinghe was merely a childish joke between our families when we were young. After our family fell into hard times, the village head's family also disavowed the match. 3 years ago, they arranged for Lu Xinghe to marry someone else, and her wedding is next month. I will take you to the celebration. Chu Yue nodded in understanding and returned to the house. As Lu Xinghe watched her leave, she turned to Lu Xinghe and advised, go and comfort her. Yaya has a gentle disposition, and I'm afraid Lu Xinghe's aggressive demeanor startled her. Lu Xinghe glanced into the house and nodded. All right. Today, they had purchased chickens and ducks, and out of caution, they did not dare to leave them outside in the coop like the big chicken. Instead, Lu Xinghe instructed Lu Xinghe to enclose the already cleaned pig pen and place the chickens and ducks inside. The weather was neither too hot nor too cold, which was just right for the growth of the chickens and ducks. By the time the weather turned colder, they would have grown sufficiently large to withstand the chill. Having finished the household chores, Lu Xinghe entered the house. He intended to discuss the matter of Lu Xinghe with Chu Yue, but found the little girl already curled up in bed, fast asleep. He extended his hand to pull over the blanket stacked on the bedside and gently covered her with it, then lay down beside her. Initially, he had not paid much attention to the verbal engagement that Lu Xinghe claimed, but to his surprise, this matter seemed to have impacted the little girl beside him. Unaccountably, a sense of anger welled up within him. Moments later, Lu Xinghe turned over and drifted into a drowsy slumber. The following day marked the occasion of moving into the new house, and the family rose early. Breakfast was prepared by Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe, while Lu Xingping went out to feed the chickens and ducks as soon as he awoke. After Chu Yue got up, she caught the little chicks and ducklings from the pig pen and brought them outside to the chicken coop, intending to bring them back inside at night. Lu Xinghe had hoped to find an opportunity to converse with Chu Yue, but she appeared perpetually occupied, and he could discern that the little girl was intentionally avoiding him. With no other choice, he retreated to the house to read, though his mind was preoccupied, causing him to glance outside intermittently. Lu Xinghe, being experienced, immediately recognized the underlying issue. If this matter was not addressed properly, the tension would only escalate. She discreetly gestured to Lu Xinghe and cast a glance towards Chu Yue. Understanding her implication, Lu Xinghe closed the book in front of him, rose, and joined Chu Yue in relocating the chicks and ducklings to the chicken coop. Afterward, he took her hand and led her into the house, shutting the door behind them. He gently ruffled the little girl's drooping head. Still upset? Chu Yue shook her head and softly replied, I'm not. Lu Xinghe smiled gently and explained, there is nothing between her and me. If she hadn't come to our home yesterday, I might not have even remembered what she looked like. Chu Yue pursed her lips slightly and replied, oh. In truth, she wasn't angry. She understood that there was nothing between the two of them. However, it was uncomfortable for her that someone had come to their home and yelled at her in front of Lu Xinghe, which made her reluctant to hear his explanation. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension once more, Lu Xinghe suddenly stepped forward and gently embraced her, soothing her back as one would a child. When Xingping and Xing'an were little and would cry, I would comfort them this way. Are you feeling any better? There was a hint of awkwardness on his face. This is my first time interacting with a girl. I'm not very good at comforting others. If I'm not doing it well enough, would you mind not getting upset? The little girl in his arms couldn't help but giggle, pouting in a playful manner. I'm not a child. I don't need you to comfort me like that. Seeing her willingness to speak with him, Lu Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard her say, I never intended to slander her yesterday. When I spoke to her, I had no idea she was the magistrate's daughter, nor did I know about your prior connection. After all, there had been a thief in the house yesterday, and even the neighbors might not have known about it. It was quite normal for her to inquire when Lu Shanshan suddenly came and said those things. Lu Xinghe pinched Chu Yue's little nose and corrected her. You got the last part wrong. I truly have no connection with her. As if recalling something, he asked, so, the peculiar person you saw the other day was her? Chu Yue nodded, yes, it was her. Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment before looking back at Chu Yue. Regarding last night's incident, I suspect several nearby households might have heard the commotion. If anyone asks, just say we lost 2 taels of silver. Chu Yue looked puzzled, why? Lu Xinghe ruffled her hair, just do as I say. Perhaps we need to take action ourselves. The thief might be brought before us. At that time, I will explain everything. Chapter 57, Moving into the New House. Chu Yue gazed at Lu Xinghe with admiration. Husband, you're so impressive. Lu Xinghe smiled and took her hand. Let us go. Mother has likely finished breakfast. After we eat, we need to head to the foundation of the new house. As he turned to open the door, the 3 figures standing outside caused Lu Xinghe's smile to falter. Mother? Yun Suihe's face flickered with an unnatural expression before she forced a chuckle. Oh, breakfast is ready. I came to call you for a meal and was just about to knock when you both came out. After speaking, she naturally turned to lead her 2 sons back towards the kitchen. Hurry up, after breakfast, our family still needs to go to the foundation. Chu Yue covered her mouth and smiled, following Lu Xinghe into the kitchen. After breakfast, the family secured the door and set out. As they passed by the neighboring son Daju's house, Yun Suihe handed a small handful of peanuts to his younger son and instructed Luoshi to keep an eye on their house. Luoshi eagerly complied, then quietly inquired, Sister-in-law, I heard that Lu Shanshan caused a stir at your home yesterday? These past few days, I've seen her lurking around here. Could it be that she wants to come back now that your family is about to move into a new house? There's no way she'll be welcomed back. Leaning closer to Luoshi, she whispered, Sister, did you see anyone else come to my house yesterday? We lost 2 taels of silver, all hard-earned. It's infuriating. Yun Suihe's face was filled with worry. Luoshi gasped. 2 taels of silver was no small sum. It was nearly enough for a family's expenses for a year. I only saw Lu Shanshan. I didn't notice anyone else. She grasped Yun Suihe's arm and whispered, Yesterday, I vaguely heard Lu Shanshan say she knew who stole from your home. How could she know something even we are unaware of? She has been sneaking around your house these days. Could she be the thief? Yun Suihe glanced around cautiously and quickly pulled her back. She was just saying that, we have no evidence. It's best not to spread rumors. If we offend the magistrate too severely, our lives will be difficult. Luoshi sighed. Just because she's the magistrate's daughter, does she deserve special treatment? Sister, I'm not saying you should be too kind. Yun Suihe patted her hand. All right, I want to say more about this. I need to check on the foundation. My children have wandered far. Luoshi quickly replied, That's fine, sister-in-law. I'll keep an eye on the house here. All right, thank you. With that, Yun Suihe hurried after Lu Xinghe and the others. Upon reaching the foundation, Lu Laifu and Lu Likai had just arrived with the carpenters they had invited, waiting for the homeowners to give the command to start work. Yun Suihe buried the items meant for blessing the foundation, lit incense, and led her family and the workers in bowing in 3 directions. Then she placed the incense in a corner of the foundation. With a joyful uproar from the carpenters, the construction of the new house commenced. This was a customary practice. Nearly every household would perform such rituals when building a new house, praying for good fortune and the well-being of the family. Lu Xinghe took out the blueprint he had brought with him, which included the layout of the house he had devised based on Chu Yue's suggestions, along with some detailed structures. He handed the blueprint to Lu Laifu and Lu Likai. Uncle, second uncle, take a look at this design. Will it work to build according to this? The 2 examined the blueprint closely before nodding in agreement. It will work. As it was the first day of construction, the 3 brothers, Lu Xinghe, Lu Xingping, and Lu Xinghen, stayed to assist. Yun Suihe and Chu Yue turned back home, needing to fetch water and food for the workers, as there were still tasks to be done at home. However, as they passed the old residence, they were called back by Wang Xuelan. Third young mistress, wait a moment. Yun Sueha turned back. Mother, what is it? Wang Xuelan hurriedly approached Yun Sueha, grasping her arm and whispering, I heard that 2 taels of silver were stolen from our home. Noticing that no one was around, Yun Sueha leaned closer to Wang Xuelan's ear and replied, Mother, it wasn't that much money lost. A thief merely broke into our house. Xinghe exaggerated the amount to help identify the thief. Wang Xuelan immediately exclaimed in anger, those wretched scoundrels. How dare they steal from us? My son, a hero, would never allow such disgrace. If it turns out to be those from Banpo village, they ought to be driven away for corrupting our morals. Ugh. Yun Sueha gently patted her back. Mother, there's no need to be so angry, it only harms your health. In any case, Xinghe knows what's in his heart, and besides, our losses aren't significant. Wang Xuelan sighed, appearing suddenly aged. They are taking advantage of my San'er being gone. If he were here, who would dare bully us? Upon hearing this, Yun Sueha's eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, let us not dwell on the past, we must look forward. Our children are healthy and filial. That is all I desire. Wang Xuelan patted her hand. The children are sensible, thanks to your nurturing. Just wait, good days are yet to come. She then continued. For the time being, you can prepare meals at the old house since the children are still young, and Xinghe needs to study. This will save you the trouble of running back and forth to deliver water and food. Moreover, Xiaoqin can assist you here. And since you have given Laosi an extra 10 for her labor, it would only be fair. Yun Sueha smiled. I was just thinking how far it is to come here daily. Since you've suggested it, I want to be polite. Wang Xuelan chuckled. Why be polite with your mother? Just remember to gather some firewood, otherwise, we may run short. Yun Sueha quickly replied, of course, we will bring our tools back. With that, she took Chu Yue and headed home. The two borrowed a cart from the Lin family, loading it with pots, a small jar of pickled vegetables, seasonings, 30 pounds of brown rice, and a bundle of firewood, pushing it towards the old house. The load was relatively light. Yun Sueha pulled while Chu pushed. Though neither had much strength, they managed to transport the items to the old residence. Yun Sueha sat in the courtyard, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, realizing that she was no longer as strong as before after a long absence from physical labor. Yeah, once you catch your breath, please return the cart to Aunt Lin. I will arrange the pots and pans and fetch some water from the well. Cooking and boiling water at the old house is convenient, being near the new place and just half a mile from the well, saving Xinghe the trouble of fetching water each morning. Mother, you should rest while I get the water, Chu insisted before turning back to return the cart. When she returned to the old house, Yun Sueha was already tending to the fire and boiling water. Chu frowned. Mother, I thought I told you not to fetch water? Your health is still weak. What if you suddenly feel dizzy again? The well is a dangerous place. She felt it necessary to emphasize this to ensure her mother understood the seriousness of the situation. Yun Sueha smiled as she added another stick to the fire. Do not worry, Xinghe is fetching the water. I am aware of my own body. During this time, with proper nourishment and the odd exercises taught by Chu Yue, she felt much more agile and had gained some strength. She sighed in relief. Once the water boiled, they ladled it into a container to cool before taking it to the new house. In less than half a day's time, news of the 2 taels of silver stolen from Lu Xinghe's home, along with the suspicions surrounding Lu Shanshan, spread throughout Banpo village. Yesterday, when Lu Shanshan returned home in tears, Chen Shufin was heartbroken. However, since it was her daughter who had acted foolishly, she felt it was inappropriate to confront others over the matter. She knew her husband would not support such an endeavor either. Today, upon hearing some mocking remarks about Lu Shanshan from her sisters-in-law, she could no longer contain her anger. After they left, she erupted, hands on her hips, berating loudly. That wretched Yu family. My Shanshan is about to be married, and they are deliberately tarnishing her reputation, thinking I am easy to bully? Just wait until I turn their lives upside down. With that, she rolled up her sleeves to storm out, but was interrupted by Lu Jianxi, who impatiently knocked his smoking pipe against his palm. Why the uproar? ISNT at your failure to keep your daughter from running off and embarrassing herself? If she hadn't been wandering around, would anyone suspect her? Chen Shufin was already fuming, and now Lu Jianxi's harsh words only fueled her rage further. What do you mean by that? Outsiders have bullied us, and you still side with them? Our daughter can no longer show her face in public. And you are unaware of this? You claim to be the village head, yet you sit there smoking while your own daughter is slandered? How dare you? Lu Xinghe sprang to his feet, and seeing his dark expression, Chu Yue instinctively stepped back, anticipating a reprimand. Instead, he declared, "You think I don't care about my own daughter? Do you believe that causing a scene at someone else's home will yield any results? They're accusing our daughter directly of theft, and do you expect me to join you in bullying a widow and her child? I cannot bear that shame." Upon hearing this, Chu Yue's demeanor softened. "Then what should we do?" Lu Xinghe wore a troubled expression. "What else can we do? We must find the thief to clear our daughter's name. 2 taels of silver is no trivial matter. We cannot allow our daughter to carry such a stigma for life." Chu Yue spat in frustration. "They've slandered us, and now we must help them find the thief? In the end, they will reap the rewards while we gain nothing? That Yu family is truly cursed. Thankfully, our Shanshan did not marry Lu Xinghe. Who knows what chaos that would have brought." "Ugh." Lu Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of your complaints. I will go to Shanshan and inquire about the situation." With that, he turned to head towards his daughter's room. Chu Yue and Lu Yufang delivered the water to the new house before venturing into the woods with a basket, hoping to find some edible wild vegetables. With Ansi assisting at home, it would be a good improvement to their meals if they could gather some wild greens. "Hey, yeah, come look here. Can this be eaten?" Chu Yue glanced at the spot where Lu Yufang was crouched, observing a cluster of leaves resembling small flower buds with green berries. She shook her head, uncertain. "I'm not sure. Perhaps we should refrain from gathering it. Growing in such an obvious location and not yet harvested. It's either inedible or poisonous. Consuming it could upset our stomachs." Lu Yufang smiled at her. "I didn't realize you didn't recognize every plant." Chu Yue shrugged, glancing around. "I don't know them all. Since I can't identify this one, it would be best not to pick it." Unperturbed, Lu Yufang plucked a leaf and tasted it, promptly spitting it out. Bitter and unpalatable. With a playful smile, Chu Yue covered her mouth and said, "I told you not to pick recklessly." Lu Yufang, frowning as she spoke, stood up and suggested, "Let us quickly explore elsewhere." Chu Yue nodded and led her deeper into the mountains. After wandering for quite some time, their efforts yielded no results. Autumn had already arrived, and even the tender leaves that were once edible had now become tough and unpalatable. Lu Yufang, her head drooping, lamented, "We have been coming to the mountains daily. Yet we haven't found any wild vegetables in many days." Chu Yue looked up at the sky. "It's getting late. Since we cannot find any wild vegetables, let us return for now." Just as they were about to turn back, they suddenly heard a cooing sound emanating from a nearby patch of miscanthus grass. Frightened, Lu Yufang jumped behind Chu Yue. Chu Yue handed her basket to Lu Yufang and whispered, "Wait here for me. I'll go take a look." Lu Yufang grasped Chu Yue's arm, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? What if there is something poisonous? Snakes in autumn can be venomous." Chu Yue withdrew her arm, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'll just take a quick look from a distance. If it's dangerous, I'll run back." Unable to dissuade Chu Yue, Lu Yufang reluctantly stood still, anxiously clutching the basket. How can someone so delicate be so bold? Chu Yue cautiously advanced a few steps and, upon catching a glimpse of the brown and black spotted for peeking through the half-green, half-yellow miscanthus, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her guess was correct. The sound had indeed come from a wild chicken. When she was merely 2 meters away from the patch of grass, Chu Yue halted, gradually crouched down, and then lunged forward, seizing the wild chicken by its wing just as it attempted to flee. "Yufang, quickly bring the basket. There are plenty of wild chicken eggs here." No sooner had she spoken than a snake sprang from the grass, lunging at her with its gaping maw. Terrified, Chu Yue turned and shouted, "Yufang, don't come over. Run." Chapter 59. My husband is quite handsome. Chu Yue dragged the wild chicken and ran until she could no longer see the snake, finally stopping to catch her breath. "Yu, I can't go into the mountains with you anymore. Your courage is too reckless," Lu Yufang said, her face pale. Thankfully, Chu Yue had reacted swiftly, otherwise they would have been in serious trouble had she been bitten. Chu Yue smiled sheepishly. "I didn't expect there to be a snake there. But without that snake, I probably wouldn't have discovered this wild chicken. It's a pity about the clutch of wild chicken eggs. There must have been at least 10. Lu Yufang rolled her eyes. "What time is it, and you're still thinking about those wild chicken eggs? Which is more important, the eggs or your life?" "That goes without saying. Of course, my life is more important." "Let us head home quickly," Chu Yue replied with a smile, linking her arm with Lu Yufang's as they made their way down the mountain. By By midday, after trekking for over 2 hours, the brothers Yun Debo and Yun Chungkai finally arrived at Banpo village. As they reached the village entrance, they noticed a house being built at a higher elevation not far away. The brothers gazed curiously at the sight for a while. Yun Chungkai, full of envy, remarked, "Brother, I never expected Banpo village to have a wealthy household. They're actually constructing a house with blue bricks and tiles. With so many bricks and tiles, they must be building quite a sizable courtyard." Yun Debo nodded. "Let us hurry to our sister's house. If we make it before mealtime, we might be able to lend a hand." "All right," Yun Chungkai replied, quickening his pace. At the old residence, Yun Xinghe was outside washing rice when she spotted two familiar figures passing nearby. She quickly stood up and called out, "Elder brother, second brother?" The Yun brothers turned at the sound. Our sister is here. Why aren't you in your own house? Is the old house uninhabitable?" Yun Xinghe wiped her hands on her apron and approached the gate. "The old house is still livable, but since the new house is closer to my family, I do the cooking here during the day, and at night, I still return to sleep there." The brothers nodded in agreement. "Where's the new house? We'll go help." However, Yun Xinghe pulled the two into the courtyard. "Elder brother, second brother, you've traveled all morning. No need to rush. Sit down and rest for a moment, have some water, and after lunch, you can help with the new house." As she spoke, she went inside to fetch water. "Did you buy grain for the family?" Yun Debo nodded eagerly. "Yes, we did. After you mentioned it yesterday, we took the ox cart to Kang Town. And the second brother and I took the boat here while father and Guang went to buy grain. That's good." She responded just as she emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of water. As Chu descended from the mountain and passed by the new house, the workers were just finishing their tasks and heading off for lunch. Lu Xinghe looked at the wild chicken in Chu Yue's hands, his expression one of disbelief. "Wow, my daughter-in-law actually caught a wild chicken?" Lu Shouqing also looked astonished. Lu Yufang, upon seeing her father, couldn't he help but blurt out, "Father, you don't know. It was so dangerous just now, you almost got bitten by a snake while catching the wild chicken." Hiss. Lu Shouqing raised an eyebrow. How did that girl become so bold? Is she alright? Chu glanced at Lu Xinghe's already darkening face and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm fine, fourth uncle." Lu Xinghe silently took the wild chicken from Chu Yue's hands and began leading her back home. Lu Xingping and Lu Xing'an dared not speak, knowing that their elder brother wore this expression when he was angry. The others, unaware of Lu Xinghe's temperament, teased, "Wow, who would have thought? Xinghe is so affectionate towards his wife." Lu Yufang looked at their tightly clasped hands, filled with envy. She thought to herself that if her future husband possessed even half of Xinghe's qualities, it would be enough. Upon returning to the old residence, after greeting her uncles, Lu Xinghe found a rope to tie the wild chicken's wings and feet, covering it with a basket in the kitchen. Seeing his silent demeanor, Yun Xinghe quietly asked, "You, what is wrong with Xinghe?" She shook her head. "Perhaps he is angry?" Yun Xinghe, puzzled, set down the tongs she was holding. "Why would he be angry?" Lu Xing'an, putting down his cup, wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "I heard from Sister Yufang that when the elder sister caught the wild chicken, she nearly got bitten by a snake." Yun Xinghe gasped, quickly scanning Chu from head to toe. "Are you alright?" She reassured her, "Mother, I'm fine. I didn't know there was a poisonous creature lurking by the wild chicken. If I had known, I would have turned around immediately." Yun Xinghe sighed in relief. "As long as you're fine. In the future, don't go into the mountains anymore. You may be lucky, but it still makes me anxious. Please don't let anything happen." Chu obediently replied, "I understand, Mother." Yun Xinghe glanced again at Lu Xinghe. Though Xinghe doesn't say much, he is quite loyal. Perhaps he was also frightened. If you talk to him nicely later, he might calm down. "Okay, Mother." She looked at Lu Xinghe, who was sitting in the corner of the courtyard, then ladled out bowls of thick brown rice porridge from the pot. After adding a bit of pickled vegetables to one of the bowls, she carried it over to Lu Xinghe. "Husband, it's time to eat." Lu Xinghe said nothing, merely reaching out to take the porridge she offered and began to eat. Chu bit her lip, then went back to the kitchen to fetch her own porridge, sitting beside him as she ate, occasionally glancing his way. It seemed her gaze made him uncomfortable, prompting Lu Xinghe to gruffly ask, "Why do you keep staring at me?" In the sparkling eyes of the young girl, filled to the brim with his image, she mused, "My husband is truly handsome." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe hastily averted his gaze, his ears blushing under the warm sunlight. "You, a young lady, should be more modest." The girl, somewhat dissatisfied, pouted. What is there to be shy about when I openly admire my own husband? Observing her fearless demeanor, Lu Xinghe could not help but smile. He gently wiped the corner of her mouth with his hand. You claim you are no child, yet you managed to get porridge all over your face. Chu Yue quickly raised her sleeve to dab at her mouth. Not at all. Lu Xinghe chuckled, finishing the last spoonful of porridge before taking the bowl to the kitchen. He then grabbed a wild chicken hidden beneath the kitchen's dustpan and glanced back at Chu Yue. I shall return to my studies for now. After you finish your porridge, make sure not to wander into the mountains. His final remark carried a hint of seriousness. Understood, Chu Yue replied, continuing to savor her porridge. After ensuring Chu Yue was settled, Lu Xinghe turned his attention to the others: grandfather, grandmother, mother, uncle, second uncle, and fourth uncle. I shall take my leave. Everyone hurriedly urged him, go on, we will make sure the new house is properly constructed for you. Chapter 60. The Thief is Found. Once Lu Xinghe departed, Chu Yue swiftly polished off the porridge in her bowl and assisted Lu Xinghe in clearing and washing the dishes. Mother, do we have any vegetable seeds at home? The weather looks pleasant today. I wish to plant some vegetables in front of the old house, so we can have something to eat when it gets cold. Your reminder is timely. Lu Xinghe paused to think. We do have some leftover radish seeds from last year. You can check the hanging basket in the kitchen. They should still be there unless the mice have taken them. Nearby, Wang Xuelon chimed in. The seeds we bought last year likely won't sprout well. Let us take some from home to plant together. Your father bought extra radish and cabbage seeds from town. Lu Xinghe smiled. Thank you, mother. After finishing their meal, the two brothers, Yun Daba and Yun Erba, were led by the others to the foundation of the new house. As they walked, their apprehension grew, and they glanced at Lu Xiaoqing beside them. Uncle Xinghe, are we on the right path? Lu Xiaoqing pointed towards the foundation. That direction leads to Xinghe's new house. How could we be lost? Wow! The Yun brothers exchanged startled glances, gasping in awe at the sight of the blue brick house. They had assumed their little sister's family was still living in a mud brick house. Could it be that Xinghe had recently come into good fortune? Lu Taixing, standing nearby, wore a look of pride. When I first learned about this, I was just as surprised as you. This blue brick house from the Kaiyang brick factory is the first of its kind in our village. Once their astonishment faded, the Yun brothers wore expressions of satisfaction. Our little sister has finally reaped the rewards of her hard work. We must tell our parents. They will surely be overjoyed. After washing the dishes, Chu Yue received some vegetable seeds from Wang Xuelon and returned home. Lu Xinghe remained at the old house to rest, as there were empty rooms here, and she still needed to boil water and prepare dinner later, making it cumbersome to run back and forth. Upon returning home, Chu Yue found Lu Xinghe engrossed in a book. Noticing the food in the chicken coop, she quietly retrieved a hoe from the kitchen and began to till the soil in the yard. Fortunately, the ground in front of the house, having been cultivated for years, was not too compact, and she quickly turned over the two small plots. She smoothed the soil finely, first scattering a thin layer of straw, pig manure, and wood ash compost, mixing it with the hoe before sowing the seeds. Afterward, she covered the seeds with a light layer of soil, and from the kitchen, she fetched some leftover garlic, breaking it into cloves to plant in another patch of ground. Once all was done, she thoroughly watered the plots. Just as Chu Yue finished and washed her hands, she noticed a group of people approaching her home. Among them was someone she recognized, Lu Daegu, who had previously dug up their rice field, now seemingly coerced to come this way, wearing an unwilling expression. Uncertain of the situation, Chu Yue called out to the house. Husband, there are people outside. Lu Xinghe emerged from the house and, upon seeing the group, quickly pulled Chu Yue behind him. Is there a matter that brings you here? Li Zhen? Li Jianqi directly stated his purpose. I heard that you lost some silver, so I've brought you the thief who stole it. Lu Xinghe smirked. The speed of your inquiries is indeed impressive. Li Jianqi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, waved his hand dismissively and then, in a moment of frustration, shoved Lu Daegu forward. This unworthy nephew of mine is the thief who entered your home. Do as you see fit. I can no longer manage him. The onlookers, upon realizing it was Lu Daegu who had stolen the silver, were not surprised. This troublemaker had always had a poor reputation in the village. His parents could not control him, and after marrying, he had been distanced from them. Only Li Zheng could say a word or two, but he was merely an uncle and could not discipline him as a father would. However, Lu Daegu had never stooped so low as to steal from someone else's home before. His behavior had become increasingly erratic. Li Zheng, such a thief should be expelled from Banpo village. Indeed, how can he live here anymore? He is a disgrace. And it would be best to drive Lu Degu and his family away. Our Banpo village cannot harbor such dishonest individuals. Though Lu Dega had always been a miscreant, he had never faced such widespread condemnation before. This scene left him flustered, having lived in Banpo village all his life. He had no idea where he would go if they truly expelled him. Originally, he had approached Lu Xinghe's family, hoping to find some silver with the new blue brick house, yet he found nothing and was instead identified by his foolish cousin. Li Zheng cleared his throat, suppressing a cough. Are you suggesting I should also leave Banpo village? He surveyed the crowd, noting that no one had further comments and resumed, you need not say more. After this matter is resolved, I will provide an explanation, but for now, let us address the immediate issue. Lu Xinghe, feeling Li Zheng's gaze upon him, spoke calmly. We are all from the same village. There is no need for punishment or scolding. Just return the 2 taels of silver that were lost from my home. The 2 taels served as a penalty for his intrusion. However, Lu Xinghe understood that given Lu Degu's situation, producing even that amount would be challenging. Unable to contain himself, Lu Degu finally spoke up. Lu Xinghe, speak with a clear conscience. Your family has not lost 2 taels, but rather ate one. Lu Xinghe retorted with a smirk. You asked me to speak with a clear conscience? Did you have any conscience when you broke into my home? Our walls are already in disrepair. And now you have left holes everywhere. Have you considered the danger we face living here? Lu Degu was left speechless, his fists clenched tightly. The day after you dug up my rice field last month, my sister was in the field pulling weeds, and when she stood up, her shoes were gone. At that time, the only people present were her and you. Do not think I am unaware of who did it. Lu Xinghe continued, we may not be wealthy, but since we can afford a blue brick house, we certainly have the means for 2 taels of silver. We urgently need this amount for the construction of the new house. I do not wish to dwell on past grievances, simply return my family's silver. And we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, with so many witnesses, I can easily take you to the authorities. Lu Xinghe's words were piercing and left no room for jest. Lu Dague was acutely aware of Lu Xinghe's temperament, feeling a mixture of frustration and anxiety. It seemed he was destined to fall into Lu Xinghe's hands today. But I do not possess such wealth. I truly only borrowed 8 when from your household. Then let us settle this at the magistrate's office, Lu Xinghe declared, leaving no room for negotiation. Please no. Lu Dague glanced helplessly at Lu Jianqi. Uncle, I have no money on me, could you lend me some? I do not wish to languish in prison. 2 taels of silver was no trifling sum for any household, and lending money to Lu Dague would likely yield no return. His actions this time were indeed excessive. Resorting to burglary warranted a lesson. Observing the pitiful Lu Dague, Lu Jianqi steeled himself. In the past, whenever you caused trouble, I have always shielded you. This time, you must rely on yourself. I do not have spare money to lend. Lu Dague pondered for a moment, turning once more to Lu Xinghe. I truly have no money. This year's harvest has been poor, and my family has struggled to make ends meet. My wife ran off with someone not long ago, and I still have a child to care for. Lu Xinghe remained unmoved. That is not a justification for your theft. Chapter 61. The Prodigal Son Returns. Chu Yue sighed. Those who are pitiful often harbor their own faults. When committing theft, he did not consider his dependents. Now that he faced the consequences, he suddenly remembered his responsibilities. In a state of desperation, Lu Dague grasped Lu Xinghe's arm. What if I work for you at your new house? Using my wages to offset that 2 taels of silver? Surely that would suffice? Seeing Lu Xinghe's silence, Lu Dague almost fell to his knees. I was momentarily bewitched to commit such an act. I recognize my past wrongs and vow to amend my ways. Please, grant me a chance to avoid imprisonment. I cannot leave my son, Taidan, to fend for himself. At that moment, a robust man rushed over, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old child. It's bad, Lu Dague. Your son Taidan has something lodged in his throat and is nearing death. The onlookers quickly parted to clear a path as Lu Dague took his son from the man's arms, panic overtaking him at the sight of Taidan's flushed face and limp body. Taidan, what's wrong? Don't scare your father. You are all I have left. Chu Yue, seeing the child's condition, acted swiftly, taking Taidan from Lu Dague and laying him across her arms, supporting his neck while rhythmically patting his back. After a few firm taps, the child expelled a fruit pit and began to wail. Chu Yue breathed a sigh of relief, returning the child to Lu Dague. He is fine now. Lu Dague took Taidan back, expressing his gratitude to Chu Yue. The onlookers also exhaled in relief, had it not been for Lu Xinghe's astute wife. Taidan might have met a tragic fate today. Lu Xinghe, look at the reckless actions you have taken. Engaging in petty mischief is one thing, but breaking into someone else's home is entirely different. If it weren't for Xinghe's wife, your son might have been lost, one bystander admonished. Indeed. This act of kindness is an immense grace, yet you had the audacity to steal from them and refuse to repay. How shameful. Lu Xinghe's heart was a tumult of emotions. Despite his past misdeeds, they had chosen to forgive and save his son in his time of need. After drifting through life aimlessly for so many years, this incident seemed to awaken him. Lu Xinghe knelt before Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe, his expression earnest. I acknowledge my wrongs and sincerely apologize for my past actions. However, my family truly lacks sufficient funds. May I be granted some time? I assure you I will repay the debt, even if it requires me to labor tirelessly. The village head, seemingly touched, interceded. Xinghe, we are all fellow villagers. Please consider. Lu Xinghe cast a glance at the village head before returning his gaze to Lu Xinghe. From this day forth, you shall work at my new house to repay your debt. Do not entertain any further dishonest thoughts. Should this happen again, I shall not be as forgiving. Lu Xinghe bowed repeatedly. I understand. Thank you, thank you. Lu Xinghe turned away. Enough of the bowing. Attend to your son first. Work commenced this afternoon. Understood. With reddened eyes, Lu Xinghe lifted his son and stood, announcing, Taidan, let us return home. The crowd observed Lu Xinghe's demeanor, noting a stark transformation as if he were a different person. They sighed, parting to grant him passage. If he could truly reform, being family. No one genuinely wished to cast him out. Now that his wife had left him, the child was indeed pitiable. Once outside the courtyard, Lu Xinghe asked Taidan, where did you find that fruit? How did it get stuck in your throat? With teary eyes, Taidan replied, I saw great-uncle take you away and worried for you. I followed. Later, I found a fruit pit by the roadside, still with some uneaten flesh. I was so hungry that Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe's tears flowed freely. It is my fault for not taking better care of you. When we return, I will find something for you to eat. After you're full, stay home and don't wander. I will cook for you when I return tonight. Taidan lowered his head. Father, did mother leave because I misbehaved? Will you also abandon me because I am a burden? Lu Xinghe gently ruffled his son's hair, filled with compassion. Mother left because of my shortcomings, not because of you. I will strive to do better. I will never forsake you. The father and son walked further away, their voices fading into the distance. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. If Lu Xinghe could indeed turn over a new leaf, it would be a commendable affair. Lu Jianqi watched his nephew's retreating figure, sighed, and bade farewell to Lu Xinghe before heading home. As everyone dispersed, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Chu Yue turned to Lu Xinghe, husband, please continue your studies. I shall fetch dinner from the old residence shortly. Lu Xinghe acknowledged her with a nod. Retreating into the house, Chu Yue glanced back at the room before settling down under the eaves with her sewing basket, resuming her work on Lu Xinghe's pouch. From his desk, Lu Xinghe peered outside and, upon seeing the earnest expression of the young girl, felt an unbidden smile of affection tug at his lips. Once she finished stitching the pouch, taking advantage of the early evening light, Chu Yue grabbed a bamboo pole and basket, intending to gather some wild fruit nearby. Although the wild fruits were sour, they could be turned into preserves. However, just as she was about to leave the courtyard, Lu Xinghe called out to her. Yeah. Where are you going? Chu Yue quickly replied, husband, I want to stray far. Just nearby to find some fruit. Lu Xinghe set his book down. The fruits in the mountains are too sour. They cannot satiate hunger. What purpose do they serve? Chu Yue turned to open the courtyard gate. I do not intend to eat them directly. I wish to gather some to make preserves. Lu Xinghe rose and exited the house. Then I shall accompany you. Seeing him emerge, Chu Yue waved her hands. No need to follow me. I can manage alone. You need to focus on your studies. The imperial examination is approaching next year. You should take advantage of this time to write a few essays. Without yielding to her protest, Lu Xinghe stepped forward, taking the bamboo pole from her hand, clasping her hand, and leading her out of the house while shutting the door behind them. Scientific exploration relies predominantly on accumulation, insight, and perspective. It is not merely a matter of memorizing a few books or penning a handful of articles to achieve success. Ultimately, the harvest does not require an extended period. Once we finish gathering the fruit, let us head to the old residence to assist mother. Chu Yue found great wisdom in Lu Xinghe's words, affirming, "My husband speaks the truth. I am confident you will surely succeed in your examinations next year." A subtle smile graced Lu Xinghe's lips. "Do you have such faith in me? I truly believe in you. But what if I do not pass? If you do not succeed, it matters not. We shall strive again next time." Lu Xinghe chuckled softly, tightening his grip on her small hand as they ventured towards the direction where fruit trees were planted. Chapter 62, The Carpenter. After filling a basket to the brim with green plums and sour plums, they made their way home. Out of curiosity, Chu took one to taste, only to find it too tart to take a second bite. Observing her squinting from the sourness, Lu Xinghe swiftly took the fruit from her hand and returned it to the basket, saying, "You should have believed me when I warned you about the sourness. Do not consume it. You wouldn't want to upset your stomach." After placing the fruit back inside, they proceeded to the old residence. Upon arrival, Chu hurried to the kitchen to assist Lu Xinghe with boiling water and preparing meals, while Lu Xinghe took the opportunity to lend a hand at the new house before mealtime. When he arrived, Lu Xinghe was busily transporting bricks, showing no signs of the laziness he once exhibited. Turning his gaze to Lu Taixing, who was rubbing his lower back, Lu Xinghe promptly approached him, saying, "Grandfather, there are uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, and my maternal uncles here. You should rest a while to avoid straining your back." Lu Taixing grunted, pushing his hand away. "I am not old yet. I am merely a bit fatigued from bending over for too long." Not far away, Lu Shouqing glanced at the stubborn elder. "Father, mealtime is approaching. You should head back. There are plenty of hands here, and the work is progressing swiftly without you." Only then did Lu Taixing reluctantly rise, grumbling as he walked, "You ungrateful lot, you think I'm old. I can still hold my own." Lu Shouqing quickly praised, "Indeed. We know you are still as capable as ever. We just worry you might tire yourself out. Please return and rest. We still need you to guard the bricks tonight." Hearing the mention of guarding the bricks, Lu Taixing paused, realizing the truth in his son's words. With that, he made his way home more easily. Watching the old man depart, Lu Shouqing shook his head in exasperation. "Your grandfather is just stubborn. At over 50, he still refuses to acknowledge his age, believing himself to be as spry as a young lad." Lu Xinghe chuckled softly, saying nothing further as he helped the bricklayers transport materials. Both uncles were diligent men. The two hard workers were equally efficient. After a day's labor, 9 men had managed to raise the walls to half a person's height. And with 3 or 4 more days of effort, they might soon begin placing the beams. When the workday concluded, Lu Xinghe felt somewhat embarrassed to join the others for a meal at the old residence, as he had a son waiting at home. Thus, he headed straight back. Lu Xinghe, upon learning this, asked Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe to deliver 2 bowls of brown rice porridge to him. Initially disheartened by the emptiness of his home and the sight of an empty rice jar, Lu Xinghe was touched to receive the 2 bowls of porridge when they arrived, wiping away a tear. He had stolen their silver, yet they not only saved his son but also brought him food, truly kind-hearted people. Though embarrassed, he accepted the porridge. After all, his household had no rice left. "Thank you, Xingping and Xing'an. You may return now. I will wash the bowls and bring them back later." "All right. We shall head back," the 2 brothers replied before hastily returning to the old residence for their meal. After a day of bustling activity, everyone was exhausted. After dinner and tidying up the old residence, the family returned home. Due to a lack of space, the Yun brothers decided to temporarily stay at the old residence. The old house had plenty of rooms available after the eldest and second families moved out, leaving several vacant. That night, Lu Xinghe lay down. Yeah. Please refrain from wandering into the mountains in the future." Chu Yue, drowsily on the verge of sleep, lazily inquired, "Why?" He glanced at her slender silhouette. "When I am not around, please do not venture into the mountains." "I understand," she replied, yawning, and soon her gentle breathing signaled her descent into slumber. Lu Xinghe smiled helplessly, finding her carefree nature endearing. She always fell asleep quickly. During these bustling days of construction at the Lu household, the Chu family in Yodo village was not idle either. Chu Dashan first encouraged his parents to go to Lu Xinghe's home to demand money from Chu Yue. Zhao Chunhua remarked that with the moon worship festival approaching, they would inevitably come, so there was no need to make this trip. Finding no success in his prodding, he began sending people to inquire about the Lu family's situation. Upon learning they were building a house, he incited his parents to go take a look. However, As they were not industrious people, the thought of a 2-hour trek up the mountain, only to find no benefit and be expected to help, deterred them further, leading them to believe Chu Yue would return home on her own. Finally, the day before the moon worship festival, the family came to the realization that Chu Yue would likely not be coming. After dinner, Zhao Chanhua scolded, hands on her hips, "This ungrateful wretch must have grown wings, thinking she no longer needs her family. That foolish girl truly believes the Lu family will be her support, but once the novelty wears off, who will she rely on?" Chu Dashan chimed in, fueling the fire. "Mother, what did I tell you? I said she was bought off by Lu Xinghe. You don't know how arrogant she was the last time she saw me." After being frightened by Lu Xinghe over the previous pig-stealing incident, Chu Yue had been relatively subdued for a while, but recently he had begun to itch for trouble again. If not for their financial struggles, he would have already headed to the gambling den in town. Hearing the conversation, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I will go to Banpo village tomorrow. What kind of daughter married off does not send gifts back to her family for the festival?" Chu Dashan quickly replied, "Father, I will go with you." Xiao Dao, curled up in a corner, quietly observed their plotting against her sister, feeling disgusted by the family's ugly demeanor. Thankfully, her sister had married far away, otherwise, the constant harassment would surely drive her to despair. Go, it's better for you to go together for support, just make sure to return early," Zhao Chanhua said. Shooting a glare at the cowering Chu Xiaodao, "What are you still doing there? Aren't you going to clean up the dishes? Just like your sister, a useless burden. Doing little work and wasting food every day." With that, she kicked the chair aside in frustration and retreated to her room. Chu Xiaodao dodged the chair and said nothing, stretching her small arms to gather the dishes on the table and, with some effort, carried them to the water vat to wash. Her petite figure, though small, radiated resilience and determination. With her sister away, she had to learn to protect herself, hoping that one day she too could become her sister's support. The Yun brothers helped for 10 days in Banpo village, and today, having completed the roofing, they returned home, as the next day marked the moon worship festival. A time for family reunion. Yun Xinghe handed each of them 300 won for their wages. At first, the brothers were reluctant to accept, but Yun Xinghe insisted, placing the coins in their hands and pushing them out the door. Unable to refuse her, the brothers could only take the coins home. "Xinghe, the roof of our new home has been completed. Next, we shall lay the blue bricks, plaster the walls, construct the stove and the kang, and, according to your requests, make repairs to the outhouse. We will also need to hire a carpenter to craft the furniture. Whom shall we invite?" Yun Xinghe furrowed her brow. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xinghe replied, "Let us enlist Master Lu from Lushu village. His carpentry skills are renowned across several neighboring villages, and his fees are quite reasonable." Yun Xinghe nodded in agreement. "Very well, then it shall be Master Lu." At this moment, Chu Yue, who had been listening, raised her eyebrows at the mention of Lushu village. "Is it Wu Yong apprenticed to a carpenter there? If you are to hire Master Lu, then I fear Wu Yong will likely accompany his master as well." Chapter 63. The Portrait. Chu Yue pressed her lips together and inquired, "Husband, are there no other carpenters we could consider?" "It is not that there are none, but Master Lu's craftsmanship is exceptional." "Why, do you know of a better master?" Chu Yue smiled and shook her head. "How could I possibly know any carpenter? Since you deem Master Lu to be suitable, then let it be him." She felt it inappropriate to mention that Wu Yong was Master Lu's disciple, fearing what others might think of her if she suggested a different choice. Lu Xinghe gently ruffled her hair. "Tomorrow marks your 14th birthday. Once the day has passed, you shall be a year older, yeah. Chu Yue instinctively lowered her head. "Husband, please refrain from patting my head so often. It might stunt my growth." Yun Xinghe chuckled. "What need does a girl have to be so tall? With Xinghe's stature in our family, that is ample. However, it seems that since you have been here for 2 months, you appear to have grown a little taller. And your little face has gained a healthier glow." Her gaze turned to Chu Yue, filled with a tender appreciation for the blossoming young girl before her. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you have grown a bit." Hearing that she had grown taller filled Chu Yue with joy, now that she had just turned 14. She needed to make the most of this time to grow, for in the future, when her monthly cycles began, it would be much harder to increase in height. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the moon worship festival coincided with Chu Yue's birthday. Yun Xinghe rose early, retrieving a basket from the beams of the kitchen, containing the white flour given to her by Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe during their first trip to town for rice. Previously, Chu Yue had set aside 3 pounds to make some noodles, leaving 2 pounds unused, which Lu Xinghe now poured out to prepare a meal of noodles, boiling 5 pancakes and frying eggs for everyone. Lu Xinghe entered the kitchen, his face alight with surprise. Wow, what a splendid breakfast today. Lu Xinghe, busy at work, smiled. Indeed. Today is not only a festival but also your sister-in-law's birthday. Have the chickens been fed? Lu Xinghe nodded vigorously. Yes, they've been fed. You can rest easy, mother. Watching him confidently pat his chest, Lu Xinghe shook her head with a smile. I wonder whom you take after. Your father was never this way. From behind the stove, Lu Xinghe spoke in a quiet voice. He must have been picked up by mother from the mountains. He doesn't resemble me at all. Who knows whose child he is? Lu Xinghe immediately objected. Lu Xinghe, do not speak nonsense. You are the one found in the mountains. I am not your offspring. Why should I resemble you? A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Xinghe's lips. Do not take offense. Mother has yet to speak. Whether or not you were picked, it is for her to decide. Lu Xinghe then turned to Lu Xinghe with a look of deep grievance. Mother? Observing the quarrel between her 2 sons, Lu Xinghe found it both amusing and exasperating. She gently patted Lu Xinghe's head, her face softening with tenderness. You are kind-hearted and innocent. You believe everything Xinghe says. At that time, I was barely managing to keep myself safe, let alone have the time to bring back a child from the mountains. If you truly were not my son, you would have been fed to wolves long ago. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe hugged Lu Xinghe tightly and sniffled. Mother is the best. Lu Xinghe affectionately stroked her 8-year-old son's head. At your age, why do you still act like a little child? Do you not fear others will laugh at you? Rather than releasing her, Lu Xinghe clung even tighter. I do not care what others think, even at 18. I will still be your child. Looking at her son's childish demeanor, Lu Xinghe helplessly patted his back. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are still inside studying. The noodles will be ready soon. Go and call them for dinner. Only then did Lu Xinghe release Lu Xinghe and rush out to summon them. Yue, this is for you. As soon as Chu Yue sat at the dining table, Lu Xinghe placed a bowl containing 2 eggs in front of her. Chu Yue looked at Lu Xinghe in surprise. Mother, why have you given me 2 eggs? Today is the moon worship festival, and it is also your birthday, a double celebration. Surely you must have more to eat, Lu Xinghe replied, bringing other bowls of noodles and pancakes to the table. Hurry and eat before it gets cold. We have no other food at home. For the festival, we can only afford a few more eggs. Chu Yue gazed at the 2 eggs in her bowl, deeply moved. Although she was born on the day of the moon worship festival, her family had never acknowledged her birthday before. Every day, she awakened to an endless list of chores. How could a mother be so vastly different? After the meal, Lu Xinghe retrieved a portrait from his desk. The girl in the portrait wore a pink and white hairpin. Holding a bowl of rice porridge, her lovely face adorned with a radiant smile, her bright eyes gazing directly at the viewer, as if she could see her own reflection within them. Noticing Lu Xinghe's joyful expression as he gazed at the paper, Chu Yue hurried over and asked, Husband, what are you looking at? A portrait, Lu Xinghe replied with a gentle smile. Chu Yue leaned in closer to the paper, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. What is this? Lu Xinghe placed the portrait on the table and wrote the year in one corner, intentionally adding the characters for the age of coming of age beside it. Chu Yue hesitantly asked, Husband, is this person in the painting me? Lu Xinghe affirmed with a soft yes, it is you. Chu Yue, slightly displeased, muttered under her breath. Why am I holding a bowl? And this smile is too infatuated. Lu Xinghe stifled a laugh. I had intended to paint a portrait for you every year on your birthday. When I picked up the brush, this scene was the first that came to mind. And I found it amusing, so I decided to capture that day. A warmth spread across Chu Yue's face. She turned her gaze to the outdoors, pondering that it seemed her husband enjoyed when she looked at him in such a way. Yet, deep down, she felt an overwhelming sweetness, more delightful than honey. As noon approached, Chu Yuqian and Chu Dashan finally arrived at Banpo village. The long journey had left the 2 lazy fellows grumbling incessantly, berating Chu Yue for not taking the initiative to send anything back to her family. Upon reaching the entrance of Banpo village, Chu Dashan excitedly pointed at the nearby brick house and exclaimed, Father, look. Banpo village has some wealthy families now. That brick house is quite impressive. Chu Yuqian smacked Chu Dashan's hand down. Impressive or not, do not point. You will only embarrass yourself with your ignorance. Chu Dashan pouted in displeasure. Well, if I had any experience, would I be envious of others? If our family could build a brick house, would I need to admire someone else's? Chapter 64. The exceptional meets the exceptional. Left speechless by his son's words, Chu Yue snorted and quickened his pace. Let us find area quickly. It is almost noon. And your mother hasn't prepared any provisions for us. We must not end up with nothing to eat and go hungry this afternoon. All right, father, Chu Dashan replied eagerly. Following closely behind, Lu Donghua spotted the figures of Chu Yue and his son from a distance. His curiosity piqued. It struck him as odd that this father and son duo would venture to Hampa village during the festive season instead of remaining at home. These two were no paragons of virtue, and it was indeed unusual that he had not seen the Chus visiting their maternal home in quite some time. Their arrival here likely harbored ill intentions. Yurton, stay inside. I'll be back shortly, he instructed his son before dashing toward Lu Xinghe's residence. Upon reaching the entrance of Lu Xinghe's courtyard, he called out, Lu Xinghe, your father-in-law and brother-in-law have come to Hampa village. Inside, upon hearing his announcement, Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe exchanged glances and stepped out of the house together. My father and elder brother have come? Although she had anticipated their visit, the fact that they chose to come on the day of the moon festival still caught Chu Yue off guard. Who visits their married daughter to demand gifts during a holiday? She discreetly tucked the floral hairpin from her head into her sleeve, and moments later, she saw the figures of Chu Yue and Chu Dashan appear around the corner. Lu Donghua, having noticed Chu Yue's earlier actions, began to piece things together. As Chu Yue and Chu Dashan approached, he put on a facade of nonchalance, raising his voice deliberately. Lu Xinghe, you've borrowed quite the sum for your house renovations. When do you intend to repay it? I'm here today on behalf of several families in the village to collect debts. Times are tough for everyone. You can't be the only one reaping the benefits, can you? A faint smile graced the corners of Chu Yue's lips as she silently gave Lu Donghua a mental thumbs up. Indeed, to deal with a menace, one must engage the menace itself. As Chu Yue and Chu Dashan heard Lu Donghua's words, they felt a jolt of realization. They had initially thought that Lu Xinghe's home renovations were a sign of good fortune, but it turned out he had borrowed money. From the implications of Lu Donghua's words, it seemed he had borrowed from numerous families. Nevertheless, having already arrived, they could not simply turn back. They might as well stay for a meal. Feigning surprise at their presence, Lu Donghua greeted them. Oh, so it's my esteemed father-in-law and brother-in-law. Could it be that Lu Xinghe borrowed money from you? I must tell you, if so, you should collect it promptly. He is drowning in debt, and I fear he may never repay it in this lifetime. Lu Donghua's infamous reputation as a rogue was well known, and he was confident that he could represent the villagers in seeking repayment from Lu Xinghe. How on earth did he borrow so much money? Was it for the house renovations? I say, why bother with such expenses if you're short on cash? Just make do with what you have. It's folly to think debt is a favorable solution, he mocked. Chu Yue chuckled awkwardly. That is a fair point. Chu Yue felt little enthusiasm upon her father and brother's arrival. Father and brother are here. The festive spirit dampened by the prospect of debt collection. The two men seemed to understand and did not take offense. Chu Dashan, with keen eyes, spotted the chickens and ducks in the courtyard. Oh, you have quite a few chickens here. Lu Donghua raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Where would they have gotten those chickens? With that much debt, they'll likely have to use their possessions to pay off interest. He then turned his gaze towards Chu Yue and Chu Dashan. Do you gentlemen happen to have any money on you? Perhaps you could lend a bit to Lu Xinghe to settle his debts? Rest assured, though he may be poor, he is trustworthy. I can act as a middleman. He thumped his chest in assurance, adding that the repayment period would be slightly extended. Exchanging glances, Chu Yue and Chu Dashan retreated a couple of steps, establishing a clear boundary with Lu Xinghe's family. Everyone in the neighboring villages knows our circumstances. How could we possibly lend any money? Don't jest with us. Lu Donghua feigned a sigh. What a pity. If you can't lend any money, your daughter may not enjoy a good year with Lu Xinghe, and she might even go hungry. Chu Dashan, with an expression of indifference, stated, once married, a woman follows her husband. Whether she fares well or not is beyond our concern. Lu Donghua smirked knowingly. You may find that such indifference won't suffice when you realize just how high the interest on Lu Xinghe's loans truly is. He spoke with an air of mystery, raising 3 fingers. Father-in-law, you've been around Nanping Town long enough to know how those people operate. Lu Donghua, being a rogue himself, was somewhat familiar with these matters. Chu Yue, a seasoned gambler, was even more knowledgeable about interest rates. Upon seeing Lu Donghua's fingers, he gasped internally and quickly pulled Chu Dashan away from the scene. Since our second daughter has been traded for your pig, she is now yours, and we, the Chu family, have no further ties with you. Do not provoke Nyotu Town again. Our families are no longer connected, he stated coldly as he glanced back at the departing Chu father and son. Lu Donghua shook his head in pity. This father-son duo was utterly devoid of sentiment. Not only had they sold their daughter so easily, but they also severed ties at the first sign of difficulty. Even he, who was typically heartless, felt a twinge of sympathy for Chu Yue. Initially believing that Chi would be distressed by her father and brother's words, he turned to her, only to find her giving him a thumbs up. Donghua, you're amazing. You managed to intimidate my father and brother so easily. Feeling a bit bashful, Lu Donghua scratched his head. I just couldn't stand those two and came to inform you. I didn't expect your father to say such ridiculous things. You won't hold it against me, will you? Chi shook her head vigorously. Not at all, I'm used to it. Thank you, Donghua. Just wait a moment. She dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a small bowl, filled it with dates and peanuts, and emerged, presenting it to Lu Donghua. Here, take this back for Tai Dan. Lu Donghua hesitated to accept, but he also wanted to bring something home for his son's health. Caught in a dilemma, he wore a perplexed expression. Chu Yue, undeterred, firmly placed the bowl in his hands. Just take it, Donghua. You can return the bowl later. Oh, it's not necessary to return the bowl. Hurriedly, Lu Donghua poured the dates and peanuts into his pocket and returned the bowl to Chu Yue, thanking her before making his exit. As he glanced at the few dates and a small handful of peanuts in his pocket, he suddenly felt that the satisfaction of helping others was far more gratifying than engaging in roguish deeds. Chapter 65. Luring the rival into the house. Having observed the earlier scene, Lu Xinghe, as an elder, felt it inappropriate to intervene. Once the commotion outside subsided, she emerged from the house. Yeah. Have your father and brother left? She nodded. Yes, they have. They likely won't return for some time. Lu Xinghe hesitated before asking, is it all right? After all, they're your kin. Lowering her gaze, she replied, Mother, my actions have their reasons. She wished to bring Xiaodao closer. Even if others perceived her as unfeeling towards her family, this was her decision. Lu Xinghe stepped forward and took Chu Yue's hand. Mother, we are fully aware of the situation, so you need not worry. Lu Xinghe opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately sighed, very well. As long as you two have discussed it, it's fine. If your father-in-law chooses not to associate with us, then so be it. What matters is that our family lives comfortably. The Chu father and son were avaricious individuals. If they were given an opportunity, it wouldn't just be them. The Zhao family would also join in the fray, and soon enough, there would be no peace for anyone. Yeah. Don't take your father's words too much to heart. From now on, this is your home. Chu Yue nodded, acknowledging her mother's words. I understand, Mother. She returned to her room to continue sewing the coat. The evenings had grown quite chilly in recent days, necessitating the completion of the coat promptly. After Lu Xinghe finished speaking, she went back inside. Within 10 days, the radish and cabbage seeds, under Chu Yue's diligent care, had sprouted into 2-inch tall seedlings. In another 3 or 4 days, the densely packed radish seedlings could be thinned and replanted. After a brief respite post-lunch, Chu Yue fetched a hoe and began to till the other 3 plots adjacent to the vegetable seedlings, while the Lu brothers, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe, followed behind her, sprinkling well-composted ash and pig manure. These vegetables required ample nutrients and water. With the base fertilizer applied, the seedlings would thrive even better. By the time their labor was concluded, the sun was setting. Lu Xinghe took the hoe from Chu Yue's hands, saying, Sister-in-law, you should rest for a bit. Xinghe and I can handle the watering. Chu Yue nodded, washed her hands, drank some water, and settled beneath a tree, idly tracing patterns in the earth with a twig. Inside, Lu Xinghe was absorbed in his writing. Instinctively glancing outside, he noticed the young girl with her head bowed and sensed she was troubled. He set down his pen and stepped out to join her. What occupies your thoughts? Chu Yue lifted her gaze to meet Lu Xinghe's, then returned to her doodling. I was pondering whether Dr. Zhu's master has arrived in Nanping Town. Lu Xinghe crouched beside her, meeting her gaze directly. There's no need to worry. If he has arrived, Dr. Zhu will bring him along. Chu Yue responded with a soft her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Husband, do you think I am heartless and despicable? Lu Xinghe shook his head. If it pertains to your parents, I do not share that sentiment. He stood and continued. You may not have heard the saying, but you surely understand its essence. If one offers me a gourd, I shall repay with exquisite jade, not for recompense, but in everlasting goodwill. Your parents have shown you no familial affection. Your current reaction is entirely natural. Though we live in this world, one must not overly concern themselves with its judgments, for only then can one live freely and happily. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yue raised her eyes to him. Husband. Thank you. Lu Xinghe reached out, initially intending to ruffle her hair, but remembering her concerns about her height, he instead pinched her cheek before returning indoors to continue his reading. Chu Yue rested her chin on her hands, watching Lu Xinghe, who was focused on his book, her eyes sparkling with delight. On the second day of the Moon Festival, work commenced on laying blue bricks and plastering walls at home. Lu Xinghe visited Lu Shu village, where Master Lu had been informed of his arrival earlier that morning. Today's visit was to finalize arrangements with him. He departed in the morning and returned by noon. The day after Lu Xinghe's return, Master Lu, equipped with his tools, brought Wu Yong to Banpo village. Leading them to the new house was Lu Xiaoqing, who briefed Master Lu on the doors, windows, and furniture to be constructed before turning to Wu Yong. Where are you from, young man? Wu Yong smiled, introducing himself. I am Wu Yong, hailing from Yodo village. Lu Xiaoqing was somewhat surprised. Interesting. You hail from the same place as my nephew's wife. Do you know Chu Yue? Upon hearing Chu Yue's name, a fleeting pang of bitterness stirred within Wu Yong. Indeed, I do. Her family is right next door. We grew up together. Lu Xiaoqing laughed heartily, patting Wu Yong's shoulder. What a coincidence. This yard belongs to my nephew's family. Since you are connected to Chu Yue's family, you must ensure everything goes smoothly with the carpentry. Wu Yong stood frozen, astonished. This courtyard, is it truly Lu Xinghe's? Lu Xiaoqing nodded. Indeed, it is. Wu Yong's heart was a tumult of joy and sorrow. Joyful that she could finally lead a good life, but sorrowful that he would no longer be the one by her side. Rest assured, uncle, I will not be careless with the work here. Lu Xiaoqing patted Wu Yong's shoulder again. Then I shall leave the carpentry to you and Master Lu. I have other matters to attend to. Once the doors were completed and locked, he wouldn't need to stay here daily. It had already been half a month since he warmed his wife's bed. As Wu Yong surveyed the house, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Just then, Master Lu called out, Wu Yong, come help me carry this tree. Wu Yong promptly set down his tools. Coming right away, master. The carpenters had their lunch at the old residence, with Chu Yue and Yun Sueha preparing the meal together. Chu Yue plucked a small handful of densely grown radish seedlings from the front of the old house, rinsed them, and added them to the soon-to-be-cooked brown rice porridge. Having not enjoyed fresh vegetables for quite some time, the intoxicating aroma of the radish greens was delightful. Wu Yong followed Master Lu into the Lu family's old house, feeling a mix of anxiety as he caught sight of Chu Yue bustling about with bowls of porridge. His gaze seemed irresistibly drawn to her. She had grown taller and was no longer as thin as she had been while living in the Chu family. Her cheeks were fuller, and she was even more beautiful than before. Lu Xinghe observed Wu Yong's lingering gaze on Chu Yue, his brow furrowing slightly. He had not anticipated that Wu Yong would be Master Lu's apprentice, a coincidence that troubled him deeply. Ahem. Lu Xinghe cleared his throat. Hearing the sound, Wu Yong quickly averted his gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Chapter 66. Reunion with the old man. Lu Xinghe glanced at Wu Yong, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Do not look where you shouldn't, nor think thoughts that are inappropriate, for such actions harm both yourself and others. The young girl was pure and innocent. He did not wish for her to be tainted by any scandal associated with Wu Yong. Though he himself was indifferent to societal opinions, Chu Yue appeared to be easily swayed by them. Wu Yong was taken aback, nodding in understanding as he joined his master at the table. Lu Xinghe turned and entered the kitchen, taking the bowl of porridge from Chu Yue's hands. Allow me. Chu Yue nodded, watching as Lu Xinghe placed the last bowl of porridge on the table, then carried their two bowls to a corner near the courtyard wall. Being a young woman, she found it somewhat inappropriate to dine at the same table as the men, so she often sought a secluded spot during mealtimes. Yet, no matter where she retreated, Lu Xinghe would always join her for a meal. As Lu Xinghe approached her, Chu Yue smiled, offering him the bowl of porridge. Husband, this is yours. Lu Xinghe looked at the bowl, which contained a few more vegetable leaves than usual, shaking his head in exasperation. He then transferred some into Chu Yue's bowl. You haven't had vegetables in a while. Make sure to eat more. Chu Yue, who had been enjoying her porridge, paused, looking up at Lu Xinghe. But I specifically added those extra leaves for you. Lu Xinghe settled beside her, blocking Wu Yong's view. Children must eat well to grow strong. I'm already an adult. So it doesn't matter if I eat a bit less. Chu Yue raised an eyebrow, pouting in dissatisfaction. I've told you many times, I am not a child. Lu Xinghe hastily acquiesced. All right, not a child. It's just that I want my wife to eat a bit more. Is that acceptable? Chu Yue quickly lowered her head to resume her meal, yet the corners of her lips remained upturned for quite some time. Lu Xiaoqing watched the young couple's affectionate exchange with a hint of envy. Youth is truly a wonderful thing. Not far away, Jiang Xiaoqin shot him a disapproving glance. When you were young, I never saw you treat anyone with such tenderness like Xinghe does. With your disposition, even if you were young again, you would still be the same. Lu Xiaoqing bashfully rubbed his nose. My dear wife, please don't expose me, all right? I merely indulged in a fleeting thought. Do not take it too seriously. Jiang Xiaoqin, unwilling to engage in further conversation, huffed and retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lu Xiaoqing gazed at his wife's swaying figure, a surge of restlessness stirring within him. It had been a fortnight since they had shared a bed, and her temperament had evidently intensified. How dare she openly challenge him? It seemed he must take measures to address this matter soon. Observing that Jiang Xiaoqin was absent, a nearby onlooker jested quietly, Oh Xiaoqing, I never realized you were afraid of your own wife. Lu Xiaoqing chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Afraid? Not at all. I simply worry that if I speak too harshly, she might retaliate by denying me her bed. How would I endure the remainder of my life? The others erupted in laughter, exclaiming, That makes perfect sense. Among the diners, only Wu Yang remained unmarried, and as he listened to their ribald banter, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. He hastily finished his porridge and set aside his bowl, returning to his new house to continue his work. As August drew to a close, the air grew progressively cooler. After crafting 2 jackets for Chu Yue, Yun Sueha utilized the remaining fabric to create a lightweight cotton vest for her. It was perfectly suited for the current weather, and when it became colder, she could simply bundle up in the jackets. However, despite the cooling temperatures, the rain had yet to fall. The village had only 2 wells, which were typically used for drinking water, but now, with the need to irrigate the fields, the supply was proving insufficient. One day, upon returning home from the old residence, Yun Sueha spoke to Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, would you mind going to town tomorrow? We've run out of condiments, and as the household chores are nearing completion, we ought to buy some meat to honor the new house and treat everyone. Furthermore, the wild chicken that you caught has been kept in the coop for nearly a month. We can sell it in town as well. Lu Xinghe replied affirmatively. How about I ask Fourth Aunt to assist Mother? You can accompany me to town to fetch some medicine. Mother's supply has run low for half a month. And although she is feeling better, she still needs to take it for a while. The thought of Wu Yang still being there made him reluctant to give him any opportunity to interact with Chu Yue. Yun Sueha chuckled, covering her mouth. All right. You can go with you. It's merely making some porridge, and with Xing'an and Xingping helping at home, it won't be too much work. She sighed. You. It seems, must take you with you wherever you go, as if fearing she might run off. When the imperial examination arrives, it will be several days long. Is there truly no way to bring her into the examination hall, or will you not go? Lu Xinghe smiled faintly. That certainly won't be the case. Let you accompany us tomorrow. After all, we will leave in the morning and return by afternoon, and it is nice to have company on the road. After saying this, Yun Sueha turned and entered the house. In recent days, she had noted that Master Lu's apprentice was from the same village as Chu Yue and had grown up alongside her. He likely harbored feelings for the young girl. She could see it, and it was evident that Xinghe, being astute, had already realized it, though he chose not to voice it. The thought that her usually calm and composed son could experience jealousy amused her greatly. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue set off for Nanping town with their baskets. Husband, there are so many chores to attend to at home. Why must I accompany you to town? Lu Xinghe glanced at the young girl beside him. Do you not wish to go with me? Chu Yue quickly shook her head. It's not that. I merely worry that Mother might be overwhelmed alone. Rest assured, with Xingping, Xing'an, and Fourth Aunt at home, we only need to prepare 1 meal at noon and will return by afternoon. After speaking, he took Chu Yue's hand and quickened his pace. To Chu Yue's surprise, as they arrived at Nanping town, they encountered Dr. Zhu, who was leading a donkey toward them. And atop the donkey sat the elderly gentleman she had met previously at the pharmacy in Kang Town. The old man appeared quite reluctant atop the donkey. I arrive here for just 1 day, and already you want me to go and recognize an apprentice. If that girl turns out to be lacking in skill, You owe me 2 meals, he said, raising 2 fingers, then adding another, 3 meals of stir-fried intestines. Dr. Zhu promptly patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy, master. If I deceive you, not 3 but 10 meals will suffice. Will that do? The old man huffed. That sounds more reasonable. Upon noticing the two, Chu promptly greeted them, Dr. Zhu. Oh, what a coincidence. Dr. Zhu exclaimed, halting the donkey by the roadside. It has been over a month since we last saw you. I thought you might not come to town for a while. Chu smiled. There have been some matters at home, and I haven't been able to gather herbs, so I didn't come to town. The old man on the donkey regarded Chu, feeling that she looked familiar. Young lady, have we met somewhere before? Chapter 67. The Temptation of Delicacies. Dr. Zhu rolled his eyes. Master, how shameless of you to use such a clumsy approach to flirt with a pretty girl. As a wanderer, how would I have encountered someone from the remote corners of the mountains like Chu Yue? If not for the purpose of introducing the young girl to his master, he would have exposed the old man's true nature long ago. In the next moment, Chu Yue nodded. I wonder if the old gentleman remembers that earlier this month I brought the prescription written by Dr. Zhu to King Town to gather some medicine. You were the one who attended to me at the pharmacy. The old man pondered for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, I recall that. I even remarked that my apprentice's handwriting resembled that of a dog. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhu hurriedly covered his mouth and cleared his throat. Master, mind your words. Realizing they had indeed met, it seemed the misunderstanding was cleared up. Though the old man had spoken ill of him, so they were even. The old man cast him a sidelong glance, his little mustache quivering. The young lady has seen your handwriting before. Why shouldn't she be allowed to speak of it? It turned out he was Dr. Zhu's master. Lu Xinghe discreetly scrutinized the elderly gentleman before him. Judging by his accent, he did not seem to be from the county nearby, and his origins were unclear. However, seeing Dr. Zhu's respectful demeanor, it was evident that the old man possessed some skill. Dr. Zhu smiled awkwardly at Chu Yue. Miss Chu, my master simply enjoys jesting. Pay him no heed. He is the master I mentioned before, whom I intended to introduce to you. Since we have met here, it seems I need not make an additional trip to Banpo village. Oh, the old man exclaimed, dismounting from the donkey. So the girl you mentioned before is her? Dr. Zhu nodded eagerly. Indeed, this is Chu Yue, and this gentleman beside her is her husband, Lu Xinghe. Then, turning to Chu Yue, he introduced Miss Chu. This is my master, whose name I do not know. I only know he possesses remarkable medical skills. Chu Yue graciously bowed to the old man. I have met the esteemed elder. The old man laughed heartily. Well met, well met. I heard from young Zhu that you assisted in the delivery of Madame Huang's child. Could you please share the specific details and your thoughts at that time? Chu Yue glanced toward Lu Xinghe, concerned about the time they might take and how late they would return home. As it happens, we are heading to Chen's pharmacy today to gather medicine. Might we discuss it as we walk? Agreed. The old man replied, then squeezed himself between Lu Xinghe and Chu Yue, nudging Lu Xinghe aside by a few steps. Go on, I'm listening. Having traveled extensively over the years, he could tell that this young girl harbored some secrets. Such matters were inherently bloody, and it was best that fewer people were aware of them. Dr. Zhu gazed at his master, who was rather unceremoniously wedged between the young couple, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Yet, out of respect for his master, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead trailing closely behind Chu Yue, attentively listening to their conversation. Lu Xinghe followed behind the trio, observing Chu Yue, who was sandwiched between the two elderly men, his brow furrowing with increasing concern. He found himself regretting bringing her to Nanping Town. Upon arriving at Chen's pharmacy, Ji went inside to fetch some medicine while the old man leaned against the entrance, pondering the words she had just spoken. This young girl was not merely skimming the surface, her understanding was evidently profound. It seemed that young Zhu was not mistaken. This girl was indeed gifted. While she could be taken on as a female disciple, whether she would be accepted as a direct apprentice remained to be seen. He turned his gaze toward Lu Xinghe and inquired, "Do you know her birth date?" Lu Xinghe recognized that some people preferred to assess potential disciples based on their birth charts, and it appeared that the girl had indeed passed the old man's scrutiny. August 15th, year 14 of Jingwan, at the hour of the dog, the old man mused, counting on his fingers, first displaying surprise, then nodding with delight. Marvelous. She is a fine disciple sent to me by the medicine goddess herself. Observing the old man's eccentric demeanor, Dr. Zhu leaned in closer. Master, what were you calculating just now? "This girl indeed seems suitable to be my disciple," the old man replied, his expression momentarily clouded. Yet in a place like Banpo village, finding a decent meal may prove challenging. Lu Xinghe glanced at the old man and replied nonchalantly, "Stir-fried pork intestines, peanut pig skin jelly, crispy pig liver." "I dare say you have yet to hear of the latter two dishes, have you?" The stir-fried pork intestines was a recipe my yaya sold to Rui restaurant. "If you seek something distinctive, my family is a splendid choice." The old man swallowed hard, realizing that his trip to Nanping town had unexpectedly yielded a treasure. He slapped his thigh in excitement. "Very well. I shall accompany you to Banpo village today." After Chu Yue finished gathering the medicine and paid the shopkeeper 3 taels of silver, she exited the pharmacy. Dr. Zhu had already resumed his position in Chen's pharmacy, taking the pulse of the newly arrived patients. The old man followed closely behind her, humming a little tune, clearly intending to stick around. She glanced back at Lu Xinghe and softly asked, "My dear husband, where should we accommodate the old gentleman if he comes to our home?" Lu Xinghe replied, "Well, our new house has been completed, so we can easily arrange a room for him to sleep in." Chu Yue pondered this, agreeing that it made sense. Besides the main hall, their new house had 4 bedrooms, so it would be perfect to let Xingping share a room and reserve one for the old man. She slowed her pace, turning to the approaching elder. "May I inquire your surname, esteemed sir?" "Zhang," he replied casually while scanning his surroundings. "Would you be willing to accept me as your disciple, Master Zhang?" Chu Yue added, "I do not mean the same kind of disciple as Dr. Zhu. I wish to learn your true skills." Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe reflected on the name Zhang. If memory served him right, he had heard of this name 9 years ago. But the details were now a blur. Nevertheless, if he had indeed heard of Zhang, it implied that this elder was no ordinary physician. It seemed that his little girl was destined for remarkable fortune. Zhang regarded the glimmering eyes of the young girl, neither immediately agreeing nor refusing. "That will depend on your abilities," he said. He still had not savored enough of the world's culinary delights. If he were to take on a direct disciple, his freedom would inevitably diminish. Yet, if this girl possessed sufficient insight, he would be willing to pass down his knowledge. Chapter 68. Entering the official's office. Upon hearing Zhang's words, Chu Yue did not show any signs of disappointment. First, she would become his disciple, learning whatever she could from him, and then combining that knowledge with her previous clinical experiences in both Eastern and Western medicine. Making a living here should not be difficult. She bowed slightly, mindful of the public setting, deciding to pay her respects properly upon returning home. Zhang chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. I am not concerned with these trivial niceties." The 3 of them first arrived at Huayu Tower. Due to Zhang's unique status, it was inconvenient for him to accompany them into the kitchen, so Chu Yue stayed outside with him while Lu Xinghe slipped into the kitchen to sell some wild chickens. No sooner had Lu Xinghe departed than Jiang appeared, leading a small group of followers, strutting toward them like victorious roosters. Chu Yue attempted to hide, but it was evident that they were approaching her, making escape impossible. With a mocking expression, Jiang exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the little wife of Lu Xinghe? What is this? Are you so dissatisfied with his poverty that you've decided to cozy up to an old man instead?" Anger surged within Chu Yue. "Jiang, you stop spouting nonsense. This is my master." "Master?" Jiang replied, as if he had heard a delightful joke, his tone dripping with insinuation. "Which kind of master are you referring to?" "You." Chu Yue tightened her fists. "You what?" Jiang taunted. "With Lu Xinghe absent, what can you do to me? Are you planning to report me to the Huang family again, hoping their steward will drag me to the official's office for a beating?" As he spoke, his anger flared, and he reached out to slap Chu Yue. Zhang, observing the insolent youth, displayed no emotion. He had encountered many such scions, devoid of shame and morals. If the boy were to become enraged, he would only revel in his misfortune. He grasped Jiang wrist firmly and pulled Chu Yue behind him. "You are surnamed Jiang? Are you the son of Jiang Yuanwei?" Jiang, feeling the strength of the old man's grip, quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing the spot where he had been pinched. "You old fool actually know my father?" He scrutinized Zhang, noting his plain, coarse clothing, and a hint of visible disdain crossed his face. "Which backwater did you crawl out from?" Zhang did not respond to his question, but stroked his beard thoughtfully. 19 years ago. I treated Madame Jiang during a difficult labor. I never imagined she would give birth to such a brazen wretch. Had I known, I would have refrained from intervening." Jiang Gaoi disregarded the main point in the old man's words, raising a brow and pointing to himself. You dare call me a wretch? You old fool are courting death. With that, he angrily swung his fist at Zhang Jiang. Chu Yue panicked. Though Zhang Jiang was strong, he was still an elder, and if he were injured, she would lose the chance to learn from him. In a moment of desperation, she grabbed a stick from the roadside and swung it forcefully at Jiang Gaoi. With a loud crack, the stick splintered in two, and the suddenness of the event left not only Jiang Gaoi's companion stunned, but also Zhang Jiang momentarily speechless. This girl had quite the audacity. After a brief silence, blood began streaming down Jiang Gaoi's cheek. He clutched his head and yelled, "Help! Murder! Someone call for help!" Seeing him in such a state, Chu Yue felt a twinge of apprehension, realizing that her strike may have been too forceful. She had heard that the Jiang family held some influence in Nanping town, and since she was the one who initiated the altercation, would she truly be taken to the prison? As bystanders gathered to witness the commotion, many pointed and whispered about Chu Yue. This girl is ruthless. How could she resort to violence? Look at what she's done to him. Such strength and so much blood, it's terrifying to behold. It cannot be said in such a manner. After all, Jiang Gaoi is not a virtuous individual either. It is likely that he provoked the young lady, forcing him to retaliate. Chu Yue feigned calmness, glancing around. But before Lu Xinghe arrived, she was first met by two officials patrolling the town. What transpired? Jiang Gaoi exclaimed, pointing at his bleeding head. Officials, you must adjudicate. Look at my head, struck by that shrew. This is an attempt on my life. As he spoke, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto his companion behind him, causing Chu Yue to furrow her brows involuntarily. His act was overly exaggerated. She stepped forward and bowed slightly to the two officials. Esteemed sirs, I assure you, I did not intend to commit violence. It was Jiang Gaoi who struck first. I merely acted in self-defense. The officials, having served in Nanping town for a considerable time, were well acquainted with Jiang Gaoi's character. They nodded in acknowledgement. We will investigate the matter thoroughly. Upon seeing their response, Jiang Gaoi feigned a sob. You must take my side, esteemed sirs. To commit such a heinous act in broad daylight, a villain like him deserves to be executed. With that, he promptly lost consciousness. The two officials exchanged glances, each reflecting bewilderment. They had initially believed Jiang Gaoi's injuries to be trivial, thinking they could manage the situation, but with him now unconscious, they had no choice but to escort him to the magistrate's office. Jiang Gaoi certainly had a knack for creating trouble for them. Before the officials could utter another word, Chu Yue quickly turned to Zhang Jiang. Master, I am the one who harmed Jiang Gaoi. I will bear the consequences alone and not implicate you. However, could I trouble you to visit the first household on the left side of Qiyun Alley and explain the situation to Madame Huang? Zhang Jiang gazed at the composed, brave young girl, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. No wonder she could undertake such a daring act at her tender age. She was not only audacious, but also methodical, demonstrating an understanding of circumstances. Very well, I shall go at once, Zhang Jiang replied, quietly slipping away from the crowd. The group transported Jiang Gaoi to the magistrate's office, which, despite being referred to as such, was merely a small outpost set up by the county, significantly less grand than the actual magistrate's office. Still in a faint, Jiang Gaoi was laid upon the floor of the office's hall. Upon seeing his bloodied visage, Chu Yue turned to the two officials. Esteemed sirs, might you procure a small amount of salt, a basin of cold-boiled water, some medicinal powder, and bandages? I can pay for them. I wish to tend to Jiang Gaoi's wound, lest he perish here, and I find myself unable to justify my actions. The officials, amused by Chu Yue's calm demeanor throughout the ordeal, exchanged intrigued looks. You are not afraid of us? One of them inquired. Chu Yue replied with poise. You are human beings, esteemed sirs, rational and just. You do not exhibit any inclination to abuse your authority. Why should I fear? Deep down, she remained anxious. But with no support yet in sight, she could only muster her resolve. Seeing her sincere response, the officials were favorably impressed. Do you know how to treat wounds? Be careful not to injure him further, or you will find yourself in greater trouble. I assure you, Chu Yue replied with a slight bow. I come from a family of herbalists and possess some knowledge of medical arts. I will not err. One of the officials then turned to his companion. Lao Fong, go fetch the items this young lady requires. The man nodded and proceeded to the backyard. In a mere moment, he returned with what Chu Yue had requested. She mixed the salt into the cold-boiled water in an approximate ratio and used a clean cloth to dab the saline solution onto Jiang Gaoi's wounds. She worked meticulously. And once she had cleaned the cuts on his face and head, she could finally assess the condition of his injuries. There was a 2-centimeter-long gash on his head, which had ceased bleeding. The injury did not appear to have compromised the skull significantly, though a concussion was likely present. She couldn't help but think. Considering she hadn't struck him particularly hard, Jiang Gaoi was truly feeble. The magistrate's office was filled with men, and there were certainly no needles or thread available. But since the bleeding had stopped, stitching was unnecessary. The wound would simply take a bit longer to heal. She applied medicinal powder to Jiang Gaoi's head wound, bandaged it, and finally secured the bandage atop his head with a neat bow. Perhaps due to her slightly vigorous application, Jiang Gaoi's brow furrowed and his eyelashes quivered slightly. Chu Yue, standing close, noticed this distinctly. Could it be that he was feigning unconsciousness? However, she chose not to expose him. Instead, she tidied her things, dusted off her hands, and stood up. Esteemed sirs, may I inquire as to how much silver I owe for the supplies I just used? Observing her adept handling of the situation, the two officials were taken aback. To our surprise, you truly know how to bandage wounds. There is no need for silver in the magistrate's office. Injuries and abrasions are common occurrences, and these supplies are always on hand, as they belong to the public. Chu Yue beamed and replied, You two kind officials are truly benevolent. The people of Nanping Town are fortunate to have you. This sentiment resonated well with the officials, who found themselves increasingly fond of the charming young girl. She glanced once more at Jiang Gaoi, only to see his nostrils flaring, perhaps attempting to voice something yet unable to speak, resorting instead to exhaling through his nose. After Chu Yue had stepped away for a brief moment, Lu Xinghe emerged from the back kitchen of Huayu building, only to find that both Chu Yue and Zhang Jiang were missing, though he noticed traces of blood where they had stood. Alarmed, he hurriedly grabbed a nearby vendor. Pardon me, could you tell me what transpired here? Are you not aware? Just now, a little girl nearly cracked open the skull of Jiang Yuanwai's son. Upon hearing that Qi was not the injured party, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he pressed on. What was the reason for this? The vendor sighed. What else could it be? Jiang Gaoi likely sought trouble with the girl, drawn by her beauty. Do you know where they have gone? Lu Xinghe inquired urgently. The vendor pointed down a direction. They were taken to the magistrate's office by the officials. They left not long ago. Lu Xinghe could hardly fathom that during the brief time he had waited in the kitchen, such an incident had unfolded. He immediately turned and dashed toward the magistrate's office, fervently praying that the young girl was unharmed. A crowd had gathered outside the magistrate's office, comprising onlookers who had followed the events from the scene of the incident. Lu Xinghe squeezed through the throngs and stood at the office's railing, spotting the slender figure within the hall and letting out a sigh of relief. Yeah. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yue swiftly turned, her eyes locking onto Lu Xinghe amidst the crowd. My dear. She was unsure why, but when alone, her rationality had been unervingly sharp. Now, upon seeing Lu Xinghe, she felt a sense of support, and a hint of grievance welled up within her. Hearing the tremor in her voice, Lu Xinghe quickly explained the situation to the nearby officials before stepping inside. He approached Chu Yue and took her hand. Are you all right? Chu Yue sniffled and shook her head. I am fine. The one with the issue is him. As she spoke, she pointed toward the unconscious Jiang Gaoi on the ground. Lu Xinghe cast a glance at Jiang Gaoi. He got what he deserved. I'm just glad you're safe. At that moment, Zhang Jiang led a few individuals through the crowd. Upon recognizing Huang Yuanwai and Jiang Yuanwai, the officials hurriedly permitted their entry. Son, what has happened to you? Jiang Yuanwai exclaimed, rushing to his son who lay motionless on the ground. Chu Yue first nodded in acknowledgement to Huang Yuanwai before turning her gaze towards Zhang Jiang. Master. It seems that the young master of the Jiang family may need to shed some blood to regain consciousness. I recall you possess a silver needle as thick as a chopstick. Perhaps administering a needle and drawing some blood could rouse him, she suggested. Zhang Jiang, understanding her implication, nodded gravely. My disciple speaks wisely. Jiang Yuanwai, allow me to administer a needle to your son. Once he awakens, we can address this matter in court. No sooner had Zhang Jiang finished speaking than Jiang Gaoi's hand twitched slightly, a sight noticed by all present, though Jiang Yuanwai, focused on Chu Yue, remained oblivious. Earlier, he had been inclined to berate Chu Yue for her perceived venomous heart, but now, witnessing Zhang Jiang's antics, his face darkened further than a coal pot. Rising, He bowed to Zhang Jing. Today's affair is not the concern of the esteemed elder. I implore you to refrain from interference. Given my son's current state, I must seek justice on his behalf. Lu Xinghe stepped forward. Jiang Yuanwei, have you sought a clear understanding of today's events? Jiang Yuanwei dismissed Lu Xinghe with a cold snort, downplaying the situation. Regardless of the facts, the severity of my son's injuries is undeniable. Unperturbed by his arrogance, Lu Xinghe maintained a composed demeanor. According to the laws of Nanyuan, should anyone instigate trouble, incite unrest, or assault the innocent, they shall be prosecuted for disturbing the peace, which could lead to imprisonment. Lu Xinghe continued, perhaps you should inquire into the true nature of the incident. Jiang Gui is an adult, accompanied by several companions. Had he not instigated the conflict, I doubt my wife would have resorted to violence. Jiang Yuanwei was left speechless by Lu Xinghe's assertion. Being merely a newly appointed official, he lacked a true understanding of Nanyuan's laws. Hearing Lu Xinghe's words, he began to feel uncertain. Instinctively tightening his grip on Chu Yue's hand, Lu Xinghe added, if my wife acted in self-defense, and should Jiang Gongzi unfortunately meet his demise, once the truth is unveiled, she will undoubtedly be exonerated. Moreover, I suspect Jiang Gongzi's injuries may not be as grave as you claim, Jiang Yuanwei. Chapter 70. The Challenge of Nurturing a Master. Chu Yue lifted her gaze and caught sight of Lu Xinghe's resolute profile, her heart racing uncontrollably. My husband is truly formidable. As Lu Xinghe spoke with conviction, an official who had been informed of the situation approached. What this brother says is indeed correct. Today, it was Jiang Gongzi who instigated the trouble first. If you, Jiang Yuanwei, refuse mediation, you may seek justice from the county magistrate. Based on Lu Xinghe's assertion, they were at a disadvantage in pursuing justice, yet Jiang Yuanwei remained unconvinced. He pointed at his son, lamenting, but my son lies unconscious. If anything should happen to him, the Jiang family will have no heir left. How am I to live the rest of my days? He then dramatically sat on the ground, feigning tears. The official furrowed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. After a moment, he gestured towards Zhang Jing. Perhaps Jiang Yuanwei could have this esteemed elder draw some blood from your son. I observe that the young lady possesses commendable skills in treating wounds, and as her master, this elder's medical expertise should suffice. Jiang Yuanwei ceased his lamentations and turned to Zhang Jing, ultimately nodding in agreement. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed elder. However, before Zhang Jing could approach, Jiang Gui abruptly opened his eyes, panic-stricken. Do not pierce me. I do not wish to shed blood. Huang Yuanwei, who had been silent until now, seized the moment. Your timing is impeccable. Now that you know bloodletting is necessary, you've awakened. It seems you are not gravely injured after all. Jiang Yuanwei looked at his son, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing that his son may have been feigning unconsciousness. Jiang Gui immediately sat up, the bow on his head making him appear rather ridiculous. Father, you must advocate for me. They wish to harm me. Huang Yuanwei chuckled. The official has already stated that if Jiang Gongzi is dissatisfied with the mediation, you may report to the county. However, I have sent someone to inquire about the situation. And if a report is made, Jiang Gongzi may find himself serving time in prison. Jiang Yuanwei's expression soured. Huang Zhuangxian, we are fellow townsfolk. Why must you be so excessive? I am merely stating facts, he replied, gesturing towards Chu Yue. Furthermore, this young lady is the niece of my esteemed wife. If I do not assist her, should I aid you instead? Jiang Yuanwei appeared taken aback, seemingly unaware of Chu Yue's connection. With a huff, he declared, let us return home. Jiang Gui, reluctant, protested, but I have been so badly beaten. And was it not you who brought it upon yourself? If you continue to provoke trouble, I shall break your legs. With that, he hoisted Jiang Gui up and dragged him out of the magistrate's office. As the Jiang family finally departed, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. After bidding farewell to the officials, the group exited the magistrate's office. Outside, Chu Yue bowed to Huang Yuanwei, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Huang Yuanwei, for your generous assistance today. I am eternally grateful. Huang Yuanwei waved his hand dismissively. The young lady previously saved my wife and children. That alone is a tremendous favor. Even if I had not intervened today, this young brother Lu would have resolved the matter adeptly. Lu Xinghe bowed to Huang Yuanwei. Had you not been present, the situation would not have resolved so smoothly. Huang Yuanwei laughed heartily. You, young man, possess a certain charm. He then turned to Chu Yue. My wife often speaks of you. Do visit our residence when you have the time. With that, he took his leave. After Huang Yuanwei departed, she looked at Lu Xinghe. Husband, did you study the laws of Nanyuan before? Lu Xinghe shook his head. The laws of Nanyuan are not something ordinary folk like us could access. I merely heard of a case during my time at the academy. Zhang Jiang, observing quietly, stroked his beard. This young man demonstrates keen reasoning. Should he pursue the path of the imperial examination, he may achieve great success. As they walked, Chu Yue inquired, is that teacher still teaching? No longer. He was once a high-ranking official in the capital but withdrew due to the court's atmosphere. A few years ago, he was summoned back by an imperial edict. Chu Yue sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. If my husband could find a good teacher, perhaps the path to the examinations would be smoother. Having lingered at the magistrate's office for quite some time, it was now noon. The three of them arrived at a noodle stall, ordering 3 bowls of noodles. Zhang Jiang had an unexpectedly hearty appetite, finishing 1 bowl and ordering another, satisfied only after consuming 2 bowls. She watched with a hint of concern. Could she truly support her master's substantial appetite? After Zhang Jiang set down his chopsticks, Lu Xinghe turned to Chu Yue. Yeah. I need to make a quick visit to the Su family. Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Chu Yue understood he was likely seeking Su Heng for some matter and nodded in agreement. Once Lu Xinghe departed, Chu Yue paid the stall owner 24 coins for the noodles and handed her backpack to Zhang Jiang while she went to a nearby general store to buy some seasonings. Due to Zhang Jiang's intention to return to Banpo village, an abundance of seasonings was purchased. She acquired a pound of salt, a small jar of brown sugar, along with ginger, Sichuan pepper, coriander, fennel, and cinnamon, totaling an expenditure of 260 coins, which truly caused her considerable distress. After procuring the seasonings, she also ventured to the adjacent seed shop to buy additional vegetable seeds and then visited the grain and oil shop to weigh out 20 pounds of white flour. Shortly after returning to the noodle shop, Lu Xinghe arrived, cradling a stack of densely written rice paper in his arms. Husband, what is this? Lu Xinghe carefully rolled up the rice paper and placed it in a corner of the backpack, explaining that it contained the articles collected by Su Xiang from previous year's courtyard examinations, which he intended to study for reference, to gain some familiarity. You are truly clever, Chu Yue praised. Lu Xinghe smiled, shouldered the backpack, and led the trio out of the noodle shop. The 3 of them made their way to the market. As the weather turned cooler, the supply of food began to dwindle, and the price of pork was on the rise. The price, previously 18 coins per pound, had surged to 20 coins today. Chu Yue gritted her teeth and purchased 10 pounds of pork, 2 pairs of pig intestines, 2 pig bones, and a pig trotter, spending a total of 240 coins. After acquiring their goods, the 3 of them began their journey back. Had it not been for the incident involving Jianggui, they might have been able to assist at home. As it stood, arriving in time for dinner would be fortunate. Initially, Chu Yue was concerned about Zhang Jiang's age, fearing he might struggle with the long journey, but seeing the old man in such high spirits alleviated her worries. Indeed, those who travel frequently tend to possess a sturdier constitution than the average person. As the figures of the 2 appeared at the village entrance, Yun Sueha finally breathed a sigh of relief and waved at them. Xinghe, yeah, you have finally returned. Mother. The 2 called out upon seeing Yun Sueha waiting at the door, quickening their pace. Once inside the courtyard, Chu Yue eagerly introduced, Mother, this is my master, Doctor. Zhu introduced him to me. His surname is Zhang. He will be staying with us for the time being. Nearby, Wang Xuelan overheard and promptly exclaimed, Oh, we have a distinguished guest. 3rd daughter-in-law, hurry and fetch Dr. Zhang a cup of water. Yun Sueha responded with an O, beckoning Zhang Jiang to sit in the courtyard while she went to fetch water. After the family had a simple meal and the workers departed, Chu Yue brought a cup of tea, kneeling respectfully before Zhang Jiang. Master, please enjoy this tea. Zhang Jiang composed himself, accepting the tea from Chu Yue and taking a sip before speaking. It is said that a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. I will impart all that I know to you, but how much you grasp will depend on your own fortune. Pausing briefly, he continued, regardless of how much you learn. My sole requirement of my disciple is to maintain their original intent, never use the skills you acquire for malevolent purposes. Should I discover otherwise, you shall no longer be my disciple. She listened attentively, nodding sincerely at the end. The disciple will remember this and will not betray the master's trust. Zhang Jiang smiled. Rise. After bowing 3 times, Chu got up from the ground. This marked her formal apprenticeship. At this moment, Yun Sueha hurriedly inquired, Dr. Zhang, May I ask how much tuition my yaya needs to pay for studying medicine with you? Zhang waved his hand dismissively. No need for tuition. I am not one to seek compensation for knowledge. Just provide meals. Upon hearing this, Lu Yufeng, who had initially envied Chu Yue, was taken aback, pondering how a master with such formidable medical skills could be so impoverished. How could a doctor be reduced to such a state? Her admiration for the doctor diminished significantly. The others assumed Zhang was merely too modest to accept tuition due to their family's poverty, resolving to treat him well whenever he was present. Lu Taixing promptly instructed, "Fourth daughter-in-law, prepare a room for Dr. Zhang to stay. The third daughter-in-law's new house has just been completed and will be vacant for a few days yet. It needs to air out before moving in." Jiang Xiuqing nodded, all right. She then turned to Yun Suihe, third daughter-in-law, since it is still light out. You all should head back early. We wouldn't want to be walking in the dark later. Yun Suihe quickly stood up. All right, father, Dr. Zhang. I will trouble you to take care of a few things. Lu Taixing patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, with me around, I will ensure that Brother Zhang is well taken care of. Zhang tugged at his beard, looking at Lu Taixing. Wait a moment, who is older between us? Lu Taixing chuckled. Regardless of age, your skills surpass mine. Calling you older brother is no loss to me. Zhang raised an eyebrow. Is this a matter of gain or loss? What if you are older? Wouldn't that mean I am being called old? How could that be? You are clearly older than I am. Observing the two elderly men arguing about age, everyone present stifled their laughter. Wang Xuelan and Yun Suihe exchanged glances, signaling for them to head home first, before retreating into the house. In their youth, they had all vied to be the eldest, but now that they were older, they were quarreling over who would be the younger brother. How childish men could be at times. As Yun Suihe led Lu Xinghe and the others away from the old residence, they passed by a large tree near the village well, where 4 or 5 women were chatting. As they walked by, the women's glances would occasionally dart in their direction. Our village has a total of 2 wells for drinking water, and one of them has begun to run dry. The water level in the other is also noticeably lower. I wonder if some ill-fated person has come to our village recently. Indeed, these 2 wells have served our village for over 100 years. How could they suddenly dry up? I say we should find this jinx and drive them away, lest they bring misfortune to our village. Who do you think this jinx could be? Who else could it be? In the past 2 or 3 months, which family has welcomed a newcomer? That must be the source of the trouble. Initially, Yun Suihe did not wish to engage, but as she listened to the women's increasingly outrageous remarks, she took a few steps back. Chen, Lu, and Lin, what do your words imply? We all live in Bampo village, and we have no past grievances. Do not slander others behind their backs. One woman rolled her eyes. How is that slander? What we say is not wrong. The well is drying up, and it could very well be due to a disaster brought upon our village. With her health improving, Yun Suihe had grown more temperamental than before. Seeing the woman glance repeatedly at Chu Yue, she angrily retorted, "It is unusually dry this year. Perhaps the underground river has dried up." How can you so easily label someone as a jinx? Is it because your own toilet hasn't been built properly that you're bringing this upon us? With that, she spat at the ground. The woman was furious. You meddlesome woman. We are merely speaking here. Did we mention you by name? Why are you getting so worked up? If you have someone in mind, you surely know who you're talking about. Otherwise, keep your voices down. Don't let me overhear you. Each of you is clearly pointing fingers while pretending otherwise. The well is indeed dry, but in our Bampo village of 50 or 60 households, how is it that your family is the only one thriving? Isn't it obvious? Perhaps all the good fortune of our village has been siphoned away by your family. Upon hearing the commotion, Yun Suihe found herself somewhat incensed, pointing at the woman and rebuking her. Whose nonsensical words have you been listening to? I shall tear apart their tongue. In the village, there were but 2 wells, and now every water source had dried up, leaving no place to draw water. This shrew was clearly intent on ensuring that her family could not fetch water from the well, truly seeking to cut off their means of survival. The ruckus attracted the nearby villagers, including sisters-in-law Wang Xuelan and Jiang Xiuqing, who, once apprised of the situation, joined in the cacophony of accusations. Tian Chunyan raised an eyebrow at the instigator, Lin, her eyes brimming with scorn. Lin Xiangtao, is it not enough that you flaunted your prowess before my husband? Now you come here to spout your nonsense? Is it that our cherished traditions in Nanyuan have withered away upon your visage? How can one be so shameless? Chapter 72, Is Lu Xinghe kind to you? Yun Suihe cast a grateful glance towards Tian Chunyan, sister-in-law. With a grand gesture, Tian Chunyan interjected, Hold on. I have no time to debate with you now. If I do not leave Sun in such a state that she dares not step outside for 3 days, I shall no longer bear the surname Tian." With that, she rolled up her sleeves and continued her tirade. Although she had never been fond of the third family's hindrance within the household, they were, after all, family. No matter how much disdain they might harbor for one another, it was intolerable for outsiders to bully them. That was her principle. Just as the verbal altercation escalated, and it seemed a physical confrontation was imminent, the village chief finally arrived. Upon understanding the situation, he first called for calm among the squabbling parties and then turned his gaze towards the 4 or 5 women who had instigated the discord. "From where have you heard such unfounded claims? This year has seen a severe drought, and it is entirely normal for every household to struggle with water shortages. What relevance does this have with Xinghe's wife?" One woman muttered softly. "We have heard others say the same." Lu Xinghe frowned, pointing at them. "Do not stir up trouble here any longer. Return to your own homes. Is there no man at home to keep you occupied? Or no children to attend to? Why are you so idle?" At his admonition, the instigators reluctantly departed. Once they had left, Lu Xinghe turned to Lu Xinghe, "Though this matter was not instigated by you. Today as uproar has indeed disrupted everyone's peace. Should such unfounded rumors arise again, do not hesitate to come to me, and I shall find a way to address it." Lu Xinghe nodded earnestly, responding, "I understand." After Lu Jianqi's departure, the onlookers gradually dispersed, and Lu Xinghe led the children back home, suddenly feeling her legs weaken. Thankfully, Chu Yue was quick to support her. "Mother, what is wrong with you?" Lu Xinghe also rushed to hold her other arm. "Mother, are you all right?" Lu Xinghe waved her hand dismissively. "I am fine. Perhaps I was just a bit too agitated earlier." Chu Yue and Lu Xinghe helped her into the house. "I know Mother wishes to stand up for me, but you are not yet fully recovered. We need not let those shrews' words trouble our hearts. We should focus on living our own lives. They are merely envious of our good fortune." Lu Xinghe sighed. "Indeed. When we endured hardship, they never offered us even a grain of rice. Now that we are doing better, they have turned envious. Yet, what does our well-being have to do with them? They are simply pricked by our success. Their eyes are sore from it." Hearing Chu Yue's sharp retort, Lu Xinghe suddenly chuckled. "Let them continue to suffer. The more they do, the more we must thrive." "You speak wisely, Mother." After assisting Lu Xinghe onto the bed, Chu Yue left the room to organize the items they had purchased that day, taking care not to disturb the seasonings, but placing the pork, pig bones, and ham in a basin atop the water tank, for the night was chilly, and the meat would not spoil easily. The pig intestines were handled by Lu Xinghe, who first cleansed them thoroughly before kneading them with handfuls of wood ash. As they finished arranging their purchases, darkness enveloped the sky. After a long day's toil, Chu Yue soon fell asleep, while Lu Xinghe lay awake, pondering the words of the women from earlier. It is said that many voices can forge a single narrative. Even baseless rumors, when repeated by many, can take on a semblance of truth. If the drought were to persist, they would undoubtedly associate it with the little girl. The wells had not shown signs of drying up until recently, and he had never heard such gossip in the village before. Could it be that someone was deliberately spreading these rumors? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this seemed. It appeared he would need to investigate the origins of such talk the following day. Just as he was lost in thought, the little girl beside him suddenly clutched him tightly, her eyes still shut, displaying a visage of fear. She must be experiencing a nightmare. Lu Xinghe found himself amused. Earlier, she had shown great bravery during the confrontation, even bringing matters to the authorities, yet now she trembled in fear. Though he jested internally, he gently patted Chu Yue's back until he too drifted into slumber. The next day, Lu Xinghe awoke early, borrowing a cart from Aunt Lin, and the family loaded their pots, bowls, and provisions onto it, setting off for their new home. As they passed the old residence, Chu Yue called out, "Master, we are heading to the new house. Would you like to join us?" "Ah, coming." Zhang Jiang emerged from the house and followed the group to the new dwelling. Upon seeing the brick and tile house before him, he paused momentarily in astonishment. "When I was here yesterday, I wondered which family this belonged to. I never imagined it was yours." In this village, such brick houses were a rarity, and it seemed the girl's family had some assets. Chu Yue smiled. "It is a pity that the house has just been completed. It must remain empty for a few days. Otherwise, Master could move in right away." Zhang Jiang waved his hand. "I do not mind that. As long as there is food to eat, I am content." Yesterday, He had only managed to have a bowl of porridge, which was hardly sufficient to stave off hunger, yet out of consideration for others, he had endured until this morning. Chu Yue, her face filled with regret, said, "I apologize for the inconvenience last night, master. Once we unload everything, I will prepare a meal for you." Had there not been so many people at the old house, she would have made a special meal for him. Master Lu and Wu Yong, who had spent the night in the new house, also rose early, eager to complete the final tasks and return home. Master Lu was unfazed. Upon finishing the work, he would receive his pay. However, Wu Yong felt a pang of reluctance. Although Lu Xinghe had been cautious around him, he could still steal glances at Chu Yue from a distance. After leaving, seeing her again might prove difficult. With thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Lu Xinghe arranged the items before heading out with the cart. Noticing his departure, Wu Yong bid farewell to his master before heading to the kitchen. Chu Yue, who was busy organizing the items, was momentarily taken aback. "Wu Yong, what brings you to the kitchen?" Wu Yong chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Faced with Chu Yue, he found himself at a loss for words, and after a long pause, managed to stammer, "Is there anything I can help with?" Chu Yue shook her head. "I can manage on my own. Perhaps you should assist Master Lu instead." Wu Yong did not depart. He bit his lip and continued to inquire, "Is Lu Xinghe treating you well?" Although he was aware that his question might be deemed trivial, he still yearned to hear her response. Chapter 73, Digging a Well. "He treats me exceptionally well," Chu Yue replied, placing the seasonings beside her into a basket. "Mother treats me well too, far better than my biological parents." It was evident that she had flourished here, much more than during her time in Nyoto village. Perhaps fearing that prolonged residence here might lead to misunderstandings, she added, "Since there's nothing else you need my assistance with, I shall take my leave to see my master." Chu Yue nodded vigorously. "Go on with your tasks. The meal will be ready shortly. Once you finish the last bit of work, you can eat before departing." "All right," she replied, then exited the kitchen. Chu Yue paused in her actions, gazing at Wu Yong's retreating figure with a sigh. He was indeed a good person, but their fates seemed to be rather insubstantial, and there was little she could do about it. At that moment, Yun Sueha, who had just tidied up the house, entered the kitchen. Yeah, have you organized everything?" "Mother, everything's in order. I'm just about to cook," Chu Yue responded. After a month, they had consumed over 100 pounds of brown rice, so she directly scooped out some old rice to wash and prepare porridge. The new kitchen had 2 stoves, allowing her to simmer porridge and stir-fry simultaneously. Chu Yue sliced a substantial piece of pig intestine, preparing a dish of stir-fried intestines and serving it in 2 bowls. She instructed the smaller bowl to be taken to Lu Xinghe at the old residence. After washing and stir-frying a half-grown cabbage she had plucked from the old house, she called everyone to the table for the meal. Due to the completion of other tasks within the house, the only diners, apart from her family, were Zhang Jing and Master Lu, along with his apprentice. Upon seeing the stir-fried intestines on the table, Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. He relished the intestines while spooning porridge from his bowl, wearing a look of pure satisfaction. "If I may say, these intestines are best when prepared by you. I find them far superior to those from Rui residence." Chu Yue smiled. "Master, you're jesting. I could never rival the culinary skills of the chefs at Rui residence." Zhang Jing, pointing at the intestines in his bowl, replied earnestly, My master never speaks in jest. These intestines are genuinely authentic in flavor." Hearing this, Master Lu and Wu Yong exchanged glances of skepticism before sampling the intestines. Who knew intestines could be this delicious? How did you prepare them?" Knowing she had promised Rui residents not to divulge their methods, yet feeling obliged to respond, Chu Yue omitted some details, explaining that the preparation was not overly complicated. After cleaning the intestines thoroughly, one should rub them with wood ash to eliminate the odor, blanch them, scrape off excess fat with a knife, and then cut them before stir-frying. She added, "Use plenty of spices and sauces. Perhaps, if you have the chance, Master Lu, you could try it yourself." Master Lu nodded eagerly. "I'll remember that. I'll ask my wife to procure a set of intestines from town to give it a try." Pig intestines are not particularly expensive, usually costing just a few coins, yet their unpalatable taste has rendered them infrequently purchased. Following Chu Yue's method, even if they could not quite match the flavor of Rui residents, they would at least be palatable. After breakfast, Master Lu and Wu Yong collected their wages of 600 coins and took their leave. Combined with the previous construction work, the total expenditure amounted to 5 taels of silver, and this did not include Lu Taixing's payment. who had put in considerable effort from the brick and tile work to the completion of the new house. Lu Xinghe would bear this burden. But the payment owed still needed to be settled later. Chu Yue intended to wash the bowls but was promptly stopped by Lu Xinghe. Yeah. You now have significant matters to attend to. Hurry and learn your craft from Dr. Zhang. Your mother and Xingfeng can handle these chores. Unable to contest her mother's insistence, Chu relented and handed the bowls over for washing, while she proceeded to pour a cup of tea for Zhang Jiang and brought it to him. Please, master. Have some tea. Zhang Jiang, who had been pacing in the courtyard, measuring something with his steps, took a sip of the tea upon her arrival and placed the cup back into her hands. He then squatted in a corner of the courtyard, prodding at the earth with a stick and pressing his ear to the ground to listen. Chu watched, utterly perplexed. Master, what are you doing? Zhang Jiang, without responding, simply raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Seeing this, Chu dared not make a sound, standing quietly with the teacup in hand as she observed Zhang Jiang alternately bending low and brushing the earth. After a moment, Zhang Jiang had drawn a perfectly round shape in the ground and pointed to it, declaring, "If you wish to dig a well, this spot will yield water." Chu Yue's face lit up with astonishment. Is what you say true, master? If we can indeed dig a well here, we would no longer need to fetch water from the village daily. It would greatly simplify our lives. Zhang Jiang washed his hands by the water jar. Having traveled extensively for years, while my primary expertise lies in medicine, I have acquired knowledge of various other trades, so I believe I am not mistaken. This was indeed thrilling news. She hurriedly called into the house, "Mother, husband, come quickly." What is it? Both emerged from the house, looking at Chu Yue in curiosity. Chu Yue pointed to the spot where Zhang Jiang had drawn the circle. Mother, my master says that if we dig a well here in the courtyard, it will yield water. Lu Xinghe appeared astonished. Although there had been families in the village that attempted to dig wells, very few had succeeded in finding water. If they could indeed strike water, not only would the rumors about Yaya being a disaster dissipate, but it would also make their household chores much easier, a true win-win solution. However, she was accustomed to consulting Lu Xinghe on family matters. What do you think, Xinghe? Lu Xinghe's thoughts mirrored Lu Xinghe's. Although he had pieced together the events of the previous day and suspected who was stirring trouble behind the scenes, without solid evidence, he felt it unwise to act rashly. For now, vigilance was paramount. He turned to Zhang Jiang. Dr. Zhang, considering our higher ground compared to the houses in the village, do you have any estimate of how deep we might need to dig to find water? Zhang Jiang pondered briefly, extending his thumb and little finger, indicating no more than 6 zhang. Chu Yue calculated in her mind. Typically, 2 people are needed to dig a well, and they could manage to dig about 1 zhang in depth every 3 days. Well digging is relatively hazardous work, and the wages tend to be higher than for building, generally 50 coins per day per person, totaling 100 coins daily for 2 workers. If they reached 6 zhang to access water, the labor cost would be 1,800 coins, plus around 2 taels of silver for food. While this remuneration was not insignificant, if they could indeed access water, the expenditure of 2 taels would be worthwhile. Lu Xinghe contemplated for a moment before addressing Lu Xinghe. Shall we dig a well at home? Hearing this, Lu Xinghe felt relieved. I was worried you might disagree. I was contemplating seeking someone out in secret to dig it. Since we all share the same thought, I shall wash the bowls and then go to the old residence to find Uncle Daju. The brothers Daju and Erju have helped dig wells before and should know how to proceed. Lu Xinghe nodded affirmatively and returned to the house to continue applying tung oil to the furniture. Zhang Jiang finished the tea in Chu Yue's hand and proclaimed, "All right, let's head to the mountain. I'll first show you some herbs and methods of preparation that you may not be familiar with." Chapter 74. The Essence of a Glutton. Chu Yue hastily washed the teacup and returned it to the kitchen before grabbing her basket, along with the notebook and charcoal pencil that Lu Xinghe had given her, and followed Zhang Jiang outside. As they ventured into the mountains, Chu Yue first led Zhang Jiang to the patch of grass where Lu Yufeng had discovered something last time. "Master, do you know what this is?" Zhang Jiang squatted down, meticulously examining the small grass before him. After plucking a leaf and inhaling its scent, he identified it as ziki. In April and May, the entire plant is harvested and dried for medicinal use. It possesses a bitter taste and is toxic. Yet, it can be utilized to treat ailments such as edema, coughs, and skin diseases. However, it is inedible. Ingestion can lead to poisoning, with symptoms ranging from mild nausea and vomiting to severe headaches, unconsciousness, and even life-threatening conditions. The sap can also irritate the skin, potentially causing redness and swelling. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue promptly took out a charcoal pencil to jot down Zhang Zhang's words in her notebook. She couldn't help but feel grateful that Yufeng had not consumed this plant last time. The consequences could have been dire. After noting the key points, she proceeded to gather all the ziki she could find. Although it was not the optimal time for harvesting, with the current poor harvest, it was likely someone might resort to consuming these plants out of desperation. Zhang Zhang waited for Chu Yue to finish collecting the ziki before leading her deeper into the mountains. Due to the extensive foraging that had occurred recently, they encountered few medicinal herbs along the way, and those they did find were mostly toxic or mildly poisonous. Chu Yue pondered how, despite the locals' unfamiliarity with medicinal plants, they instinctively avoided these harmful species. It was quite remarkable. Following Zhang Zhang, she learned to identify 6 types of herbs and absorbed a wealth of knowledge about pharmacology and pathology. As noon approached, the two turned back toward home. Upon their return, Lu Xinghe was busy cleaning in the kitchen while Lu Xinghe polished the furniture with tung oil. He had also fenced off a small plot in the yard for planting vegetables, having already loosened the soil and gathered the chickens and ducks from the old house to keep in a coop at the other end of the garden. Of the 20 chicks they had purchased, one had unfortunately perished, but the rest had grown into hefty birds, each weighing over a pound. In due time, they would be ready for slaughter, while not a single duck had been lost. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe were helping out nearby, and despite the cool weather of early September, the 3 brothers were working up a sweat. Chu Yue hurried to the kitchen. "Mother, let me assist you." She needed to boil a large pot of water for the 3 brothers outside to wash off the sweat. In this weather, it was easy to catch a chill. After quickly boiling the water, she filled a basin and carried it to the bathroom next door. "Husband, Xinghe, who will wash first? Afterward, change into dry clothes to avoid catching cold." Lu Xinghe looked back at his 2 younger brothers. "Xinghe, you go first." Seeing that the chores were winding down, Xinghe stood up to rinse off the mud on his hands before fetching clothes and heading to the bathroom. Chu Yue ladled the remaining water from the pot into a bucket, covered it, and began preparing lunch. She cooked a pot of white rice, made a pork and cabbage soup, and prepared a scallion and egg pancake. Once the dishes were on the table, she smiled at Zhang Zhang. "Master, I made lunch in a hurry today. Please bear with it. I'll prepare something more delicious for you tonight." Zhang Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "You all are busy. There's no need to go out of your way for me. Just make sure there's enough to fill your stomach." Though this old man had a hearty appetite and a fondness for good food, he was not picky. As long as it was edible, he enjoyed it thoroughly. After the family had finished their meal, Zhang Zhang returned to the old house to rest, while Lu Xinghe went back to read. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe assisted Chu Yue in organizing items in the new house and planted the vegetable seeds they had purchased the day before. Taking advantage of the still mild weather, they sowed seeds to ensure they would have something to eat during the winter, with so many mouths to feed. The plots at the old house might not suffice. This time, they primarily planted cabbage and radishes, along with a handful of scallions and chives given by the Luo family when Lu Xinghe visited Sun Daju to dig a well that morning. After planting the seeds and watering them, Lu Xinghe, feeling tired from her morning labors, settled under the eaves to work on her embroidery, occasionally glancing towards Chu Yue and the Lu brothers. "Mother, what did they say at Uncle Daju's house today? When will we start digging our well?" Chu Yue asked after finishing her watering. Lu Xinghe smiled. "They'll come tomorrow. Once our well is dug, let us see who dares to gossip about us." Chu Yue returned the used items to their proper places. "Are we still inviting the builders to dinner the day after tomorrow as we originally planned?" Lu Xinghe nodded. "Yes. We should still invite them. It won't be too much to include the Daju and Erju brothers, as they are helping us with the well." Chu Yue agreed. "Indeed. We can't let the meat we bought spoil. We should consume it within a couple of days. I'll cut 5 pounds of meat to braise with the pork hock for storage, and we can stew the rest the day after tomorrow. How does that sound?" Lu Xinghe smiled. "You are the mistress of this household. You can decide these matters." Hearing this, Chu Yue hurried into the kitchen. She placed the pork hock and 5 pounds of lean meat in one pot to braise, while in another pot, she simmered pork bones. Fortunately, the house was oriented away from the village, or the enticing aroma might have drawn unwanted attention. While the scent could not be detected in other areas, it was strong enough for everyone in the old house to smell. Zhang Zhang, who had been resting inside, was roused by the delicious fragrance wafting through the air. He swallowed hard, donned his shoes, and made his way to the new house. Lu Taixing also intended to follow, But after Lu Xinghe had brought him a bowl of pig intestines that morning, he felt too embarrassed to seek food from the younger generation. Thus, he remained in the yard, puffing on his pipe. Wang Xuelon, noticing this, chided him, "Smoke, smoke, could you not smoke so much? Day after day, you're enveloped in clouds. One might think you were aiming to become immortal." Enveloped in the smoke, Lu Taixing savored the moment, thinking it would be wonderful if he could indeed become immortal. Then he could travel the world with her, feasting on delicacies and wearing fine silks, living a carefree life. Seeing his increasingly absurd demeanor, Wang Xuelon lost her temper and brought him the bowl used by Lu Xinghe that morning. "This is from the third daughter-in-law's family. I've washed it clean. Why don't you take it back?" Lu Taixing raised an eyebrow at the bowl. "Oh, you haven't returned it yet?" He tapped his pipe, took the bowl, and headed up the mountain. Wang Xuelon watched his hurried figure from the yard, shaking her head and smiling. This old man has no shame. One would think he was rushing for a meal. Chapter 75, Xiao Wei's Drunkenness. As the news spread that Yun Suehe had invited the Sun Daju brothers to the new house, nearly everyone in Banpo village became aware that the Lu Xinghe family was about to dig a well. All were eager to witness what they presumed would be a spectacle. Is the Yun family out of their minds? With that terrain, they're going to dig a well? Exactly. They need to dig at least 3 to 5 meters deeper to reach our foundation. With such high ground, it's a miracle if they find water. No one knew who had proposed the idea, but many believed it was a fool's errand. Digging a well costs at least 20 to 30 silver coins. With that money, they could accomplish something worthwhile instead of digging a dry well. Some boasted, "Just wait and see if they manage to get water. I'll eat all the soil they excavate." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "All right, we'll all watch you eat dirt." The day set for inviting relatives and family friends to dinner also happened to be the day Lu Xinghe's family would move into the new house. Over the past few days, items from the old house had gradually been transferred to the new residence. Starting today, they would be able to spend the night in the new house without the need to shuttle between the two homes. Chu Yue and Yanghui had been bustling about in the kitchen since early morning, while Lu Xinghe tended to the fires of 2 stoves. Many onlookers, drawn by the savory aroma of stewed meat wafting from the kitchen, could hardly suppress their salivation. In addition to the stewed meat, the 2 women, fearing there would not be enough to eat, had also gathered a generous handful of green garlic to stir-fry with a bowl of marinated meat, alongside a large bowl of stir-fried fatty intestines and a hefty basin of cabbage. Previously, after the houses of their elder uncle and second uncle had been completed, they had invited their family over for a meal, and now that they had built their own home, it was only fitting to reciprocate. However, the 3 sisters-in-law did not arrive empty-handed. The elder aunt brought 20 eggs, the second aunt contributed 10 pounds of brown rice, and the fourth aunt gifted a piece of soft cotton fabric sufficient to make 2 sets of clothing. With the arrival of these families, the new house became increasingly lively. Lu Taixing strolled around the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, occasionally wandering over to the chicken coop, casting glances at the vegetable garden, and peering at the still shallow well. Whenever he spotted acquaintances passing by, he greeted them with exuberance, asking, "Hey, old son, have you eaten? Today, I had meat at my third son's wife's house. What do you think of their new place? Quite well built, isn't it? Oh, sister who has come to see my third son's house too? Isn't it splendid? I helped guard the bricks for over half a month." Many who saw his proud demeanor quickly averted their gazes and hastily departed. Yet, Lu Taixing seemed unfazed by their reactions, lost in his own world, reveling in his contentment. As noon approached and the crowd swelled, they divided into 2 tables for the meal, one for the men and another for the women and children. The men's table was adorned with 2 flasks of wine, while the women's and children's table also featured a flask. Amidst the clinking of glasses and cheerful banter, the atmosphere was vibrant. "Sister-in-law, you've truly endured hardship and are now reaping the rewards. I never imagined you could construct such a grand house of blue bricks and tiles," remarked the elder sister-in-law, Tian Chunen, casting a glance at the respectable abode before her, her heart heavy with unspoken sentiments. Previously, their circumstances had been far inferior, yet here they were, living in a brick house. "Sister-in-law, I must apologize for our past harshness," said the second sister-in-law, Zhao Guiqin, her cheeks flushed from the wine. As her words fell, the jovial chatter around them fell silent. Bolstered by the drink, she continued, "We all have our own families and often toil for our own small plots of land. Therefore, we may have been a bit severe with your family in the past. I hope you can overlook our past grievances and not hold them against someone as petty as I. Young Hui quickly interjected. What are you saying, second sister-in-law? If I were truly resentful, I wouldn't have invited you here today. We all strive for our families, and I understand that each person has their own struggles. After all, now that they had separated, Young Hui only maintained a semblance of decorum for the sake of the brothers Xinghe and Xing'an. It was simply impossible to expect her to contribute anything meaningful to these families. However, she believed that as long as she held her own standards, there was no need to voice them aloud. As Young Hui spoke, the courtyard buzzed with life once more. Lu Taixing raised his wine cup and sighed, in this life, all I hope for is to see one of my children prosper. Ever since my third son left us, I haven't felt this carefree in ages. My third daughter-in-law is truly indispensable. Come, let us drink to that. Wang Xuelan was deeply moved by Lu Tiexing's words, rubbing her eyes discreetly. But as it was a day of celebration, she restrained herself from letting her emotions spill forth. At that moment, Jiang Xiuqin's 7-year-old son tugged at her arm. Mother, I feel so dizzy. Jiang Xiuqin turned to her son, noticing his flushed face and lethargic demeanor as he leaned against her. Panic surged within her. Xiaowei, what is wrong? Don't frighten your mother. At this commotion, everyone paused, concerned gazes shifting toward Lu Xiaowei. What happened? Wang Xuelan gasped, quickly rising to approach Xiaowei. Chu Yue and Lu Xiaowei were seated at the same table, and upon noticing the child's unusual pallor, they sprang up to check his forehead, then picked up the empty cup before him to smell it. Xiaowei, did you drink some wine? Lu Xiaowei scrunched his brows in discomfort. I saw everyone drinking and thought it must be good, so I had a small cup, but I feel terrible, mother. Jiang Xiuqin's face was etched with worry. You little rascal, wine is not for children. What are we going to do? Chu Yue, seeing her distress, hurried to the kitchen and poured a glass of water for Jiang Xiuqin, while the fourth aunt reassured her, don't worry, Xiaowei's condition is manageable. Just give him plenty of soup and water to help him expel the alcohol. Thankfully, it was only a small cup. We must keep a close eye on him in the future to prevent him from drinking again. Jiang Xiuqin nodded vigorously, feeding Lu Xiaowei water. At another table, Lu Xiuqing turned to Zhang Jiang. Dr. Zhang, could you please take a look at my son? Zhang Jiang stroked his beard and smiled confidently, rest assured. The girl has handled the situation quite well. Your child will be fine. With Dr. Zhang's assurance, the tension eased, and everyone resumed their meal. Jiang Xiuqin gave Lu Xiaowei a large cup of water and a bowl of soup, ensuring he relieved himself a couple of times before letting him sleep. Noticing that her face still bore a frown, Chu Yue comforted her. If you're truly worried, Xiaowei can sleep at my house. If anything arises, my master is here. Young Hui nodded in agreement. That works too. Let him stay in Xingfeng and Xing'an's room, and once he wakes up feeling fine, we can call him back home. With Dr. Zhang present, Jiang Xiuqin had little to fret about. Thank you for your concern, third sister-in-law. Young Hui waved her hand dismissively. We are family. This is but a small matter. Tian Chanyan cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yue, her expression neutral, unable to hide her surprise that Xinghe's wife possessed such capabilities. She had previously thought of the young woman as merely a decorative figure, yet to her astonishment, she had even taken on a master. However, she suspected that her master was not particularly remarkable. Given that the fourth family's child was in such a state yet claimed everything was fine, likely just someone who indulged in food and drink. Though young, Chu Yue was perceptive and understood that the elder aunt bore no fondness for her, so she merely smiled politely in her direction, unwilling to engage further in conversation. After a meal filled with unspoken thoughts, everyone returned to their respective homes. Young Hui and Chu Yue began to tidy up the tableware. Mother, we really cleaned our plates today. Not a drop of soup remains, Chu Yue remarked. Young Hui sighed. In our village, there are hardly 2 meals a year that include meat, when they have the chance. They must make the most of it. Those who seldom eat such rich fare might find it hard to digest. Chu Yue replied softly, the adults are fine, but the children might upset their stomachs. Young Hui chuckled and shook her head. They don't understand such things. They see it as a delicacy, fearing their children miss out, and would gladly fill their bellies to the brim. Chu Yue's thoughts drifted to Xiaodao, wondering if she was warm and well-fed. In previous years, during fluctuating temperatures, she had a habit of kicking off her blankets, and if she caught a chill, there would be no one to care for her at home. Noticing Chu Yue's sudden silence, Young Hui glanced over and saw her daughter lost in thought, prompting her to pause her own actions. What are you thinking about, Yaya? Chu Yue lifted her gaze to meet her mother's. Mother, I wish to discuss something with you. Lu Xinghe set down the cloth in her hand and took a seat beside the table, gazing tenderly at her. Speak, my dear, I am listening. It was rare for this girl to behave in such a manner, suggesting that there was something of great importance she wished to discuss. Chu Yue tightened her grip on the cloth, well aware that her mother likely knew of her 5-year-old sister, Xiao Tao. Given the temperament of their parents, it was quite probable that, should food become scarce in the days to come, they might consider selling her. I wish to care for her. As she spoke, her head bowed. Initially, she thought Lu Xinghe might hesitate, but the next moment, she heard her say, in fact, Xinghe has already broached this matter with me before. Your mother does not oppose it. My only concern is that if your parents discover Xiao Tao's presence here, what chaos might ensue? It's cold in winter. And our home is quite far, they're unlikely to come this way. When the time comes, I shall change Xiao Tao's name, and for a while, they will not notice. Chu Yue kept her head down. Furthermore, it was they who sold their daughter and abused her. Ultimately, we hold Xiao Tao's contract of servitude. If they dare to cause a ruckus, I shall report them to the authorities. After a pause, she added, however, given my parents' nature, they likely wouldn't go to such lengths for Xiao Tao. Lu Xinghe nodded. Very well, I agree to this. Our home is small, but when Xiao Tao arrives, she can share a room with me. Once we are more financially stable, we can add another room at the back. Chu Yue smiled, her eyes glistening. Thank you, mother. Foolish child, your mother cherishes you dearly. With that, Lu Xinghe rose to continue wiping the table, urging her to tidy up quickly so that she could go inside and learn a few characters from Xinghe, lest she miss the teachings of Dr. Zheng. All right, Chu Yue replied. Together, they organized the pots, dishes, and furniture outside before returning indoors. Lu Xinghe was engrossed in reading articles from previous year's examinations that he had borrowed from Su Hong, jotting down his interpretations in a small notebook he had bound himself. Chu Yue, wary of disturbing him, quietly took a seat at a smaller desk and reviewed the key points that Zhang Jiang had discussed with her over the past few days. Recently, Zhang Jiang had merely taken Chu Yue on a stroll up the mountain daily, teaching her to recognize medicinal herbs and their properties, along with the corresponding preparation methods, while briefly touching upon the origins of various ailments without delving into human meridians, pulse diagnosis, or prescription combinations. Fortunately, she was astute. She retained nearly everything he taught her, and upon revisiting her notes, she could master the material with ease. That night, as Chi lay on the kang in the new house, she rolled from side to side before facing Lu Xinghe. Husband. Lu Xinghe opened his eyes. The young girl, her eyes sparkling, asked, Do you not feel that the kang in the new house is softer? Gazing at her expectant expression, Lu Xinghe could not help but smile. What makes you say so? Chu Yue lay flat, observing, though the thickness of the blanket is the same. I cannot shake the feeling that the kang here is softer. Lu Xinghe responded with a thoughtful hum, resting one hand behind his head. That is because I have laid down extra straw beneath the blanket. The young girl beamed. No wonder it feels so plush. You are truly clever, husband. As she spoke, she rolled contentedly on the kang, but in her exuberance, she inadvertently tumbled into Lu Xinghe's embrace. Chu Yue froze, her cheeks flushing as she quickly rolled away. Husband. I didn't mean to. Would he think her frivolous? With a clear gaze, Lu Xinghe chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. Fortunately, I did not let you sleep outside. Otherwise, in the dead of night, I would have to retrieve you from the ground. Chu Yue pouted, I would never move around while sleeping. Lu Xinghe replied, generally. That is the case. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, like last time when you were startled by the fight in town, you tend to burrow into my embrace at night. He closed his eyes. Let us sleep early. Tomorrow, Dr. Zheng will likely take you to the mountain to identify herbs. Chu Yue nodded, turning away to close her eyes. Lu Xinghe glanced in her direction with a sigh before turning his back to her and drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, the well at Lu Xinghe's home had been dug for half a month without yielding water, and those who had been laughing at their predicament were now snickering behind their backs. Sun Dazhu and Sun Erzhu, the two brothers, were uncertain about the well's potential. That noon, during lunch, they exchanged glances with Lu Xinghe, their confidence wavering. Sister-in-law, should we continue digging the well? Lu Xinghe looked up at the two. What is the matter? Sun Dazhu said, the well has reached a depth of 5 zhang. Given your family's land, I fear further digging would be a waste of money. Perhaps you should reconsider? Were it anyone else, he would not voice such doubts, but given their long-standing neighborly relationship of 7 or 8 years, he wished to spare them the expense of fruitless labor. At Sun Daju's inquiry, Lu Xinghe felt uncertain and instinctively glanced towards Lu Xinghe. Xinghe, what do you think? Chapter 77. Water emerges. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xinghe replied, hasn't it only reached 5 zhang? We will know if it can yield water after digging for another 2 or 3 days. Sun Daju frowned slightly. Reaching 6 zhang did not guarantee water after all. We have dug 5 zhang, yet the soil shows no signs of moisture. Why spend an extra 2 or 301? Zhang Jiang finished his meal and quietly set down his bowl and chopsticks. I shall go down to have a look. Since this was his undertaking, he could not let others toil in vain. To determine if water was present, he would investigate himself. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue nearly choked on her food. Master, please don't go down there. You are no longer young. If anything were to happen, how would I explain it to Dr. Zhu? Zhang Jiang's beard quivered as he chuckled. I am quite robust. What is a mere 5 zhang? Last year, I climbed mountains over 10 zhang high to gather herbs. Chu smiled faintly indeed. You are quite resilient. Faced with the old man's stubbornness, she found herself at a loss for words to counter him. After lunch, Zhang Jiang insisted on descending into the well, and they had no choice but to acquiesce. The Sun brothers thoroughly checked the hemp rope around his waist, ensuring everything was secure before slowly lowering him down. Chu Yue, filled with trepidation, leaned over the well's edge, calling out, Master, be careful. Zhang Jiang grasped the hemp rope tightly as he descended the well wall. Do not worry, I am fine. Moments later, he was pulled up from the depths of the well. Rubbing his waist where the rope had chafed him, he extended a hand towards the Sun brothers. Dig another 5 feet. If no water emerges by tomorrow, we shall cease. Sun Dazha nodded. Very well, it's only another day or 2 of work. So we will continue digging. That afternoon, they toiled for hours, and on the following morning, they resumed their efforts, yet still saw no sign of water. Sun Daju had not held out much hope. While Dr. Zhang's medical skills might be impressive, the art of well digging was a different matter entirely, not easily mastered. In any case, it was merely half a day's labor left. After finishing today, they would pack their tools and head home. Just after lunch, Lu Taixing arrived. Ah, father has come. Lu Xinghe quickly rose to fetch water for Lu Taixing from the kitchen. Lu Taixing stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the well. Are we not digging anymore after today? Sun Erju, who was pulling soil up from the well, nodded. Indeed, it seems difficult for this well to yield water. Lu Taixing furrowed his brow, wondering why the well had not yielded water. Father, drink some water, Lu Xinghe said, handing a cup to Lu Taixing. Please don't stand by the well. Be careful not to fall in. Come sit over here. As she spoke, she brought out a chair from the main room. Lu Taixing took a sip of water and glanced at Lu Xinghe. Why hasn't this well been drilled deeper? Is it a matter of insufficient funds? If money is tight, I can lend you some. The villagers are all watching your family's well. If we can't draw water, it will be embarrassing for us. After all, we need to uphold our pride, don't we? Lu Xinghe smiled gently. It's not easy for father and mother to save a little money for our daily needs. As their children, how can we ask for money? The decision to dig the well was made in a moment of inspiration by our family. But now we feel it's sufficient and have decided to stop. Lu Taixing expressed his regret. It's only about 5 zhang deep. It's not that deep at all. Are you truly not going to dig deeper? Lu Xinghe gazed toward the well. Let us wait until after today. I will discuss it with Xinghe then. Lu Taixing nodded. Very well, you two can discuss it. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the bottom of the well. Water! Water! Erju, quickly pull me up. The water is rising fast. Sun Daju called out. Sun Erju hurriedly tugged on the rope to hoist him up. As the sound reached the others in the house, they all rushed to the well, and Lu Xinghe joined Sun Erju in pulling Sun Daju up. Due to the rapid influx of water, Sun Daju's trousers were soaked up to mid-calf, and his clothes were splashed as well. He looked toward the well in disbelief. Just earlier, I said that this well showed no signs of moisture. It turns out it wasn't because there was no water below, but rather there was a stone wall separating the underground river from the well. When I broke through that wall with my shovel, the water surged up quickly. Seeing this, Lu Taixing burst into hearty laughter. Good. Water has finally come. He turned to Lu Xinghe. Third daughter-in-law, this is a joyous occasion. Be sure to prepare a celebratory meal for Daju and Erju later. Lu Xinghe responded with a smile. I know, father. Lu Taixing waved his hand and walked toward the gate. You all continue with your work. I must go tell your mother this wonderful news. Zhang Jiang peered into the well, and upon seeing the shimmering surface of the water, he smiled and returned indoors. He had known all along that he wouldn't be mistaken. She watched Zhang Jiang's retreating figure and hurriedly turned to catch chickens in the coop. Mother, let's have chicken for dinner tonight. Lu Xinghe replied with an okay, adding, there are many of us here, let's kill two. Xinghe, help your sister-in-law with the chores. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghe nodded and rushed to the coop to assist Chu Yue. Son Daju, needing to change into dry trousers, hurried home. As he ran, many villagers, seeing his drenched appearance, asked, Daju, did you fall into the water? Son Daju waved his hands dismissively. No. It's just that Sister Yun's well has yielded water. I need to hurry home to change, and then I'll go back to fix the well's edge. With that, he dashed away. He was aware that the villagers had been watching the spectacle, and that's why he had purposely raised his voice earlier, allowing those gossipy women to embarrass themselves. The crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the Lu Xinghe family could indeed draw water. Could it be true? With their land, they could actually find water? Whether it's true or not, we'll know if we go take a look. Lu Xinghe, stretching her neck to see the commotion, wrung the handkerchief in her grasp into a crumpled mess. How could you all manage to draw water? She huffed, stomping her foot before turning back home. Upon arriving, she found Lu Xinghe sitting at the door, smoking. She quickly composed herself, adopting a demure demeanor. Father, why are you sitting here? Didn't you say that with the wedding approaching, you shouldn't go out? Lu Xinghe pouted. But I can't just stay at home all the time. I get bored. I just stepped out for some fresh air and now I'm back. Lu Xinghe silently tapped the pipe against a stone pillar and turned to enter the courtyard. Come with me. A moment later, Lu Xinghe found herself locked inside the house. Furrowing her brows, she knocked repeatedly on the door. Father, what are you doing? Why are you locking me up? You told me not to cause trouble. And I've been behaving myself lately. Lu Xinghe's voice came coldly from outside. In the past, I was too indulgent with you, allowing you to act with such disregard. You know what you've done. With only 10 days left until your wedding, you should take some time to reflect on your actions. Lu Xinghe's knocking grew louder. Father, you can't lock me up. Let me out. I don't want to be confined. Jin Shufan glanced anxiously toward Lu Xinghe's room. Dear, can we really keep her locked up like this? Lu Xinghe shot her a glance. What is wrong with that? Her wedding is approaching. You also need to keep an eye on things. Make sure we have everything we need in the house. Gather the two daughters-in-law. We need to get organized. Jin Shufan nodded hurriedly. I understand. After hearing the news, Wang Xuelan also came over to Lu Taixing's home. Oh, water has really come. Lu Taixing beamed with pride. Old man can't fool you, can he? Wang Xuelan shot him a teasing glance. If I had to come to see for myself, who would know if you were just talking nonsense? Yun Sueha brought out 2 chairs. Father, mother, please sit here. We've killed 2 chickens today. Stay for a meal later. Thanks to the well yielding water, the family was beaming with joy, creating a festive atmosphere. The 2 guests quickly agreed, all right. As they settled in, many villagers began to arrive, not to see the new house, but to witness the well that had miraculously drawn water. Indeed, there is water. Incredible. And it's not even 6 zhang deep. There seems to be quite a bit of water below. Daju, Erju. How did you know that water could be found here? Son Daju and his brother, busy with preparations, glanced at the questioner. If we had that ability, we would have gotten rich long ago. This spot was recommended by Dr. Zhang. We merely did the digging. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that Dr. Zhang was the master Chu Yue had apprenticed under not long ago. He was indeed a hidden talent. Wen Xuelan shot a glance at 2 of the villagers who had been gossiping. You lot were spreading rumors that my 3rd daughter-in-law was a disaster. Now her well has drawn water. Anyone who gossips from now on will face my wrath. One man awkwardly chuckled. And, please don't be upset. We just heard someone mention it and believed it. Our families have spoken of it too. Oh, Wang Xuelan stood up. Which fool told you that? It seems it originated from Lu Xinghe's mouth. Upon hearing that Lu Xinghe was the source of the mischief, Wang Xuelan was infuriated. That little wretch is truly foolish. Filled with nothing but vile ideas. She thinks that having a father in a position of authority makes her special. She used to look down on my Xinghe. And now she is resorting to underhanded tactics. I will not let this go unpunished. With that, she stormed out of the courtyard, heading down the mountain. Yun Sueha gazed in astonishment at Wang Xuelan, who swept out of the courtyard like a gust of wind. Oh, mother. Lu Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. Let your mother go. She hasn't finished venting her anger from the last quarrel. You two focus on your tasks, and I shall support her. We'll eat together later. As Lu Xinghe watched the two elders recede into the distance, her heart was heavy with concern. She understood their tempers well. Both were proud and fiercely protective. If someone dared to offend them, they would not relent until the offender was thoroughly chastised and left trembling, promising never to repeat their transgression. Perhaps Lu Xinghe was still unaware of the formidable nature of the two elders. It might serve her well to learn. Mother, why not accompany them to see for yourself? You could bring fourth aunt along. Lu Xinghe's family is numerous, and we wouldn't want our elders to be bullied, Chu suggested while plucking feathers from a chicken. Lu Xinghe nodded. All right then, I'll leave the matters inside to you. Rest assured about the housework, Mother, Chu replied, knowing she was not suited for a scuffle. She meticulously plucked the feathers from both chickens, gutting one and marinating it with sauce, salt, and ginger, preparing it for frying. The other chicken was chopped into small pieces after being cleaned, destined to be stewed with its entrails and blood alongside some radish. With both chickens weighing around 2 pounds, it would hardly suffice for the gathering. Xingping, go to the old house and pick some large radishes. Don't discard the leaves, as we can stir-fry them later. She instructed. The radishes had been growing for nearly 50 days and were ready for harvest, while the seeds planted in the new house had only just begun to sprout and would not be ready until after the first frost. All right, sister-in-law, the brothers replied, hastily grabbing a basket and darting out. After a brief interval, they returned with 4 or 5 radishes before Chu Yue. Sister-in-law, are these sufficient? They inquired, mindful not to uproot too many, as their family was large and they needed to conserve. Chu Yue surveyed the 5 fist-sized round radishes and nodded. That's enough. In about 10 days, we can harvest the rest. I plan to make some pickled radish and sun-dried radish shreds for winter. The brothers, unfamiliar with the taste of pickled radish and dried shreds, felt reassured knowing it would be made by their sister-in-law, whose culinary skills were beyond reproach. I shall wash the radishes now, Lu Xinghe said, plucking the leaves off and setting them aside. The mention of pickled radish reminded Chu Yue of the preserved fruit she had previously jarred, and she wondered if it was ready for consumption. Seizing the early hour, Chu Yue made her way to the cellar. The new house's cellar door, located in the kitchen, was significantly larger than that of the old house, allowing for ample storage. She retrieved 2 jars from the cellar and sealed the door behind her. Upon opening one jar, a delightful aroma of sugared green plums wafted forth, prompting her to eagerly open the second jar. After sampling a piece from each, she filled a few to bring to Zhang Zhang's room. Master, come quickly and taste my homemade preserves. I almost forgot about them. Zhang Zhang, upon seeing the vibrant fruit, eagerly took one and chewed, nodding in approval. Delicious. Chu Yue smiled. Though it is tasty, Master, do not indulge too much. There will be even better dishes for dinner tonight. With that, she returned to the kitchen, placing 2 pieces of green plum preserves in a cup, adding water, and delivering it to Lu Xinghe's desk, while also distributing some to Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe for them to savor. The remaining preserves were securely sealed and placed back in the cellar, mindful of their limited sugar supply from the last time, making it necessary to ration them, especially since suitable fruit was no longer available in the mountains. Chapter 79. The outburst. After a while, Lu Xinghe returned, humming a tune, accompanied by Wang Xuelan and Lu Xinghe. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Xuelan wrinkled her nose in distaste at the odor clinging to her. No, I must return home to change. I cannot bear the thought of eating while smelling like this. Lu Xinghe chuckled. You quarreled, but why did you have to go and throw dung in someone's courtyard? Wang Xuelan huffed. That little brat deserves it. Why provoke anyone, if not our family? If she gets away with this, won't the whole Banpo village think my daughter-in-law is a pushover? Lu Xinghe stifled a laugh. Mother, now that you've vented your anger, let us all cool down. Surely, Lu Xinghe will think twice before bothering our family again. That wretched girl has a mind full of mischief. Just wait, given her nature, she might have more tricks up her sleeve. Wang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively and exited the courtyard, saying, I cannot endure this any longer. I must change before returning. Lu Xinghe watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a resigned smile. Your mother has always been fiery. It's been ages since she truly let her temper flare. She simply cannot abide seeing her family wronged. Do not be alarmed, she means well. Lu Xinghe felt a swell of gratitude. I understand. Both mother and father are good people. Anyone who marries into our family is fortunate. Please sit, father. I shall assist Yaya in the kitchen. Chu Yue, eavesdropping in the kitchen, was taken aback by the conversation. The quarrel seemed quite thrilling. Alas, she had not been able to witness Lu Xinghe's disgruntled expression, which would have been immensely satisfying. At the Li Zhang's household, Lu Xinghe was in tears, wailing for her parents. Mother, how could they treat me this way? How am I to survive? They will surely mock me. I might as well die. She attempted to throw herself against the wall, prompting Qin Shufan to rush forward and pull her back. My daughter, please do not act rashly. What would I do if you were gone? As the two of them clung to each other, sobbing heart-wrenchingly, Lu Xinghe glanced at them with growing impatience. Enough. What catastrophe could warrant such despair? Hurry and clean this house. Soon enough, there won't even be a place to sleep. I refuse to sleep in this house. Lu Xinghe shouted at Lu Xinghe. Father, it's all your fault. If you hadn't locked me in, the dung wouldn't have splattered on me. Now that I've been humiliated, you only care about saving face. After her outburst, she stormed out. Qin Shufan pointed an accusing finger at Lu Xinghe. You are pushing our daughter toward a dead end. If anything happens to her, I will no longer live. She too made to leave, but Lu Xinghe called her back. Let her go. She is an adult now. If she truly wants to end it all, that is her own choice. A mother should not be blamed for the daughter's missteps. I warned you against spoiling her. And look where we are now. If the Yao family hears of this, it would be disastrous. They may reconsider the marriage, and our family's reputation would be ruined. With a sigh, he exited the house. Qin Shufan sank to the ground, exhausted, crying softly. Lu Xinghe, you heartless man. Our daughter is not solely my responsibility. How can you place all the blame on me? When Wang Xuelon returned, having changed her clothes, the chicken stew with radish was nearly done, and the porridge had been served. She had just prepared the batter and was rolling the chicken in it before lowering it into the oil. The excess batter was mixed with radish shreds and fried into radish fritters. The labor of the Sun brothers has finally concluded, and the group gathered around the table, eyes eagerly fixed upon the succulent chicken stew, alongside the golden fried chicken and radish dumplings, all of which made one salivate in delight. What a delightful aroma! Exclaimed Lu Xinghe. Lifting his chopsticks, let us begin our feast. The meal was savored with immense satisfaction, particularly by Zheng Jiang, who was especially fond of the fried chicken. My dear, if your frying skills were to be showcased in the market, you would surely amass a fortune, he remarked. Chu Yue chuckled softly. Setting up a stall is out of the question. Given the current year's poor yield, raising chickens incurs significant costs. If I sell them cheaply, I will suffer losses. If I price them high, no one will buy them. It's a torment. Zheng Jiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging her point. Wang Xuelon, while munching on some radish, inquired, how come your radishes grow so quickly? The ones in our village are barely half the size of yours. Yun Sueha smiled and glanced at Chu Yue. Our vegetable garden is tended to by Ye and Xingfeng. Wang Xuelon looked at Chu Yue surprised. She hadn't anticipated that Xinghe's wife would be so capable, not only preparing delicious meals, but also maintaining the garden so well. Initially, she thought that such a pretty girl might be somewhat delicate in her tasks, but it seemed she had misjudged her. Chu Yue shyly smiled. Next time I plant vegetables, I might try to break the soil finer and add a bit more base fertilizer. During the house construction, she had spent ample time at the old residence, thus had witnessed the condition of the land there. Wang Xuelon paused, sighed. Our land is all cultivated by your fourth uncle. His impatient nature likely leads him to prioritize convenience over quality. I shall have it redone. Throughout this exchange, Lu Xinghe remained silent, observing Chu Yue as she seamlessly integrated with the family, a look of quiet contentment gracing his features. After the meal, Lu Xinghe and the elder returned home while Yun Sueha compensated the Sun brothers with 850 when each for their labor, also gifting them 21 in red thread as a token of good fortune before they departed. Having just finished his meal, Zheng Jiang found himself unable to sleep and brewed a cup of green plum tea, taking a seat on a small stool in the courtyard. He gazed up at the night sky, and after a while, suddenly pointed to a star, asking, You girl, do you not think that star resembles you? Chu Yue looked in the direction he indicated. Master, you can read the stars? Zheng Jiang smiled mysteriously. I know a little. I have always been curious about your origins. This last remark sent shivers down Chu Yue's spine. Is Master speaking of improper matters again? Did I not mention before that I hail from Yodo village? Zheng Jiang chuckled. I must have been mistaken. He finished his tea and returned indoors. By late September, the mountain nights grew somewhat chilly. After everyone had retreated to their homes, Chu heard a sudden knock at the courtyard door. She slipped on her shoes and, hoping not to disturb Lu Xinghe, who was diligently studying by the window, hurried to open the door. Upon reaching the entrance, illuminated by dim light, she withdrew her hand upon recognizing the visitor. What brings you here? Chapter 80, Taking the Pulse. Lu Shanshan's eyes were swollen, and she seemed reluctant to engage with Chu Yue. I am here to find Aunt Yun. Please fetch her for me, she said, surveying the blue brick house before her. It was her first visit to Lu Xinghe's new home, which appeared considerably larger up close, surpassing even the blue brick houses of the Yao family. Moreover, the bricks used in Lu Xinghe's home were from the Kaiyang brick factory, far superior in quality and price to the small workshops in Yaojiagu. Yeah, who is it outside at this late hour? Yun Sueha called from inside. She glanced back at her mother. Nothing to worry about, just a stray dog barking outside. Be cautious, Yun Sueha instinctively warned, then reconsidered. But that sounded like human speech, did it not? Driven by curiosity, Yun Sueha donned a coat and stepped outside. Upon seeing Lu Shanshan, her brows knitted in evident displeasure. What are you doing here again? Lu Shanshan took a deep breath, tears welling up in her reddened eyes. Aunt, I know you do not like me, but I have been cast out by my father and truly have nowhere to go. Would you allow me to stay for just one night? She extended a finger. Just for one night. Yun Sueha was wary of Lu Shanshan's intentions and was reluctant to let her stay. There should be no grudges between daughters and their parents. As an unmarried young lady, it would be wiser for you to return home. It is simply not convenient for us to take you in. Aunt, I implore you. Please let me stay for just one night, Lu Shanshan continued to plead. A hint of disgust crossed Yun Sueha's face as she replied, Lu Shanshan, you must understand the origins of the conflict between our families. Had you not stirred up all this trouble, we could have coexisted peacefully in the village. Given the current state of affairs, you dare come to my home seeking shelter? I am at a loss for words. Please leave. My family has no desire to see you. With that, she took Chu Yue's wrist and turned to head back inside. Lu Shanshan shouted after them, Aunt. What makes me inferior to that wretched Chu Yue? She can only assist you with household chores, while I am capable of much more. I can do everything she can. And I am of age to bear children for Xinghe. At this, Yun Sueha abruptly halted. Chu Yue felt a tightening in her chest, fearing that Yun Sueha was swayed by Lu Shanshan's last statement. However, Yun Sueha merely turned to gaze at Lu Shanshan, declaring, the truth is, our family loves Yeye and dislikes you. You will never be welcome in our home. Lu Shanshan shook her head vehemently no. And you cannot speak for Xinghe. Unless he tells me himself, I will not believe a word. Just then, a cold voice drifted from within the house. What my mother says is what I wish to convey. You and Yeye are simply incomparable. I will not marry you, so you might as well give up. Lu Shanshan cried and shook her head. That cannot be. We had a betrothal. I have even secretly harbored feelings for you. How could you not have noticed? How could you have never felt joy at my presence? As she spoke, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. Chu Yue and Yun Sueha exchanged worried glances, alarmed. Lu Shanshan was the cherished daughter of the village chief. Despite her unpleasantness, if something were to happen to her at their doorstep, it could lead to a serious feud. Not to mention potential legal troubles. Yun Sueha propped Lu Shanshan up, while Chu Yue reached to feel her pulse. Zhang Jiang had taught her a few common pulse patterns recently, and this was a chance to practice. Yun Sueha watched nervously but refrained from interrupting her. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, incredulity etched on her face as she looked at Yun Sueha. Mother, is Lu Shanshan not an unmarried girl? Yun Sueha nodded. Why do you ask? I think I felt signs of pregnancy, Chu whispered. Are you certain? Chu extended her hand. I am about 80% sure. Should we call Master to confirm? Yun Sueha quickly shook her head. I trust your judgment. There is no need to disturb Dr. Zheng over her. She is such a disgraceful girl, thinking herself worthy of comparison to you. I truly cannot fathom where she gets her confidence from. She spoke as she attempted to lift Lu Shanshan from the ground. Yeah, lend a hand. Let us take her back to the Li Zhang's home. We cannot allow her to perish at our doorstep. What an ill omen. The two of them closed the courtyard gate and began to drag Lu Shanshan down the mountain. As they passed the old house, Yun Sueha called out to the interior, Xiuqin, come help us. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xiuqin hastily donned her clothes and stepped outside. In another room, Wang Xuelan and Lu Taixing also emerged, peering towards Yun Sueha in the dim light of the night. Third sister-in-law, who is this person you're carrying? As Yun Sueha and Chu Yue rested Lu Xinghe on the ground, she replied, "Mother, this is Lu Xinghe. She came to my house asking for shelter for the night. But I refused, and in her agitation, she collapsed." "Oh." Wang Xuelan raised her voice. "Didn't I say this little minx would have a trick up her sleeve? She even danced her way into our home. Just look at her. She's probably faking it. Let me show her how to behave." With that, she went to fetch a basin of wastewater, intending to douse Lu Xinghe. Yun Sueha, alarmed, hurried to stop her. "Mother, please, you mustn't do that." Wang Xuelan gazed at her with a look of exasperation. "She has already come to our door to bully us, and you still want to protect her? You cannot be soft-hearted. If she doesn't learn a lesson now, she'll become even more audacious in the future." Yun Sueha pressed her lips together and whispered a few words into Wang Xuelan's ear. Gradually, the anger faded from her face, replaced by disdain as she regarded Lu Xinghe. This shameless little hussy, dancing in front of the stars even while pregnant, how disgusting. "I spit." Jiang Xiuqin, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Pregnant? But she isn't." Perhaps, out of loneliness in her empty boudoir, she sought solace with some rogue man. Wang Xuelan waved her hand dismissively. "Fourth sister-in-law, you and third sister-in-law should take her back. The daughter-in-law of Xinghe is too petite and might not be able to carry her." Jiang Xiuqin hurried forward. "All right, mother." In the meantime, Lu Taixing had already lit a torch and handed it to Chu Yue. "Light it on the way so you don't trip." Chu Yue accepted the torch. "Thank you. Sir, we shall take our leave now." With that, she held the torch aloft and led the way, while Yun Sueha and Jiang Xiuqin supported Lu Xinghe from behind. Before long, they arrived at the Li Zhang's residence. Perhaps due to Lu Xinghe's earlier escapade, the oil lamp inside the Li Zhang's home had yet to be extinguished. "Brother Jianqi, sister-in-law." As Yun Sueha called out, the couple emerged from the house. Not only Lu Jianqi and his wife, but several neighboring households, disturbed by the commotion, opened their doors slightly to peek outside. "What happened to our Shanshan?" Jin Shufan rushed forward, her eyes wide with concern. "What have you done to my daughter?" After setting Lu Xinghe down to catch her breath, Yun Sueha replied, "We haven't laid a finger on her. She's pregnant. And you let her run about freely, how could she not faint?" Jin Shufan was taken aback, then pointed an accusatory finger at Yun Sueha. "Yun, although our Shanshan has had past grievances with your family, arguments aside, you mustn't fabricate stories that tarnish her reputation." Yun Sueha raised an eyebrow, her voice rising. "How could this be false? We have a doctor living in our home. If you doubt that Lu Xinghe is pregnant, simply have another doctor examine her." Faced with Yun Sueha's unwavering certainty, Jin Shufan found herself at a loss, glancing towards Lu Jianqi for support. "Dear," Lu Jianqi sighed. However, since this matter concerned the integrity of their daughter, it was best resolved behind closed doors. "Yun, we appreciate you bringing Shanshan back. The hour is late. You should return home." Yun Sueha had no desire to meddle further in their affairs. "Since she has been delivered, we shall take our leave. Brother Jianqi, please keep a close watch on your daughter in the future. She must not come waltzing into our home again. We are all from the same village, connected by kinship. It would be quite embarrassing for us all." Lu Jianqi, filled with regret, acknowledged, "This time, it is indeed our Shanshan's fault. I apologize on her behalf. We shall ensure she does not misbehave again." Yun Sueha nodded and departed with Chu Yue and Jiang Xiuqin, while the neighboring onlookers hastily closed their own courtyard gates, eagerly rushing inside to share the gossip they had just witnessed. After climbing into bed, Lu Xinghe extinguished the oil lamp on his desk. Noticing that the young girl seemed hesitant to speak, he inquired, "What is it?" Chu Yue lowered her eyes. "Husband." "Yes? Will you abandon me in the future because I am too small?" As she posed this question, she turned her back to face the wall, unable to meet Lu Xinghe's gaze. Confusion clouded Lu Xinghe's eyes as he lay down behind her, shifting slightly closer until he was merely a fist's distance away. "Why would you suddenly ask such a thing?" "I don't know, I just wanted to ask," Chu Yue murmured. After a moment of silence, Lu Xinghe's voice emerged from behind her. "Rest assured, I would never." With that, he closed his eyes. Hearing the reassuring tone of his words, Chu Yue felt a twinge of guilt. He must have been quite exhausted from the day, and here she was, doubting him. "Husband, I'm sorry," she whispered. His voice carried a hint of confusion. "What are you apologizing for? I should not have questioned you." Upon hearing her remorseful words, Lu Xinghe reached out to gently pat her head. "Trust me a little more. Perhaps I am not as despicable as you think." With that, he wrapped his arms around her. Sleep now, we must rise early tomorrow. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Chu Yue stiffened momentarily, her cheeks flushed. But I'm not accustomed to being held like this. You'll grow accustomed to it in time. Not long after, the steady rhythm of his breathing filled the air. Chu Yue then shifted slightly, removing his arm from her waist and turning to embrace it like a pillow, drifting into a sweet slumber. The next day, news of Lu Xinghe's pregnancy spread like wildfire throughout the village. This was not a matter of pride, and soon, nearly everyone was speculating about the identity of the child's father. Many pointed fingers at the Li Zheng's household, eager to witness the unfolding drama, each concocting their theories about the father of Lu Xinghe's unborn child. By early morning, Lu Xinghe had already awoken and, upon learning of the rumors circulating outside, she became enraged, throwing everything in the room about in a fit of fury. Nonsense. They know nothing about me. How dare they fabricate such stories? Chen Shufan rushed to restrain her. Oh, my dear child, please do not break our belongings. We cannot afford to replace them. Mother, how did things come to this? Lu Xinghe cried, squatting on the ground with her face in her hands. It's all due to your own foolish actions. I warned you not to pursue Lu Xinghe. He already has a wife. Even if you were to force your way in, you would only be a minor affair. Why bother? Chen Shufan sighed, reaching out to gently pat her head, lowering her voice to ask, Shan, tell me the truth. Who is the father of your child? Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe felt a wave of grievance welling up inside her, her sobs barely audible as she replied, who else could it be? It's obviously Ya Shangshu. Months ago, when I went in the mountains to gather wild vegetables, he followed me and forced himself upon me. At the revelation, Chen Shufan felt a surge of anger rising within her. Yao Shangshu is utterly outrageous, daring to treat you in such a manner. With the wedding approaching, what is his haste? Yet, the moment she recalls that the child in Lu Xinghe's womb belongs to Yao Shangshu, a sense of relief washes over her. After all, they are betrothed, and now that Xinghe is pregnant, her position will be secure upon marriage. Was it just that one time that led to this? A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Xinghe's eyes. After tasting the sweetness of their encounters, he returned to Banpo village several times, each time following me into the mountains. Given that our wedding date is nearing, I thought it futile to resist, and I felt too embarrassed to speak of it with my parents. I never imagined I would conceive so easily. The key issue is that Ya Shangshu is utterly inept. During the first two encounters, I assumed he was merely inexperienced with women, hence his eagerness. However, after repeated disappointments, I grew weary of him and redirected my thoughts towards the recently prosperous Lu Xinghe. The fact that I hadn't had my period for nearly 2 months should have raised my suspicions. You foolish girl! Chen Shufan exclaimed, her frustration palpable. What if Ya Shangshu were to abandon you after the fact? Your reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and who would you turn to for justice? This matter is already the talk of the village. If it reaches the Yao family, who knows how they will perceive you? If Ya Shangshu were to protect you, that would be one thing, but if he is fickle, how will you endure your future? Lu Xinghe scoffed, I have no desire to live harmoniously with him. I harbor no concern for Yao Shangshu. In truth, with his demeanor, even if he had the inclination to stray, he lacks the capacity to do so. Chen Shufan sighed. You have no choice now. You belong to Yao Shangshu, and you must marry into the Yao family regardless. She rose to her feet, saying, for now, focus on nurturing your body within these walls. I will handle the rest. Do not entertain any further thoughts of Lu Xinghe, for if Yao Shangshu were to discover this, it might sow discord between you two. With that, she exited the room. Inside, Lu Xinghe, filled with reluctance, bit her lip and once again covered her face with her hands, weeping. To marry Yao Shangshu means I would be destined to live a life of solitude. However, this was a sentiment she dared not voice to anyone. After Chen Shufan left the room, she sought out Lu Jianqi. Husband. The child in Xinghe's womb belongs to our prospective son-in-law. I believe this is not necessarily a bad thing. Once Xinghe marries, it would be a double blessing for the Yao family. Lu Jianqi raised an eyebrow, inquiring, when did she become involved with Yao Shangshu? Chen Shufan's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear. They are, after all, engaged. Being young and impetuous, they inevitably gave in to temptation. Now that the die is cast, further discussion is futile. Yet the rumors circulating outside are certainly not beneficial for Xinghe. At this point, she cast a hopeful glance towards Lu Jianqi. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Lu Jianqi promptly declared, There is no need to worry about the gossip. I shall visit the Yao family shortly. Do not prepare lunch for me, just take care of our daughter. Qin Shufan nodded vigorously, assuring him, rest assured, I will look after Shanshan diligently. Lu Jianqi replied with a grunt and departed. In the following days, Chu Yue either accompanied Zhang Jiang into the mountains to identify medicinal herbs or assisted him in treating patients within the village. Each time he diagnosed a patient, he would have Chu Yue feel their pulse once more. With each pulse she felt, Chu Yue's understanding of pulse conditions grew increasingly proficient, and she was now capable of treating patients independently. Master, I have familiarized myself with most commonly used herbs. The remaining can be learned gradually. Now that you have taught me quite a bit about pathology and pulse diagnosis, might you also consider instructing me in prescribing and acupuncture? Not to mention, Zhang Jiang's acupuncture skills are truly remarkable. Whenever a villager suffers from headaches or body aches, just a few needles from him alleviate their pain, and a prescription soon follows to gradually relieve their discomfort. At least over the past 10 days, I have not suffered another bout of headaches. Zhang Jiang stroked his beard and glanced towards the chicken coop. It's certainly feasible. Ever since I had that fried chicken, I have been craving that taste. Chu Yue, understanding his implication, turned and dashed towards the coop, exclaiming, Master, wait for me. I shall catch a chicken to prepare fried chicken for you at noon. Observing Chu Yue's energetic figure, Lu Xinghe, who was seated in the main room stitching, shook her head in resignation. Yeah, catch two, and when they are ready, send half to your grandparents. The supply of rice husks we had saved for the chickens is running low. We must feed the chickens gradually. As Chu Yue caught the chicken, she inquired, Mother, does De Lin's family sell rice husks? If they do, let us buy some to feed the chickens. In a few days, there might not be any meat available in town, and we need to keep a few hens for eggs. After all, we still have a hen sitting on eggs. Once the chicks hatch, they will also need to eat. Lu Xinghe stood up upon hearing this. Yeah. Your words have reminded me. I shall go and inquire. With that, she set down her sewing basket and left for Sun Dalin's home. Within a quarter of an hour, she returned bearing a load of rice husks mixed with a bit of broken rice. Busy plucking feathers from the chicken, Chu Yue quickly wiped her hands and exclaimed, They really have rice husks? Lu Xinghe stepped inside, explaining, a load of broken rice husks costs 20 yuan, which is 5 yuan more than usual. And many people are vying for it. Fortunately, I went early. Had I delayed, those husks would have been purchased by others. Regardless, we now have enough feed for the chickens for the time being. Chu Yue approached to help Lu Xinghe unload the burden from her shoulders. Are those people buying the rice husks to feed their chickens too? Certainly not, Lu Xinghe replied, taking a moment to catch her breath. Mixing the rice husks into porridge fills the stomach. We used to eat this before you married Xinghe. Though it's not easy to swallow. It is indeed better than just eating plain rice porridge. Chu Yue pressed her lips together, reassured that our family's situation has improved. We need no longer rely on husks for sustenance. Things will only get better from here on out. Lu Xinghe smiled, affirming, indeed, as long as our family remains united, our future will only grow brighter. Chu Yue assisted Lu Xinghe in pouring the rice husks into their family's winnowing basket and sieve before returning to her task of plucking the chicken. Lu Xinghe dusted off the husk residue from her clothes, calling into the house, Xinghe. You two help your mother take the baskets and shoulder pole to De Lin's house, and then you can continue your studies later. Recently, Lu Xinghe had copied a 1,000-character essay for the two of them, and perhaps due to the novelty, they had been quite diligent in their reading and writing practice, with even the typically unruly Lu Xinghe becoming noticeably more composed. Mother, we're coming. The two brothers responded before exiting the house, swiftly tying the baskets to the pole and racing down the hill. Lu Xinghe hurried to the doorway, calling out, Slow down, don't fall. Leading the way, Lu Xinghe waved his hand as he ran, assuring, Got it, mother. Lu Xinghe sighed in exasperation. This impish child thinks that reading and writing will temper his wild nature. But he likely cannot sit still for long. Chu Yue could not help but chuckle. Mother, Xinghe has always been this way. I think it's quite endearing. Lu Xinghe covered her mouth, laughing as well. Indeed, being carefree and unburdened is a blessing. After cleaning the chicken thoroughly, Chu Yue held it over an open flame to singe off the fine feathers, then proceeded to remove the internal organs. Rubbing ginger, sauces, and salt over the chicken, she marinated it in a bowl before heading to the main room to find Zhang Jiang. As I previously mentioned, discerning colors and feeling pulses. Do not rush into yin and yang. The floating, rapid, slippery, and surging pulses indicate an excess of yang, while the sinking, slow, rough, and fine pulses signify a decline in yin. Apart from yin and yang, there are also the elements of exterior and interior, cold and heat, deficiency and excess. Once the location of the ailment is confirmed, one can prescribe accordingly, replenishing what needs to be supplemented and purging what needs to be released. Chu nodded. Having recently accompanied Zhang Jiang in taking the pulses of numerous individuals, she felt she had a grasp on the essentials. Concerning the 4 energies, 5 flavors, and the meridian pathways, she had previously elaborated on these topics during her lessons on herbal recognition, thus she saw no need to reiterate. Today, however, she intended to focus on the 7 scenarios of herbal compatibility and the relationships of the sovereign, minister, assistant, and envoy within prescriptions. Enraptured, she lost track of time until mealtime approached. She hurried to the kitchen to refill Zhang Jiang's cup with tea before preparing the batter to fry some chicken. Lu Xinghe, who was tending to the stove and cooking porridge, glanced in her direction and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you understand what Dr. Zheng has been teaching?" Over the past few days, whenever Dr. Zheng lectured Chu Yue, he would occasionally sit nearby to listen. Yet, each time he left feeling more confused, his mind empty and only longing for sleep. "Of course I understand," she replied with a smile. Lu Xinghen's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister-in-law, you must be extraordinarily gifted in medicine." She chuckled softly, choosing silence. She already had a foundation in the subject. Now, she was merely picking up where she had left off in her studies of traditional Chinese medicine. Her master tailored the teachings to her level, ensuring the content was comprehensible. If someone with a lesser foundation were to attend, they might struggle to keep up. She poured the well-prepared batter into the perfectly heated oil, frying until both sides turned golden and crisp before removing it to drain. Afterward, she stir-fried a portion of cabbage. And soon the family gathered around the table for their meal. "Mother, once the radishes and cabbages are harvested from the old house in a few days, shall we plant another batch?" Chu inquired. She couldn't quite articulate why, but she felt a sense of reassurance in producing more food this year. Lu Xinghe frowned. By the time the radishes are harvested, it will already be October. The cold might ruin the sprouts. Chu pondered, "What shall we do then?" "We can't leave the land fallow. I still have plenty of vegetable seeds I purchased." Lu Xinghe set down his chopsticks. "Actually, it's feasible. We can spread the rice straw stored at the old house over the ground for insulation. I've done this before. Both radishes and cabbages are quite frost-resistant. With the straw for warmth, they should endure for a while. When it nears snow, we can harvest the vegetables." Chu Yue's eyes brightened. "Then after we gather the cabbages and radishes, I will try that approach. The cabbage at the old house should yield quite a bit. We can save some for ourselves and sell the rest in town. Given this year's harvest, cabbages should fetch a good price." Chapter 83, Reclamation. Lu Xinghe gazed at Chu with a hint of concern. "Only you, child, are so industrious. I had thought, given this year's poor harvest, our family could simply stay at home and live quietly, finding ways to earn money next year. I fear I have become somewhat complacent." "Mother, you have only just begun to recover. It's commendable enough to tidy up the house. I'm merely considering that if we have enough water at home, we might earn a little money, making life a bit easier for our family. With so many mouths to feed, if we don't think of ways to earn, we will soon find ourselves impoverished. Who knows what next year's market will be like?" After finishing her remark, she stood to clear the dishes. As she carried the bowls outside, Lu Xinghe had already prepared water at the basin, waiting. "Sister-in-law, let me wash them. The water is chilly now." Chu chuckled. "Aren't you afraid it will be cold?" "I'm a man, of course I am not afraid," he replied, rolling up his sleeves and starting to wash the dishes. She shook her head, scooping hot water from the pot on the stove to mix in the basin, making it less cold. Lu Xinghe tilted his head to look at her and smiled. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Chu smiled back. "You, at times carefree, and at others eager to prove yourself. Don't forget that a man is still human. Don't be too hard on yourself." Lu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, and he felt a surge of emotion. "Sister-in-law, you are truly kind." After placing the water ladle back in the kitchen, she turned to see Lu Xinghe entering. "Husband, what brings you to the kitchen?" Lu Xinghe picked up the hoe leaning against the kitchen door and said, "Isn't there a patch of vacant land beside our house? I thought, instead of running all the way to the old house to plant vegetables, we could clear a piece right next to us. It would be easier to tend to and water without having to carry it back and forth." The drought had persisted for so long, and the land was desperately lacking in water. While she advised others not to overexert themselves, when it came to herself, she often wished she could do twice the work. It was likely that, fearing it might interfere with her studies, she would end up making multiple trips to the old house to fetch water. The little girl beside her smiled brightly. Your plan is clever. I hadn't considered starting a reclamation. Given that she couldn't manage it alone and was concerned about delaying Lu Xinghe's studies, she hadn't thought in that direction. She rushed to the corner to grab a dustpan and followed Lu Xinghe outside. Husband, let me help. I can pick up stones behind you. Upon hearing that Lu Xinghe was going to reclaim the land, Lu Xingping and Lu Xinghe, the brothers, also sprang into action, taking little shovels to assist. Yun Sueha sat under the eaves, embroidering a handkerchief, occasionally glancing at the children busily working nearby, feeling that life was sweeter than honey. The four of them toiled all afternoon and managed to clear 5 furrows, each 2 zhang long and half a zhang wide. Lu Xinghe set down the hoe and sighed deeply. That's enough for today. With another half-day tomorrow, we can fully clear this land. After handing the dustpan filled with stones to Lu Xingping to take away, she washed her hands and headed inside for a drink. After finishing, she poured a cup for Lu Xinghe as well. Husband, take a break. You've worked hard all afternoon. Lu Xinghe accepted the water from Chu Yue and drank it down in one go, then handed the cup back to her. You've been busy all afternoon too. You should rest. Let mother handle dinner tonight. All right, Chu Yue replied with a smile, placing the cup down. Lu Xinghe washed his hands and then carried a basin of hot water to the bathroom. The little girl had recently become quite clingy, always wanting to sleep with her arms around his. He needed to wash off the sweat and dirt from his body, lest it disturb her. After dinner, Lu Xinghe seized the opportunity of the lingering twilight to return to the house to study. Chu Yue entered the room and noticed the dim light. So she took an oil lamp from his desk and lit it, placing it beside him, careful not to disturb him. However, Lu Xinghe was still distracted. He shifted his gaze from the book to Chu Yue, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Where? Chu Yue turned red and walked to the bedside, muttering softly. Why thank me? Hearing her words, Lu Xinghe chuckled, shaking his head. After spending time together, the little girl had developed quite a temper. The following morning, they continued their efforts, clearing 5 more furrows before stopping. After finishing the land, Lu Xinghe took a machete to cut bamboo for the fence, while Chu Yue and Lu Xingping mixed the base fertilizer with the soil in several plots, sowing seeds, covering them with earth, and watering them before joining Lu Xinghe to help. Once September passed, Lu Shanshan ultimately married into the Yao family, and Chu Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Lu Shanshan would no longer be fixated on Lu Xinghe. As winter approached, the weather grew increasingly cold, and the mountains had completely ceased to yield wild vegetables. As anticipated by Chu Yue, the price of grain has surged. Many households have diluted their porridge to an almost insipid consistency, scarcely able to count the grains of rice they put into the pot. Numerous families, lacking convenient access to water and unwilling to expend effort, have neglected their gardens. Now, not only is it difficult to secure meals, but fresh vegetables are also in short supply. For the Lu family, who have stockpiled enough grain, these matters are not yet a source of concern. Their reserves of aged and new rice are sufficient to sustain them through the summer of the following year. Wang Xuelan entered the room, wearing a look of relief. I must say, we owe it to your earlier advice. Otherwise, we would have spent quite a bit unnecessarily. Brown rice is now selling for 8 won, and it is rumored to continue rising. Who knows how high it will go? Yun Sueha nodded, suspecting that the price of grain would not decrease before the harvest next year. Is there any possibility of your family stockpiling a bit more? We should at least ensure we can last through next summer. Previously, Shouqing had bought 200 pounds, which might only last until spring. With this thought, she slapped her thigh and stood up. This won't do. We need to have Shouqing buy more. With so many people in the family, we might not have enough. Saying this, she hurriedly descended the mountain. Yun Sueha glanced back into the room. Xinghe. Lu Xinghe set down his book. Mother, what is it? Should we buy some more brown rice? She asked. Recently, we've consumed all the brown rice while building and digging wells, and only about 100 pounds of aged rice remains. The 200 pounds of new rice is untouched, but it may only carry us through spring. If we purchase more, we will feel secure in case anything changes next year. Lu Xinghe nodded. All right, I will go first thing tomorrow. Just then, a hurried knocking echoed from outside the courtyard. Who is it? Xinghe rushed to open the door and was taken aback upon seeing Wu Yong. Wu Yong? What brings you here? Chapter 84, Xiao Tao is ill. Wu Yong, panting heavily, exclaimed, Aunt, is Yaya home? I need to find her urgently. Oh. Though Xinghe felt a twinge of discomfort at Wu Yong's visit for Chu Yue, she called out to the main room, Yaya. Wu Yong from Nyoto village is looking for you. He says it's urgent. Chu Yue, who had been listening to Zhang Jiang explain meridians and acupoints, felt puzzled. What brings Wu Yong to Bampo village? She hurried out, looking towards the door. What's the matter? Xiao Tao is ill, suffering from a high fever that won't subside. She's been unconscious for 2 days. According to my father, she's been sick for over half a month now, and it seems she might not recover. Wu Yong's voice grew softer as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chu Yue's eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Xinghe, noticing the commotion, set down his pen and stepped outside. Hasn't her family sought treatment for her? Wu Yong shook his head. At first, they were afraid of the costs, so they didn't take her to my father, thinking she would improve. But it only worsened. They say she couldn't get out of bed a few days ago. And only then did they let my father take a look. I had no work recently and only learned of this when I returned home. So I rushed here to tell you. Lu Xinghe nodded, glancing at Xinghe. Mother, Yeda, and I will go to Nyoto village and return as soon as possible. Xinghe, understanding Chu Yue's concern for her sister, nodded in agreement. Go with her and, if necessary, bring Xiao Tao back home for treatment. With Dr. Zhang here, I believe she will be fine. Chu Yue sniffed and said, Thank you, Mother. She hurried to grab her purse and exchanged a few words with Zhang Jiang before setting off with Lu Xinghe and Wu Yong. Upon reaching the village entrance, Lu Xinghe turned to Chu Yue. Yeah, I will run ahead to the town. You and Wu Yong go to Nyoto village first. If all goes well, I should arrive around the same time as you. Chu Yue nodded, okay. Lu Xinghe then looked at Wu Yong. I leave her in your care for now. Wu Yong, serious and determined, replied, Rest assured, I will protect her. The three split into 2 paths. Lu Xinghe ran toward Nanping town while Wu Yong and Chu Yue headed for Nyoto village. Yeah, take care and don't trip, he called after her. But Chu Yue seemed impervious to his concerns, racing ahead with relentless determination. Even if she stumbled, she would rise and continue as if oblivious to pain. Wu Yong observed the stubborn girl ahead of him, noting that while she had changed somewhat, her concern for Xiao Tao remained unaltered. He sighed and hurried to catch up. The two did not pause along the way. When Chu Yue grew weary, she would walk for a bit. What should have taken 2 hours was accomplished in just 1.5 hours as they reached Nyoto village. Following Chu Yue back to the Chu family home, Wu Yong was met with a barrage of insults from Zhao Chunhua upon seeing Chu Yue. You little wretch, didn't you think you were so capable? Have you abandoned your maternal family? How dare you return now? Why isn't Lu Xinghe with you? New graves smell sweet for 3 days. Do you really believe any man can be faithful? Bah. Chu Yue, ignoring Zhao Chunhua's vitriol, asked, I'm here to find Xiao Tao. Where is she? The water vat by the kitchen was wide open, cracked with dryness, and a pile of unwashed bowls lay neglected nearby, suggesting that Xiao Tao had been too ill to rise and attend to her chores. As Chu stepped through the courtyard towards Xiao Tao's room, Zhao Chunhua's eyes flashed with a mix of fear and defiance, blocking her way. Your father and brother made it clear when they went to Bampo village. You are now part of the Lu family and have nothing to do with us anymore. Leave at once, lest you attract debt collectors to our door. Chu Yue's eyes hardened. I will not leave until I see Xiao Tao. If you don't want trouble, let me in. Zhao Chunhua lifted her chin, a smug look on her face. I thought you had forsaken your maternal family, even your sister, but it seems you came back for Xiao Tao. However, you probably want to see her again. Panic surged within Chu Yue. What have you done to Xiao Tao? Zhao Chunhua sat down in the courtyard with a grin. Well, Xiao Tao is worth something after all. Someone just paid 5 taels of silver to take her, claiming they want her for a ghost marriage for their young master. I thought, since she wouldn't survive anyway, why not let her marry into such a family? Even if she goes below, she will have a good life. They left in a carriage a little while ago. You probably won't catch up. In this context, a ghost marriage means that regardless of whether a person is alive or dead, they are buried with the deceased. The thought of little Xiao Tao, merely 5 years old, enduring such a fate made Chu Yue tremble with rage. You are unworthy of being called parents. You are even worse than animals. With that, her eyes reddened as she turned and sprinted towards the village entrance. Zhao Chunhua followed her to the door, cursing, You little wretch, how dare you insult your mother? It's no wonder Lu Xinghe cast you aside. If you dare return to your maternal family again, I will make sure you regret it. Chu paid no heed to Zhao Chuanhua's wrath, running with all her might. There was only one road in Yodo village suitable for horse-drawn carts, and regardless of whether she could catch up, she could not abandon Xiao Tao. Wu Yang silently followed closely behind Chu Yue. He was well aware of how difficult life had been for her and Xiao Tao over the years, often coming to lend a hand. Yet, Chu Yuqian and Zhao Chunhua seemed devoid of any moral limits. How could such parents torment their daughter to death? Even a tiger would not harm its young. These people were truly worse than beasts. At the village entrance, Chu Yue encountered Chu Yuqian, who had just returned from town, humming a tune as he walked. Upon catching sight of Chu Yue, he bore an expression tinged with surprise. You've returned. Surely it is to visit Xiao Tao? It's not that father is unwilling to treat her. Dr. Wu has declared her condition incurable, and father is powerless to change that. Despite his words, there was nary a trace of sorrow upon his countenance. Chu Yue cast him a frosty glance. You seem to be in rather high spirits? Indeed. I just won 100 copper coins in the town, he replied, brandishing a burlap sack of rice weighing approximately 10 pounds before her. Look. This coarse rice is freshly purchased. We want to have to endure hunger for a while. With a cold laugh, Chu Yue remarked. Do you know that Xiao Tao has been sold? Yu's face displayed astonishment. Sold? In her frail state, who would dare take her? She was sold to a wealthy family for a ghost marriage. Mother said she fetched 8 taels of silver. Father can inquire with mother upon his return. But I shan't linger with you any longer. With that, she continued her swift pace ahead. Since Xiao Tao's life had been exchanged for money, they must not be allowed to use it so easily.